500 years ago, spiritual energy revived, all things mutated, passages to alien realms opened, and all races from the heavens and all creatures descended on the blue star. Human beings are struggling to survive on the brink of extinction, relying on martial arts as the basis of their survival. Eventually, they open up a battlefield of all races in every passage to fight against alien races. In order to cultivate strong people, humans established martial arts universities around the battlefield of all races to continuously supply combat power and fight for the survival of the human race. The Nanhai 10,000 Races Battlefield is a newly opened battlefield that has only been open for 30 years, and the accompanying Nanhai Martial Arts University was also established in the same year. And I, Suja, an ordinary person who was originally obsessed with Oriental fantasy, traveled to this world. When I first came here, I thought that I was destined to become the protagonist, so I practiced madly and tried my best to become a strong man. However, reality slapped me hard in the face. With mediocre qualifications and talents, and no talent for cultivation, I was lucky enough to stay in the Nanhai Martial Arts University and become an assistant teacher thanks to a vacancy when it was first established. Just like that, he spent 28 years in the high martial arts world doing nothing until that day. Ding! System activated. You can draw a talent ability experience card for free once a month. At this time, in the teacher's dormitory of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Ding! The limited time experience card system is activated. You can randomly draw an ability and experience it for a limited time of 1 month. A prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. I was stunned for a moment, and then a surge of excitement surged in my heart. Finally, the system is here. It has been 28 years since I traveled to this dangerous high-level martial arts world. As a warrior with mediocre qualifications, I am only a second-grade warrior so far, and have been stagnant at the peak of the second grade for more than 3 years. If I wasn't well-versed in martial arts theory, had rich experience in wilderness survival, and was not a first-class alchemist, I would probably not even be able to keep my position as an assistant professor at the Nanhai Martial Arts University. In fact, I was ready to give up and lie down for the rest of my life. But now, I see a glimmer of hope. It seems that I can still save my life. Extract abilities. I repeated silently in my mind with mixed emotions, nervousness, and excitement. Drawing successful. Obtained a 100x Martial Arts Enlightenment Speed-Up card. The Speed-Up card is available for a limited trial period of 1 month. Do you want to use it? My heart suddenly shook. The bottleneck in my martial arts cultivation is so serious, not because of a lack of resources, nor because of insufficient time for cultivation, but because my talent, aptitude, and martial arts understanding are unable to support me to make further progress. But now, my martial arts enlightenment has been accelerated 100-fold. This is simply divine help. Taking a deep breath, I chose to use the experience card without hesitation. The next moment, a vast amount of martial arts insights flooded into my mind like a torrent, and the problems that had puzzled me in the past were instantly solved. I didn't dare to waste a moment, and immediately began to circulate my chi and blood, strengthening my meridians, bones, and internal organs in a miraculous order and intensity. Every time the strengthening goes smoothly, I feel that I am one step closer to a breakthrough. The whole process is as smooth as silk, without any obstruction. When the chi and blood finally gathered in Dantian and formed a surging chi and blood vortex, boom. My chi and blood underwent a qualitative transformation. Martial Arts Level 3, a successful breakthrough. However, the effect of this acceleration card is far more than that. With the blessing of martial arts perception, my cultivation did not stop there, but continued to move deeper into the 3rd level. It was not until it approached the middle stage of the 3rd level that it slowly stopped. The moment I opened my eyes, I felt refreshed and had an extraordinary temperament. This experience card is simply an amazing tool. As long as I have enough resources and keep practicing, my martial arts path will soar like a rocket. The only regret is that I can only experience this ability for 1 month. I have to quickly register as a 3rd-rank warrior and try to exchange for some training resources. By the way, I can apply for the position of tutor, and the salary will also increase a lot. I walked out of the dormitory, full of expectations, and headed towards the dean's office. Knock, knock, knock. I walked to the dean's office with ease and knocked on the door gently. Come in. A familiar voice came from inside. When I opened the door, I was surprised to see that it was actually the Dean Su Xingyan himself. As the dean of one of the three major departments of Nanhai Martial Arts University, Su Xingyan is so busy that he hardly has time to stay in the office, and it is not easy to meet him in person. Huh, Xiao Su, your aura has become stronger. Have you broken through to the third level? Su Xingyan looked up at me, pushed his reading glasses on the bridge of his nose, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Yes, President Su, it's the third rank. I responded with a smile. Looking back, I have known Dean Su for 9 years. At that time, he was still the dean of the Danyao College, and I was just an ordinary student there. Although I have always had average talent, I finally made a breakthrough through continuous efforts. This is a good thing. The third rank is a big hurdle. Once you cross it, the road ahead will be broader. Su Xingyan showed a gratified smile. If you work harder and have a little better luck, it won't be difficult to surpass my old bones. Ha! There was a hint of surprise in his voice, but more of a sincere blessing. Although I have not achieved significant breakthroughs in my abilities, I have always had my own unique ideas in teaching. Now that I have broken through to the third level, my role will certainly be even greater. I briefly explained the purpose of my visit, and Su Xingyan approved my request without any hesitation. After all, warriors are an extremely precious resource for humans. Thank you, Dean. I thanked him gratefully. After coming out of the dean's office, I immediately went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to collect the subsidy for being promoted to a third-rank warrior. 5 chi and blood pills and 100 spirit stones are worth a lot of money. Chi and blood pills are the most commonly used elixirs below the 4th grade, and the value of 1 pill is equivalent to 100 spirit stones. Spirit stone is the most important currency in the high-level martial arts world, and 1 spirit stone is worth 100,000 yuan. The total subsidy value exceeds 6 million, which is enough to support an ordinary person's life for half a lifetime. Of course, the most important thing is their great value in cultivation. Today is a rare weekend day off, and I can't wait to return to the dormitory with my allowance and start practicing. I activated the 100x acceleration card for martial arts enlightenment, not wanting to waste a single second. Now that there is a cheat, who would want to be a mediocre person all their life? I know clearly in my heart that pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, conquering all races, and defending the right of human survival are my real goals as Suja. Congratulations to our school's assistant teacher Suja for being promoted to a 3rd grade warrior and officially becoming our school's instructor. On the way back to the dormitory, I suddenly received a group message from the school. Not only that, the school website bulletin board also scrolled with this good news. After returning to the dormitory, I received many congratulatory messages from colleagues and students. Some were happy for me, some were envious, and some even joked that I should take them flying in the future. Everyone expressed their sincere blessings. This friendship is hard-earned because I have been a teaching assistant at the Dan School of Pharmacy for 4 years. In the past 4 years, I have worked diligently and conscientiously, and I have been deeply loved by students and colleagues. In particular, the book I compiled, The Wilderness Survival Guide for Low-Level Warriors, is full of my own valuable experiences and lessons, and has helped many students avoid fatal dangers. I replied to these text messages one by one, put down my phone, and entered a state of cultivation. 15 hours later, it was already the next morning. I have consumed 2 chi and blood pills, and my cultivation has stabilized at the 3rd grade middle stage. If I practice at this speed, it would take at least several months to achieve today's results. I stood up with satisfaction and prepared to have breakfast and continue practicing. My goal is clear: to break through the 4th level within this month. Although the system will give you another chance to draw ability experience cards next month, who can guarantee that the ability you draw next time will be so amazing? Ding! At this time, the cell phone rang. I thought it might be a message of congratulations from a colleague or student, but when I opened it, I was stunned. Husband, have you been promoted to a 3rd-rank warrior? This message was sent by my wife, Shin Qingyan. Yes, I am married and have a 9-year-old daughter. I remember that after the martial arts exam, Shin Qingyan and I got married at the age of 18. Now, we haven't seen each other for almost 3 years. The world encourages early marriage because early marriage means early pregnancy, which can contribute to the growth of the human population. The relationship between Shen Qingyan and I cannot be said to be one of mutual affection, but it is definitely a mutual attraction. When we were young, we fell in love for the first time, followed the trend, listened to our parents' advice, and hastily decided each other's fate. After getting married, I entered Nankai Budo University for further studies. Because Shin Qingyan's chi and blood did not meet the standards, She failed to be admitted to the Martial Arts University and had to stay in the South China Sea base and study in the martial arts school at her own expense. Although the distance between the Nanhai base and the Nanhai Martial Arts University is less than 300 kilometers, in this era of advanced martial arts filled with exotic beasts, this distance can be regarded as separation. The only way to get there is via a special, fully equipped line, which is not only expensive, but also has limited places and requires advance reservations. If there are many people, you often have to wait in line, and it is not uncommon to wait for 1 or 2 months or even half a year. It is not easy to meet in person. After graduating from university, I became a second-rank warrior and stayed on as an assistant teacher. With her own efforts and the support of my resources, Shun Qingyan was successfully promoted to a first-class warrior and successfully became a teacher at her alma mater, Nanhai No. 3 Middle School. Every year, I only have one chance to go back to the South China Sea base to visit my family. In the past 2 years, due to busy work and wanting to save high transportation costs, I did not go back. Last year, a war happened to break out in the foreign channel, and I was called up to the battlefield, which delayed my return home. I remember the last time I saw my daughter, she was only 6 years old, and now she must have grown a lot taller. I haven't been with my family for so many years since I got married. Every time I think of this, I feel extremely guilty and helpless. In fact, many families are similar to us. Now, as I have been promoted to a third-rank warrior and become a university tutor, I have been given more privileges. One of them is that the number of times I can go home to visit my family has increased to 3 times a year, and I can also have one free opportunity. But at this moment, I am still struggling with whether I should take a leave to go home. In the teacher's office of Nanhai No. 3 Middle School, Shun Qingyan, who has a gentle temperament, fair skin, and beautiful appearance, is busy at her desk. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. "Teacher Shun, today is the day to collect subsidies. Let's go together?" Warriors receive corresponding monthly subsidies according to their rank, and as the family member of a second-rank warrior, Shun Qingyan will naturally collect Suju's subsidy on his behalf. "Okay, Sister Wang, let's go together." Shun Qingyan responded with a smile. Sister Wang is not only Shun Qingyan's colleague, but also a longtime friend. Her husband serves in the military and is also a second-rank warrior. Sister Wang often complained about the dangers in the army, fearing that she would become a martyr's family member one day. She often envied Shun Qingyan, thinking that as an assistant teacher at the Martial Arts University, although Suju would occasionally be called up to the battlefield, he was relatively safe most of the time. Shun Qingyan always smiled without saying anything. The army was indeed dangerous, but the benefits were also great. If you were lucky, you could make a fortune on the battlefield. But Sister Wang did not have the resources like Suju after all. Without her husband's help, she would never have been able to become a warrior. Shun Qingyan naturally hopes that her husband will be safe and sound. The two have been married for 10 years. Although Suju's martial arts talent is average and Shun Qingyan's martial arts ability is even worse, she does not expect her husband to achieve great things. She just hopes that he can be safe. The two walked out of the office and quickly came to the internal service station outside the school and began to line up to receive the subsidy. When it was Shun Qingyan's turn, the staff member checked her information. His expression changed slightly, and then he said enthusiastically, "Ms. Shun, your subsidy is a total of 25 spirit stones and 100 kilograms of spirit rice. The list of other supplies is also here. Please take a look. After you confirm that everything is correct, we will deliver it to your home address." Upon hearing the amount of the subsidy, everyone present looked at Shun Qingyan in surprise. Because there are just too many. Most of those who come to receive subsidies are family members of first-rank warriors, and there are very few family members of second-rank warriors. The monthly allowance for a second-rank warrior is usually no more than 5 spirit stones and 20 kilograms of spirit rice. Was it given to the wrong person? Shun Qingyan was stunned, her face full of confusion. She didn't want to receive so much money by mistake due to a staff mistake, which was illegal in itself. "That's right, Miss Shun. Your husband, Mr. Suju, receives the allowance according to the standard for a third-rank warrior. In addition, as a mentor at the Nanhai Martial Arts Academy, he also receives additional allowances. Add to that your allowance as a first-rank warrior, and the total is this much," the staff member explained respectfully, with a hint of certainty in his eyes. As soon as the words fell, Shun Qingyan and everyone else present were shocked. A third-rank warrior and an instructor at the Nanhai Martial Arts Academy. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary identity and strength. To ordinary people, such an existence is almost a myth. The highest commander of the South China Sea base, that is, the governor of the base, is only a fourth-rank warrior. The deputy governor and the commander of the base guard are only peak third-grade warriors. There are only a handful of third-grade warriors in the entire South China Sea base, less than 20 in number. A third-rank warrior could even serve as a combat captain in the army. Shen Qingyin's husband is so powerful. Oh! Shen Qingyin looked at the list in a daze, then quickly signed and prepared to leave. She didn't want to be the focus of everyone. He has made a breakthrough? Shen Qingyin thought to herself. The sudden surprise in her heart made it difficult for her to accept it. She knew that Suja had been lingering at the peak of the second level of martial arts for several years. She originally thought that it would take at least a few more years before he could break through, but she didn't expect that he would succeed so quickly. Teacher Shen, congratulations. At this time, Sister Wang, who was following behind, also came over and congratulated her. Sister Wang seemed plain and simple, but now that Shen Qingyin had become a third-rank warrior, the gap between them had widened. In the future, she might have to rely more on Shen Qingyin. Well, thank you, Sister Wang. Shen Qingyin was slightly stunned and responded, her mind still not here. After returning to the office, Shen Qingyin was still a little dizzy and her thoughts were churning. She pondered for a long time and decided to send a message to her husband. In the era of spiritual energy revival, natural satellites are scarce, and most of them are occupied by military organizations. Civilian communication resources are very tight, so making calls and sending messages are extremely expensive. Usually, Shen Qingyin rarely takes the initiative to contact me. Husband, have you been promoted to a third-rank warrior? She sent this message with a little uneasiness in her heart. At this time, I received this message in my dormitory. I smiled and typed a reply. Well, I'm lucky. I broke through by chance. Since my salary has increased and I have more spirit stones, I simply called Shen Qingyin. The long-lost voice made both of us feel a little strange and nervous. On the other end of the phone, Shen Qingyin mentioned the subsidy to me, and I took the opportunity to share my new progress with her. For example, as a mentor, I will move into a larger and more comfortable independent apartment. Shen Qingyin reported to me the situation at home. My daughter was doing fine, my mother was also well, and our family's life was guaranteed by my subsidy, so it was going relatively smoothly. In this world where warriors are supreme, you can feel at ease if your family is doing well. Honey, do you still have vacation time? Shen Qingyin asked hesitantly. Yes, wait for me for a month, and I will be back in a month. I responded. Okay, I'll wait for you. Shen Qingyin felt warm in her heart, but she didn't think much about it. She thought that I needed time to arrange things, or that I had just become a tutor and was still busy with work. In fact, a third-rank warrior no longer needs to make an appointment, and can return at any time as long as there is a vacancy. In the end, I suppressed my longing for my family and decided to seize this month's training time to improve my cultivation. After all, only if you become stronger can you give your family more support and contribute to the fight against all races. In this world, no one can be immune to it. A month later, I walked out of my new apartment, having just completed an all-night practice. Standing on the balcony, facing the rising sun, I stretched lazily and felt my whole body and mind relaxed. Now, my cultivation at the peak of the third level of martial arts has made my aura more restrained and condensed. Unfortunately, I have not yet broken through to the fourth level of martial arts. This time, it was not because of my lack of understanding, but because of the lack of cultivation resources. My stock of qi and blood pills had been exhausted, and my personal savings were almost gone. What's worse is that I took my students out for experience several times this month, and although I gained some good resources, it was still far from enough. As your cultivation level improves, the resources you need for cultivation become increasingly scarce and harder to obtain. If there hadn't been any movement in the alien channel for the time being, I would even want to go to the battlefield of all races to seek more opportunities. Fortunately, the time limit for the 100 times cultivation comprehension acceleration card has expired. This means that I can finally draw on system power again. What can I draw this time? I couldn't help but look forward to it and silently said in my heart, draw. Ding! The draw was successful. You have obtained a System Mall Flash Sale Experience card, limited to 1 month. Flash Sale Experience card. You can buy 3 random items in the mall at the price of 1 spirit stone every week. When I saw this message, my eyes lit up. This ability is really what I want. What is most in short supply right now is cultivation resources, especially some high-quality resources. 3 items are refreshed every week, and about 15 treasures can be purchased in a month with only 5 spirit stones. If I could refresh some high-quality elixirs, I would make a killing. More importantly, this ability is not like the 100 times cultivation and comprehension acceleration card. Time is tight, and you must seize every minute and every second. The flash sale card allows me to not worry about wasting time at all, and I can even fulfill my promise to Xin Qingyan and go home. Without further hesitation, I immediately entered the system mall interface and silently said in my mind, "Refresh." 3 items quickly appeared in front of me. A bottle of blood recovery pills, a bottle of soul-tempering pills, and a spiritual root fruit. These 3 items made me overjoyed. The blood-restoring pill, as a second-grade elixir, is a commonly used magic medicine for restoring qi and blood. It has a starting value of 100 spirit stones and is extremely effective. The soul-tempering pill is an essential pill for warriors below the 2nd rank to improve their cultivation. It is very expensive, costing more than 500 spirit stones. What surprised me the most was the spiritual root fruit. Lingyuan root fruit, as a precious divine fruit that can stimulate the talent and potential of warriors, is extremely rare. Its effect varies from person to person. The earlier you take it, the better the effect. Even a waste with no talent can be awakened 100% after taking it. For people with good talent, the improvement after taking it is even more amazing. The auction price of Lingyuan root fruit is often as high as tens of thousands of lingshur, or even higher. There is almost no market for it, and only the descendants of the strongest people have the opportunity to own it. Unfortunately, it has limited effect on me at the age of 28. However, I don't plan to use it myself, but to leave it to my 9-year-old daughter. It can be regarded as a compensation for this trip home. Although the first week's refresh did not produce the most suitable items for my practice, I am not disappointed. Instead, I am looking forward to next week's refresh even more. After paying a spirit stone and getting 3 things, I went directly to the dean's office and asked for a month's leave, planning to return to the South China Sea base. Su Zhe, has your martial arts aura become stronger again? Su Xingyan looked at me and asked with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He seemed a little confused. Did Su Zhe awaken his talent? In just 1 month, why did it feel like Su Zhe was about to break through to the 4th level of martial arts? Well, maybe it's just my luck. I've had some insights recently, I said with a smile. Su Xingyan didn't delve into it further. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Although there are not many warriors like me who show amazing talents only after adulthood, there are precedents. Besides, the faster I progress, the more beneficial it will be to mankind. After all, we not only lack warriors, but also powerful warriors. Okay, I've approved your leave. You haven't been home for several years, so take this opportunity to reunite with your family. He smiled and handed me an exclusive pass. With this pass, I not only avoid the trouble of making appointments and waiting in line, but I can also take a special armed aircraft directly to the South China Sea base. You know, armed aircraft are usually used to transport emergency supplies and military support, which is the privilege of a 4th-grade warrior. Dean Su made a special exception for me. Thank you, Dean. I will strive to enjoy this privilege like you as soon as possible. I said goodbye with a smile. Haha, you are quite confident. Su Xingyan smiled and watched me leave. At Nanhai No. 3 Middle School, Xin Xingyan was in the office and saw the message I sent. I'm leaving for home today. When she saw this message, her heart beat faster involuntarily, and she whispered softly, "Finally coming back." Xingyan, what do you mean by finally back? Who is coming back? Sister Wang, who was sitting in the front row, turned her head and saw Xin Qingyan's shy look, her face full of confusion. Sister Wang rarely saw Xin Qingyan showing such an expression, and couldn't help but guess in her heart. This is a 3rd-grade warrior and a mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University. His background is even stronger than that of the principal of Nanhai No. 3 Middle School. Sister Wang naturally didn't want to miss out on the good relationship with Xin Qingyan, and even hoped to deepen it further. Oh, my husband is coming back. Xin Qingyan hesitated for a moment, and finally told the truth. Oh, Professor Su is going back to his hometown. That's great, Sister Wang said excitedly. Recently, she has been thinking about a question. Since Xin Qingyan's husband Su Zhe is a mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University, and he was also a student at Nanhai No. 3 Middle School, why not invite him back to his alma mater to personally guide special training for his younger classmates? Sister Wang and Xin Qingyan are partners. One is responsible for liberal arts, and the other is responsible for martial arts, and they are responsible for the graduating class of grade 10. As the martial arts exam approaches, The results are closely related to the future of each student and also directly affect the teacher's performance and bonus. The performance of Class 10 of Senior 3 is not ideal, and it is estimated that no student can be admitted to Budo University. In Nanhai No. 3 Middle School, including the top class, there are probably no more than 10 students who can be admitted to Budo University. Becoming a warrior has always been extremely difficult, and Sister Wang felt a little anxious and uneasy. After learning that I was a mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University, Sister Wang had this idea. Now that I am coming back, it is a rare opportunity. Qing Yin, can you ask your husband to come to our class for special training? Sister Wang plucked up the courage and finally made a request to Shin Qing Yin. After Shin Qing Yin heard this, she immediately understood what Sister Wang meant. She also hoped to use external forces to improve the students' grades. After all, these students were her responsibility. Good results in the martial arts exam would not only be good for the students, but also for her performance. However, Shin Qing Yin was a little embarrassed when she asked her husband, whom she hadn't seen for 3 years, for only a few days each time he came back. Moreover, even if Su Zhu agreed, how effective would such a short-term special training be? Sister Wang, let me think about it again. Shin Qing Yin did not refuse directly. Sister Wang didn't say anything more when she saw this, but just nodded slightly. She knew that it was good that Shin Qing Yin wanted to help the students in her class, and the rest could only be left to nature. With mixed feelings, Shin Qing Yin returned home early after finishing a day's work. In a warrior community in the South China Sea base, in a cozy home. As soon as Shin Qing Yin entered the door, she was greeted by a lively little figure rushing towards her. Mom! The youngest daughter Su Xiaojin greeted her warmly and carefully helped Shin Qing Yin hang up the bag. Her behavior was sensible and cute. Su Xiaojin has lived in a family of warriors since she was a child. Although I don't have much time to accompany my daughter due to my busy work, I have never slackened in her enlightenment and training in martial arts. In fact, Su Xiaojin's talent in martial arts exceeded her parents' expectations. At only 9 years old, Su Xiaojin's blood value is close to 100 calories, far exceeding my level when I was young. Xiaojin, Daddy is coming back. Shin Qing Yin was filled with joy and shared the good news with her daughter as soon as possible. Really? That's great. Su Xiaojin's eyes were full of excitement, and an unconcealable smile appeared on her face. Her longing for her father was no less than Shin Qing Yin's, and even deeper. Especially as she grew older, her understanding of warriors became deeper and deeper, and her father's identity as a third-grade warrior made her admire him immensely. What makes her even more proud is that her father is a mentor at the Martial Arts University, and his status is no less than any principal. Grandma, Dad is coming back. Su Xiaojin ran into the kitchen excitedly and shouted, "Oh, that boy is finally willing to go home?" Grandma complained with a smile, but her heart was full of joy. 20 years ago, after my father died in a foreign attack, I became her biggest concern. How could she not be excited about her son's return after not seeing him for 3 years? "Are you really coming back?" Grandma asked Shin Qing Yin with some uncertainty. "Well, he sent me a message this afternoon and told me that he should be back soon." Shin Qing Yin smiled and took out the bowls and chopsticks, preparing to eat. This scene seemed to be a common scene in every warrior family. Men were fighting outside, shedding blood and sacrificing their lives, while women and children were waiting silently in the base. Although life was hard, at least they lived in the warrior community and enjoyed a certain degree of security. In contrast, the security forces in ordinary communities are weaker, and attacks by mutant beasts often occur, and they are sometimes even threatened due to security loopholes. Although there are guards in the base, the huge scale still has the potential for loopholes, and the warrior community is always the top priority for protection. This ruthless and realistic situation is to ensure that those warriors fighting on the front line can have more peace of mind. They fight desperately on the battlefield, and what they hope most is that their families in the rear can be guaranteed safety. If a large-scale war really breaks out, even Shin Qing Yin, a first-grade warrior, may be called up to the battlefield. Although the battlefield of the 10,000 races in the South China Sea did not fall into an overly tragic situation due to the newly opened foreign channel, the cruelty of other battlefields was so severe that even underage warriors had to go to the front line. "Xiaojin, do you think Dad will bring you a gift when he comes back this time?" Grandma asked with a smile during dinner. "I don't want any gifts. I just hope my dad can stay a few more days." The little girl answered seriously. Shin Qing Yin smiled gently and shook her head. "Although I am no longer at home, Shin Qingyan and Xiao Jin still feel the love and responsibility I silently give them. Over the years, I have not only shouldered most of the family's financial burden, but have also been silently supporting Shin Qingyan and my daughter's practice. Last month, the news that I was promoted to a third-grade warrior spread throughout the community, and everyone was talking about how Shin Qingyan had married a good husband and that Shin Xiaojin had an amazing father. Yes, Shin Qingyan has always thought so. However, the long-term separation and the days of being together less often still make people feel lonely and miss each other. Ding dong. Just as Shin Qingyan was thinking about some trivial things in her mind, the doorbell suddenly rang. She thought it was just a neighbor who had something to do, so she stood up and walked towards the door. However, when the door opened, standing in front of her was a figure that was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar, smiling at her foolishly. "Wife, I'm back." Shin Qingyan's eyes widened instantly, and her eyes became moist unconsciously. "It's been 3 years. It's really been 3 years since we last saw each other. Hubby, why did you come back so soon?" She suppressed her excitement, with some confusion in her voice. "I came back in an armed plane," I explained with an easy smile. "Oh." Shin Qingyan was stunned for a moment. She originally thought that even if she booked a special train in advance and didn't have to queue, it would take at least a few days to arrive. But she didn't expect that I would stand in front of her sometime in the afternoon. Armed aircraft, this is not something that just anyone can ride. Shin Qingyan once again felt the difference brought about by her husband's change of identity. "Dad!" At this time, Su Xiaojin also saw me coming in. She dropped her chopsticks, ran over, and threw herself into my arms without any unfamiliarity. "Xiaojin." I hugged my daughter tightly. Suddenly, I found that she had grown a lot taller than when she was 5 years old and became healthier and more beautiful. "Xiaozha." At this time, Shin Qingyan's mother came over from the kitchen. "Mom." When the parents see their son return safely, no matter what happened, the peace of mind and joy in their hearts are the most genuine expression. Although I am an assistant teacher, I have a lot of experience in the battlefield. In the battle zone of Nanhai Martial Arts University, the lives of warriors may be threatened at any time. Today, seeing that my son is safe and sound and his strength has improved, the parents are naturally relieved. "Come, let's eat." This is the spiritual rice that Qingyan received last time. "You haven't finished last month's supply yet, so you can get it next month." Mother Su greeted with a smile. Shin Qingyan had already taken out the bowls and chopsticks and placed the food in front of me one by one. Now, our family can not only use lingmi as daily meals, but also have some leftovers to give back to Shin's parents. Shin Qingyan's father was also a first-class warrior, and the spiritual rice was very helpful to him. Otherwise, Shin Qingyan would not have given a part of it to the Shin family. Her brothers were not very promising, and Shin Qingyan was unwilling to waste such precious resources. Although spiritual rice cannot directly improve cultivation, it can strengthen the body. Ordinary people may not be able to eat it for a few meals a year. Not only is spiritual rice expensive, it is also strictly controlled. Only warrior families can receive some subsidies every month. Shin Qingyan left most of the spiritual rice to her daughter, Su Xiaojin. Her daughter was in a critical period of growth and was not suitable for relying too much on cultivation resources such as qi and blood pills, while spiritual rice was the most suitable resource for physical conditioning. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a little subtle. After all, Shin Qingyan and I hadn't seen each other for a long time, and our relationship in the past was not very close. In the brief silence, everyone felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing this, Mother Su was the first to break the silence. "Xiaozha, how long can you stay this time?" "I took a month's leave, so I can stay longer this time." I turned to look at my wife and daughter with a smile on my face. I haven't stayed at home for so long since I left home at the age of 18 to attend Nanhai Budo University. To be honest, I'm very happy. Hearing this, smiles appeared on the faces of the whole family, especially Shin Qingyan. As she felt a surge of joy in her heart, she couldn't help but think of Sister Wang's proposal today. I didn't agree before because I was worried that I didn't have enough time, but now it seems that I have time to arrange it. However, she did not bring it up immediately, but instead happily enjoyed this warm reunion dinner. After dinner, I couldn't wait to take out the gift from my bag and ask my daughter with a smile. "Xiaojin, guess what gift Daddy brought you?" "What gift?" Su Xiaojin's eyes lit up. Not only could her father stay longer, but he also brought a gift. This was a double surprise. I touched my daughter's hair lovingly, and without keeping her in suspense, I took out the most precious gift from the bag. the lingyuan root fruit. It was a small pea-like fruit with a hint of dark green on its light red skin. Unlike ordinary fruits, it was extremely rare and almost impossible to find. Su Xiaojin stared at it with a puzzled look on her face, her heart full of curiosity. Is this thing delicious? It's so small, not even enough for one bite. Mother Su was also puzzled and asked, "What kind of treasure is this?" Only Shen Qingyan looked at it carefully for a moment, and a flash of shock flashed in her eyes. Could this be the spiritual root fruit? As a warrior, although she had never seen this precious fruit in person, she could still recognize it. But she couldn't help but wonder, can my husband really get the lingyuan root fruit? I nodded and replied with a smile. Yes, it is the lingyuan root fruit, specially made for Xiao Jin to develop his potential as a warrior. After eating this lingyuan root fruit, my daughter can at least successfully become a warrior, and her chances of being admitted to a good martial arts university in the future will also be greatly increased. Shen Qingyan took a deep breath, picked up the lingyuan root fruit impatiently, and put it to Xiao Jin's mouth. Xiao Jin, eat it, you will become stronger. Really? I like it. Upon hearing that it could make him stronger, Xiao Jin swallowed the fruit without hesitation. In this world, fruits are rare and expensive. Even if the family is well off, it is extremely rare to find rare fruits like this. It is a rare opportunity for Xiao Jin to taste it once. It's so delicious. Does Dad have any more? Her face was full of satisfaction, but also a little regretful. Shen Qingyan hit her little head. This is it. You should be content. If I sell you, I won't be able to afford a second one. Jean immediately hid behind me and stuck out her tongue at Shen Qingyan. You like it, right? Daddy will find a way to make some for you later. I smiled dotingly to comfort her. The more you eat lingyuan root fruit, the better the effect will be. If you are lucky, you may be able to get another one when the system mall is refreshed. Shen Qingyan glared at me with a helpless smile on her face. It seemed that in her eyes, I was a good father, and she became the strict stepmother. She didn't say anything more, pulled me aside, and asked seriously, "Husband, how did you get this lingyuan root fruit?" I was lucky. I got it by chance on the battlefield. I made up an excuse, but I felt a little uneasy. The spiritual root fruit can only be found in the 10,000 races battlefield, and its growth environment is extremely elusive. Most people may not even encounter it in their lifetime. But for Shen Qingyan, this opportunity is definitely not as easy as I said. She knew that spiritual plants like these were often guarded by powerful beasts, and I must have paid a heavy price. I didn't say much, just sighed softly, wanting her not to worry. No matter what, safety is the most important thing. Shen Qingyan said with concern. Yeah, I know. I nodded in response. At this time, I smiled and took out the gift I had prepared. This is a gift for both of you. What I handed to my mother was a bottle of blood-nourishing pills, which are suitable for ordinary people to use to heal injuries or improve physical fitness. It is considered a high-end health product. And what was given to Shen Qingyan were, of course, cultivation resources tailored for her. The soul-tempering pills that the system produced were tailor-made for her. In addition, I also bought a few extra bottles at the internal price of Nanhai Martial Arts University. If she's lucky, these pills could even help Shen Qingyan advance to the second-rank warrior. Shen Qingyan has always wanted to become a warrior. Even after failing the martial arts exam, she did not get discouraged, but went to the martial arts school to study alone. After countless efforts, she finally became a warrior. However, her qualifications and talents are slightly inferior. In comparison, I was lucky back then. Although my martial arts exam results were not outstanding, I was lucky enough to enter Nanhai Martial Arts University in the end, which led to the gap we have today. Thank you, husband. Shen Qingyan took the gift, her eyes full of joy. She knew these things were very precious, but because I gave them to her, she didn't feel burdened. What's more, I am now a third-rank warrior, and my life is no longer the same as before. The family chatted for a long time, the topics were light and pleasant, and before they knew it, it was time to take a break. My daughter Su Xiaojin shared a room with her grandmother, while I returned to my own bedroom. In the familiar environment, our wedding photo is still placed on the bedside table. Looking at the photo, I can't help but feel warm and emotional. They have been married for 10 years, and although they don't spend much time together, every moment is precious. The two whispered about some private things, and a sense of intimacy emerged naturally. Suddenly, Shen Qingyan hugged me gently from behind and whispered in my ear with a tender voice, "Husband, what?" Without any hesitation, I responded quickly, with a mixture of warmth and enthusiasm. The next morning, although I was a little tired and my legs were weak, I still got up early, walked into the practice room, and started practicing with my legs crossed. This is a habit that has been formed over the years. Although I lack talent, I can only make up for it through continuous hard work. Shin Qingyan was still sleeping soundly. We were a little indulgent last night, and I couldn't bear to disturb her. However, if the situation continues, I will probably feel overwhelmed in a month. At present, my martial arts cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd level, and the feeling of breakthrough is already in place. The next step requires a little bit of accumulation. This time when I came back, I also borrowed some of Spirit Stones from the school and bought a lot of cultivation resources. As long as the system mall has not been refreshed, I can only practice step by step and wait patiently. Near noon, Shin Qingyan finally woke up. When she saw me, her cheeks turned red and she smiled shyly. I didn't expect her to be so crazy last night. On the one hand, it was because we met again after a long time. On the other hand, she wanted to appear more energetic in front of me because she had some small wishes in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't have class today. Otherwise, if Sister Wang asked her about it, she would probably be so embarrassed that she wouldn't know what to do. Are you up? Let's eat, I said gently. At this time, Mother Sue quietly brought a sumptuous lunch. She naturally hoped that we would have another grandchild. After all, having one more child would be rewarding, and she would be very happy. During lunch, Shin Qingyan finally mentioned Sister Wang's suggestion. Husband, can you spare some time to help the students in my class with special training? I thought about it and replied, we have to see their situation first. There is only 1 month left before the martial arts exam, and I have a general understanding of the situation of the students in Shin Qingyan's class. According to their current qi and blood levels, almost no one can pass the exam. The South China Sea base has a construction history of less than 100 years, and the spiritual energy is relatively thin, which leads to the generally low potential of the warriors in the base. Although the admission standards of Nanhai Martial Arts University are relatively low, the policy has been adjusted in recent years. Now, the superiors are more inclined to concentrate resources on training those more talented students. The role of a strong warrior is far more critical than that of 10 ordinary warriors, especially on the battlefield of all races. This is also a helpless move. After all, humans have no other choice. If it were the current education policy, even I would not be sure that I could be admitted to the Martial Arts University, and the students in Shin Qingyan's class would be no exception. As for the situation of the entire Nanhai No. 3 middle school, it is not optimistic. However, since it was my wife who asked for it, and it is my alma mater, if the special training can be effective and will not delay my practice, I will naturally be happy to do my best. Thank you, husband. Let's go and take a look after dinner? Shin Qingyan smiled and looked at me expectantly. Okay, I agreed. In the past 3 years, the South China Sea base has undergone a lot of changes. Not only have many new buildings been built along the way, but the defense measures have also become more stringent, and even some new weapons have been deployed on the main roads, which has enhanced a lot of security. Seeing all this, I couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if my alma mater, Nanhai No. 3 Middle School, has changed a lot. I sat in the passenger seat while Shin Qingyan drove and looked out the window. She and I were both old alumni of Nanhai No. 3 Middle School, and her father Shin Yonghui was once a martial arts teacher at the school. In fact, it was because Shin Yonghui was impressed by my steadiness and potential that he allowed the school beauty, Shin Qingyan, to marry me despite everyone's opposition. Back then, she was the absolute beauty in the school and had many suitors, but she had no interest in boys and even just smiled indifferently at me. She was devoted to martial arts at the time, and her father asked her to get married, so she did. 10 years later, we already had our own family. The school hasn't changed much. It's always been ordinary. Shin Qingyan said, with some emotion in her tone. The only change is that the martial arts exam scores have been declining year by year, and many good students have gone to better schools. The old principal retired last year, and the new principal retired from the South China Sea battlefield. Although he was injured, he was less than 50 years old and was full of enthusiasm for change, but the results were not significant. Soon, the car drove into the campus of Nanhai No. 3 Middle School. When Shin Qingyan and I got off the car, we attracted the attention of many classmates. 27-year-old Shin Qingyan is at the peak of her beauty. As a warrior, she is also a goddess in the eyes of many of her classmates. My appearance undoubtedly aroused more curiosity and discussion. He's pretty ordinary, not as handsome as me. Keep your voice down. I heard that Teacher Shin's husband is a third-rank warrior. He can crush you to death with just one finger. Wow, so handsome. Is this a third-rank warrior? So majestic. I wish I could marry a husband like this. Faced with the onlookers' gazes and discussions, I could only smile helplessly. Shin Qingyan, on the other hand, didn't care at all and even seemed a little proud. She raised her head and confidently led me to the office. This was the office of her father, Shin Yonghui. The familiar environment made me feel nostalgic. Shin Qingyan proudly introduced me to my colleagues. This is my husband, Suja. Her colleagues were naturally curious about me. After all, my identity as a third-rank warrior had long been known. Sister Wang, this is my husband, Suja, she introduced with a little pride. Sister Wang is Shin Qingyan's partner, a fellow teacher, and an important supporter of her in the school. When she shook hands with me, her face was full of respect, and her eyes were shining with surprise. The new principal is only a top-level warrior of the first rank, and I heard that her husband is only a middle-level warrior of the second rank. A third-rank warrior like Mr. Su has a very high status. I responded with a smile, politely and briefly. Next, I briefly learned about the situation of Class 10 of Senior 3, and then followed Shin Qingyan to the Wuka class. Shin Qingyan started the course according to her own teaching plan, and I sat aside and carefully observed the students' performance. Most of the students in the class have qi and blood levels between 420 and 480 calories. None are particularly outstanding, nor are they particularly bad. Overall, their performance is mediocre. According to Shin Qingyan, such students have almost no chance to enter better martial arts schools in other schools in the South China Sea base, and the minimum requirement is to have at least 500 calories of qi and blood. Even if it is to increase these 20 or 30 calories, it is extremely difficult in just 1 month. Based on my solid martial arts foundation and rich teaching experience, I soon began to take note of the characteristics of the students in my class, especially those with potential. After class, Shin Qingyan and Wang Qifeng came to the office eagerly, their eyes focused on me, waiting for my advice. Time is running out. Given the current situation, I'm afraid no student will be able to pass the exam. I gave my conclusion directly. As soon as these words came out, Shin Qingyan and Wang Qifeng lowered their heads, obviously having foreseen this result. They had held out a glimmer of hope, but what I said was tantamount to sentencing this class to its fate. However, the purpose of their inviting me here was precisely to break this situation. Hubby, you must have a way, right? Shin Qingyan suddenly looked at me with tender eyes and a bit of playfulness. This glance startled me, and the torture scene of last night emerged in my mind. What a headache! However, perhaps this is God's will. I just have a month's vacation, and I am not in a hurry to practice. Well, although there is no chance at all. I paused for a moment before continuing. Nanhai Martial Arts University is indeed a bit difficult, but a new foreign channel will be opened in the southern border this year. That is to say, a new martial arts university will be built. The preparatory work has already begun, and enrollment is already planned. The admission standards of this new university will definitely be lower. This happens to be a good opportunity. This information is difficult for ordinary people to know, but as a third-rank warrior and martial arts university instructor, I have a full grasp of these inside stories. The number of students admitted to the Shin Budo University in its first year will certainly be limited, and there will be many pilot programs. Many students may not know this, and even if they do know, they may not choose to apply. But I know that the future potential of this new university is definitely no less than that of Nankai Budo University. Really? Is this new university reliable? Shin Qingyan and Wang Qifeng asked anxiously with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Of course it's reliable. I nodded firmly and then added. However, although the standard will be lower, students with less than 500 calories of qi and blood will probably be difficult to admit. So, don't be lucky. To improve the students' qi and blood in a short period of time, it is not enough to rely on classes and training. The only way is to take them out of the base, face danger, and stimulate their potential through actual combat. The standard of the martial arts exam is not only about qi and blood, but also about practical experience. Although these students have a good foundation, their practical experience is almost zero. I know that fighting talent can be cultivated, but improving strength is inseparable from real fighting. The two complement each other. But having said that, I also understand that it is not easy to get students out of the base. If an accident happens, no one can bear the responsibility. Shin Qingyan and Wang Qifeng looked at each other, and the hope that had just been ignited suddenly became complicated. They both cared about their students, but they also didn't want to take the risk of getting themselves into trouble. We still need to discuss it with the principal. Xin Yin hesitated. Although I can't make the decision for them, I still gave them my advice. You guys should think about the school matters yourself. I personally think that the right to choose should be given to the students, and they should make their own decisions. If you are afraid of risks and lack the determination to face death, then don't force yourself. Just give up your dream of becoming a warrior and become an ordinary person. Everyone must be responsible for their own choices. Hearing these words, Xin Yin and Wang Qifeng showed enlightenment in their eyes. Yes, the martial arts exam can change a person's fate, but in the end, everyone's fate is in their own hands. They do not have to make decisions for all students, nor do they have to bear the responsibility of allowing students to go off base and face danger. Some students are not destined to become warriors. If you force them to go through training, even with good intentions, they may not be grateful. Moreover, there are always risks in going out for experience, and even an experienced hunting team cannot guarantee 100% safety. The only thing they can trust is that if Suja, a third-grade warrior, leads the team, the risk will be relatively small. For some students, this may really be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for the right to choose, it ultimately depends on them. Okay, thank you, husband. 07. Extreme training. You're the best. After Xin Yin and Wang Qifeng discussed for a while, they went to talk to the student alone. They certainly hope that students will not miss this opportunity, but the reality is not always as expected. Among the more than 60 students in the class, only 9 expressed their willingness to participate in the special training. More than half refused on the spot, and the rest said they would go back and discuss with their families before making a decision. Few high school students have the courage to go outside the base and threaten the monsters. It's human nature. In fact, the fewer people there are, the better. Too many people will be difficult to control. Suja gave a different opinion on this expected result. He was only at the peak of the 3rd level of martial arts, so he couldn't be absolutely safe in the wild. If there are more than 10 students, the number of people to take care of will double. Moreover, special training is different from rushing to study. He must also provide corresponding teaching based on the characteristics of each student. If it weren't for his wife's earnest request, he wouldn't want to do such a difficult task. At Nanhai Martial Arts University, Suja often took students to the wild for training. But those are all college students, and the vast majority of them are first-grade warriors, and they have the ability to protect themselves. The next day, Suja and Xin Yin came to Nanhai No. 3 Middle School again. Xin Yin decided not to report the matter to the school. If anything went wrong, she would take responsibility herself to avoid implicating the school. Suja didn't say anything either. In his view, nothing is a big deal unless it involves war. In the end, only 10 students were willing to come for the special training. After Xin Yin confirmed it, she said to Suja somewhat helplessly. To be honest, she was a little dissatisfied. These students are just like greenhouse flowers. They want to be warriors, but are unwilling to fight. How can such a good thing happen? Okay, it's all my choice, that's all. All I can do is try my best to help these 10 students. Suja comforted Xin Yin. Afterwards, he went to the practice room to meet the 10 students. Hello everyone, before the next martial arts exam, I will be your special training teacher. Suja went straight to the point and mobilized the blood and energy in his body to release a powerful aura that enveloped the students. There is no need to say too much nonsense. Strength is the most convincing. So strong. Is this the aura of a third-rank warrior? So terrifying. As expected of you, he is the instructor of the Martial Arts University and also worthy of being Mr. Shun's husband. The students were instantly shocked by this move. In this world, the strong are respected. They usually don't have the chance to come into contact with a third-grade warrior, and everyone had an expression of admiration on their faces. The reason why some people were willing to participate in the special training was actually because they had heard of Suja's name. At this moment, it seems that he is really as strong as his reputation says. Immediately, an inexplicable expectation arose in my heart. With the special training from this powerful being, maybe I can even get into the Martial Arts University. I made the right choice this time. Seeing this, Xin Yin next to him smiled, but said nothing. But there was a hint of pride on her face. My husband is very awesome. Suja glanced at the 10 students. I have to say, some things are destined. Yesterday, he observed that there were a dozen students with good potential, and most of them were here. Okay, do whatever I tell you to do, and if you can't do it, get out of here. Suja took out his usual strict manner and started the first special training. Extreme physical training. At first, the students thought it was easy, just physical training, and they did it every day. Who would have thought that Suja increased their original difficulty and training volume tenfold. The main point is that as long as you are not exhausted to death, you will train yourself to death. 3 hours later, no one can stand normally. Stand up and start fighting 2 by 2. Suja was not at all soft-hearted and immediately issued a devilish order. The students wailed loudly, but when they saw Suja's terrifying aura, they became cowardly again. Gritting his teeth and pushing himself to the edge, he began his combat training. At this time, a middle-aged man walked into the practice room and then walked to the next practice room. With a puzzled look on his face, he asked, "Teacher Shin, what are you doing next door?" "Headmaster." Shin Qingyan expected the principal to know about the remaining students in her normal teaching class. So he explained everything. "Principal, those 10 students participated voluntarily. If anything goes wrong, I will be responsible and will not bring trouble to the school." Shin Qingyan emphasized this point. Principal Fang Daxiong frowned. He understood that Shin Qingyan's actions were for the students. He also hoped that more students from the school could be admitted to the Martial Arts University. But, is it useful? "Teacher Shin, who is the instructor we invited?" Fang Daxiong asked bluntly. Shin Qingyan made the decision without his consent, which did make Fang Daxiong feel uncomfortable. Although the two have different positions, they are both first-rank warriors and there is no difference in their social status. Fang Daxiong is at the peak of the first rank, but he is injured. Shin Qingyan is in the middle stage of the first rank, younger than him. Moreover, the person who could be invited by Shin Qingyan to be a special training teacher must not be simple. He didn't want to offend anyone for no reason without clarifying the situation. "It's my husband Suja," Shin Qingyan replied in a resounding voice. "Oh, it's Teacher Su," Fang Daxiong said in surprise. He also heard about Shin Qingyan's husband coming to school yesterday. But how could he have imagined that he was a third-rank warrior and a mentor at the Nanhai Martial Arts University? He actually came to be a special training teacher for high school students? Even if all the school leaders of number 1 middle school, the best in the entire South China Sea base, came forward, they could not invite such a big Buddha. Besides, which third-grade warrior would be so idle? "Teacher Shin, you have worked so hard. It's amazing that you have thought so much about the school," Fang Daxiong said with a smile, his tone more gentle and respectful. "Then I took the initiative to go and observe and learn." Shin Qingyan didn't know how to stop him, so she followed him to the training room next door. When Suja saw Shin Qingyan and a middle-aged man walk in, he guessed something and walked over. "Teacher Su, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your support to our school." When Fang Daxiong saw Suja coming over, he took the initiative to greet him and express his attitude. "Honey, this is our principal Fang," Shin Qingyan introduced. Suja said politely, "Hello, Principal Fang." He could see Fang Daxiong's martial arts skills and his injuries at a glance. Warriors who can go to the battlefield are not cowards. Although Fang Daxiong's injuries are not serious, he chose to retire at this age. He is indeed a little afraid of fighting in the battlefield, but Suja will not have any prejudice against it. "I heard that Mr. Su is also an outstanding talent who graduated from our number 3 middle school?" Fang Daxiong asked enthusiastically and familiarly. "That's right, Qingyan and I are in the same class, and the martial arts teacher is my retired father-in-law," Suja said calmly. Before he knew it, he had become a top figure in the South China Sea base. Although he felt that his martial arts journey had just begun because of the awakening of the system. What we can do for the South China Sea base at present is very limited. Fang Daxiong wanted to make friends, but Suja was unable to help. So after a few words of conversation, he made it clear to Fang Daxiong that this special training was entirely for the sake of his wife, and he just happened to have the time. Fang Daxiong was also very tactful and did not push his luck or make any excessive demands. At the same time, Fang Daxiong couldn't help but glance at the 10 students who were struggling to fight. "You are so lucky. You are a third-rank warrior and have been specially trained by a martial arts university instructor. This is not a treatment that ordinary students can enjoy. You have to do your best to make me proud. If more people pass the exam, I can also benefit from it. The rest of the students in Class 10 have been kicked in the head by donkeys, right? They actually rejected such a good opportunity. You deserve to never be a warrior in your life." 08. System Refresh. Fight in the Wild. After a day of extreme training. The next day, Shin Qingyan received bad news. 3 students couldn't bear it and dropped out. It's only the first day. Anything that you can't hold on to is the best choice, Suja said nonchalantly. "With 3 fewer people, it will be easier when we go out into the wild." Those three idiots don't know what they've missed. When Principal Fong learned about this, he was so heartbroken that he almost cursed. After the first day of extreme physical training, Suja roughly knew the current limits of these 7 students. 500 calories of qi and blood. There is still hope. So on the second day of special training, Suja focused on understanding their combat skill level. Fortunately, there were not many students, so Suja let them fight against him one by one. You make too many unnecessary movements, and you're so fancy. You are so timid. If you strike, you must hit the enemy's vital points. Don't rely on luck. You only know how to attack and don't pay any attention to defense. People like you will die the fastest. You guys are in this state, and you still want to get into a martial arts university? You're far from it. Suja points out the shortcomings of each student in the most cruel way, according to their characteristics. Then correct them. In the training room next door, Xin Yin would come to take a look whenever she had time, or to learn from the masters. I have to say, my husband is worthy of being a mentor at Budo University. The understanding, mastery, training methods, and results of students are immediate. This is her own student. Suja has only been with him for 2 days, but he seems to know him better than Xin Yin. In particular, Suja can discover the hidden potential and shortcomings of each student. This is something Xin Yin is totally unable to do. In the next few days, Suja's training continued to escalate. The intensity of the confrontation continued to rise, and there was no mercy at all. The students felt like they were about to break apart. It was an inhuman torture. Suja originally thought that among the 7 students, at least 1 or 2 would not be able to hold on and would choose to drop out. Surprisingly, however, they all persevered. 5 boys and 2 girls. None of them quit, especially one of the girls named Song Qing. She has the weakest blood and the thinnest body among the 7. The high-intensity training was the most difficult for her, but she still persisted. However, Xin Yin knew where Song Qing's motivation came from. Song Qing's parents both died in the battlefield of all races, and he has been dependent on his elderly grandfather since childhood. Since neither of his parents were warriors, the pension was not particularly large. She was determined to become a warrior, so that even if she died in battle in the future, the warrior pension would be enough for her grandfather to live on. Although his qi and blood conditions were the worst, Suja said that Song Qing was the most talented among the 7 students. If you can survive the special training, there is a high probability that you will be admitted to the martial arts university. 6 days passed like this. The 7 students survived the hellish special training and seem to have been reborn. Maybe there is no obvious improvement in qi and blood, but it gives people the feeling of being a lot stronger. This is the effect Suja wants to achieve. The most important thing for a warrior is never the amount of qi and blood, but the spirit. The next step is to walk out of the base and face the threat of death. Quickly improve qi and blood through external stimulation. Everyone go back early today and prepare. We will leave the base tomorrow. On the last day of special training, Suja had his final showdown with his students. There was fear of the unknown in the students' eyes, but also a hint of expectation, because the effect of the special training was really good. They have begun to trust Suja unconditionally. Suja naturally has the ability to protect the safety of these 7 students, but he just won't say it. He wants every student to remain vigilant enough, because only when life is threatened can human beings unleash their unlimited potential. Ding! The system mall has been refreshed this week. Do you want to check it out? At this moment, the system prompt sound came to my mind. A week has passed, and you can once again buy system products at the super low price of 1 spirit stone. Check! Suja checked the information of the 3 items with great anticipation. 1 bottle of spiritual essence pill, 1 bottle of blood recovery pill, and 1 plant of 100-year-old royal silvergrass. Suja's eyes lit up and he was very satisfied. Ling Yuan pill is a special pill used for cultivation by warriors of rank 3 and above. Its effect is many times better than Qi Xue pill. It is exactly the essential thing for his cultivation that he needs most right now. Naturally, the more blood-restoring pills you have, the better. This thing is standard equipment for every warrior and is always in short supply on the battlefield. The 100-year-old yellow emperor silvergrass is relatively rare and can increase the probability of being promoted to a 4th-grade warrior by at least 10%. If it were put up for auction, there would be people scrambling to buy it even for tens of thousands of spirit stones. After all, those 3rd-grade warriors who are waiting to break through are all elites and have no shortage of money. With the spiritual essence pill and the yellow silvergrass, my chances of breaking through to the 4th rank will be even better this time. However, Suja was not in a hurry and planned to wait until he brought the students back from the wild. The next day, Suja left the South China Sea base alone with 7 students. When leaving the city gate, the base's guards repeatedly checked Suja's identity with doubts. Because the 7 students don't look like they are part of a hunting team, and the leader is just a young man. Isn't he afraid of death? But after confirming that Suja was a 3rd-grade warrior, they were shocked and let him go. After leaving the base, Suja went directly to an area of the wilderness that was most suitable for students to train. Suja naturally knew the distribution of strange beasts near the South China Sea base. After so many years of natural reproduction, exotic animals in the wild usually do not migrate easily. Soon, Suja discovered a group of mutated 4-eared hamsters. These 4-eared hamsters are not big, but they are extremely fast. Their blood and energy are about 400 to 500 calories, so they are more suitable for you to be your opponents. Also, although the 4-eared hamsters' attacks are average, they are good at group attacks, so you'd better be careful. After saying that, Suja jumped onto a huge pine tree and left everything behind. The 7 students were slightly panicked at first, but soon showed determined fighting expressions. They quickly formed a formation and pounced on the group of 4-eared hamsters with an offensive and defensive posture. In response, Suja also showed a gratified smile. The psychological quality of these 7 students has now greatly improved, and their reaction ability is also very good. In addition to the effect of special training, they themselves also have a strong desire to become warriors. The other 6 students were similar to Songqing and came from low-income families. The military examination is their biggest chance to change their destiny. Looking at them, Suja seemed to see his former self. Among them was a boy named Huang Zheng, who worked just as hard as I did back then. Huang Zheng had the highest energy and the strongest strength, so he automatically became the captain of the 7-man team. After a tense moment, he took the lead and killed a 4-eared hamster. Next, facing the crazy counterattack of the 4-eared hamster, every student was bloodthirsty and rushed out. In the end, even though 3 people were injured, they managed to solve the problem of this group of 4-eared hamsters. Fortunately, none of the injuries were serious, and Suja paid for their healing pills out of his own pocket. Seeing how brutal this group of humans were, the other 4-eared hamsters all fled. We won, we won! Huang Zheng, Songqing, and the other 7 people showed unprecedented excitement on their embarrassed faces. But Suja didn't give them any time to rest and simply summarized his combat experience. The intensity started to increase soon. They were brought to a group of more powerful exotic beasts. 09, pseudo 4th grade, martial arts proficiency 100 times experience card. Suja and 7 students stayed in the wild for 7 days. The monsters you fight against not only become increasingly powerful, but also have different characteristics. Some are fierce in attack, some are good at defense, some use poison, some are cunning, and some even use mental attacks. Not only that, Suja also divided them into groups to compete, one-on-one against the strange beast. In short, they experienced all kinds of combat experiences and all kinds of combat methods. After each battle, Suja would give precise summaries and guidance. The students have been walking on thin ice every day for the past 7 days. It is horrible to watch. But in fact, Suja would always clear the major safety hazards in the area in advance. Some strange beasts that posed a threat to the students were either killed or driven away by Suja. If one of them unfortunately encounters an accident, it can only be said that it is fate. Luck is also part of a warrior's strength. Over the past 7 days, the students have had an exciting yet fulfilling time and gained a lot. Not to mention the obvious improvement in chi and blood, the gains from hunting exotic beasts alone are considerable. Although they are all low-level exotic beasts, they are still worth some money. What they earn in 7 days is enough to cover their expenses for most of half a year. At sunset, Suja and 7 students dragged their tired bodies back to the South China Sea base safely. Shen Qingyan and Wang Qifeng were also waiting at the city gate in advance. Finally, we are all back safely. After seeing Suja and his group, teacher Shen Qingyan and Wang Qifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. If a student died, they would be in a lot of trouble. Although the students were all volunteers and their families were aware of the situation, it was inevitable that they would be criticized, and it would be a huge blow to their reputation. While feeling relieved, Shen Qingyan and the others also noticed the changes in the students at the first moment. It was really miserable. His body was covered with scars, and he looked like he was half dead. But it gives people a feeling of danger and brutality. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a complete transformation. As expected, they have become stronger and more mature. Shin Xingyan sighed sincerely in her heart and looked at Suja with gratitude. Suja smiled and said to the students, "Okay, the special training has come to an end for now. You just need to keep practicing as usual before the martial arts exam. Don't let your guard down until the last minute. Is that clear?" "Understood," the students responded in unison. After these 7 days of life and death training, the students' energy and blood will steadily improve. Basically, these 7 students can meet the standard of 500 calories of qi and blood before the martial arts exam. It's up to them now. A week has passed, and the system mall has been refreshed again. But he was not so lucky this time. The 3 items were all very common elixirs, and their total value did not exceed 200 spirit stones. Suja had nothing to complain about this. The first 2 times, good things came out which would take an ordinary person several lifetimes to spend. Suja did not delay this time and directly used up the Lingyuan pill and the 100-year-old imperial silvergrass. Finally, after a week, he successfully broke through to the 4th level of martial arts. It has been less than 2 months since the system awakened, and I have already broken through from the peak of the 2nd level to the 4th level. At this speed, even the geniuses from the Martial Arts University would be shocked. I can't even believe it. Suja smiled and felt the changes in his body. Although his qi and blood volume has reached the 4th level, his strength has not yet reached that level. Because the 4th level of martial arts is a great realm, it requires the condensation of the great trend of martial arts. However, to condense the great trend of martial arts, a certain amount of mental strength is required. Suja's physical strength and blood have only reached the standard now, and he can only be considered a pseudo-4th grade at best. But as long as you spend more time on it, you will be able to condense the great trend of martial arts sooner or later. Next, Suja also received the last system product. This time my luck was pretty good, and I got a bottle of Lingyuan pill and 2 bottles of Tsugu pill, which at least I can use for my own practice. Before I knew it, the 1-month vacation was coming to an end. Because the martial arts exam is approaching, Shin Xingyan has been very busy since she came back from the field. But no matter how busy she is, her enthusiasm is still high at night, and she is filled with happiness. Before leaving, Suja went to Nanhai No. 3 Middle School. In addition to cheering up the 7 students including Huang Zheng, he also gave each of them a bottle of blood-replenishing pill. I wish them good luck in getting into Budo University. The good news is that the students' blood and qi are basically reaching 500 calories. Even Song Qing, who had the lowest qi and blood, did not fall behind. Shin Xingyan was full of gratitude towards her husband, and Wang Qifang even regarded Suja as an idol and personally sent Suja out of the school gate. After saying a brief goodbye to his family, Suja set out on his journey back to Nanhai Martial Arts University. Nanhai Martial Arts University, Office of the Dean of the School of Alchemy. "Xiao Su, your qi and blood has reached the 4th level?" Su Xingyan looked at Suja, who had returned exhausted, with a look of astonishment on his face. "After taking a month's leave to go home, I was promoted from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank. When did it become so easy to improve martial arts?" "Dean, I was also lucky. I accidentally found a 100-year-old royal silver grass in the wild of the base. Also, I was lucky enough to gain a martial arts enlightenment." Suja replied with a smile. The royal silver grass is real, but the sudden enlightenment is pure nonsense. But the concept of sudden enlightenment in martial arts is a bit metaphysical. Anyone can enter a state of sudden enlightenment and make rapid progress in their cultivation. I really can't find any fault with it. "I see." Su Xingyan's eyelids twitched, and he was speechless. The royal silver grass is effective, and he has tried enlightenment before, but he couldn't achieve such a speed of improvement. I can only say that Suja is really a genius after birth. Give him some time, maybe he will grow into a strong man in the future. "Dean, this is the pass. I also want to borrow some money from the academy to buy some things to improve my spiritual power and solidify my 4th grade cultivation." Suja stated his main purpose. Without even thinking twice, Su Xingyan approved a loan of 100,000 spirit stones to Suja. For a late-rising genius who has reached the 4th level so quickly, 100,000 spirit stones are nothing. As long as Suja can maintain this incredible growth, Nanhai Martial Arts University might be able to stabilize in the future. Suja saw this clearly and asked to borrow money. As long as you consolidate your 4th grade strength, paying back the 100,000 spirit stones won't be a problem at all. The gains from a trip to the battlefield of all races might be more than enough. However, before that, it's time to draw abilities every month. After returning to his new apartment, Suja silently said to the system expectantly, "Extract." Ding! Extraction successful. Obtain a 100x martial arts proficiency speed-up experience card. 1 month limited trial. Would you like to use it? Suja's eyes immediately lit up, and he was extremely happy. He was planning to choose a more advanced martial art and practice it well after returning. In addition to improving combat power, practicing martial arts is also one of the most effective ways to improve mental strength. It's better than taking pills to increase mental strength. System, you understand me. Suja went out to the library without saying a word. He must seize the time to improve his martial arts and mental strength. Make sure that within 1 month of experience, you can successfully become a true warrior with 4th grade combat power. 10. Mad God Sword Technique. Enter the battlefield. In fact, once you become a 3rd grade warrior, you can choose a good martial art. Now that his chi and blood have reached the 4th grade standard, Suja has more choices. Before, because I was not strong enough and had to survive in the wild, I mostly practiced martial arts that focused on survival, such as defense, body movements, escape, etc. My biggest weakness has always been offensive martial arts. With this idea in mind, Suja finally set his sights on a sword-fighting martial art. Mad God Sword Technique, a slash like a whirlwind, a sword of God. This is a very domineering sword technique. The threshold for practicing is not high, but its power cannot be underestimated. There are 4 levels of martial arts proficiency: entry level, skilled, mastery, and subtlety. Suja had already mastered a skilled sword technique before. Based on this, the Mad God Sword Technique was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Combined with his body movements and defensive martial arts that he had already mastered, his overall combat power was already very balanced. After coming out of the library, Suja started practicing without stopping. With the martial arts proficiency 100 times accelerated experience card, in less than 3 days, Suja had cultivated the Mad God Sword Technique, which only had 5 moves to the entry level. Normally, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to master the Mad God Sword art at that level. The system is really effective. At the same time, Suja's mental strength also underwent significant changes as his martial arts skills improved. For the next half month, apart from teaching, Suja divided all his time into several parts. Improve your cultivation, practice swordsmanship, study the martial arts experience of predecessors, and try to condense your own martial arts trend. This repetition is boring, but fulfilling. When the Mad God Sword art is practiced to a proficient level, the mental strength is doubled, the chi and blood enter the early stable stage of the 4th level, and the shadow of the general trend of martial arts is also vaguely felt. Suja made a bold decision. Go to the battlefield of all races in the South China Sea to hone your skills and make breakthroughs. To gather the momentum of martial arts, the best training environment is actual combat. A knife is a killing weapon. Martial arts is the way of killing. Suja knew that he lacked qualifications and talents, and only killing could make up for it. And killing may be the most suitable martial arts path for me. After making up my mind, Suja first went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and spent a huge amount of money to buy a long sword worth 20,000 spirit stones. He also bought a set of armor with stronger defense, worth 30,000 spirit stones. In addition, the corresponding elixirs and supplies are also prepared. After taking into account the internal discount price, the total cost was nearly 70,000 spirit stones. Fortunately, after being promoted to the 4th rank, there is another subsidy to receive. Otherwise, no matter how much money I have, it will not be enough to build it. Suja smiled bitterly and left the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In fact, only Suja is used to hiding. Others would not be so well prepared when going to the battlefield. I hope this breakthrough will be successful, and I can make some money back by the way. Suja took all his equipment and stepped into the South China Sea battlefield. The passage to the Nanhai 10,000 Races battlefield is less than 5 kilometers away from the Nanhai Martial Arts University. This place was built into a large military base and is also the last line of defense in the battlefield of all races in the South China Sea. Not only is it heavily guarded, but there are also many large human weapons. In addition, a powerful formation was applied to the entire entrance of the passage. The gate of the passage is made of materials of grade 9 or above, and its hardness is beyond imagination. Humanity can never overarm every channel, because once the 10,000 races break through, it will bring a catastrophic disaster to every base. Of course, human warriors are not vegetarians either. 500 years of resistance history have given humanity sufficient combat power. No ethnic group can defeat the human race alone. Su Zhe, instructor at Nanhai Martial Arts University, registered third-rank warrior. Authentication passed. Su Zhe successfully passed the identity check and entered the passage. This was not his first time coming to the battlefield of all races, so he was very clear about some procedures and things that needed attention. After passing through a heavily guarded main road, Su Zhe arrived at the outpost of the battlefield. South China Sea Stronghold. It is called a stronghold, but in fact it is more like a defensive city on the battlefield. The main enemy faced by the South China Sea Stronghold is a race called the Wasteland Tribe, among the myriad races. This race looks very similar to humans, except that they are taller and more powerful, and extremely ferocious and brutal. 30 years ago, an alien space descended into this world, forming this alien passage in the southern border, which evolved into the battlefield of all races today. Today, the battlefield of all races in the South China Sea has become an independent and complete integrated world. There are mountains, rivers, and all kinds of landforms. There are mainly two camps, the Wasteland Tribe and the human race. Of course, there are also some other races active in the no man's land. The Wasteland Tribe and the human tribe have been fighting on the battlefield in the South China Sea for years, in addition to preventing themselves from being destroyed by the other side. They are also mainly competing for precious resources on the battlefield. The Wasteland Tribe are warlike by nature. They are never satisfied with occupying more resources, but instead want to monopolize the entire space. Even break through the channel and enter the human base, Blue Star. Over the past 30 years, the Wasteland Tribe has launched countless attacks. The most serious incident destroyed the South China Sea Stronghold and almost broke through the passage gate and rushed into the southern border of the Great Xia Kingdom. Since that incident, the defense of the South China Sea Stronghold has been strengthened. It is said that a strong man above the 9th rank was sent to guard the South China Sea Stronghold. Su Zhe has never seen it before. Even if he had met him in person, Su Zhe probably wouldn't have recognized him. If such a being wanted to hide its aura, how could Su Zhe identify it? Soon, Su Zhe left the stronghold. I came to a wild mountain range alone called Yui Gui Chao. Su Zhe chose this place for training on purpose. In addition to the complex and mysterious terrain, it is also filled with various poisonous miasma. It also produces a kind of fruit called condensation fruit, which is helpful in improving mental strength. Many third-grade warriors who want to be promoted to 4th grade will come here to gain rewards. This also resulted in the majority of warriors appearing here being third-rank warriors, both from the human and wasteland races. Those who are too weak dare not come, and those who are too strong have no need to come. Su Zhe came here once when he was at the peak of his 2nd level, but he didn't gain much benefit and was almost invaded by poisonous gas. At that time, we mainly ambushed on the periphery, picked up loopholes, and killed enemies as we went. But this time, he chose to barge in with a swagger. The purpose is to attract the Wasteland Tribe, to encircle and suppress themselves, and to consolidate the martial arts trend through killing. A third-rank human? And alone. Not long after he went deep into the mysterious nest in the wild, a team of Wasteland Tribe discovered Su Zhe. There are 6 people in total, 3 at the 3rd rank and 3 at the peak of the 2nd rank. Su Zhe's eyes lit up, and without waiting for the other party to surround him, he accelerated and rushed forward. Dot! Su Zhe instantly burst out with 4th grade chi and blood, and instantly came to the middle of the 6 people. With just one strike, he killed 3 peak-level 2nd grade warriors. Not only did Su Zhe have a crushing cultivation level, he also had a clear advantage in weapons and martial arts. Killing a 2nd grade monster was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The remaining 3 third ranks panicked instantly. The damn human race, they actually have 4th grade chi and blood. This is too much. The leader, a 3rd rank Wasteland clan member, rushed forward in rage, wanting to rely on his powerful body to suppress Su Zhe first, and then fight 3 against 1 to drag the enemy to death. Unfortunately, this wishful thinking has gone too far. Su Zhe didn't dodge at all, but confronted the opponent directly. With a lightning-fast knife, he deflected the opponent's attack, followed by another counterattack. Snap! The leader, a 3rd rank official, had his head dropped to the ground dead. 11. The trend of martial arts has been established. Register as a 4th grade warrior. Su Zhe's chi and blood have now reached the standard 4th level, and his martial arts and combat experience are far ahead. It is not difficult to kill these wilderness tribe of about the 3rd level in the Yui Weird Nest. If he encounters some 4th-grade beings with strong aura, he will not take the risk of forcing them. After all, his purpose of coming out alone this time was not to kill the enemy, but to practice. With the continuous killing, his martial arts power was condensed step by step. At the same time, the material harvest is also considerable. Unfortunately, he didn't have any space-related treasures, so he only took the relatively valuable parts. This went on for nearly 7 days, and the murderous aura emanating from Suge became increasingly stronger. With the martial arts proficiency 100 times speed-up experience card, he can condense a little mental power every time he uses swordsmanship. The speed was incredibly fast, and he felt that success was not far away. We have to speed up. Suge's eyes were firm. He had to become a true 4th-grade master before the experience card expired. Kill! Suge swung his long sword with all his might, speeding up the pace of harvesting the Wasteland tribe. 2 days later, he vaguely felt that his murderous intent had reached its peak. Buzz! The next moment, Suge's aura began to surge. Immediately afterwards, as expected, a mysterious power emerged within the sea of consciousness. The tremendous power of spirit. The martial arts momentum formed by this pure spiritual power is the true symbol of a 4th-grade warrior. It is also the watershed between middle-grade warriors and low-grade warriors. The martial arts trend has been accomplished. Su Zhixing felt the changes in himself, and an excited smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he officially entered the ranks of Masters of Intermediate Warriors. However, Suja did not get carried away by this, but quickly moved away from the range of the Yui Weird Nest. Gathering the power of martial arts on the battlefield is likely to bring unknown risks because it cannot be controlled. Besides, his goal has been achieved, so there is no need for him to stay here any longer. Shortly after Suge's figure disappeared from the spot, a group of Wasteland tribe people rushed over. The man is gone. It is indeed the aura of the human race gathering the power of martial arts. What a pity. The leader of the Wasteland tribe shook his head regretfully. When one first practices martial arts, one will suffer from the defect of unstable mental strength. With the strength of their team, there is every chance that a 4th-rank human warrior will die here. Even if you can't kill him, you may be able to make the other person fall in realm, thus cutting off his path to improvement. You run really fast. This wilderness tribe searched around for a while and retreated after finding nothing. At this time, Suja had successfully returned to the South China Sea stronghold. He directly exchanged all his gains from the past 10 days for contribution points at the stronghold. Then he returned to school and went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to exchange some training resources. After seeing the storage ring, Suja gritted his teeth and exchanged for one. Although it only takes up less than 5 cubic meters of space, it is ridiculously expensive. If you buy it with spirit stones, the school's internal discount price is as high as 100,000 spirit stones, which is 1 billion daxia coins. If there hadn't been enough Wasteland tribe killed this time, Suja would never have been able to afford it. However, if you have a treasure like a storage ring, it will be a waste of resources when you go to the battlefield in the future. The moment he got the storage ring, Suja smiled with satisfaction. But he was poor again. Not only did he not pay off his school loan, but he also spent all his recent earnings. Warriors are really expensive. It's okay. I'm a 4th-rank warrior now, so I can borrow more. Thinking of this, Suja returned to his residence. He planned to familiarize himself with and consolidate the general trend of martial arts first. Release your mental power. Suja experienced the ability of a true 4th-grade power and was very satisfied with the results. Not only can it suppress the mind, but strength and speed have also been greatly improved. Especially when performing martial arts, with the bonus of martial arts momentum, the power and accuracy are incomparable. It is said that a high-level warrior can make a low-level warrior unable to raise his head just by suppressing his mind. Even more horrifying, it can even cause low-level warriors to suffer a mental breakdown, commit suicide, or die by self-explosion. A high-level warrior? With the system, I may be able to reach him. A confident look shone on Suja's face. In less than 3 months, he broke through the 3rd and 4th levels successively. Nothing is impossible. 3 days later, Suja's martial arts aura was stable, and he finally came out of seclusion. I took out my phone and checked it, and there was nothing urgent. It was just a small thing that made Suja feel a little surprised. That was sent by Shen Qingyan. The martial arts exam has ended. Among the 7 students who received special training from Suja, 6 have reached the admission standard for the Martial Arts University. If I follow Suja's suggestion and apply to the newly established Martial Arts University, there won't be any problem. But one student failed the exam. Shen Xingyan didn't say which student it was. Suja thought about it and decided to send a message to ask. He felt quite surprised that the 7 students behind him did not slack off in their training. And he had elixirs funded by himself, so there was no reason why he couldn't even meet the admission standards. Shen Xingyan did not reply to the message immediately, and Suja did not urge her. Instead, he planned to register his identity as a 4th-rank warrior first. Breaking through to the 4th level will bring a generous reward, and your daily treatment will also be greatly improved. When I arrived at the dean's office, I was surprised to see Su Xingyan there. This made Suja feel a little strange. Every time he visited Dean Su in the past few months, he was in the office. I guess he has been staying in school all this time and hasn't gone out. In the past, we only saw each other a few times a year. Xiao Su is here. What's with that expression on your face? Are you surprised to see me idle in the office? Su Xingyan said with a strange smile. It's indeed strange. Soutenant d'inadmission. Su Xingyan did not hide it, but said thoughtfully. Xiao Su, you are now also a tutor in the school. Maybe you can become a mainstay among the tutors in the future. I'll tell you the truth. The higher-ups are planning to overhaul the Martial Arts University system. Our school will also follow suit. To put it simply, we will add a more brutal elimination mechanism to the school, concentrate existing resources on top students, and cultivate future strong students. This reform was almost an irreversible trend. The new class of students will soon enter school, and the reforms will be implemented immediately. There is no such thing as winter and summer vacations in the Martial Arts University in this world. Students will be admitted immediately after the martial arts exam. The battlefield of all races always needs fresh blood. Oh, by the way, is there something you want to talk to me about? Su Xingyan asked with emotion. I'm not here to see you, Dean. I just want to come to your office to register my 4th grade cultivation. Suja stated his purpose. What? You are a 4th grade official. Su Xingyan was stunned. After condensing the power of martial arts, if the warrior hides his aura through mental power, it will be difficult to sense. When Su Xingyan saw Suja's indifferent expression, he knew that this was true. Now he couldn't sit still any longer. Suja's speed in cultivating from the peak of the 2nd level to the peak of the 3rd level was astonishingly fast, but it was still within an acceptable range. But the 4th rank is a huge threshold, and it requires the concentration of martial arts power, so it is extremely difficult. There are quite a few warriors in the entire Daxia who are stuck at the 3rd level. Even the most talented person will not be able to reach the top in a few years. Su Xingyan had boldly predicted before that with Suja's late awakening talent, he might be able to reach it in 1 or 2 years. Now you tell me, it's been less than a month and you've reached the 4th rank? It's the 4th grade guaranteed. Suja released a trace of stable mental power. Looking at Su Xingyan's shocked expression, he found it very interesting. In fact, Suja also thought about it seriously. The reason why he was able to gather the power of martial arts so quickly was that the system was the most direct aid. There is another reason, which may be related to the fact that he is a time traveler and has a soul from 2 lives. Because mental power is closely related to the soul. Suja's martial arts aptitude and talent are really ordinary, but his talent in cultivating mental power may be different from ordinary people. Good boy, you are really good. After confirming it without a doubt, Su Xingyan's face suddenly showed joy. No matter which martial arts university it is, adding a 4th rank instructor is a cause for celebration. Especially for the weaker Nanhai Martial Arts University and the bottom-ranked Danyao College. Suja is actually still quite young. With this momentum, the day when he will take up the banner of the Alchemy Academy may come earlier. At this moment, Suja is very important in Su Xingyan's heart. Undoubtedly, we have taken a step forward. 12. The Martial Arts University has been transformed, and the martial arts exam is ended. Okay, I've registered for you for the 4th grade warrior certification. Su Xingyan personally took action and quickly completed the procedures for Suja. Thank you, Dean, Suja said gratefully. Then, Su Xingyan pulled Suja aside and talked about a lot of things. It was as if he regarded Suja as the successor of the Alchemy College. It turns out that the school reform is not just aimed at freshmen, but at the entire school. Depending on the time of admission, Those who fail to meet the blood and chi standards will be forced to drop out of school and recommended to directly join the non-warrior army. The saved resources will be used to increase rewards for outstanding students, especially the best students, who will be rewarded generously. Su Xinyan also revealed that the higher-ups are already studying how to divide all martial arts universities into different levels of strength and allocate resources in different levels. Originally, resources were tilted toward better universities. But now we plan to increase this tilt so that the strong will become stronger and the weak will have to find ways out on their own. Suja didn't have any thoughts on this. The strong will always be strong, which is a universal law. However, Nanhai Martial Arts University, which is ranked last, is likely to have a hard time in the future. The Martial Arts University is the cornerstone of every battlefield of all races. In addition to continuously supplying warriors to the military, they themselves have a strong ability to resist all races. Because the instructors and students at the Martial Arts University are basically all warriors, a single move can affect the entire body. This change is probably also related to the situation on the battlefield of all races. Before this, Suja was only a second-rank assistant coach, and he had no access to many high-level information. After reaching the 4th level, he gradually came into contact with more secrets. The growth path of a warrior is too dependent on training resources. These resources are not just elixirs, treasures, and spirit stones. Skills, martial arts, and guaranteed opportunities for actual combat are more important. For those students who are ordered to drop out of school, if they do not go to the military for training, it would be harder than climbing to the sky to make further progress. Of course, there are also advantages to the rear. At least the rear is safer. The strong are all forged with blood. Suja didn't know what the future would be like. He only knew that he had to become stronger. After chatting with Su Xingyan for a while, Suja went straight to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Received a large advancement subsidy and a 4th-grade salary. The total monthly salary is almost 1,000 spirit stones, which is a considerable fortune. However, they were consumed quickly, and after Suja bought a batch of cultivation resources, there were basically few left. This is because he had extra resources from the system mall last month, otherwise the consumption would be even greater. It seems that the fastest way to cultivate above the 4th rank is to go to the battlefield and use fighting to help cultivation. Suja was even considering quitting his job as a tutor and joining the military. But it doesn't seem that urgent. If the system can extract a supernatural power next month, it can make up for it. As he was thinking this, he received a congratulatory message from the school. Congratulations to our school's Alchemy school instructor Suja for being promoted to a 4th-rank warrior. The scrolling congratulatory message on the school website was also updated synchronously. The last time Suja was promoted to the 3rd rank, although there was some attention, it basically did not cause any waves. After all, there is really nothing to discuss about an assistant teacher who has been stuck at the peak of the 2nd rank for many years being promoted to the 3rd rank. But this is different. All the teachers and students in the school were shocked by the news. What? Suja was promoted to the 4th rank? It's been less than 3 months since he broke through the 3rd rank. No way, it's the 4th rank. That's the 4th rank. Only those who truly know how difficult it is to break through to the 4th level can understand how shocking this news is. Especially those who have been tutors in school for many years and are still stuck at the 3rd rank. All look at Suja differently. They knew that Suja had already opened up a huge gap between them and them. Looks like I have to work harder. I can't be a lazy bum for the rest of my life. If Suja can do it, I can do it too. Suja didn't know that he had inadvertently irritated quite a few people. As soon as he returned to his apartment, he received many congratulatory messages. In addition to some familiar colleagues and students, there are also many middle-level tutors, both 4th level and 5th level. Some highly respected 5th-grade mentors, whom I had met before, also sent me a message of congratulations. They are not condescending, but they recognize Suja's huge potential. Sure enough, strength is king. Suja responded to everyone's congratulations one by one with emotion. He is not a solitary person, so why would he offend others? Not long after, Shin Qingyan also replied. Hubby, the one who failed the exam is Song Qing. 3 days before the martial arts exam, Song Qing's grandfather suddenly became seriously ill and was hospitalized. She took care of Grandpa day and night, which delayed her cultivation time and affected the improvement of her chi and blood. It's a pity that Grandpa didn't make it in the end. I have contacted a good martial arts school and plan to take Song Qing in as my goddaughter and help her improve in preparation for next year's martial arts exam. Honey, what do you think? Suja was also quite surprised when he saw this news. He remembered that Song Qing had the greatest potential among the 7 students, but he didn't expect this to happen. Suja had no objection to sponsoring Song Qing, but what about adopting her as a goddaughter? Could it be that my wife Shen Qingyin's maternal love is overflowing? You have to know that Suja is 28 years old this year, and Song Qing is 18 years old, only 10 years older. This sudden appearance of a daughter this big, out of nowhere, is indeed a bit. Song Qing has great talent and potential, but going to the martial arts school would be a waste of a year. I'll go talk to the college leaders and see if they can give me a special recruitment quota to come to our school. But don't hold your hopes too high. Even if it's a special recruitment quota, you still need to be assessed. Suja replied to Sheninga. He actually knew what Shen Qingyin was thinking. Shen Qingyin almost failed to get into the martial arts university. This was one of the biggest regrets in her life. Maybe he saw his own shadow in Song Qing. Besides, since Grandpa Song Qing is gone, she is an orphan, and Shen Qingyin was just acting out of sympathy. Hubby, you're awesome. I love you. Shen Qingyin replied happily. Suja was also speechless. On the one hand, he wanted to take Shen Qingyin's feelings into consideration, but on the other hand, he didn't want to waste a good talent. Moreover, after the start of the school year, the school will implement the new policy. If one fails the assessment after 1 year of enrollment, he will be forced to drop out. How far he can go depends entirely on Song Qing himself. Regarding the special recruitment quota, Suja sent a message to Su Xingyin. No problem. I believe in your vision. Su Xingyin responded cleverly. Mainly this is in line with school policy. There will always be some missed candidates in the military examination, and the school does not want to miss out on any good talent. Nanhai number 3 Middle School. After getting Suja's consent, Shen Qingyin went straight to find Song Qing. She felt that Song Qing's failure in the exam was due to her own negligence. Because there were too many things to do before the martial arts exam, Shen Qingyin didn't learn about Song Qing's situation until after the exam. Moreover, in this military examination, Class 10 of Grade 3 performed very well, and 6 students including Huang Zheng passed the admission line. This greatly improved the admission rate of the entire number 3 middle school. This not only made the principal Fang Daxiong smile, but also made Shen Qingyin famous. After the martial arts exam, Shen Qingyin was surrounded by various awards and praises. This made her feel even more guilty. If Song Qing's situation had been noticed at that time, perhaps she would have been able to pass the exam. Song Qing had the worst foundation among the 7, but he had the best talent and had worked the hardest during this period. But the result was... With this feeling, Shen Qingyin said to Song Qing sincerely, Song Qing, the teacher really likes you and thinks you have a brighter future. And I really want to take you in as my daughter. Don't feel any psychological burden. Being a warrior has always been your pursuit. Do you want to give up? That's what Teacher Su said. You should believe what he says. He's a 3rd-grade warrior. Song Qing originally didn't want to agree. She felt that Teacher Shun had already helped her a lot. It was Teacher Shun who helped her pay the medical bills. She didn't want to receive too much favor anymore. But when I heard Suja also said that she had great potential, the determination to become a warrior eventually defeated the so-called self-esteem. Okay, Mr. Shun, I promise you, I will definitely not let you and Teacher Su down. Song Qing bent down and bowed deeply to Shen Qingyin, which was considered as accepting this godmother. A line of determined tears could not help but flow down the little face. At this time, Song Qing didn't know that there was even better news waiting for her. 13. Special recruitment quota. Ordinary person Suja becomes famous overnight. Huang Zheng and his friends were extremely grateful that they chose to join Suja's special training at that time, and persisted. And those students who did not choose to join or dropped out midway. Now, I regret it so much. A great deal of good luck came to their Class 10, but they missed it in vain. If I hadn't refused, I might have been admitted to the Martial Arts University now. This might be the only chance in my life to become a warrior, but I killed it with my own hands. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in life. Not long after Song Qinggang agreed, Shen Qingyin received a message from Suja. Did you get the special enrollment quota? Shen Qingyin was surprised and happy. She didn't hold much hope at first, but she didn't expect Suja to give a positive answer so quickly. She had heard about the special recruitment policy, but it was too difficult. At least so far, the South China Sea base has only 1 or 2 special students recruited each year, or even none at all. The specially recruited students are already very strong and may just have performed poorly in the martial arts exam. Moreover, even so, this quota still requires recommendation. I didn't expect my husband to be so prestigious at Nanhai Budo University. Qingyan, don't be too happy too soon. It's just a special recruitment spot. Whether you can pass the assessment is another matter. Besides, even if you are admitted, the martial arts university is undergoing reforms now, and if your grades don't meet the standards after 1 year, you will be expelled from the school. Suja explained it clearly to Shin Qingyan. It doesn't matter. I believe Song Qing can do it. Shin Qingyan said disapprovingly. The opportunity to attend a martial arts university is so rare. Even if I only study for 1 year, it is better than staying in a martial arts school. Shin Qingyan immediately couldn't wait to tell Song Qing about this good opportunity, and told her to keep it secret for the time being. As long as you are not stupid, you will choose to apply for this position. Really, is it okay? Song Qing felt a little dizzy. She never thought that there would be such a great thing, and she was so excited that she almost cried. At the same time, Song Qing was also very clear that this was all thanks to her godfather. In order not to disappoint his godfather and godmother, Song Qing made a secret decision. You must work harder, first pass the assessment, and then work hard to stay. Only when my own strength improves can I better repay my benefactor. Then, Shin Qingyan began to arrange to take Song Qing to Nanhai Martial Arts University to handle the formalities. I can take advantage of this opportunity to make a breakthrough in martial arts at Nanhai Martial Arts University. The concentration of spiritual energy there is higher than that in the South China Sea base, which is more conducive to breakthrough. During this period of time, with the help of Suja, Shin Qingyan's martial arts skills are about to break through from the middle first level to the late first level. Suja, who learned of this situation, simply suggested, Qingyan, why don't you bring my mom and Xiaojin with you? I have a quota for reimbursement of travel expenses. You've never been to my school, so you can just come and visit during the holidays. The martial arts exam is over, the high school is on vacation, and Shin Qingyan has a holiday. Even if I wanted to see Suja before, I couldn't afford the travel expenses, but now it's different. Yeah, why didn't I think of it? Shin Qingyan was immediately moved. The whole family can get together at Nanhai Martial Arts University and get some serious business done, so why not? After returning home, Shin Qingyan told this to her mother-in-law. Mother Su was reluctant at first because it was too expensive, but when I heard that Suja had a free place, I no longer had any concerns. Needless to say, my daughter Su Xiaojin, upon hearing that she could visit Nanhai University and meet her father, she couldn't wait to leave right away. On that day, Suja used his rights as a fourth-rank warrior to arrange the itinerary. Fortunately, there happened to be another armed plane available. Shin Qingyan and her group of 4 didn't even have to take the train. We will arrive at Nanhai Budo University tomorrow afternoon. In this world, warriors are respected, and this is reflected in all aspects. If one can reach the 7th rank of Su Xingyan, there will be an armed aircraft dedicated to serving one person. While waiting for family to arrive, Suja finally arrived at the monthly system draw moment. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving a combat power doubling experience card. Limited to 1 month. The combat power doubles. Suja didn't expect that he would draw a purely consumption type ability card. The place where this experience card can have the greatest effect is undoubtedly the battlefield of all races. With his current cultivation at the peak of the early 4th rank, if it doubles, he can probably reach the late 4th rank. Moreover, the aura of the early 4th grade and the combat power of the late 4th grade are indeed suitable for trapping others on the battlefield. Going to war is exactly what I want, but I have to wait until my family is gone. Thinking of this, Suja planned to attend today's martial arts theory class as usual. Teacher Su, Teacher Su. As he walked around the campus, many colleagues and students greeted him enthusiastically. In just less than 3 months, he broke through 2 major realms. This news caused quite a stir in Nanhai Martial Arts University. No one could have imagined that Suja, who was not very prominent, was actually such a powerful figure with such strong potential. If only I had known that when I was choosing a mentor, I would have chosen Professor Su. You really think so? Teacher Su was still an assistant teacher at that time. This is a godsend. At first, I was a little unhappy about being assigned to Professor Su, but now it seems like I've found a treasure. The students expressed their feelings. In the eyes of many mentors and students, Suja at this time is a huge potential stock. A 4th grade tutor teaching a freshman is an unprecedentedly high standard. Normally, freshmen have a 3rd grade tutor, and fourth-grade tutors at least teach sophomores. Some experienced fourth-grade instructors will also teach juniors and seniors. In the entire Alchemy Academy, there are no more than 20 tutors above the 5th rank, and each of them is treated like a treasure in the university. With Suja's potential, entering the 5th rank is almost a certainty. It is also possible to grow into a high-level warrior above the 7th rank in the future. My former mentor was a 7th rank warrior. If you say this, it sounds very cool. Facing everyone's enthusiasm, Suja was also a little sad. He has been at Nanhai Martial Arts University for 10 years and has always been an unknown figure. Of course, there were some classmates in his class who were worse than him, and some even died on the battlefield. But most of them are doing better than him and are now influential figures. Only he has made the teachers and students of the whole school get to know him again today. Many students now admire Suja very much. The most important reason is not because of how powerful Suja is now or because of any great achievements he has made, but it is because Suja is an ordinary person with ordinary background, ordinary qualifications, and ordinary talents. After living an ordinary life for 10 years, one day you will be able to make a breakthrough and shock everyone. This undoubtedly gives great hope to many people with mediocre talents. Many students even dug out some of the martial art theory notes that Suja had taken in class when he was an assistant teacher in his early years. Let's see if we can find some clues in it. Suja was also speechless. Those martial arts theories were the experiences of predecessors, not his original creation. He is really just a teacher. 14. Suja's fame must remain here. Nanhai Martial Arts University is no stranger to people in the southern border. But not many ordinary people have actually been there. Xinqingyan naturally had never been there, so she was full of expectations for this trip. I packed up my things at home early, for fear of missing anything. After all, it was once her dream place. Needless to say, Songqing, every student dreams of becoming a martial arts university, not to mention that she will have the opportunity to become one of the students. Su Xiaojin was simply excited because she had never left the South China Sea base in her life, let alone taken a plane. Even Su's mother couldn't help but wonder, what would her son's workplace be like? Just like that, with a feeling of nervousness and excitement. The next day, the group of 4 arrived at the armed airfield at the South China Sea base. There weren't many people on this trip from Nanhai base back to Nanhai Martial Arts University, but there were quite a few. However, most people bought tickets at high prices, and those who could take this flight generally came from well-off families. The most basic thing is that there must be a warrior in the family. If you are not a warrior's family member, you have no right to sit at all. Sister, are you going to Nanhai Martial Arts University or Nanhai Military Camp? As soon as she found a seat and sat down, and Annie started talking to Mother Su. Since they are all of the same age, the aunt naturally feels that she can talk to Su's mother better. Oh, to Nanhai Budo University. Mother Su did not reveal too much. It was her first time going out, so she was more cautious. She adhered to a principle in doing things, not to cause trouble for her son. But the aunt was a chatterbox and started talking about her own affairs with others. She said she was going to the South China Sea Army camp to see her son, who was a first-rank warrior and had made military achievements, and she wanted to attend the commendation meeting. Since I hadn't seen my son for many years and time was tight, I gritted my teeth and bought a plane ticket. Standing next to her, Xinqingyan heard what the aunt said, which sounded very convincing and didn't seem false, so she didn't say much. This was the first time the family was traveling far away, and she was the only warrior, so she naturally had to be cautious. In this world, danger is everywhere. There are strange beasts in the wild, and there are many evil cultists in the base. There was a recent news report about a gifted student who was killed by a cult. She was alone with an elderly man and 2 children, so she couldn't be too careful. Fortunately, the armed aircraft was relatively safe and arrived at the airport in less than an hour. We're here already? When they got off the plane, Su's mother and the others were amazed. In their opinion, Nanhai Budo University is a very far-away place that is difficult to reach. I didn't expect it to arrive so soon. After walking out of the airport, the group soon saw Suja, with a tall and straight figure, and wearing the Nanhai Martial Arts University instructor uniform. He is not particularly conspicuous in the crowd, but he is particularly attractive. Dad! Su Xiaojin was the first to rush over. Xiaojin, you're getting stronger again. Suja was so happy that he lifted his 9-year-old daughter up high. Then, Xinqingyan and the other 3 came over and greeted Suja with a smile. Xiaojia, husband, Dichirsu. Suja smiled and said, let's go, get in the car. As he spoke, He pointed to a 7-seater luxury car next to him and motioned for them to get in. This is a special reception car that Suja borrowed from the school using his status as a 4th-grade tutor. If it was the second-rank teaching assistant before, he would have to take the school bus to pick him up. This scene happened to be seen by the auntie who came before. The aunt's son, wearing a military uniform, had taken the aunt's luggage and was preparing to walk to the bus next to him. "Son, why do they have a special car?" the aunt asked her son with some confusion. The son glanced at Suja's clothes and replied directly, "That should be a mid-level instructor at the Martial Arts University. He can even be the boss of my boss." The aunt's face suddenly became a little embarrassed, and she hurriedly took her son's hand and left. Just now he was bragging about his son in front of others, saying that his son had made great achievements and was noticed by his superiors. Who could have thought that my eldest sister's son would have such a prominent background? It's so embarrassing. But to Sue's mother, the aunt was just a passerby who talked a little too much. Soon, the car drove from the airport into Nanhai Martial Arts University. This is Nanhai Martial Arts University. The walls of the entire school are made of special materials. Not only that, there is also a special defensive formation within the school, which is particularly solid. The school is the second line of defense of the Nanhai 10,000 races battlefield. If the alien races come out from the passage and break through this line of defense, they will rush into the abdomen unscrupulously, and the consequences will be disastrous. But don't worry too much. It's not that easy for the aliens to break through the South China Sea base and the passage gate. Suja gave a brief introduction. Shen Qingyin and the others all leaned against the car windows, looking at the scenery outside curiously. All the way from the door to the downstairs of Suja's apartment. "Teacher Su, is this your family member?" "Teacher Su, can I come and sit in on your class?" "Teacher Su, can you take me to the wild for some training?" As soon as I got off the bus, many students came up to say hello. Suja just smiled and replied briefly. There were really too many students coming to see him recently. These students were clearly not under his responsibility, but they still came in droves. This made Suja a little annoyed. But for Shen Qingyin and the others, this scene was a completely different experience. It turns out that Suja is so famous and popular in school. They immediately felt proud and happy for Suja. When they went up to the apartment building, they found that Suja actually lived alone in a luxury house with 3 bedrooms and a living room. This is no smaller than their home in the South China Sea base. Shen Qingyin and Song Qing noticed it immediately. The spiritual energy here is extremely rich, far beyond what the South China Sea base could possibly compare to. You know, the warrior community where Shen Qingyin and her family live has a higher concentration of spiritual energy in the South China Sea base than other ordinary areas. But compared with the apartment area of Nanhai University in Suja, it is not on the same level at all. Long-term cultivation here will be at least twice as effective as in the South China Sea base. Shen Qingyin couldn't help but sigh. No wonder everyone is trying so hard to get into the martial arts university. The advantage of spiritual energy concentration alone can create an insurmountable gap in cultivation. Unfortunately, she could only live here for a short period of time. However, Shen Qingyin was very happy and fortunate. At least in this environment, there would be no obstacles for her to break through to the late first level. Perhaps before she turns 30, she can become a second-rank warrior. Now that my husband has accumulated a lot of experience, we can just leave the outside matters to him. The greatest happiness is to protect my family. At this moment, Song Qing had only one thought in his mind. You must pass the test and stay here, even if you die. 15. After entering school, Shen Qingyin breaks through and enters the battlefield of all races again. After resting for a while, Suja took his family to visit the school. Nanhai Martial Arts University is very large, and apart from the basic configuration, it is actually just a small base. Every time Suja introduced a place, Shen Qingyin and Song Qing listened with great interest. The Martial Arts University was of great significance to them. Suja also took his family to the tutor's cafeteria to eat something. What impressed them most was that there was meat of exotic animals in the cafeteria, which was not only delicious but also could increase qi and blood. It is also available in the student cafeteria, but it requires contribution points. The training conditions and resources of the Martial Arts University are so rich that even the most advanced martial arts school in the South China Sea base is not even 1/10,000th of them. Song Qing, if you want to stay here, you should improve yourself as soon as possible. With your qualifications, You will have a great chance in the elimination evaluation after 1 year of enrollment. Looking at the longing in Song Qing's eyes, Suja spoke earnestly. Yes, Teacher Su. Song Qing nodded heavily, his eyes full of gratitude. However, even though she was a goddaughter, it was still difficult for her to call her godfather or godmother, so Song Qing still called her teacher as he did to Shin Qingyan. Afterwards, Suja took his family to complete Song Qing's special recruitment procedures. When passing by the dean's office, Suja went to say hello to Su Xingyan. Dean, this is my family. This is Dean Su from our Danyao College. He usually takes good care of me. Suja gave a brief introduction and was quite grateful to Su Xingyan. He was approved for a month's leave, and Song Qing was given a special recruitment quota, which was a great favor. Su Xingyan didn't think much of it. Everything was within the policy's scope. He just sped up the process a bit. He even wished that Suja would owe him more favors. If there is a need in the future, Suja will not be able to refuse. Hello, Godam Pasu. Song Qing and Su Xiaojin, two girls, one big and one small, greeted Su Xingyan enthusiastically. Okay. Su Xingyan smiled and took out 2 gifts. Here are 2 spiritual pears. They are delicious. Take them. The 2 girls looked at Suja, and Suja smiled and nodded, and they happily accepted it. Thank you, Grandpa Su. This old man has a lot of good things, so it's not a big deal to owe him a favor. But in Shun Qingyan's eyes, she was a little shocked. Lingli is a luxury item suitable for all ages and worth thousands of spirit stones. But he just gave it away casually. How generous. It's not a good thing either. If Xiao Su is promoted to a high-level warrior in the future, he won't have much quota for this kind of fruit. Haha. Su Xingyan said with a smile. Suja listened and smiled without saying anything. High-level warrior, do you think it is so easy to get promoted? You were so arrogant. After coming out of the dean's office, Shin Qingyan couldn't help but ask Suja, husband, Dean Su must be a high-level warrior, right? Well, 10 years ago, before he became the dean, he was already a 7th-rank warrior. His current level of cultivation is a secret. In fact, he also wanted to know Su Xingyan's true strength, but he couldn't see through it. After hearing this, Shin Qingyan and Song Qing couldn't help but reveal admiration on their faces. They actually had the opportunity to meet such a powerful existence, and the other party seemed to attach great importance to Suja. This made them even more excited and proud. After a day of visiting, the whole family was pleasantly surprised and gained a lot. Even Su's mother was extremely happy. She was relieved to see her son doing so well at the Budo University. The next day, after finishing class, Suja concentrated on teaching Shin Qingyan and Song Qing how to practice. After being promoted to the 4th rank, Suja was able to more accurately grasp a person's martial arts state by releasing his mental power. The cultivation guidance provided is more precise and to the point than ever before. This is why 4th-grade tutors usually don't waste their time teaching freshmen and sophomores, as it would be a waste of their talents. With Suja's careful guidance and the assistance of training resources, both of them made rapid progress. When Suja and the other 2 were practicing, Su's mother took Su Xiaojin for a stroll everywhere, and many teachers and students knew that Su Xiaojin was Suja's daughter. Some students are particularly envious of Su Xiaojin. With a father like Teacher Su to teach her, Su Xiaojin's future martial arts journey will definitely be much smoother. Although the path of martial arts mainly depends on talent and diligence. But when talents are similar, background and resources often determine how far a person can go. No matter what era, no matter how the world changes, this will always be the truth. If Suja becomes a high-level warrior one day, or if a middle-level warrior appears in the family, the Su family can be regarded as a family of warriors. Of course, Suja, who has awakened the system, will definitely have high aspirations in the pursuit of martial arts. Moreover, the way of martial arts naturally carries an unshirkable responsibility. 3 days later, Song Qing successfully passed the assessment for the special invitation quota. I officially became a freshman at Nanhai Budo University and started school with many other freshmen. As soon as school started, she was assigned her own student dormitory and moved out of Suja's apartment. Song Qing was holding back his energy and was determined to work hard to improve himself within this year. She didn't want people to think that she got in through the back door, and she didn't want to disappoint Shin Qingyan and Suja. Legally speaking, Song Qing is already Suja's daughter, and they are a family. Song Qing's performance is directly related to Suja's reputation, and Shin Qingyan finally broke through to the late 1st level of martial arts. With Suja's guidance and resource allocation, It is almost foreseeable that he will break through to the second level of martial arts within 2 years. After reaching the fourth level, Suja's ability to obtain resources will be greatly improved, and his support for his wife will also be greatly increased. Shen Qingyan accepted all of Suja's help, because she knew that only when she became stronger would Suja feel more at ease. She didn't want to be a concern or even a burden to Suja. Moreover, her daughter Su Xiaojin's martial arts education also requires a stronger martial artist mother. Just like that, on the 5th day of coming to Nanhai Martial Arts University, Shen Qingyan and Su's mother Su Xiaojin set out on the journey back to the Nanhai base. Suja has also adapted to his work as a tutor in the new semester. We plan to enter the battlefield of all races in the South China Sea. The combat-powered doubled experience card is only valid for 25 days, and he doesn't want to waste this rare ability. You must take the opportunity to kill more wastelanders, not only to earn more money, but also to quickly hone and improve yourself in battle. This time, Suja still planned to focus on hunting the 3rd grade. Because the system's double combat power was not reflected in his cultivation, he could disguise himself as a human who had just entered the 4th level. For the 3rd grade Wasteland clan, it was like chopping melons and vegetables. Even if we encounter a 4th grade 10,000 races, we will be able to deal with it. It's not that he doesn't want to deal with a 4th grade monster, but killing a 3rd grade monster is more cost-effective. Besides, in order not to expose the capabilities of the system, Suja still plans not to form a team, but to go to the battlefield alone. This can also ensure maximum safety. At this time, there was no large-scale battle breaking out on the battlefield of all races, so there was no need to fight the enemy to the death. After everything was ready, Suja entered the passage gate again and crossed the South China Sea stronghold. Arrived at the battlefield of all races. 16. A rich harvest. The Wasteland tribe attacks the stronghold, and the battle begins. This time, Suja did not go to the Yui Ghost Nest. Instead, they went deeper into the more dangerous area on the other side where the Wasteland clan was more concentrated. Those below the 4th rank rarely dare to come to this place, because once besieged by the Wasteland tribe, it is difficult to escape. But Suja was not worried, as his combat power in the late 4th rank was still very difficult to defeat. This place is also the outpost defense position of the Wasteland tribe, and also serves to monitor the distant South China Sea stronghold. From this point, it can be seen that the human race is at a defensive disadvantage in the battlefield of all races in the South China Sea. It's not because the human race is weak, but because the human race has to divide its forces to resist multiple alien passages. The Wasteland tribe can only be considered a race ranked low among all the races. Suja found a convenient place to hide, then held his breath and waited for his chance. Not long after, a 3rd grade Wasteland clan sensed Suja's breath. Huh? The human race actually went deep into this place. The tall figure was stunned for a moment, then strode over. He felt that this human's aura was at most of the 3rd rank, and he was really too bold. He wondered if I would not kill him. However, as soon as he approached, Suja burst out with the power of 4th grade martial arts. Instantly suppress the opponent and make him unable to move. Snap! Then he raised his sword and easily took the head of this Wastelander. The other party had no power to resist at all, and didn't even have time to call for his companions. That's right, just fishing and hunting like this. Suja quickly cleaned up the traces at the scene, and then continued to release an aura of about the 3rd level, waiting for the next target to take the bait. As expected, every member of the Wasteland tribe, attracted by Suja, rushed up to him defenselessly and tried to kill him. But the result was always being killed in return. Suja easily killed 7 or 8 3rd grade Wasteland tribe members in one day. Then he fired one shot after another and moved to another place. In this way, after 8 consecutive days, the blood-recovering pills were almost used up, and Suja finally returned home. In the storage ring, there were nearly 50 corpses of 3rd grade Wasteland clan. In addition to corpses and other raw materials, a lot of weapons and medicines were also harvested, which were worth more than 200,000 spirit stones. Going to the battlefield is easy money, and when you run out of money later, just go and raid. After Suja handed over all his belongings at the South China Sea stronghold, he couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. With these spirit stones, the resources for cultivation for the next period of time will be secured. The only regret is that nothing good can come out of the 3rd rank. The further you advance in your martial arts training, the smaller the effect of spirit stones becomes. Because some precious items are only in very limited stock, even in schools, and there are certain restrictions on redemption. Many warriors use the goodies captured on the battlefield. Few people would exchange a rare treasure, like the Lingyuan root fruit, for contribution points. Back to school, after 2 days of classes. Finding that there were not enough resources, Suja repeated his old trick and tried again. This time, it took about 8 days and 200,000 spirit stones were harvested. That's enough for now. Next time, let's hunt the 4th rank. Just as he was thinking this, the battle bell of the South China Sea stronghold suddenly rang out. Woo-woo! The huge whistle sound instantly attracted the attention of all warriors. Then a call came from the loudspeaker. Emergency! Emergency! The Wasteland Tribe's army is attacking the stronghold. All warriors are called to action. Follow the instructions of the stronghold commander and start defending. Start defending. Suja was stunned for a moment. But this was not the first time he had encountered this situation on the battlefield. Even the voice in the loudspeaker seemed familiar to him. It was obviously coming from a high-level warrior in the stronghold. 3 years ago, when he had just broken through to the peak of the 2nd rank, he was hiding somewhere hunting low-rank Wasteland Tribe, and once encountered a large army of Wasteland Tribe attacking their stronghold. He was very weak at that time, let alone returning to the base to participate in the defense. He might be killed if he showed his head. The last man struggled in the wild for half a month, and only escaped when the Wasteland Tribe army retreated. It can be said that this was also the most dangerous time for Sujo on the battlefield. However, times are different now. With the 4th grade cultivation, he is considered to be the main force in the entire South China Sea stronghold. Immediately, Suja rushed out of the exchange office, jumped onto the high city wall, and participated in the battle against the Wasteland Tribe army. Many soldiers on the city wall, seeing a 4th rank warrior coming up to support, hurriedly made room for Suja so that he could perform. At this time, the system's combat-powered doubled experience card is still in effect, and Suja is not an ordinary early-stage 4th grade warrior. Especially after 2 rounds of killing, his martial arts and cultivation were further condensed. Even if he were to fight against a peak 4th grade Wasteland clan, Suja was confident that he would not be defeated. In addition, he had just bought a lot of pills at the base, including those for recovery and short-term burst of power. Some pills are used to save lives, so we usually don't want to use them. But when encountering a big battle like this, it's just right to kill to your heart's content. At this time, some instructors and students of Nanhai Martial Arts University, who were also alerted to the emergency signs, recognized Suja. Everyone nodded to each other and instantly became comrades fighting side by side. What's going on? What's the reason why the Wasteland Tribe attacked the stronghold and started a war? I don't know. The incident 3 years ago was said to have been caused by a 7th grade spiritual plant. Never mind. We can't let them succeed. We have to kill them without leaving a single piece of armor behind. Many warriors looked at the huge army of the Wasteland Tribe and discussed with confusion. This was the first time Suja heard that the war 3 years ago was caused by this reason. Before, he was just a 2nd-rank assistant professor at Nanhai Martial Arts University, and his military intelligence was obviously not as well informed as those 1st and 2nd-rank soldiers in front of him. A 7th grade spiritual plant. The spiritual fruits that grow are of great help to mid-level warriors, and they can be harvested over a long period of time. In the entire Daxia, there are only a few dozen high-quality spiritual plants, and there is not a single one on the South China Sea battlefield. It has been more than 500 years since the revival of spiritual energy, but high-quality spiritual plants are still so rare. One can imagine how precious a 7th grade spiritual plant is. No wonder a war broke out. Whoever of the Wasteland clan and the Human clan obtains the 7th grade spiritual plant will greatly increase the strength of the entire clan. It is said that some spiritual plants above the 8th level are guarded by 9th level warriors and are considered strategic level materials. While I was thinking, the dark mass of Wasteland Tribe ahead was getting closer and closer. Woo-woo! The battle horn of the Wasteland Tribe was blasted with a deafening sound. A group of huge Wasteland people swept towards the stronghold like a tide. Even Suja, who was at the 4th rank in strength, felt somewhat uneasy, let alone other low-rank warriors. The soldiers in the South China Sea stronghold were still mostly low-rank warriors. Some of them were seeing such a shocking scene for the first time, and their faces turned pale with nervousness. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the battle drums of the stronghold sounded. The drum beats seemed to contain some kind of inspiring power that shocked everyone. Then an officer took the lead and shouted, "Kill them! Kill! Kill!" In an instant, Countless shouts of people charging to the death were heard. The advanced troops were the first to break out of the defensive formation and face the massive enemy. At the same time, several streams of light leaped out from the city wall and stood in the void. This is a high-level warrior from the South China Sea stronghold, at least above the 7th rank. They were the first to meet the enemy's high-level combat power and launched a devastating battle recall. Under the city wall, the Wasteland Clan's army also collided with the defensive formation. A life-and-death battle begins. 17. The enemy is defeated, new abilities are coming, and the South is in danger. Suja held a long sword in his hand and stood in a corner of the city, mobilizing his energy and blood as if his life depended on it. The hand rises and the knife falls. The hand rises and the knife falls. The hand rises and the knife falls. Blood-red blade beams flashed among the densely packed wasteland people. Even though his combat power had doubled, Suja still killed countless enemies. But in this battle, it is still just a very small tip of the iceberg. If it weren't for his aura of the early 4th level, which had a certain degree of concealment, he would have likely attracted a powerful enemy and been killed on the spot. Many 4th-grade warriors of the human race have suffered sacrifices. Fortunately, after 30 years of fighting, the defense of the stronghold has become impregnable and is not to be trifled with. The moment Suja's energy and blood were exhausted, other warriors immediately took his place. After taking a short breath, Suja swallowed the blood-restoring pill and rushed into the battle again with a knife. While relieving the defensive pressure on your teammates, you can also seize the opportunity to kill the enemy's small leader. Everyone on the battlefield is like this. As long as they are not killed in the battle, they will fight to the death. Because if the stronghold is breached, the gate to the passage will be behind them. Once the gate is lost, foreign races will be able to enter the country, and the consequences will be disastrous. In every battle, there is no retreat. Fortunately, the stronghold has a defensive advantage, and various large-scale technological weapons also play a huge role. After 4 days of fierce fighting, the Wasteland clan became depressed as they saw that they could not take the city. Suja was covered in blood, his eyes were tired, and his body was covered in wounds. He didn't know how many times he had swung his sword, how many Wastelanders he had killed, and how many times he had been in danger. You are completely numb and immersed in killing, because if you don't kill, you will be the one to die. Every soldier and warrior is in this state. The strong men of the Wasteland clan seemed to have withdrawn. At this time, someone looked at the sound of a great battle in the sky and exclaimed. It turned out that a high-level battle in the distant sky had resulted in a winner, and the strong men of the Wasteland clan were defeated. With the defeat of the powerful warriors of the Wasteland clan, support from the battlefields of other clans in the southern border also arrived one after another. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Wasteland tribe retreated in large numbers. In this battle, the human race once again held their stronghold. The price was tens of thousands of casualties. Ordinary soldiers accounted for the vast majority of casualties. There were also countless low-grade warriors and quite a few mid-grade warriors. However, there were no high-grade warriors who had died, only injured. High-level warriors have amazing vitality and many hidden cards, so they are not easy to die. Although war is cruel, it is the best training for warriors. Suja let out a long sigh and slumped to the ground. He suffered multiple injuries, but none of them were fatal. After recovering for a while, he returned directly to Nanhai Martial Arts University. Suja gained a lot from this battle. In addition to contribution points, he also gained a lot of valuable materials. The biggest gain was that he felt his cultivation had become extremely refined and was about to break through to the middle stage of the 4th level. He needs to practice in seclusion for a period of time. At this time, he found that there were a lot of hot discussions on the school platform. There have been waves of strange beasts at multiple bases in the southern border. Isn't this a coincidence? Could it be that the alien beasts in the base have established some kind of connection with the alien races in the 10,000 races battlefield? This is impossible, right? In the age of spiritual energy revival, nothing is impossible. This is trouble. After seeing the news, Suja quickly called home. Fortunately, the South China Sea base was not greatly affected by this tide of strange beasts, and the family is safe. The main forces of the human army are concentrated on the battlefields of various races, facing the threats from alien races. But there is also a powerful army in the entire southern border, stationed in the center of each major base, ready to provide support at any time for any abnormal situation that occurs in the major bases. One is to deal with strange beasts in the wild, and the other is to have a backup plan to prevent alien races from breaking through the passage. Suja finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Xinqian say that everyone in the family was fine. As for whether the strange beasts in the wild are related to the alien races in the channel, Suja couldn't think too much about it. The Daxiao army will definitely investigate this important matter thoroughly. He is unable to participate in some high-level matters now. After returning to Nanhai Martial Arts University, Suja couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the combat-powered doubling experience card this time, I'm afraid I would be in danger of dying in battle. The higher your cultivation level, the lower the probability of death. Strength is always king. 3 days later, Suja came out of his retreat in the training room. The combat-powered doubling experience card just expired, and his combat power returned to normal levels. But this time he achieved his wish and broke through to the middle stage of the 4th level. Simply relying on consuming resources to cultivate is not as fast as improving through fighting, provided that you can survive. For those warriors who survived, they will definitely improve after this war. And Suja still has the system, and a new month has arrived. Let's see what abilities we can draw this time. Suja whispered in his mind expectantly. Extract. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving a sleep training experience card, which allows you to speed up your training 5-fold while sleeping, for a limited time of 1 month. Seeing this ability, Suja couldn't help but feel happy. Not bad, not bad. Finally, a new ability to accelerate cultivation has been given. Moreover, you won't waste time when sleeping. As long as the resources can keep up, your strength will increase rapidly. In fact, martial arts practice is not simply about the faster the better. It also requires martial arts insights. 5 times the accelerated training speed should be the limit that the system can provide. Any faster would be counterproductive. Thinking of this, Suja did not waste time and went directly to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. All the gains from the last battlefield were exchanged for sufficient resources for cultivation. The contribution points from killing enemies, the seized weapons and elixirs, the materials from alien corpses. The total value has reached 300,000 spirit stones. Of course, Suja did not forget to break some spirit stones for Xinqian and Song Qing to support their cultivation. For the next month, Suja immersed himself in practicing day and night. During the day, he teaches classes, takes students out to hunt wild animals and practices. At night, he accelerates his practice. And just as Suja continued his life of turning a deaf ear to the outside world and focusing on cultivation, the entire southern region of Daxiao's top leaders also held a crucial meeting. Su Shoshuan, the Grand Commander of the Southern Territory, looked solemnly at the persons in charge of the bases on his left and right. Soon after the battlefield of all races in the South China Sea was attacked by the Wasteland tribe, other battlefields of all races in the southern border were attacked by alien races one after another. Su Shoshuan felt that this was not a coincidence. Instead, they contacted several major alien races on the battlefields of all races in the southern border. If a war breaks out over just 1 or 2 foreign passages, the Southern Territory can still mobilize troops to respond. But if a full-scale war breaks out in the entire southern border and the alien races unite to attack the stronghold, the consequences will become very serious. Su Shoshuan felt that the attack on several major strongholds was most likely a test. Test the human race's southern defense line, while improving the coordination between different races. Another extremely tricky point is that the alien race may have some control over the exotic beasts in the territory. With the cooperation from both inside and outside, the pressure on defending the southern border will double. We were caught off guard and lost tens of thousands of warriors and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The situation is very serious. Su Shoshuan slammed the table heavily, angry and sad. The southern border hasn't suffered such heavy losses in decades. Next, how to reorganize the defense line, replenish troops, and deal with larger wars that may occur at any time. This is a big problem facing all the top leaders. 18. High-level meeting. Suja serves as the governor of the South China Sea. In the conference room, in addition to the leaders of the various races on the battlefield, there are also some 9th-grade warriors with outstanding strength. The high combat power of the 9th-rank warriors is the top of the entire Daxia organization. Of course, there are also transcendent beings above the 9th rank among the human race. However, they're the mainstays of the human race and will not show up or take action easily. If a war of level 9 or above breaks out, it will mean that the human race has reached a critical moment of life and death. There are more important responsibilities above the ninth rank, which is to guard and seek breakthroughs at a higher level. At one end of the conference table, there were two people Su Zhe was familiar with. One is the president of Nanhai Martial Arts University, and the other is Su Xingyan, the dean of Danyao College. Su Xingyan's seat is closer to the front. Faced with the grief and indignation of the Grand Commander Su Shoshuan, the two of them were silent and thoughtful. Old Su, the war started in the South China Sea battlefield, and your base in the South China Sea suffered the heaviest losses. What do you think? At this time, a fierce-looking 8th rank master who seemed very familiar with Su Xingyan spoke first. 4 high-level warriors, the 7th rank is a master, the 8th rank is a grandmaster, and the 9th rank is a great grandmaster. The 8th rank is also enough to be the person in charge of a stronghold. Su Xingyan glanced at the principal next to him, and then looked at Su Shoshuan sitting in the main seat. The first thing is to figure out how these battlefields of all races in the southern border are connected. I think that each of the 10,000 races' battlefields is an independent foreign channel. It is impossible for them to come out and contact each other. And the only one who can connect all the battlefield intelligence of all races is us humans ourselves. So, it's most likely some evil cult warriors and human traders who did it. Only by catching all these evil cult warriors can we prevent them from colluding. This is the top priority. Su Xingyan expressed his views without reservation. Although everyone agrees with this point of view, there may be traitors among the people present, so someone needs to break this paper window. With Su Xingyan taking the lead, others also expressed their opinions. Finally, Grand Commander Su Shoshuan made the final decision. Starting today, we will launch a thorough campaign to eliminate the evil cult warriors from all the strongholds and bases in the southern border and restore peace to the southern border. Yes, the participants responded one after another. Then Su Shoshuan proposed several resolutions based on the discussion at the meeting. Also, expand the scope of the Southern Territory warrior recruitment and recruit more ordinary soldiers. Increase support for all martial arts universities in the southern region. Improve the strength of students as soon as possible, and cultivate more mid-level and above martial artists. Regarding these 2 resolutions, everyone discussed the implementation plans in detail. After all, a resolution involving such a wide range of aspects, including personnel, resources, and coordination, is not an easy matter. At the end of the meeting, the Grand Commander also specifically mentioned a small matter. During the last battle at the South China Sea stronghold, the governor of the South China Sea base went to support and died. The base is the foundation of every 10,000 races battlefield. It cannot be left without someone to preside over the work. Is there a suitable candidate? When this question was asked, everyone fell silent. The South China Sea base is the weakest in the southern border, although the position of governor is quite important and only requires a 4th grade martial arts level to hold the position. However, each person in charge of the 10,000 races battlefield did not feel embarrassed about this task. Martial artists above the 4th rank, unless they have no pursuit in martial arts, will not take up this position. Because it will delay cultivation, it is a thankless job. Managing a population of tens of millions is a heavy responsibility, and the only resources that can be allocated are low-level cultivation resources. Everyone at the meeting turned their eyes to the person in charge of the Nanhai base and the dean of Nanhai Martial Arts University. The meaning is very clear. You have to solve your own issues in the South China Sea. We can't help you. Su Shoshuan was also very troubled by this. His original intention was to get other districts to support Nanhai, but no one bought it. During the last battle at the South China Sea stronghold, the military lost a large number of warriors, many of whom were above the 4th rank. We really can't find a suitable candidate. How about Old Su, or should you, the South China Sea Martial Arts University, think of a solution? At this time, the person in charge of the South China Sea stronghold took the initiative and cried miserably. Su Xingyan wanted to hit someone after hearing this. The principal is obviously here, so why did this guy ask me to find a solution? Just because I used to be the person in charge of my South China Sea base? Okay, let Nanhai Martial Arts University send someone. Su Shoshuan had a headache and made a quick decision. Overall, the Martial Arts University does have more 4th grade warriors than the military can mobilize. If the military is missing one person, there may be problems with the defense line. But the Martial Arts University can at most ask a few instructors to work harder, teach more students, and just allocate one instructor. Just now you said you wanted to train more warriors in the school, but now you're doing this. Su Xinyan had no choice but to take on this tough job. Fortunately, Su Shoshuan is not a pushover either. It is mandatory for other martial arts academies to provide some resources to Nanhai Martial Arts University as compensation. This matter has been settled. However, for Nanhai Martial Arts, things are not over yet. Warriors above the 4th rank were originally scarce in the school. There are 3 academies, namely the War Academy, the Weaponry Academy, and the Alchemy Academy. On average, there are only a dozen or so people in each academy, and each of them shoulders the important teaching tasks of senior grades. It's not that easy to pick one out. After returning to school, the principal and the deans of the 3 colleges discussed for a long time, but could not reach a conclusion. In the end, Su Xingyin gritted his teeth and came up with a plan. After all, he had the most qualifications, and the principal did not have as much prestige as him. With great prestige comes great responsibility. Finally, I'm approaching the late 4th rank. After nearly a month of practicing day and night, Su's cultivation improved rapidly. Even the geniuses in those schools would be far behind in terms of cultivation speed. Just when Suja was feeling a little proud, he unexpectedly received a message from the dean, asking him to go to his office. What happened? The dean hasn't been in school recently. Why did you come to me as soon as you came back? Suja came to the dean's office puzzled. When I pushed the door open, I found Su Xingyin with a frown on his face, as if he had encountered something difficult. Seeing this, Suja didn't ask any more questions. Su Xingyin would tell it himself later anyway. Su Xingyin hesitated for a long time. He really didn't want to let Suja become the governor of the base, for fear that it would delay him. Look, less than a month has passed since the South China Sea stronghold battle, and Suja's martial arts aura has reached above the middle 4th level. How long has it been since he broke through to the 4th level? With Suja's awakened late-stage talent, the human race might have a rising star. So confused. Xiao Su, I'm sure you've heard that the governor of the South China Sea base unfortunately died in the last war. It's not good for this position to be vacant for a long time, otherwise there will be trouble. Especially recently, the exotic beasts in the wild have been very active, and if we are not careful, something serious might happen. After laying the groundwork for a few sentences, Su Xingyin finally said ruthlessly, after discussion with the school leaders, we plan to recommend you to take up the position of governor of the South China Sea base. What do you think? Being the governor of the South China Sea base. Suja was stunned. He never thought that the dean was talking about this. There was absolutely no psychological preparation at all. 19. Farewell Songqing, and welcome the new governor. Suja came from the South China Sea base, and his family was also there. The only benefit of being the governor is that I can take better care of my family. But there are more disadvantages. The spiritual energy is not sufficient, and there are fewer channels to obtain better resources for cultivation. Even a year's salary is not enough to earn a trip to the 10,000 races battlefield. Suja's first reaction was to refuse. But on second thought, his greatest reliance is the system. It would be good if the system could extract some capabilities that are also applicable to the South China Sea base, or even more suitable. Moreover, being the governor of the South China Sea base does not mean that you cannot go to the battlefield. The main reason was that Su Xingyin had done him a favor, and this was also arranged by the school, so he hesitated. Dean, the training environment at the South China Sea base is really not that good. I want to work harder in the next few years and strive to become a high-level warrior. Su Xingyin frowned. Suja's response was expected, but he was not unprepared. He immediately gave Su a lot of advice and promised to compensate him. A large amount of spirit stones and many high-level cultivation resources will be given for free as long as Suja agrees to take the position. Anyway, other martial arts universities in the southern region have provided a lot of funding resources, and it is reasonable to allocate a part of them to compensate Suja. I see. Suja calculated the resources that Su Xingyin promised to subsidize, and it was enough for him to cultivate to the 5th level. So I agreed reluctantly. This can be considered as a favor the school owes him, and it will be more convenient for him in the future when he needs help. Xiaosu, thank you for your hard work. When I find a suitable candidate, I will transfer you back to school as soon as possible. Su Xingyin patted Suzhou on the shoulder, his eyes full of gratitude. Dean, that's not the case. I'm just a brick, and I'll be moved wherever I'm needed, Suzhou said with a smile. It has a good pattern and a high level, very good. Afterwards, Suja began to prepare to take up his post at the South China Sea base. In fact, he also has his own ideas. If it really restricts his practice, he also has a way to return to Nanhai Martial Arts University. That is to break through to the 5th level as soon as possible. As long as his cultivation reaches the 5th level, the school will definitely not waste his talent and continue to let him stay in the South China Sea base. You know, a 5th grade instructor is the most core resource for any martial arts university. Before going back, Suja went to see Songqing specially. No matter what, he is now Songqing's guardian and nominal father. Songqing has completely and intensively integrated into the life of Nanhai Martial Arts University. I got along well with my tutor and classmates and never slacked off in my cultivation, because she knew that if she couldn't keep up, she might be forced to drop out of school after a year. Fortunately, at the Nanhai Martial Arts University, where spiritual energy is more abundant, and with the careful instruction of his instructors, Songqing's talent was fully developed. Plus, Suja helped her from time to time. Now, she is no longer at the bottom of the class as she initially did, but has jumped to the upper middle level. Of course, in order not to cause trouble for Suja, she never told anyone about her relationship with Suja. Songqing was happy and full of respect when he saw Suja. Without Suja, she wouldn't be where she is today, and she will never forget this. Your chi and blood have become much stronger. Let's try to become a warrior sooner. Suja said with a smile. I have to go back to the South China Sea base for a while. If you have any problems at school, you can call me. Here are some chi and blood pills. Do your best. I hope to see you at school in a year. As he said that, Suja gave some pills to Songqing. Thank you, Teacher Su. Songqing did not refuse pretentiously, as she just needed these pills. Only when I become stronger can I repay Suja and Xinqingyan better in the future. Everything is self-explanatory. After saying goodbye to Songqing, Suja boarded the armed plane returning to the South China Sea base. The appointment of the governor has been made, and he will have his own special pass for travel in the future. Not only is it free, but it can also be used for a long time. This can be considered a benefit of being a governor. However, the privileges and benefits of a 5th-rank warrior are no worse than those of the base governor. This time when he returned to the South China Sea base, Suja's biggest hope was that the system could extract a good ability. In addition, I will take advantage of the short time as governor to make up for my family, whom I have not been able to take care of for 10 years. He spent too little time with his daughter Su Xiaojin and missed many important moments in her growth. I will accompany you as long as I can this time, and also give my daughter some guidance in her cultivation. Although Xinqingyan has been doing her best to teach her daughter martial arts, she is still not as professional as a 4th-grade instructor like herself. Before going back, Suja did not inform his family. First of all, the appointment was indeed hasty. Secondly, Suja also wanted to give his family a big surprise. South China Sea Base Airport. Li Chenggang, who has reached the late 3rd level of martial arts, has been the deputy governor of the South China Sea Base for quite some time. However, after the governor died last month, he has been acting as the governor. However, since his strength is only at the 3rd level of martial arts, many people in the base do not respect him, especially those few who are also 3rd-grade warriors. In fact, if it weren't for the order from above, Li Cheng would have been reluctant to serve as the acting governor. It was too uncomfortable. He hoped more than anyone else that the higher authorities would send a governor who could win the support of the people. But Li Chenggang had also heard that no warriors above the 4th rank were willing to come and made many excuses. Li Chenggang also sighed over this. These bases manage the extremely respected and coveted governor positions, but they are despised. How can they justify this? Fortunately, Nanhai Martial Arts University finally stepped in and sent someone to take up the position. The new governor is finally here. Li Chenggang breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. The guard leader Zhao Hongchuan couldn't help but sigh. Both of them were born and raised in the South China Sea base. Being able to cultivate to the 3rd level of martial arts, they are already heroes among men. Because they didn't get into a martial arts university back then, but came from martial arts schools for generations. It was with the support of the martial arts school that I was able to reach my current level in martial arts. However, breaking through the 3rd level and becoming a mid-level warrior is harder than ascending to heaven. Both of them have been at the 3rd level for at least 10 years, and now they're still a long way from the peak of the 3rd level, let alone breaking through to the 4th level. As the two most powerful people in the South China Sea base during this period, they have been under tremendous pressure recently. At this moment, while I felt relieved, I couldn't help feeling a little nervous. I wonder if the new governor is easy to get along with. They only knew that the other party was a tutor at Nanhai University named Suja and knew very little else. The information of warriors above the middle level is kept confidential at all times. However, those who come from Nanhai Martial Arts University are more reliable than those in the military. The warriors in the military are more or less rude and overbearing. Furthermore, the probability of university instructors being infiltrated by cult warriors is also lower. At least from this point of view, it is a good thing for the South China Sea base. Just as I was thinking about random things, the special plane carrying the new governor landed. Li Qinggang and Zhao Hongquan cleared their throats and looked at each other. He walked quickly to meet him. 20 arrived, buying the fate of the South China Sea base. Suja got off the plane alone, carrying only a small bag. Governor Su. When Li Qinggang and the other man saw Suja, they went up to him and greeted him enthusiastically. Although the governor looked very young in the photo, he looked even younger in person. He should be less than 30 years old, right? Being less than 30 years old and a martial arts master at the 4th level, this new governor has a bright future. I'm afraid he won't stay in the South China Sea base for long. The higher-ups probably can't get those old hands to move, so they let the young people come over to gain experience. Welcome, welcome. Li Qinggang and Zhao Hongquan wanted to take the initiative to help Suja carry the bag, but were rejected by Suja. In the world of martial arts where the strong are respected, both of them showed enough respect. Only a fool would offend such a promising young middle-level warrior. You're welcome. I'm also from the South China Sea base. I'll have to trouble you for help next. Suja smiled politely. Suja is no stranger to these two people. I've seen them on TV since I was a child. Although I don't know their specific personalities, I still have some respect for them. After all, they have been silently guarding the South China Sea base for a long time, and nothing has gone wrong in their work. He remembered that the two of them had reached the 3rd rank 10 years ago, but he didn't expect that they were still at the 3rd rank now that they were in their 50s. But this is the normal behavior of ordinary people. Suja himself stayed in the 1st and 2nd level for 10 years. Without the awakening system, I would probably be only slightly better than these two. At least these two haven't even attended Martial Arts University. Really? That's great. You're also familiar with our South China Sea base. Li Qinggang and Zhao Hongquan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The new governor seems very kind, and he is a fellow villager. I can only say that I am familiar with the basic situation of the base. I still need to rely on you two for work. Let's go back to the governor's mansion without further ado. Suja didn't exchange much greetings and started working directly. The first thing to do is to understand the operation of the base, mainly the defense aspect. At that time, the old governor brought a lot of guards and warriors to support the battlefield of all races, and there were many casualties. The current defense strength and operation status of the base are certainly not optimistic. Moreover, the position of governor has been vacant for over a month, so I'm afraid things might be a bit chaotic. Okay. Li Qinggang and the other man responded happily. The new governor is also from the South China Sea base. As soon as he landed, he did not rush home, but started working. This made them feel less worried. Governor's office of the South China Sea base. This is the place with the most spiritual energy in the entire South China Sea base. As soon as Suja came in, he felt that this place was much better than the warrior community where he lived. But it still can't be compared with Nanhai Budo University, especially compared with my own tutor's apartment. However, the facilities and services are obviously better and more luxurious. After all, he is the most powerful person in the base, so he can't be too shabby. After taking a quick look, Suja went to the governor's office to inquire about various matters of the base. Governor Su, the total number of guards of the South China Sea base is currently around 100,000, of which there are less than 2,000 warriors left, most of whom are first-grade warriors. There are only 362 second-grade warriors, and less than 50 third-grade warriors. Compared to before, we have lost nearly 1/3 of our assets, which puts a lot of pressure on our defense. Not only that, because of the huge compensation for the soldiers who died in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, the base's finances are now in big trouble. Besides, Li Qinggang reported everything without hiding anything. There was some resentment towards the former governor in his words. The former governor was a good governor who cared about the people, but he was too generous and gentle. The financial situation of the base has always been poor. During the last war among all races in the South China Sea, it was the former governor who ignored everyone's opposition and insisted on sending people to support, even if there was no order for support from above. The former governor said, "What's wrong with no orders? If there are no orders, Does that mean it's all the military's responsibility? If the battlefield in the South China Sea goes against us, our South China Sea base will bear the brunt. Everyone has the responsibility to defend our hometown. As warriors, how can we retreat? The former governor died heroically, but left a mess for Li Qinggang and others to clean up. After listening to these reports, Suja also felt a headache. When I read the work report on the South China Sea base before, I had a psychological expectation that it would be difficult. But after actually using it, I found that it is more difficult than I imagined. But no matter what, the work must go on. After thinking for a moment, Suja made some changes to the plan he had prepared earlier. He directly instructed Li Qinggang and Zhao Hanchuan. The most urgent task is to stabilize the morale of the people in the base and prevent chaos. You should immediately notify the TV station to come to the governor's mansion. I will be giving a live speech in an hour. A group of dragons without a leader is prone to chaos, so I'll give you all some peace of mind. Okay, Governor. Li Qinggang and the other man immediately accepted the order. The new governor is indeed capable and decisive, and this tactic is the most effective. After the two left, Suja called Su Xingyan without saying a word. There is no other meaning, just want more support. Okay. I'll go convince the principal and the military to give you more support. Su Xingyan couldn't resist Suja's nagging and agreed to risk his reputation, but also asked for more support from above. He was also afraid that Suja would give up because he was forced to be the governor. Since Suja is so willing to work, why shouldn't he support him? How much is his face worth? However, Suja knew that the gap was still very large, so he could only take it one step at a time. If it really doesn't work, just use your own personal resources for public use. Anyway, it is subsidized by other martial arts universities. As for my own cultivation, I can only rely on the system. Thinking of this, and noticing that the system had been refreshed, Suja drew the new monthly ability without hesitation. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving a luck bonus binding experience card, which is bound to Suja's personal reputation value, limited to 1 month. Suja was somewhat caught off guard when he drew this ability. He actually tied his luck bonus to his personal reputation. With Suja's current status as governor, he must govern the South China Sea base well and build a strong reputation among the people of the South China Sea base, so that his own luck will increase. Luck is a good thing, and it is almost a must-have for the child of destiny. Not only can you turn danger into fortune, but you may also gain insights into martial arts, or even sudden enlightenment. More directly, you can even pick up treasures. Although it is not as good as repairing these direct abilities to speed up, the effect may be better if it is used well. Okay. This shows that you were determined to make me a good governor. Suja had no complaints, as he had originally planned to do something for the South China Sea base. This ability can be said to come at just the right time. At the same time, there was a tense and panic atmosphere at the South China Sea base TV station. A new governor has arrived? They haven't received any news at all, and they are about to go to the governor's mansion for a live interview? Perhaps to many warriors, the governor is just a stronger 4th-grade warrior, and there are many beings that are much stronger than the 4th-grade warriors. But to most ordinary people in the base, the governor is more than just a powerful warrior. That's their parent official. The TV station did not dare to delay and quickly dispatched a team. Led by a senior person in charge, they rushed to the governor's mansion in a hurry. 21. Live speech. Use severe punishments in troubled times. Lu Ying is the best journalist at the South China Sea base TV station. Before he was 30, he had become a mainstay. In addition to strong professional skills and outstanding appearance, his background is also not simple. She was born into a family of warriors. Both her parents were warriors, and her grandfather was a peak 2nd-grade warrior. He is a well-known figure in the South China Sea base. But she was somewhat nervous about being responsible for interacting with a new governor-general of the 4th rank. After Lu Ying led the team to the governor's mansion, she was cautious and a little nervous. Even though this was not her first time at the governor's mansion, she had interviewed former governors many times. The former governor was kind and generous to others, but the same cannot be said about the new governor. I heard that he is a very young 4th-grade genius. I'm afraid that such a genius would be arrogant and difficult to serve. Governor Li. Lu Ying and her group said respectfully when they saw Li Qinggang. Li Qinggang has served as the deputy governor of the South China Sea base for many years. He is also a 3rd-rank warrior and is highly respected. No one dares to lose his composure in front of him. Come with me. Li Qinggang didn't waste any time. He had already informed them of the basic situation and told them to seize the time. This was the first thing the new governor assigned him, and he dared not neglect it. Considering the new governor's age and talent, I'm sure he will fly very high in the future. Even if the other party has resigned as governor, it would be easy to control Li Chenggang. Governor Su, the people from the TV station are here. Li Chenggang knocked on the office door and said respectfully. Seeing Li Chenggang being so respectful and nervous, Lu Ying and the others also became nervous. I guess the new governor is not easy to get along with, so he is so cautious. Come in. Usted responded. Pushing the door open, Lu Ying and others saw a tall figure standing in front of the window. Then he turned around and looked at them with a smile. Greetings, Governor Su. Lu Ying and others greeted him with their heads down. However, Lu Ying was a little confused. The new governor was indeed young, but why did he look a little familiar? Soon, she denied it in her heart. How could she have seen him before? Don't be so formal, Suja said with a smile. Many warriors may have an innate sense of superiority, but Suja traveled through time and space and lived as an ordinary person for 28 years. But he does not look down on others. He knows how difficult it is for ordinary people. Seeing Suja being so easygoing and smiling, Lu Ying and others couldn't help but be stunned. After hearing Suja's voice at close range and looking at Suja's face carefully, Lu Ying was not just stunned for a moment. She was shocked, as if the world was overwhelmed. This voice, this appearance, also surnamed Su. There is no mistake. This is her high school classmate Suja. Lu Ying might not have such a deep impression of other high school classmates, but how could she not remember Suja since he was the only one from Nanhai No. 3 Middle School who was admitted to the Martial Arts University? Moreover, after Suja finished the martial arts exam, he married Shin Qingyan, the daughter of their martial arts teacher and the school beauty. It caused quite a stir in the school back then. Lu Ying also attended their wedding. 10 years have passed, and I didn't expect that when we meet again, the scene would be like this. Who would have thought that Suja, who was born in an ordinary family and was a bit introverted back then, has now become a fourth-rank warrior and the governor of a base with a population of more than 20 million. Moreover, Suja is the same age as her, only 28 years old, so he will definitely have a bright future. Unfortunately, her relationship with Suja was just ordinary back then. Otherwise, maybe I can still seize a good opportunity. Old classmate, long time no see. At this time, Suja also recognized Lu Ying and took the lead in revealing the secret. You still remember me? Lu Ying was a little flattered, but still said respectfully. She knew that she shouldn't try to establish friendships with her classmates casually, and should say the right words at the right time. I remember. Why don't you remember? Suja still smiled and was very satisfied with the performance of this old classmate. But he didn't want to catch up with his old classmates, so he just ordered, let's get started. Let's preview it on TV first. Okay, Governor Su. Lu Ying came back to her senses and quickly got down to work. Li Chenggang on the side was also directing and helping and issued notices to public institutions at various bases. However, he did not expect that Lu Ying and Governor Su were classmates. What a coincidence. Soon, Nanhai TV issued an announcement. The new governor of the South China Sea base will make a public speech in 30 minutes. Countdown. XX minutes, XX seconds. As soon as this trailer came out, it instantly attracted countless people's keen attention. The new governor has finally arrived. Congratulations. Yes, things have been so chaotic lately, prices have skyrocketed, and life has been hard. New governor, new atmosphere. I hope the South China Sea base will get better and better. Many ordinary people have given some hope to the new governor, hoping that he can make some achievements. This period of time is particularly difficult for ordinary people, but it is easier for warriors. Nanhai No. 3 Middle School. Shin Qingyan, who has already started school, is completely busy in the new semester. In the last martial arts exam, 6 students from grade 10 were admitted to the Martial Arts University, and with Song Qing, there are 7 of them now. This made Shin Qingyan famous among students' parents, and many students wanted to transfer to Shin Qingyan's class. The new governor is speaking? Nanhai No. 3 Middle School, where Shin Qingyan was studying, also received a notice from the governor's office, arranging for everyone to watch the new governor's speech. No one dares to ignore the important announcements broadcast live on TV at the base. If you're not careful, it could be dangerous. What's more, at this critical juncture, the new governor made a public speech upon taking office. Since it concerns everyone in the South China Sea base, Shin Qingyan naturally doesn't want to miss it. She also hoped that this chaotic situation would pass quickly. It was too terrible, especially since most of the students in Shen Qingyin's class are ordinary students. It's even more miserable. The confusion, the frustration, and the busy work prevented her from practicing properly. Not long after, every TV set in the base was filled with people eagerly waiting. They were all waiting to see what kind of person the new governor was and what he would say. After the 30-minute countdown ends, a young and determined face appeared on the screen on time. Hello everyone, I'm Suja, the fourth governor of the South China Sea base in the southern part of Daxia. Please rest assured, our South China Sea base will usher in a new situation. I promise to do the following as soon as possible and to the best of my ability. Crack down on crime, stabilize prices, provide compensation to the families of those killed in action. Suja did not say any polite words, but directly listed the things he was going to do after taking office one by one. As the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 things to do when he takes office. Some residents of the base are still taking a wait-and-see attitude and just want to listen to the fun. But Suja was not just talking. The operation to eliminate evil cult warriors in the southern border is in full swing, and he will not be merciful. Use severe punishments in troubled times. This is the wisdom passed down by our ancestors. No matter who is involved or what interests are behind it, they can only surrender in the face of absolute power. Suja doesn't mind taking action personally to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. After the speech, Suja quickly convened all middle and senior management to begin implementing the action. When everyone learned that Suja had secured considerable subsidies for the South China Sea base, they were happy but also secretly grumbled. It seems that the new governor has a strong background. The higher-ups gave him so many resources just by saying so. Even though the previous governor had applied for several years, the higher-ups only gave him symbolic amounts each time. That's right, the new governor is really powerful. Don't let anything bad happen to you. Just do your job well. At this time, even those who want to slack off or have other ideas have to put their minds to the task. Follow Suja's bold plan and take action. And we absolutely dare not compromise. 22. The governor is awesome. A pioneer. Nanhai No. 3 Middle School. Shen Qingyan gathered in the office with the school teachers to watch the new governor's public speech together. But when the new governor's face appeared on the screen, they were stunned. Isn't this Shen Qingyan's husband? Since Suja started giving special training to students, many people have gotten to know him. Everyone was impressed by this instructor from Nanhai Martial Arts University and knew that Suja was a third-rank warrior. But it has only been less than 3 months. How come he suddenly became the governor of the South China Sea base? The governor must be at least a 4th-grade warrior, and these teachers are well aware of this. So, is Shen Qingyan's husband now a 4th-rank warrior? You have to know that the gap between the 3rd rank and the 4th rank is not ordinary. In the office, all the teachers turned their eyes to Shen Qingyan. Besides surprise and shock, his eyes were also filled with admiration. My husband is a 4th-grade one? The governor of the base. At this time, Shen Qingyan was also a little bit unrecovered. She had no idea when Suja would be promoted to the 4th rank or when he would take over as the governor of the South China Sea base. I hadn't heard about this the last time I went to Nankai Budo University. She only knew that Suja had stayed in the 10,000 Races War for a long time, and after the war ended, he devoted himself to cultivation. I occasionally contacted Song Qing, but he never mentioned it. No matter what, this is a great surprise for Shen Qingyan. My husband's cultivation has become stronger, and we can see each other often at the South China Sea base. Nothing can be better than this. Similar to the situation at Nanhai No. 3 Middle School, although there were not many people in the base who knew Suja before, there were some. For example, former classmates and Shen Qingyan's family. At this time, Shen Qingyan's father-in-law, who was Suja's martial arts teacher, and Shen Yonghui's family were staring at the TV screen with incredible expressions on their faces. The last time Suja went back to the South China Sea base to visit his relatives, his father-in-law happened to be out for something, and he didn't see him. I saw Suja again, but unexpectedly, it was on TV, giving a public speech as the governor of the base. This is too exaggerated. In the governor's mansion. As soon as the live speech ended, Suja led a team to inspect the South China Sea base. Every key institution and region was raided with swift and resolute force, and no mercy was shown where ruthless action was necessary. Although it was only a short inspection and rectification activity, the news is gradually spread. The new governor really gets things done. He doesn't drag his feet at all. That's right. Some gangs and vendors were still hoping for a lucky break. I heard they were all wiped out by the new governor. It seems like they're serious about this, not just talking about it. In a short period of time, Suja gained a favorable impression of many people, and the expectations for him were extremely high, especially when everyone learned that Suja was also from the South China Sea base. They naturally had a good impression of him. They are all from the South China Sea base. Could they harm us? This effect of people's hearts slowly coming together was quickly fed back to Suja through the system's binding. Although luck is a mysterious thing, Suja feels that his success rate will increase a lot no matter what he does at this moment. Even the insights gained from cultivation have become much clearer than before. That's right, we have to work harder to build a good hometown. After a busy day, Suja finally returned home late at night. Surprisingly, Su's mother, Xin Qingyan, and even Su Xiaojin were not asleep yet, and were all waiting for him to come home. None of them called to disturb Suja, but they knew that Suja would definitely come home after he finished his work. Although they didn't call Suja, their own phones never stopped ringing. Classmates, friends, relatives, neighbors, some people who have nothing to do with me at all sent their congratulations and greetings. This forced Xin Qingyan and Su's mother to turn off their phones and stay indoors. When she was in school, Xin Qingyan felt it even more deeply. Her reputation had already improved this semester, and now she was respected everywhere. Some of the new teachers were very humble, fearing that they would offend Xin Qingyan. The wife of the fourth-rank official, the wife of the governor, this identity is not just a bluff. Xin Qingyan was also very sad about this. Thinking back to when she married Suja, she couldn't say she was unhappy, but she always felt a little bit coerced by her father, and it was uncomfortable. Although they have been married for 10 years, Suja is a standard good husband in all aspects except that he spends less time with his wife. When Suja was promoted to the third rank, their relationship also warmed to a new level. At this moment, Xin Qingyan was a little glad that her father's decision was right. In this era where the strong are respected, everyone has a bit of admiration for the strong, and Xin Qingyan is no exception. Why haven't you slept yet? Suja walked in with a smile. Aren't they all waiting for you, Xiaojia? What's wrong with you? Mother Su spoke first with a hint of complaint. Suja's father passed away early, and she raised Suja alone. The thing she was most proud of was that her son was admitted to the Martial Arts University. Who would have thought that one day his son would become a powerful fourth-rank warrior and the governor of the South China Sea base? Such an important thing, but they were not told in advance. This happened a bit suddenly. Suja sat down, looked at Xin Qingyan and Su's mother, and said, "Actually, when you went to Nanhai Martial Arts University last time, I was already a fourth-rank cultivator. I forgot to tell you. As for the governor's matter, I had no choice." Suja patiently explained it to his family. Xin Qingyan and Mother Su were very surprised when they heard this. No one was willing to take the position of governor of a base with a population of 20 million, so the position fell to Suja. Most of the people they came into contact with were low-level warriors of the first or second rank, and they were not aware of what was happening on the battlefield of all races. I don't quite understand the truth about martial arts in this world. And Suja, in fact, has only just begun to understand. No words were spoken that night. Next 3 days in a row, Suja was working hard personally to sort out all affairs within the base. In just 4 days, visibly gratifying changes have taken place at the base. The resources approved for aid from above have also arrived gradually, and they are all what the base needs most. The most valuable items are a batch of cultivation resources, such as elixirs, weapons, and spirit stones. Su Xingyan is really shameless. After calculation, the value is nearly 60 million spirit stones. Li Chenggang and other senior members of the base were stunned. So many? That's great. The governor is awesome. Faced with these resources, Suja was thinking about how to make the most of them. Stabilizing the base is the first priority, while strengthening the base and training more warriors are the long-term priorities. Half of these training resources will be given to the guard team to improve their overall strength. I want to keep the other half for hosting the South China Sea Base High School Martial Arts League, as well as the rewards for the business martial arts competition. After thinking for a long time, Suja decided to take some different measures. In fact, throughout Daxia, the higher-ups also want to hold national martial arts competitions on a regular basis. However, the battlefields of all races are scattered and communication is inconvenient, so it is not that easy. Even martial arts competitions between martial arts universities are difficult to organize. But through conversations with the dean, Su Xingyan, I learned that as the war situation changes, the higher-ups actually strongly encourage internal competition among regions. Only with competition can there be progress. And it is also time to rectify the martial arts culture across the country. It took 500 years for the spiritual energy to revive. This long period of time inevitably led to some corruption in Daxia. Nanhai Budo University may not be obvious, yet due to its recent establishment. However, in those martial arts universities that have existed for more than 100 years, the phenomenon of class stratification and the prevalence of people with connections has become increasingly serious. As a result, some civilians with extraordinary talents often do not receive the best training. On the contrary, those who have backgrounds not only have abundant resources of their own, but can also get various subsidies from the school. If this continues, there will definitely be big problems. This time, it seems that the higher-ups have made up their minds to change the situation. Nanhai Budo University may implement it first. The martial arts university involves a wider range of issues, so the base is actually easier to operate. Since this is the case, Suja thought, why not take advantage of this opportunity and get started first? Suja did it as soon as he said it after discussing with Li Chenggang and others. He immediately planned to call together all warriors of the second rank and above in the base to hold a meeting. 23. Martial arts competition. Suja's conspiracy. This was the first time the new governor convened a meeting of warriors, and no one dared to neglect it. Except for those who had official duties and could not leave their posts, basically everyone arrived at the governor's mansion early. The huge conference room was packed with hundreds of warriors. The majority of warriors are the second rank, and there are very few of the third rank. It was also the first time for Suja to face so many warriors, but his eyes were still firm and majestic. After the last war among all the races in the South China Sea, this can only be considered a small scene. The number of second and third rank aliens he killed last time was more than the number present. If he really wants to go all out, Suja, who is now in the middle stage of the fourth rank or above, may not lose if he faces them all at the same time. The gap between middle quality and low quality products is so huge. I believe everyone knows that I have obtained a batch of training resources through Nanhai Martial Arts University. As soon as Suja opened his mouth, he set the tone for the meeting. The meaning is very clear. These cultivation resources were obtained by Suja personally and have nothing to do with anyone here. Hearing this, all the warriors revealed eager and puzzled expressions. The warriors at the South China Sea base have not had an easy time recently. The last war consumed a lot of resources. All warriors, whether they held official positions or were idle, had their resource harvests cut significantly. The training conditions at the South China Sea base itself are the worst. Without some life-saving elixirs, they're not even very enthusiastic about going out into the wild to face strange beasts. It is of course a good thing that the new governor has obtained cultivation resources. It just depends on how they are distributed. The warriors present here, in addition to their own training, are actually more concerned about their own descendants. After all, the next generation is hope. I plan to hold a high school martial arts league at the Nanhai base starting this year to improve the potential of the younger generation. A large part of this resource will be allocated to various high schools for use as training and rewards. Because this is a martial arts league, we need your support. Suja directly stated his first plan. Governor, this is great. We will definitely give our full support. Among the warriors, there were teachers who were the first to express their attitudes. Some other warriors who had no direct interest in the matter also echoed the sentiment. Whether you are running a martial arts school, a member of the guard team, or a martial arts family, you can actually benefit from it. The Martial Arts League is an event that is highly anticipated by everyone. No one dares to raise any objections, and there is no benefit in raising any objections. Suja nodded, very satisfied with everyone's opinions. Then he stated the main purpose of calling everyone over. The High School Martial Arts League is actually a bait. I plan to use two methods at the same time. While the Martial Arts League is being held, I will lure out all those evil cult warriors and catch them all in one fell swoop. When the time comes, everyone here will be required to contribute. There will be a big reward. When Suja announced the reward, all the warriors became jealous and excited. The rewards here are much higher than hunting exotic animals in the wild. It is everyone's responsibility to kill the evil cult. Support the governor. Everyone's enthusiasm was immediately ignited. Most of the warriors sitting there are registered warriors, so the chances of them being infiltrated by cults are very low. In fact, it doesn't matter even if the evil cult warriors find out. The purpose of the evil cult warriors is to destroy the forces that resist the myriad races and belong to the myriad races. They will definitely set their sights on the high school martial arts league. Moreover, the reward is so generous, and most of the cult warriors are selfish, and it is difficult for them to resist this temptation. This is an open conspiracy. When Suja said that a martial arts competition would also be held for the entire base, the warriors in the conference room were all excited. Support the governor, long live the governor. The resolution of this meeting was soon announced throughout the base. This makes many people very excited, and excitement is inevitable. The most excited ones are undoubtedly the students in the school. Normally, they would have no channels to compete for such generous rewards. Although the competition is fierce, at least it gives outstanding students a fair chance. It can also accumulate combat experience and hone martial arts. Competitions among social warriors are also widely praised and anticipated. First, the rewards are generous, and second, which warrior doesn't want to prove himself and hone himself? The new governor is very generous. He has done a good thing that will benefit future generations. For a time, all the people related to martial arts in the entire South China Sea base were full of praise for the new Governor Suja. Shin Xingyin couldn't resist his teacher's enthusiasm and called Suja personally. Ask about the High School Martial Arts League. After all, the people who care most about this matter are the teachers of the high schools in the base. Well, it's serious. The main purpose is to improve the strength of high school students and strive to have more people admitted to the Martial Arts University during tomorrow's martial arts exam. Some of you martial arts teachers can also participate in social martial arts competitions to improve each other. Suja replied affirmatively on the phone. Hearing what Suja said, all the teachers were filled with energy, both for the students in the class and for myself. Overall, the series of policies introduced by Suja have received very good response. The most direct manifestation is that Suja feels that his luck has obviously changed, and he often feels like he has suddenly realized something about martial arts. This has never happened before. However, the current major incentives, whether it is support for the guard team, the High School Martial Arts League, or the Social Martial Arts League, are the greatest help to martial artists. Ordinary people in the entire base can only feel that the base is not so chaotic anymore, prices are stable, and other positive things. If you want to gain more recognition from ordinary people, you may have to work harder. Take your time. You can't get fat in one bite. Suja did not have the idea of rushing for success, and he wanted to get the martial arts competition done first. 3 days later, after intense and efficient preparations, the High School Martial Arts League was launched in full swing. Nanhai TV also arranged a full broadcast. Wow, is this a high school martial arts competition? It's quite exciting. Indeed, although these high school students have low vitality and a little immature combat experience, their spirit is particularly moving. Oh my God, this competition has made me a little nervous. Come on. Watching the game on TV, everyone expressed their thoughts with great interest. Especially some parents who were watching the competition on site were even more nervous and excited than the participating students. As the competition progressed, everyone discovered that there was a big difference in the level of each high school. School leaders pay special attention to this because the top 3 schools will receive more rewards. Of course, even if the participating school comes in last, it will receive a reward of 1,000 spirit stones. This is no small amount. Suja is a 4th-rank official, and even with his tutor's salary, he only has more than 1,000 spirit stones. For a high school student, if he or she has 10 spirit stones per month for cultivation expenses, that is considered a wealthy family. The individual rewards of this high school martial arts league are even more eye-catching. After internal selection, each school will have 30 places to participate, 30 in each grade from the 1st to the 3rd year of high school. All students who participate in the competition will receive 20 spirit stones as a reward. The overall league is divided by grade, and there are rewards for the top 100. The champion of the senior year will receive a reward of up to 10,000 spirit stones. This amount of reward is enough to make even a 2nd-rank warrior in society salivate. For some warriors who dare not go to the battlefield, 10,000 spirit stones are not so easy to earn. The governor's office announced the total prize money for school and social warrior competitions, which was as high as more than 1 million spirit stones. Of course, some prizes are given out in the form of more precious elixirs. This number shocked everyone. If anyone dares to lay hands on these reward resources, they will be killed without mercy. Before starting, Suja issued a death order. With such a huge amount of money, it is hard to guarantee that some people will be tempted by evil and use it for personal gain. Suja was not afraid that someone would dare to get involved. At worst, they would die if they tried. For this batch of resources, Suja specifically asked Su Xingyan to make a soul imprint on them. If you are below the 7th rank warrior, don't even think about erasing those marks. 24. Suja's new operation is to give money in disguise, which will benefit future generations. The High School Martial Arts League is going on smoothly and in full swing at the South China Sea base. Suja's luck is also rising every day. What is gratifying is that on the 3rd day after the start of the league, many businesses saw the business opportunities. They all asked for sponsorship and advertising. Among them, those selling elixirs and martial arts schools are the most active. Of course, Suja would be more than happy to accept such a request. From the very beginning, Suja had never thought of holding it for only 1 or 2 sessions, but wanted to make it a regular event. With the capital injection from these businesses, the martial arts competition may not take 1 or 2 years. Even if the base does not allocate much funds, it can operate on its own and form a virtuous circle. Suja was not worried that the next governor would stop the competition after he stepped down. After all, internal competition to rectify martial arts is the general trend. Who dares to go against it? And once a policy becomes popular, it is not easy to stop it. The most important thing is that there is only one possibility for Suja to resign as governor. That means he is stronger, at least above the 5th rank. At that time, he will have more power and many things will be easier to handle. It was almost half a month later when the High School Martial Arts League and social martial arts competitions were back on track. Suja once again gathered a group of warriors, this time mainly from wild hunting groups and martial arts gyms. What's going on? Governor Su called so many of us here. Is he going to do something else? I don't know, but it must be a good thing. I can't wait. Who says it's not true? I hope Governor Su will summon us whenever he wants. These warriors were discussing among themselves and asking each other if they had any inside information. But even 3rd-rank warriors like Li Chenggang and Zhao Hanchuan, who hold important positions, are not very clear about it. However, their ideas are similar to everyone else's. Governor Su has new ideas after all, and they're most likely helpful to the base. After everyone arrived early, Suja showed up on time. Governor Su, the governor is here. Everyone looked at Suja, their expressions and words full of respect. If there were some warriors who had some complaints about Suja's new arrival and young age. But no one dares to have such an idea now. Not to mention his strength, Suja is really capable and really cares about the base. Suja glanced at the entire room, and the conference room instantly became quiet. Calling everyone here must be for good reasons, Suja said. As soon as the words fell, all the warriors present showed expectant joy on their faces, but some of them had stern faces. They believe pies will not fall from the sky automatically. It's impossible. Suja ignored it and continued to speak slowly. Ever since the last alien beast riot, the alien beasts outside the South China Sea base have become somewhat restless, and the threat to the base has increased. In view of this, I plan to launch a hunting activity for exotic animals. Within the specified time, the base will increase the purchase price by 20% for all hunting gains. And there will be additional rewards for the top 30 hunters. After hearing this, everyone's eyes moved. A 20% price subsidy is not a small amount, and there are also competition ranking awards. If this isn't a good thing, then what could be a good thing? The key is wild hunting, which non-warriors can also participate in. This is a policy that benefits the entire base. Governor, when will it start? Someone immediately asked impatiently. It will start tomorrow, and the time limit is 1 month. If the base has sufficient finances by then, we will consider extending it. Great. Let's go out of town tomorrow and kill as much as we can. We have to leave the city. I was originally worried that we wouldn't have enough resources and wouldn't be able to get a good ranking in the martial arts competition. We have to fight hard this time, just for this 20% profit. I'm willing to go all out this month. All the warriors present expressed their support excitedly, their eyes shining. However, Li Chenggang and the other 3rd-rank warriors were somewhat puzzled. The bulk of the value of an exotic beast lies in its meat, which can be eaten as food and is also helpful for cultivation. What does the governor want to do by purchasing so much exotic beast meat at such a high price? The guards can't finish eating it all, and selling it would be a pure loss. Is it purely a policy that benefits the people? They didn't dare to question it even though they couldn't figure it out. After all, the bulk of the financial resources came from Suja. Moreover, this decisive new governor must have his own considerations when doing things. Afterwards, Suja explained some details to Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongquan. For example, let the guard team set up purchasing points in the wild and review and reward specific implementation methods. The incentive was announced on television the same day. The next day, the guard team acquired a lot of exotic beast resources. On the third day, the acquisition amount began to surge. Day 4. Suja asked the TV station to issue a new announcement. Everyone in the base can buy 1 pound of exotic beast meat at a 30% discount with their ID card. The content is simple, but extremely explosive. It instantly caused a sensation in the entire South China Sea base. Buy at 70% off, 1 pound per person? Since there are many people in this family, isn't it equivalent to a free distribution from the governor's office? The governor's office is distributing money in disguise. Not only that, even if you had money, you couldn't buy that much exotic beast meat before. The governor wants every household to be able to eat exotic beast meat so that everyone can have the opportunity to practice. Yes, the governor wants to improve the strength of the entire base, especially our next generation. The governor is planning for our future. This is a feat that will benefit future generations. Without any surprise, everyone took action. In less than one morning, all the exotic beast meat that had been in stock for the previous 3 days was sold out. This once again stimulated the hunting group. They were also worried that there was too much exotic beast meat and the governor's office was burdened too much, so they might terminate the purchase at any time. It seems that I was overthinking it. The exotic beast meat was not too much, but not enough. Go, go, go. We must kill more people today. The entire South China Sea base became bustling. No one wants to miss this opportunity. In an instant, Suja's luck began to soar. After all, the number of warriors is too small, and the policies that involve the interests of every ordinary person have the greatest impact. Unfortunately, it can only last for a month at most. The finances can't afford it. Also, a month is enough to clear out some of the strange beasts at the outermost edge of the base and ensure everyone's safety. If we kill too many people, everyone will take risks and there will be casualties. Suja listened to the daily reports from Li Chenggang and others and searched secretly. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the benefits that would come to him when his luck reached a certain level. Practice enlightenment? Or did you pick up a priceless medicine? The system capabilities this time seem a bit ordinary. But Suja knew that it was actually the most incredible talent, because the bonus of luck during this month will remain with him forever. In other words, an extra son of luck was created for him. Looking forward to it. 25. The god of swordsmanship. Shin Yonghui is so arrogant. In the following time, Suja lived a busy and fulfilling life every day. In addition to work, he would also take time to guide Shin Qingyin and his daughter Su Shaojin in their martial arts training. Occasionally, he would study the martial arts books in the Governor General's office, although they were not as rich and advanced as those in Nanhai Martial Arts University. But because of the bonus of luck, it always brings him different insights. Of course, he never stopped practicing, and his cultivation and combat power were also steadily improving. Soon, it was almost a month since Suja took office as governor. The South China Sea base has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Internal problems, external security. The most obvious change is that ordinary people have become stronger. This is the result of everyone having access to exotic animal meat to eat. As for the warriors and guards, their strength has been improved thanks to various subsidies. The preliminary rounds of the High School Martial Arts League and the Social Martial Arts Competition have also been successfully concluded. Especially the High School Martial Arts League, the impact is wide and far-reaching. And as time goes by, the impact will become more and more profound. Some of the gifted geniuses are gradually coming to the fore. However, he did not behave too evilly, and those hidden evil cult warriors did not take action immediately. Suja was not in a hurry either. He believed that those people would not be able to sit still in the final stage. On the last day of the luck bonus, Suja gave himself a day off. Retreat in the library of the Governor General's palace. Suja's cultivation level is close to the late 4th level, but it is not easy to break through this small realm. Since he had no means to speed up his training, Suja planned to start with martial arts. The martial arts in the governor's mansion are the best in the entire South China Sea base, although most of them are only 1st or 2nd grade martial arts. But there are so many of them that Suja hasn't finished reading them yet. While studying it, Suja's powerful mental power discovered that there seemed to be something strange about a martial art. It was a second-grade boxing martial art, but the warrior felt a fifth-grade spiritual imprint on it. Fifth rank? It really is fifth rank. Suja couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. Could this be the blessing brought by the improvement of luck? After so many years of cultivation and the system having been awakened for so long, Suja has never had any adventure. Suja didn't think much about it. Relying on his profound fourth-grade spiritual power, he began to try to contact that spiritual imprint. After a full half-day of research, Suja was even more surprised and shocked. This is actually the cultivation enlightenment left by a sixth-grade warrior. Although it's been a while since I read the martial arts book, it is indeed of the sixth grade. The sixth-grade warriors are already the pinnacle of the middle-grade warriors, and there are only a handful of them in the entire Nanhai Martial Arts University. Even fewer people can leave their insights on cultivation for others to study. There is also one in Nanhai Martial Arts University, but unless you are at the vice president level and have made outstanding contributions, there is absolutely no chance of contacting them. After all, this is related to some secrets of a 65th level warrior. Suja suppressed his inner excitement and soon immersed himself in absorbing the insights of cultivation. And this immersion lasted for 3 full days. This forced Suja to explain things to Li Chenggang and Xin Qingyan separately. Now as the governor of the base, Suja doesn't have to do everything himself, but he cannot disappear for 3 days without giving instructions. Fortunately, 3 days later, Suja's harvest was huge. The insights gained from cultivation are enough, and a breakthrough to the late 4th level is only a matter of time. The most important thing is that Suja's understanding of martial arts is completely different from before. He felt that he needed to practice a powerful martial art to serve as his greatest support. It just so happens that a new round of system extraction capabilities has been refreshed. Suja didn't hesitate and started drawing immediately. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving the God of Sword Skills Talent Experience card, limited to 1 month. This is the first time that Suja has drawn such a specific system capability. The God of Swordsmanship, with full talent, all of which are completely tailor-made for his swordsmanship martial arts. In an instant, his understanding and realm of swordsmanship in his mind suddenly became clear. Is this what it feels like to be a genius? It feels so good. Immediately, Suja began to practice his Mad God sword technique. There is not much change in each move, but the insights and combat power contained therein are no longer the same. Not bad. My knife is very handsome. Suja walked out of the training room in the governor's mansion with a smile on his face. He also wanted to continue practicing in seclusion, but today was the day he had promised Xin Qingyan to go to his father-in-law's house. I didn't get to visit my relatives last time, and this time I'm busy as governor, and a month has passed. It would be unreasonable not to visit again. Apart from being his father-in-law, Xin Yonghui is also his mentor. When he was in high school, Suja couldn't even afford a bottle of the most ordinary qi and blood pill, so his father-in-law provided him with a lot of financial support. This was also one of the reasons why Suja accepted this marriage in the first place. There was an element of gratitude involved. Even though he was not favored by others at the time and had average talent, my father-in-law still insisted on his vision. Since Suja was promoted to the 3rd rank, his living conditions have become more favorable, especially after he was promoted to the 4th rank. I often ask Xin Qingyan to help her father-in-law more. After all, my father-in-law is also a first-class warrior, and his age of over 50 is actually not that old. Warriors all live long lives. 100 years is the norm, and warriors of middle and high rank are said to live for an extended period of time. Suja also hopes that his father-in-law can break through his cultivation level and live to be over 100 years old. But as a retired martial arts teacher, Xin Yonghui sticks to his own opinion. If Xin Qingyan gives him a little more, he won't take it. He is principled and stubborn. In a warrior community in the South China Sea base, upon learning that their daughter and son-in-law were coming, Xin Yonghui's family became very busy. In the past, every time Suja came to visit relatives, he would also come to the Xin family. Although the Xin family was also enthusiastic, it was obviously not so tense and grand. Things are different now. My son-in-law Suja is already the governor of the South China Sea base. How could they have imagined that there would be such a day? Even Xin Yonghui, who was most optimistic about Suja, could not have imagined this because he was attracted by Suja's character. Fortunately, I finalized their marriage long ago. Otherwise, there would be no such good thing as today. During this period, Shin Yonghui often showed off in front of others, showing off his son-in-law and his own vision, especially in front of his wife and two older sons. He slapped them in the face with such domineering power. At the time of the marriage, Shin Yonghui's wife and two eldest sons were the most opposed. Yes, Dad, you have good vision. The two sons and daughter-in-law dared not refute anything and could only agree. Even Mother Shun was silent. She was the most active person who opposed the marriage in the first place. Although Suja successfully promoted to a second-grade warrior after graduating from Nanhai Martial Arts University, he stayed in the school as an assistant teacher. Over the years, Shin Qingyan has also helped the family a lot. Mother Shin had already approved of this marriage. It's not as good as the best, but better than the worst, so there's nothing wrong with it. Who would have thought that after 10 years of marriage, Suja would still have a chance to make a name for himself and bring honor to his family? Grandpa, Grandma. Just as the family was busy, a clear shout was heard outside the door. Shin Yonghui was the first to rush out the door and picked up the cute little figure. He called lovingly, "Xiaojin, come here and give Grandpa a hug." Although Su Xiaojin is already 9 years old, she is cute but also very strong and is not old enough to be hugged. There's nothing we can do about it. Who made Shin Yonghui happy and showing off? 26. Martial arts realm, Yilinger? Shin Qingyan was also very happy today. Still remembering when she just got married. Every time she went back to her parents' home, her sisters-in-law never gave her a very good look. The situation did not ease until Suja was promoted to a first-class warrior in his sophomore year. By the time Suja was a senior in college, he had become a second-grade warrior, and Shin Qingyan herself had also become a first-grade warrior, and in turn subsidized the Shin family. It took several sisters-in-law to completely change their minds. Some things are not so easy to forget. This is also the reason why Shin Qingyan is not too close to her two brothers, even though they both took good care of themselves when they were young. Suja has been without a father or brothers or sisters since childhood, so he didn't think too much about it. He has hardly come to visit his father-in-law many times. In his opinion, in this dangerous world of high-level martial arts, having more relatives is always a good thing. Xiaozhe, Qingyan, Shin Yonghui gave up hugging Su Xiaojin and instead smiled and nodded to Suja and Shin Qingyan. Especially towards Suja, his smile was full of pride and satisfaction. Mother Shin and others also came forward to warmly welcome the family. "Dad, my long time no see." Suja also greeted with a smile. The father-in-law hasn't changed much, but Mother Shin, as an ordinary person, has aged a little. The two brothers-in-law and their sister-in-law were still the same, though their expressions seemed a little reserved. There's nothing we can do about it. Even though she is my brother's wife, she is also a fourth-rank warrior and the governor of the base. Normally, when facing a first-rank warrior, they would feel inferior, let alone someone like Suja. In this regard, Suja just felt a little strange, nothing else. After the family happily finished their meal, Suja saw that his two brothers-in-law were not far from becoming first-class warriors, so he offered to provide them with some resources, and it would not be too late to repay them after they became warriors. "No need, Xiaozhe. You don't have such good conditions as these two on your way to becoming a warrior. The most important thing for a warrior is not just strength but courage and determination. This is what they lack. However, my father-in-law Shin Yonghui refused without hesitation. This made the two brothers-in-law feel a little unhappy, but they didn't dare to say anything more. Suja saw this and did not insist, and he also agreed with his father-in-law's point of view. To become a warrior, you have to go to the battlefield. Without awareness, you may die faster or become a burden to your companions, which may not be a good thing. After coming out of her father-in-law's house, Shin Qingyan took Suja's arm. He smiled and said to Suja, "Hubby, my dad rejected your kindness just now because he has given up on my two brothers. On the contrary, he values my little nephews more. He wants to keep some affection for them for the future. You are still young now, and you may achieve greater success in the future. My father, an old fox, doesn't want to use up all his kindness to you at once." Suja was stunned for a moment. He had not thought of this. However, if Shin Qingyan's nephews have talent in martial arts, he doesn't mind helping them. After all, this is human nature. Suja didn't say much, but changed the topic to talk about Nanhai No. 3 Middle School. Although some outstanding students transferred to our No. 3 Middle School this semester, the overall strength is still a little lacking. In this high school martial arts tournament, Principal Fong's goal is to get into the top 20. Hubby, you don't know that since you implemented this series of radical policies, schools and students have become more and more aggressive. But I think this is a good thing. If you don't work hard now, you will regret it later. Shen Qingyan always had a smile on her face, talked freely, and was full of hope for the future. Suja was naturally happy to see this. Next, Suja filled his schedule step by step. In the morning, practice mainly focuses on swordsmanship and martial arts. He handles base affairs during the day, has dinner with his family at night, and guides Shen Qingyan and Su Shaojin in their cultivation. At night, I return to the governor's mansion to continue practicing. On average, I sleep once every 3 days, and each time does not exceed 3 hours. After a warrior breaks through to the 4th level and possesses powerful mental strength, he actually no longer needs that much sleep. Instead, they focus more on the relaxation brought by deep sleep. Despite this, Suja still did not have enough time and had to work day and night. The finals of the High School Martial Arts League has entered the second half, and the evil cult fighters have not yet taken the bait and made a move. Suja planned to hide personally at the competition site during the last few finale matches. As for whether you can ambush and kill the evil cult warriors, it depends on luck. If the evil cult warriors do not take action this time, the overall strength of the base will become stronger and stronger, and their living space will gradually become smaller. It depends on their own choice. As long as the base is safe, Suja doesn't care. Just like that, after experiencing the system's God of Swordsmanship talent experience ability for 10 days, Suja's swordsmanship finally achieved a qualitative breakthrough. The sword is as wild as a demon, and it kills like a god. Is this the sword's will? A faint light burst out from the blade of Suja, giving people a very mysterious and dangerous feeling. The artistic conception of martial arts is a higher level above qi and blood. This is usually exclusive to the strong and some geniuses, and is also the key to killing enemies across levels. If it weren't for the cheating system, Suja, who has average talent, would have no idea when he would be able to achieve the realm of martial arts. Now, he has finally joined the ranks of geniuses with his swordsmanship. The real combat power is enough to crush ordinary 4th grade middle stage, overpower 4th grade late stage, and compete with 4th grade peak. And with the generation of sword intent. Boom! The next moment, Suja's cultivation level also broke through naturally. The 4th level of martial arts is in the late stage. It's done. This time, it took quite a while to advance from the initial 4th rank to the late 4th rank. Suja never slacked off for a moment in terms of resources and cultivation. In addition, he also gained the cultivation insights of a nameless 6th grade. Therefore, Suja's cultivation in the late 4th grade is not only not superficial, but also extremely condensed and powerful because he has cultivated the realm of martial arts. This strength is already considered outstanding among peers. But Suja clearly remembered that in other battlefields of all races, there were many true geniuses who entered the martial arts university in the same year as him. Now, some people have reached the 6th level of cultivation, or even higher. It doesn't matter. There's plenty of time to catch up. Suja would not be discouraged. Although he was used to being behind, there was only a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. For a man who has been lying low for 10 years, how could he possibly feel inferior to the geniuses when he finally has the opportunity to compete with them? He will just seize the opportunity, take one step at a time, and keep moving forward. Afterwards, Suja took advantage of the system's capabilities and continued to hone his sword skills every day. But until the High School Martial Arts League entered the semifinals, with only a few games left, the cult warriors did not take any action. After the quarterfinals, Suja had been lurking at the competition site, but to no avail. Of course, Suja will not relax in the final few games of the semifinals. However, before the semifinals battle started, Suja received an email from the Southern Border Grand Commandery. The content is very simple. The Southern Territory of Daxia is planning to hold a tour of martial arts star Yi Linger in all bases across the territory starting next month. Please prepare for all bases, especially for the prevention of attacks by evil cult warriors. Martial arts star? Yi Linger? Suja was a little confused. 27. The Battle of the Top 4, the fake 4th grade cut in half. The martial arts stars in this world are different from the so-called entertainment stars before Suja traveled here. They are two completely different concepts. A martial arts star must first be a warrior, and a special warrior at that. They are rarer and more precious than ordinary warriors. The most popular and sought after among them are martial arts stars who possess special spiritual talents. Yi Linger is a martial arts star who is quite famous throughout Daxia. Her spiritual gift is the ability to produce the sound of martial arts through playing and singing. It is amazing that listening to it can have a bonus effect on one's understanding of martial arts. Yi Linger, who is only 24 years old now, has already been promoted to a third-rank warrior and has become a future rising star sought after by everyone in Daxia. Moreover, Yi Linger comes from a martial arts family in Shindu, and her background is incredibly powerful. It is said that the Grand Commander Su Shoshuan also took great pains to invite them to tour the southern border this time. It is no exaggeration to say that the value of Yi Linger's trip is no less than the effect of spending billions of spirit stones. In order to improve the strength of the Southern Territory, the Grand Commander has also invested a lot of money. Suja looked at the scattered information about Yi Linger on the internet and couldn't help but sigh. However, Yi Linger's protection work is indeed very important. The value of a Yi Linger is no less than that of a 7th-grade warrior. Moreover, Yi Linger is a martial arts genius, and her importance in the future is immeasurable. Imagine that the 6th-rank Yi Linger played the heavenly music of martial arts, which would be helpful to martial artists below the 5th rank, and it would be a large-scale help. This is no less important than a martial arts university. What's even more terrifying is that the martial arts heavenly sound can not only help with cultivation, but also boost morale on the battlefield. Several other similar martial arts stars are assisting in guarding the 10,000 races battlefield, which has stronger strength and are an indispensable force in the 10,000 races battlefield. There is no such thing in the Nanhai 10,000 races battlefield, so Suja has never seen it. However, Suja quickly thought of the reason why his superiors agreed to the request of Grand Commander Su Shoshuan. I'm afraid it's also related to the fact that the various races in the southern border battlefield are showing signs of uniting. This highly confidential military secret was revealed to Suja by Su Xingyan. It's not because Suja has a good relationship with Dean Su, but because Suja killed enough aliens in the last war, and his contribution value reached the level where he could learn secrets. Also, Suja happens to be the governor of the South China Sea base, and it is necessary to know this position. It starts next month, so there's still time. Suja wondered. The cult warrior had not made any move. Was he waiting for Yi Linger to come? On second thought, it's unlikely. Yi Linger's tour was a secret, and the first stop on her tour in the southern border was the South China Sea base. No matter what, Suja just needs to do his job well. 2 days later, the semi-finals began. The competition was held in the base's Martial Arts Center Square, which was filled with people early on. As usual, Nanhai TV will broadcast the entire event, and Lu Ying will be the person in charge. Back then in the governor's office, many people knew that she and Suja were high school classmates. The TV station was sensible, and no one dared to compete with her for this unique job. For this reason, Lu Ying even went to Shin Qingyan's house to express her gratitude. After all, she and Shin Qingyan are classmates. Lu Ying was very tactful, and Shin Qingyan received her politely. In Shin Qingyan's opinion, Suja implemented many reform measures in the South China Sea base, and the TV station's publicity was helpful. As long as it can help Suja and truly stabilize the base, Shin Qingyan will not refuse. Suja didn't say much after finding out. As long as Lu Ying can do her job well, it doesn't matter if she maintains some personal relationships. After all, they were high school classmates. The semifinals match began in a lively manner under the chairmanship of Deputy Governor Lu Qinggang. Suja did not appear in public, but instead restrained his aura and hid high up in a building, watching every move in the entire square. No one below the 5th rank could detect his presence. Soon, Suja noticed an unusual figure. Is he a cult warrior? Suja did not hesitate and planned to control the situation first. So he made a phone call to the leader of the guard, Zhao Hongchuan, who quickly set out with the warrior guard team hidden in the crowd. He easily controlled the man. It must be said that the South China Sea base has always been relatively weak, and even the cult warriors are not strong. Suja continued to lie dormant, observing, waiting for the cult members to take the bait. Soon a third-rank cult leader could no longer sit still. Let's do it! Then the evil cult warriors hiding in the crowd took action. Suja, who noticed these unusual movements, immediately notified Zhao Hongchuan to be on guard in front of the ring. Zhao Hongchuan and his companions had anticipated that if the evil cult warriors took action this time, it would be a big and bold move. But I still didn't expect that their strength and numbers were far beyond imagination. This is based on the premise that they have already controlled 10 evil cult warriors. Roughly speaking, at least more than 60 warriors were dispatched in total. and there are several third-grade warriors. With such strength, no other organization except the Guard can compete. Scatter! Everyone scatter! Zhao Hongchuan shouted and quickly interrupted the fighting on the ring, planning to surround the cult fighters first and then catch them in a jar. But it was too late. The leading third-rank warriors were already approaching the stage. The target is directly aimed at the 4 contestants in the semifinals, as well as all the students in the top 30 and 20 who were watching the game nearby. Although these high school students had been competing for more than a month, they had never seen such a scene. The aura of the third-rank warriors suppressed them to the point that they dared not even breathe, let alone muster up the courage to fight. Go to hell? Just when the evil cult warriors were holding their weapons viciously, ready to kill people, an incomparably sharp edge swept over from the arena, and in an instant, the martial arts aura above the 4th level suppressed the entire arena. Suja's figure has appeared on the ring, holding a long sword, like a god of war, coldly locking his eyes on all the evil cult warriors in front of him. Damn, it's Su. Why is he here? The leading cult warrior revealed an ugly expression. Suja had appeared in the martial arts league from beginning to end, which made the evil cult warriors come to the conclusion. This new governor talks nice words, but he won't actually come to watch the game. Little did they know that Suja had been stalking them for many days. At this moment, facing a large group of evil cult warriors below the 3rd rank, Suja merely released some martial arts aura, which was enough to suppress them without much effort at all. Quickly release the secret technique. A cult leader immediately shouted, because he knew that they had no chance of winning against the 4th rank, and they could only take risks. In an instant, the aura of those 3rd-grade masters began to surge wildly, as if stimulated. It has almost reached the level of the 4th rank. This is the thing. Suja looked at the 4 pseudo-4th-grade cult warriors with disdain. Not to mention a fake 4th-grade master. Even if 4 real 4th-grade masters stood in front of him, Suja would kill them without any mistake at this moment. Mad God Sword technique, cut. Suja didn't give them any chance, and slashed them with his sword immediately. The knife flashed as fast as lightning, and it cut the nearest 3rd-rank leader in half like cutting melons and vegetables. Puff! The other party was unable to react and died tragically on the spot. Is this the sword intent? Several other cult leaders noticed what was going on, and their faces turned the color of pig lungs. Their first feeling was escape. 28. Governor Su is so terrifying. The martial arts enlightenment doubles. Several other 3rd-rank cult warriors were about to turn around and flee when they saw the flash of swords. Snap! With a wave of his hand and a drop of his knife, the head falls to the ground. The other cult warriors were terrified when they saw their strongest leaders killed in an instant. He wanted to escape, but the square was surrounded by guards, so there was no way he could escape. There were some slightly stronger 2nd-grade ones left, and Suja took them away in one go. Then the rest either surrendered and were captured, or resisted and were killed on the spot. At first, Zhao Hongchuan and his friends were a little panicked when they saw so many powerful cult members. When several cult leaders used secret techniques and their strength soared to nearly the 4th level, even Li Qinggang was no match for them. However, they unexpectedly underestimated Suja. It happened so fast. It was a massacre, and the opponent had no power to fight back. Governor Su, is he so powerful? All the warriors who witnessed Suja's attack at the scene were stunned. Even though the long knife was not pointed at them, they deeply felt the breath of death. It was so terrifying. At this moment, Suja's inviolable majesty in these people's hearts deepened. Under the ring, Shin Xinyin couldn't help but have her beautiful eyes flickering. It was also the first time she saw Suja take action, and Mu Chang's psychology reached its peak at this moment. This is the strong one. This is her husband. In less than 10 minutes, the scene was cleaned up. The game continues, Suja said to Li Qinggang and Zhao Hongchuan. Although the scene was in a mess and covered in blood, it was impossible for a warrior to avoid bleeding. If this unexpected incident causes these high school students to become timid and fail to demonstrate their true abilities, that's what they are like. To some extent, this was also a practical lesson that Suja gave to all the students present. A life and death lesson where you face life and death and face your fear. It is better than them actually facing strange beasts and alien races on the battlefield, panicking and losing their lives needlessly. Not long after, the scene where Suja, holding a long sword, single-handedly killed many evil cult warriors was also edited and broadcast by the TV station. Everyone in the entire South China Sea base witnessed Su's terrifying strength and tough figure. Governor Su, you are so majestic and brave. At this moment, Suja is no different from a god in the eyes of ordinary people in the base. It's a pity that the luck bonus experience card has expired at this time. Otherwise, it would definitely add a wave of powerful luck to Suja. Next, the semifinals will proceed as usual. The bloody environment on the scene not only did not affect the game, but added a lot of realism to it. It makes people's blood boil, and the applause is thunderous. Suja also reported the situation of killing the evil cult warriors to the Southern Territory Grand Marshal's office. The higher-ups recognized the achievements of the South China Sea base and also gave it an additional batch of training resources as a reward. Of course, Suja accepted them all. Suja used this batch of training resources and rewarded them to the guard team, who had made great contributions in killing the evil cult warriors. They deserve it. 3 days later, the High School Martial Arts League and Social Martial Arts Competition all came to an end. As the governor, Suja personally attended the award ceremony. Congratulations! I hope you will continue to work hard and contribute to the safety and development of the South China Sea base. I hope you will go further and further on the road of martial arts and exert your energy to resist the myriad races. Suja's impassioned speech ignited the enthusiasm of every resident in the base. It also planted the seeds of passion for martial arts for many outstanding students. Once the 2 major competitions are over, the next step is to prepare for the arrival of martial arts star Yi Linger. The superiors have repeatedly stressed the need to strengthen protection capabilities and not allow any mistakes. After killing the evil cult warriors last time, Suja discovered that the guard team of the South China Sea base was still a bit weak. The news that Yi Linger has arrived at the South China Sea base will definitely spread. By then, there might be powerful cult warriors from other bases coming to cause trouble. In view of this, Suja decided to train an elite team within the guard. He took a batch of high-quality training resources and went directly to the guard headquarters. Everyone, you are the elites carefully selected by Commander Zhao. I will give you a special training next. What I have in my hand is the reward for passing the special selection. Some of these elixirs would make even a third-rank warrior jealous. You all know what this means without me telling you. Then, fight to the death and survive this special training. If you survive, you will be reborn. If you don't, you will be mediocre for the rest of your life. Facing more than 30 warriors from the escort team, Suja made a deafening opening speech. The faces of those warriors from the escort team all showed unprecedented excitement. The powerful Governor Su personally trained me, and there were so many high-quality resources as rewards. This kind of good thing might only come once in a lifetime. Moreover, they knew that Suja was originally a mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University. It was more than enough to teach those talented martial arts college students, let alone them. Before starting the special training, Suja gave one-on-one special instruction to each of the 30 guard warriors. You clearly lack the strength in your lower limbs. You need to focus on training your lower limbs. Your blood and chi in your meridians are not flowing smoothly. You need to change your training method. You are not suitable for using a knife. Change to boxing martial arts. After one round, everyone seemed to have their run and do meridians opened up, and the problems that had troubled them for a long time were solved. Especially after the special training lasted for a period of time, they made rapid progress. When the other members of the guard team saw this, they were filled with envy and jealousy. I only regret that I am not strong enough and was not selected. Otherwise, with this wave of wealth coming my way, my status in the South China Sea base will definitely rise in the future. Many people even speculated that these 36 warriors might become Governor Su's confidants in the future. Suja had no idea of cultivating confidants because he would have to leave the South China Sea base sooner or later. But my family and Xin Qingyin's family will be staying in the South China Sea naval base for quite some time, so there's nothing wrong in establishing a good relationship with them. 10 days later, the first phase of special training ended. There was not a single warrior from the guard team who took part in the special training who was not convinced, because their strength has improved visibly. As a result, the entire guard team admired and respected Suja very much. At the same time, it is time to extract new system capabilities. With the assistance of the god of swordsmanship, Suja's mad god sword technique has been improved to a perfect level. It is much more powerful than the time when he killed the evil cult warrior. This made Suja look forward to what ability he could draw this time. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving a martial arts enlightenment probability doubled experience card, limited to 1 month. It turned out to be a sudden enlightenment talent. The so-called sudden enlightenment is a special state of cultivation that warriors long for. In addition to being able to greatly improve their cultivation, the most valuable thing is that it can break through various bottlenecks in cultivation. Some warriors may not even have a sudden realization in their entire life. Often only those geniuses whose talents stand at the top of the pyramid can achieve 1 or 2 sudden realizations with the help of luck. Suja has never had an epiphany so far. In addition to being excited, Suja suddenly thought that the martial arts star Yilinga would come to Nanhai in a while. Her martial arts sound is effective for all residents of the base, including Suja. If I were to be blessed by the heavenly sound of martial arts and add on the ability to double my system's sudden enlightenment, could I then experience a sudden enlightenment? Thinking of this, Suja actually began to look forward to Yilinga. Big star, why don't you come earlier? 29. It's normal for a daughter to be a bit violent if her father is cruel. The system abilities extracted this time are quite special, so there is no need to hurry and practice them. In addition, the work in the base is on track, and Suja has a lot more free time than when he first arrived, except for special training. It also allows him to spend more time with his family. By the way, husband, will the teacher come to visit our home tonight? At the dinner table, Xin Yin suddenly brought this up. Suja was stunned for a moment and joked, "Did Xiaojin do something wrong at school?" "Yeah." Unexpectedly, Xin Yin nodded and said, "Xiaojin beat up a boy in the class. I heard that the beating was not light." Ah! Suja was a little dumbfounded and couldn't help but look at his daughter, Su Xiaojin, in confusion. Don't be fooled by Su Xiaojin's innocent and cute appearance. In fact, her muscles and blood are well trained, and she is indeed a good fighter. But my daughter doesn't seem like the type of person who would resort to violence for no reason. Dad, they were the ones who bullied me first. I was just teaching them how to behave. Before Suja opened his mouth to ask, Su Xiaojin took the initiative to explain. Sufei. He hasn't said anything yet. However, Suja did not rush to ask the reason. Instead, he concentrated his mental strength and carefully checked his daughter's cultivation. During this period, Suja and his wife were very busy and somewhat neglected their daughter's practice. The main reason is that Xiaojin is still young and his body is not yet fully developed, so there is no rush to cultivate his qi and blood. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. Xiaojin's qi and HP are over 200. Ordinary children are no match for her. Suja shook his head in surprise. Among Su Xiaojin's peers, only a few have qi and blood over 100. Some students who have not practiced have even lower qi and blood. But my daughter has unknowingly left her peers far behind. It should be the effect of the previous spiritual root fruit. Xin Yin suddenly realized. Lingyuan root fruit is of great help in developing martial arts potential. The earlier you take it, the better the effect. In addition, with more money on hand, Su Xiaojin has access to top-notch resources. The main reason is that her own aptitude and talent for cultivation are far better than her parents. The combination of many factors led to Su Xiaojin's amazing growth. Suja thought for a moment and said, "In the future, we have to focus on training the control of qi and blood. Otherwise, with Xiaojin's qi and blood, he will want to beat people up. The martial arts education in school obviously can't keep up with Xiaojin's improvement speed." "I understand, husband," Xin Yin responded. Xin Yin knew that Suja wouldn't have much time to teach his daughter, so this task naturally fell on her. At this time, Xin Yin was very glad that she was a high school martial arts teacher. Otherwise, if you encounter this situation, you don't know what to do. Then, Suja asked Xiaojin a few questions, but there was nothing special. It was just normal friction between primary school students. Xiaojin just couldn't control the strength and used too much force. Based on Xiaojin's current progress, it is possible for him to become a warrior before the martial arts exam. Suja looked at his daughter and said with emotion, "Who would have thought that he and his wife, although of average talent, would give birth to a gifted daughter? Husband, my little Jean is much better than you." Xin Yin also looked proud after hearing this. Mother Su was even more delighted. Her son had made great progress, and she didn't expect that her granddaughter might be even more successful in the future. However, there are some things Suja did not say. Even with the training conditions at the South China Sea base, no matter how talented one is, one cannot cultivate a martial arts master. If necessary, my daughter can be transferred to another base before the military examination. This is all in the past. Ding dong. After we finished eating and cleaned up, the doorbell rang. Su Xiaojin's class teacher Zhang Xian, although not a martial artist, had practiced in a martial arts school in her early years and had even joined a mercenary group to hunt in the wild. So she still has some understanding of martial arts. This is why she became the homeroom teacher in this school that mainly consists of warrior families. Children from warrior families are more or less arrogant, and their average talents are more outstanding. Despite this was the first time she met a student with such amazing talent as Su Xiaojin. Su Xiaojin has a violent personality, but her future potential is amazing. Originally, Zhang Xian didn't want to care about these little frictions between students. But there were too many parents complaining, and she also wanted to take the opportunity to meet Su Xiaojin's parents, so as not to delay such a good martial arts talent. She has been the head teacher of Su Xiaojin's class for almost 2 years. She has only met Su Xiaojin's grandmother and has never met her parents. I originally thought that since Su Xiaojin was so talented, her parents couldn't be third-rank warriors, right? You have to be polite when you meet later, and don't blame all the mistakes on Su Xiaojin. Other students are also responsible. But when Zhang Xian stepped into the house, she saw an extremely familiar face. She really couldn't believe it. Su Xiaojin's father was actually the new Governor Su Zhe. Su Xiaojin's mother is Senior Xin Qingyan, whose reputation in the education field has been growing recently. In front of such parents, how can I have the qualifications to teach other people's children? Well, the image of Governor Su being decisive and violent in killing the evil cult warriors could not be erased from Zhang Xian's mind. When the father is so cruel, isn't it normal for the daughter to be a little violent? Teacher Zhang, please sit anywhere. Xin Qingyan greeted Zhang Xian with a smile. Su Zhe also greeted with a smile. Hello, Teacher Zhang, I am Xiao Jin's father. Su Zhe had investigated this teacher Zhang Xian when he came back. There is no problem with her character and ability. He admires her very much. This time when they met at home, Su Zhe would naturally try to be as polite and enthusiastic as possible. Thank you, Mr. Su, Mr. Su. Zhang Xian was inexplicably nervous and even stuttered when she spoke. Fortunately, Xin Qingyan poured her a glass of water, and after taking a big gulp, she slowly calmed down. Then, Zhang Xian carried out the home visit step by step. However, all the remarks that I had thought of before were thrown into the trash can, except for praising Su Xiaojin as a good student with both good character and good academic performance. This made Su Xiaojin, who was originally a little uneasy, also a little confused. Am I so outstanding in the eyes of Teacher Zhang? Seeing that his daughter was about to get a little carried away, Su Zhe just used his eyes to force her to restrain herself. But Xin Qingyan listened to what Zhang Xian said very seriously, and secretly made up her mind to discipline her daughter strictly. If jade is not polished, it will not become a useful object. No matter how good one's talent is, there will not be too many cases where one will end up being mediocre like everyone else. After the home visit, Xin Qingyan discussed a disciplinary plan with Su Zhe. Su Zhe raised both hands in agreement. Not wasting her talent is her greatest expectation for her daughter, and it is also something she can do to the best of her ability. Not long after this episode, the news that Yi Linger was coming to the South China Sea base finally spread. The entire South China Sea base was in an uproar. The most famous martial arts star in Daxia is actually coming to the South China Sea base. Ordinary people come to watch the fun and get a taste of the martial arts halo. But the warriors knew that this was a great opportunity, especially those who have stagnated in their practice. All want to seize this opportunity and take a step forward. Those who have reached the standard of qi and blood want to join the ranks of warriors. To break through the bottleneck, Yi Linger is not just a martial arts star. She may also be the goddess who changes the destiny of many people. Is this the Southern Territory? At this time, Yi Linger, who had just got off the plane and appeared in the Grand Governor's Mansion, felt the place with the most spiritual energy in the entire Southern Territory. There was curiosity and confusion in his eyes. The spiritual energy in the southern border is indeed thin, remote, and desolate. 30. The daughter of heaven is no worse than her. How amazing! In the entire Daxia, the southern border is far away from the center of the divine capital. But it has a vast territory and a large population. It's just that the channel to all races was opened late, the environment for cultivation is not that good, and the competition is fierce. Yi Linger has been staying in the divine capital for many years, and this is her first time to come to the Southern Territory. It's not like she had any special impression of him. She was just following her superior's orders. This tour to multiple bases in the southern border took a lot of her mental energy. It may not be possible to recover without resting for a year or two. Fortunately, the Southern Territory also attached great importance to this tour and provided a lot of good things to replenish spiritual power as compensation. If it weren't for these good things, she wouldn't have come even if the superiors held a knife to her neck. After all, it really delayed her practice. Besides, the base tour was not within her scope of responsibility. An angel's face, a perfect figure, a voice kissed by an angel, and martial arts strength above the third rank. Tickets for Yi Linger's tour went on sale at the South China Sea base 3 days in advance. But after all, it is a base with a population of more than 20 million, and not everyone is eligible to buy a ticket. First, all warriors are automatically eligible to purchase. The rest will be ranked according to their chi and blood levels, and only those who meet the standards will be able to obtain admission tickets. This is not a concert in the usual sense. Its main purpose is to improve the martial arts level of the base. However, there are exceptions. Warriors above the third rank can bring 3 additional places in addition to their own. This is a gift to the strong, and no one dares to question it. After all, the safety of the entire base depends on the support and maintenance of strong people. Furthermore, warriors have privileges. This is only natural. As the only warrior above the 4th rank in the base, Suzhou also has 3 extra places. However, except for Su Xiaojin, Suzhou gave up the other 2 places. Mother Su is not very useful, but my father-in-law and 2 brothers-in-law can get a quota. As for the others, it would be a waste to give them a quota. 3 days later, Suzhou personally picked him up at the Nanhai airport. No matter what, Yi Linger's contribution to the South China Sea base alone deserves Suzhou's respect. Moreover, Suzhou would not allow any accidents to happen. Although Yi Linger's own security team is strong enough, the Southern Territory metropolis also has additional security. But for such a national treasure, it is never too much to attach importance to her safety. Hello, Miss Yi. Welcome to the South China Sea base. As soon as the plane landed, Suzhou, as the governor, personally stepped forward to express his welcome. I have to say, Yi Linger is prettier than in the photo and has a better temperament. But Suzhou doesn't have any ideas. His wife is already very sweet, and there is no point in thinking about messy things. I also want to know where her abilities came from. I'm a little curious. Hello, Governor Su. Thank you for your help. Yi Linger has been the center of attention since she was young. She has a top family background, top talent, and is somewhat arrogant. But she was still quite polite to the base governor, who is only a few years older than her. He is less than 30 years old and has a 4th grade cultivation level, so he can't be said to be very evil. But less than half a year ago, the governor was just a 2nd-rank assistant teacher. This is a bit unbelievable and makes me look at it in a different light. When Yi Linger was reading the information, she thought it was written wrong. How could someone's cultivation level improve so quickly? Even if it is a talent that is awakened after birth, it is impossible to break through like a rocket. But the facts were in front of her, and she had no choice but to believe it. Suzhou very calmly introduced to Yi Linger their preparations and some things that needed attention. He also asked Yi Linger if she had any special requests. If it can be done, Suzhou will definitely do it. If it were before, Suzhou might have envied Yi Linger, a gifted child of destiny. But with the system, he is very calm. This guy is quite interesting. Yi Linger listened quietly to Suzhou's introduction along the way and made a secret comment in her heart. She knew many powerful and high-ranking people, but she had never met one who only talked to her about work without even making a lighthearted joke or two. Are you too confident and look down on her? This is interesting. However, she doesn't think she can't compare to this up-and-coming star. Perhaps this young governor has not yet been exposed to higher-level things and is just a little bit narrow-minded. It doesn't matter. Soon, Suzhou led Yi Linger and his party to the base square. Seeing that Yi Linger had no other needs, Suzhou did not bother her any further and let her prepare it herself. At this time, the tour venue was crowded with people and noisy. Everyone was looking forward to it, with shining eyes, wishing to catch a glimpse of Yi Linger as soon as possible. He was even more eager to get some of the light of Wudao Tianyin as soon as possible and improve his strength. Honey, is Yi Linger pretty? After checking all the work, Suzhou sat in the VIP seat and was asked by Shin Qingyan with a smile. She was also very curious about what this martial arts star was like. If she wasn't afraid of the bad influence, she would have wanted to meet him. You are beautiful, a gifted girl from heaven, and your reputation is well-deserved, Suzhou said frankly. In fact, he knew that what Shen Qingyan envied more was Yi Linger's talent in martial arts. In terms of beauty, Shen Qingyan is not inferior, and she is also enthusiastic and skillful. What can be compared? Humph! Shen Qingyan pretended to be angry, then smiled and said, "But my husband is no worse than her." While chatting and laughing, Yi Linger slowly walked onto the stage. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Yi Linger, and at the same time, thunderous cheers broke out one after another. Suja was slightly amazed by what he saw. This popularity is simply amazing. Yi Linger was dressed in gorgeous clothes and greeted everyone with a smile. "Hello everyone, I am Yi Ling." This smile has attracted countless people. It's not just about beauty. It's as if there's some kind of irresistible magic in her smile. Suja knew that it was spiritual appeal. Very mysterious. Wow, it's so beautiful. At this time, Shen Qingyan next to him was also stunned. Unconsciously, I felt ashamed of myself. Silly wife, you were defeated by someone else's mental power. Smiled helplessly. In fact, this is a step before Yi Linger's performance. By guiding people mentally, she can make everyone focus on her, and then the effect of the martial arts' heavenly sound can be maximized. However, among the more than 300,000 people in the audience, there was still one person who remained unmoved. I don't know if it's because the fourth grade has mental power itself, or for some other reason. After Yi Linger glanced at Suja, she didn't think any more and started playing. Under the guidance of special mental power, the slender hands instantly played a melody that sounded like the sound of nature. The refreshing notes instantly silenced the entire audience. Everyone was immersed in the music, and the atmosphere changed accordingly. This is the amazing effect of the martial arts' heavenly sound. Even Suja was shocked, as if a switch was turned on, and countless martial arts insights flooded into his mind. Even his mental power seemed to have some kind of magical resonance with it. It's really amazing. Suja's cultivation level, which had remained at the late 4th level for a long time, broke through to the peak of the 4th level in an instant. Of course, this was also related to the fact that his cultivation was solid enough and he was almost on the verge of a breakthrough. Just listening for a few moments had such an effect. This made Suja extremely look forward to the moment when the song ended, which would trigger an epiphany for him. Maybe after his sudden realization, he would be able to reach the 5th level of cultivation in one fell swoop. It is even possible to go a little further above the 5th level. After all, sudden enlightenment is rare, and who knows what the effect will be. 31. Sudden enlightenment. Retreat. Officially enter the 5th level. The Budotinian performance lasted for an hour. The curtain fell as 300,000 people were still lingering. When the notes stop and many people wake up from their enlightenment, the first thing they do is choose to leave and go into seclusion. Because of the great harvest, they must take the opportunity to improve. Even the governor Suja returned to the governor's mansion alone after giving a few instructions to his subordinates. Because he also felt that he was about to realize something, although it was a bit rude that he failed to express his condolences to Yi Linger on behalf of the South China Sea base, he couldn't care less. Missing an epiphany is much more serious than being rude. Governor Su has also left. Yi Linger was a little surprised. It wasn't because she was neglected or treated coldly, but because Suja was already at the 4th rank while she was only at the 3rd rank. Logically, his martial arts sound shouldn't be of that much help to Suja. Yi Linger was sure that Suja was not deliberately neglecting her, but had really gained something. She didn't know why she was so sure. Anyway, the performance was over, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Every performance takes a huge toll on her mental energy. Next, Yi Linger will go on a tour to other bases in the southern border. After returning to the hotel and resting, there was still no news from Suja. She hesitated for a while whether to wait a little longer and meet him. After changing her mind, Yi Linger decided to leave the South China Sea base. Forget it. If he can reach the peak of martial arts, we will meet again someday. Yi Linger glanced in the direction of the governor's mansion, and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Inside the training room in the governor's mansion, Suja used up all the good pills he had stockpiled recently. Just as he was slowly digesting those insights and immersed in cultivation. Epiphany. Suddenly, an unprecedented enlightenment arose in my mind. Then he entered an extremely special state, as if he had merged into one with the world around him. The rich spiritual energy surrounding the governor's mansion continuously poured into his body at an extremely fast speed. To advance from the 4th rank to the 5th rank, one needs to materialize one's mental power. At the same time, the body further transforms and strengthens. Suja, the time traveler, has a strong enough soul force and has never encountered any bottleneck in his mental strength. As his enlightenment deepened, Suja's mental power gradually underwent some changes. This change then feeds back to the physical body and affects the mental strength. After repeating this cycle over and over again and absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, the mental power finally took shape. Boom! At the same time, a powerful aura burst out from the dantian. The 5th level of martial arts has been achieved. However, the enlightenment did not end there. Suja continued to practice with great concentration. It lasted until the peak of the early 5th level, and then there were signs of retreat. Is this it? Suja was a little unwilling. The enlightenment has been almost consumed, but Wudao Tianyin still has a lot of spiritual insights. Suja immediately decided to go all out and circulated the energy and blood throughout his body, intending to break through to the middle stage of the 5th level in one go. The higher your cultivation level, the harder it is to break through, even to a small realm. Some people have been stuck for years, not knowing whether he would have an epiphany again next time. Suja didn't want to give up this opportunity. Even if he broke through by force, his realm would become somewhat unstable. There are many ways to consolidate your cultivation, but the fear is that you will never find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Break it for me. Suja swallowed the last pill and began to break through by force. After a while, veins popped out on his face, making him look a little hideous. The breath of the whole body is a little disordered. This made Suja a little worried, but at this point he had no way out. If you forcibly interrupt the breakthrough, you may get injured. If you continue to break through, you may get injured and your cultivation may be damaged. There is no other way. It all depends on luck. At the last moment, Suja's luck came into play. He actually broke through to the middle stage of the 5th level, even at the cost of spitting out blood. Done! The warrior felt the vigorous blood and energy in his body, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. I suffered some minor injuries and will need to rest for at least half a month. The key is he finally succeeded. It's all worth it. He was in the middle stage of the 5th rank of martial arts. This level of strength was probably only possessed by the governors of some important bases in the capital of gods. After today, Suja can walk around any base with ease. Even at Nanhai Budo University, you can apply for the position of associate professor. If Yilinger was still in the South China Sea base at this moment, her jaw would probably drop in shock. Unfortunately, she had already completed all her tours and left the South. During this retreat, Suja stayed in the practice room for a full 14 days. Outside, there are many people who have made great progress in martial arts like Suja. In the past half-month alone, dozens of people have come to register as new warriors. There were also nearly 7 or 8 people who were promoted through martial arts. It can be said that Yi Linger's trip to the Southern Territory greatly enhanced the strength of the South China Sea base and the entire Southern Territory. If I have the chance to meet her, I must thank her in person. Suja couldn't help but think so. After Suja came out of quarantine, it was almost time for the Chinese New Year. 3 days later, it is New Year's Eve. There are very few festivals in this world, and most of them are related to the revival of spiritual energy and martial arts. The only festival left that truly celebrates the members of the League is the Chinese New Year. And people don't really take it seriously, they just do it to create a festive atmosphere. It is impossible for most of the soldiers and warriors guarding the battlefield of all races to go home for the New Year. Suja hasn't celebrated the New Year with his family for 10 years, ever since he started attending Nanhai Martial Arts University. We can have a lively New Year today. For fear of worrying his family, Suja stayed in the governor's mansion for a few days to recuperate. I didn't return home until New Year's Eve. The family was naturally surprised and happy to see him successfully get out of the quarantine. They thought that Suja would remain in seclusion until after the New Year. Compared to the New Year's Eve reunion, Suja's retreat and cultivation is of course more important. Honey, why do you look a little pale? Shin Qingyan noticed that something was wrong with Suja at the first moment and asked with concern. It's okay. I was in seclusion and forced myself to break through. I'm a little uncomfortable now. I'll be fine in a few days. It is extremely common for warriors to get injured. Every time they go to the battlefield of all races, they will always get injured. Even within the base, injured warriors can be seen everywhere. Mother Su and Shin Qingyan saw that Suja was in good spirits. Since Suja said so, there was no need for them to worry about anything. However, it is definitely not good to feel sorry for Suja. Martial arts practice has always been painful and difficult. By the way, wife, did you gain much this time? Suja changed the subject because he clearly felt that Shun Qingyin's aura had also become much stronger. It's just that I didn't release my mental power to carefully explore and sense it. Yes, I've gained a lot. I have reached the peak of the first level. I will strive to be promoted to the second level of martial arts this year. I really didn't expect that the martial arts heavenly sound would be so effective. Shun Qinyin said happily. If she could successfully break through to the second level, she would be considered a mainstay in the South China Sea base. Although many people have been promoted this time, the first-grade warriors are still the mainstream in the base, and the second grade are the elite. Unfortunately, no one was promoted to the third rank this time. It turned out that among those third-grade warriors, only Li Qinggang and Zhao Hongchuan had broken through a small realm. Overall, it was the 30 or so elite guard warriors that Suja had specially trained before that saw the greatest improvement. Martial arts heavenly sound can only act as a catalyst at most. It is already extremely amazing to be able to achieve such an effect. And this is under the premise that Suja has put out a massive amount of cultivation resources. Not everyone can be as perverted as Suja. Directly break through one major realm, plus one minor realm. And it is based on the middle-level cultivation. Well, you can do it. Suju encouraged Shin Qingyan with a smile. 32. The southern border is in chaos and a tide of strange beasts is approaching. During the conversation, Suja asked about his two brothers-in-law. Before this, the chi and blood of the two were close to those of warriors. But I don't know if they have made a breakthrough this time. No, Shin Qingyan replied with a bit of disappointment. If you miss this opportunity, it will probably be more difficult in the future. However, my father-in-law Shun Yonghui also broke through to the peak of the first level this time. He is more talented and works harder than his two sons. How embarrassing. After dinner, the family watched TV for a while. After 12 o'clock, Suja will be 29 years old. It has been exactly 29 years since I traveled to this dangerous world of advanced martial arts. As the saying goes, a man is established at the age of 30, and the rest of his life will be full of challenges and expectations. After the new year, Suja continued to recover, work and practice as usual, and everything was in order. Perhaps because of the injury, Suja did not experience any sudden enlightenment in the next half-month. There is no way. Enlightenment is too difficult to achieve. You should be satisfied once. The 1-month deadline was up, and Suja extracted new system capabilities. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving a triple speed-up experience card for spiritual power training, limited to 1 month. Suja was very satisfied with this ability. After the 5th level, materialized spiritual power can be cultivated. This is also the reason why the 5th grade can crush the 4th grade. The strong mental power can not only shock and pressure the opponent, but also gain the upper hand in the battle. The materialized mental power can also freely control objects, seize weapons, use hidden weapons, and remotely control in a variety of ways. Not only that, the materialized mental power can also be used directly to attack and cause damage. At least for now, when facing a 1st or 2nd rank warrior, Suja can eliminate the opponent's combat power without taking any action. But when facing a 3rd grade warrior, it was still a bit difficult. However, if you can slightly disturb the opponent's mind and cause him a delay of even less than a second, you can easily defeat him when you take action again. Suja has been cultivating his mental power, because strong mental power is also a prerequisite for promotion to the 6th rank. It is necessary to guide through spiritual power to achieve the unity of chi and blood. Before the 6th level, chi and blood are stronger than mental strength. After the 6th level, mental strength is stronger than chi and blood. This is also the only way to become a high-level warrior. Mental power is very mysterious, and some warriors who have entered the 4th level have no idea how to increase their mental power. It can only grow naturally when practicing with chi and blood. In the entire martial arts world, there is no reliable method for cultivating spiritual power. At best, these are some measures that may work, and they may not be suitable for everyone. Suja's practice was also very primitive, and it was achieved by concentrating his mental strength. It's a bit slow, but at least it works. Now, with the triple acceleration, the effect of cultivating mental power is obviously better. In the past 10 days, Suja had doubted whether his mental strength had increased. It turns out there is. For the next period of time, life was relatively peaceful. But Suja knew that the brief peace in the base was not the truth of this world, but the cruelty outside was. Just when Suja was thinking about whether to resign as governor and leave the South China Sea base, the entire southern border was caught in a huge shock. Ever since the last incident in which a suspected traitor from the internal cult warrior acted as the go-between for several battlefields of all races in the southern border, leading to a large-scale attack on various strongholds. The battlefields of all races have never been peaceful. Although many evil cult warriors were eliminated during the mopping-up operation, several large-scale conflicts still broke out on the battlefield of all races. At one point, 3 battlefields of all races broke out at the same time. The entire southern border is in a state of panic now. Grand Commander Su Shoshuan is either losing his temper or preparing to lose his temper every day. The possibility of an all-out war on the battlefield of all races is becoming increasingly higher. The area outside the battlefield of all races was also in a state of chaos and unrest. Because Suja was guarding the South China Sea base, the vast majority of evil cult warriors were eliminated at one time, so there was nothing special about it. Moreover, because the South China Sea base was the weakest, the evil cult martial arts organization did not send reinforcements later. But other bases were not so lucky. They were thrown into chaos by evil cult warriors, and everyone was in danger. Especially during Yi Linger's tour, large-scale vicious incidents broke out in several bases. Although it was suppressed in the end, the situation was really tragic. Before Suja asked Su Xingyin to resign as governor, Su Xingyin said earnestly, "Xiao Su, it is very important to stabilize the rear. The South China Sea base depends on you, so don't let your guard down." What else could Suja do? He had to continue strengthening his defense and improving the strength of his escort team. Fortunately, the finances of the South China Sea base are now barely self-sufficient, and the guard team has been supplemented as the number of warriors in the base increases. The overall strength is even stronger than when the former governor was in office. The only shortcoming is that there are too few high-end warriors above the 3rd rank. The conditions at the South China Sea base are like this. It is extremely difficult to train a 3rd-grade talent. Therefore, the presence of Suja, who is above the 4th rank, is particularly important. Because most of the resources were contributed to the base, Suja was too lazy to register as a 5th-grade warrior. Anyway, the regular subsidies were not that effective. Just like that, another month had passed before I knew it. Suja's injuries had healed long ago, and his mental training had also made great progress. It was obvious that he could now threaten ordinary 3rd-grade warriors with mental attacks alone. A 4th-grade warrior with a weaker spirit would be defeated in front of him if he wasn't careful. These are all surprises brought by the system's triple acceleration. Therefore, Suja couldn't wait to start extracting new system capabilities. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving a Combat Power Increase 80% experience card, limited to 1 month. Another ability to increase combat power. This is the first time that Suja has drawn a duplicate ability, but last time his combat power doubled, but this time it has shrunk to 80%? Maybe it's because Suja is now in the middle stage of the 5th rank, and doubling his combat power is a bit too terrifying. Suja didn't think much about it. The 80% increase was enough for him to deal with opponents at the peak of the 5th rank, and there would be almost no threat within the base. But if this ability is not used on the battlefield, it would be a waste. No, I have to apply for time off tomorrow to go to the 10,000 races battlefield. With this thought in mind, Suja went home and slept that night. He put forward his idea to Xin Qingyin, who expressed her support, but the prerequisite was that it had to be approved by the higher authorities. Suja smiled, hugged his wife, and fell asleep peacefully. Buzz, 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 dash. In the middle of the night, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded in the base, waking up everyone. This is the emergency alarm that everyone in the base is familiar with, but it hasn't been sounded much recently. Suja, who was in light sleep, reacted quickly. Xin Qingyin also quickly got up and ran to her daughter Su Xiaojin's room to deal with any possible situation. In less than half a minute, Suja's phone rang. It was the escort team leader Zhao Hongchuan calling. "Governor, we have received an urgent report from the Southern Border Governor's office, saying that there is a riot of strange beasts throughout the southern border mountains. The riot has turned into a beast tide, and it is estimated that it will attack our South China Sea base in 2 hours. Several bases in the southern border have been attacked one after another. The higher-ups have no time to spare and asked us to guard the South China Sea base." There was a hint of panic in Zhao Hongchuan's hurried voice. Monster waves have happened before, and each time there has been heavy casualties and panic among the people. But every time the military would send people to assist in the defense, but this time they were left to deal with it alone. This shows that this wave of alien beasts is extraordinary, and the military has been distracted by other things. There is no spare energy to take care of them. It is also possible that the higher-ups have made some choices and are leaving the South China Sea base to fend for itself. Got it? The monster tide will come from the north. Notify others to meet up at the northern wall. Don't panic. The base will be fine as long as I'm here. Suja first calmed Zhao Hongchuan, then exchanged glances with Shen Qingyan. He rushed out without saying a word. In the dark night, Suja turned into a phantom and quickly rushed towards the city wall. 33. Defensive deployment, difficult decision. The last time Suja experienced a tide of strange beasts at the base was when he was in his second year of high school. At that time, he was just an ordinary student struggling to survive, but the tragic scenes are still vivid in his mind. This time, he will serve as the highest person in charge of the South China Sea base and protect more than 20 million base residents. Because there was a response mechanism in place, everyone took action when the alarm sounded. The guards, in particular, appeared at their positions according to their duties. It is almost unrealistic to rely on manpower to resist a large-scale tide of alien beasts. The large-scale technological weapons in the base are the most important tools for resistance. Governor, the governor is here. When the people on the city wall saw Suja, they all greeted him. It was as if I had found my backbone and was no longer as panicked as before. The main leaders of the base were all there, and Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan looked at Suja with expectant eyes. The two of them didn't say a word and started reporting the situation directly. Zhao Hongchuan said, "Governor, the guards have been deployed in place according to the Monster Tide Defense Manual." Li Chenggang said, "Governor, the Base Warrior Alliance has summoned all idle warriors, and major groups and guards are also carrying out their work step by step. Emergency measures for the evacuation of the people have also been initiated." Good. Well done. Sulfinativ. These two have been working together for a long time on basic work, so there won't be any major problems. The only thing we need to worry about is the scale and strength of this tide of alien beasts, as well as the direction of the tide of alien beasts. I read the alert sent by the Grand Commander. This wave of exotic beasts is very serious. It is said that there are quite a few mid-level exotic beasts among them. We strictly implement the strategy of diversion and will never confront the monsters head-on. Don't act rashly when you encounter a mid-level exotic beast. Leave it to me. We need to be extra careful with other third-grade and above exotic beasts. We must not let them break through the defense line. Suja emphasized the defensive strategy simply and clearly. In fact, the strength of most of the strange beasts is lower than that of warriors, but their numbers are too large. Although the strange beasts are all mutated wild beasts, some of them have some intelligence. They are more obedient to powerful leaders than humans, and the leader of the alien beasts is the key. Fortunately, the intelligence of high-quality exotic beasts is no less than that of ordinary humans. They also know how powerful humans are and will not take the initiative to provoke them. On the contrary, mid-level exotic beasts often launch attacks on human bases in order to compete for territory and power. But once a tide of strange beasts is formed, there must be a reason. On the way here, Suja made an emergency call to Su Xingyan. Xiao Su. This time some evil cult warriors entered the depths of the Southern Territory exotic beast mountains and angered a lot of high-quality exotic beasts at the cost of self-destruction. There are too few clues at the moment, so this is just speculation. Most of the military's forces have been sent to intercept those high-quality exotic beasts, and the rest are powerless. Suja told everyone the information about Su Xingyan. The meaning is very clear. There is no need to worry about the high-quality alien beasts. The base can withstand this wave of alien beasts on its own, and the matter will be over. But everyone knows that it is not that easy. If the beast tide breaks through the city wall and enters the base, it will be a horrific disaster. Treat every crisis as a life-and-death battle, and don't think about saving weapons and ammunition. Don't hold on to any luck. Behind us are our loved ones and millions of ordinary people. We have no way out. Did you understand everything? Suja made a general mobilization before the war. Clear, everyone said in unison, with a look of readiness to die. They are all from the South China Sea base, and no one cares about the survival of the base more than them. A few kilometers outside the base wall, the guards are laying mines at a rapid pace. This is the first line of defense against the alien beast tide. If you are lucky, you may be able to blow them up. It may not necessarily dissolve the alien beast tide, but it is also good to weaken it and change the direction of the alien beast tide. However, the minefield is only effective against small waves of alien beasts. 4 large waves of alien beasts, especially those with mid-level alien beasts giving orders, they can only be delayed for a short while. The incident happened suddenly, and there was not much the guards could do. As time went on, more and more fully armed warriors gathered outside the city walls. They were mixed together with the guards and formed different defensive formations under the command of the guards. Daxia grants warriors extraordinary treatment and privileges for times like these. All warriors who do not have special missions are required to stand out. In the early days, many warriors refused to be recruited, but they were later brought to court, and some in serious cases were beheaded. The iron-blooded and extraordinary means have created Daxia's current warrior system. For school teachers like Shen Qingyan, the first responsibility is to protect the students of the school. Shen Qingyan also appeared at Nanhai No. 3 Middle School as soon as possible. Most of the students here live on campus. As for Su Xiaojin, she followed her mother Su to the centralized shelter. There are a large number of shelters in the base. If the monsters do not launch a concentrated attack, it will be difficult to break through the defense in a short time. Shelters are undoubtedly relatively safer than staying at home. The South China Sea base was established only more than 30 years ago, so naturally it has no history of being breached by waves of alien beasts. But just because it didn't happen before doesn't mean it won't happen this time. The sound of broadcasts echoed everywhere in the base, chaotic and tense. Everyone's heart is shrouded in a strong sense of crisis. In the temporary command center on the city wall, Suja and his team received the latest intelligence on the alien beast tide. From the satellite images, we can see that the scale of this wave of strange beasts is something that is rarely seen in a century. Even if the military blocked most of the strong men in the alien beast mountain range, they couldn't stop their rage. Most of the previous bases were breached. When they reached our South China Sea base, the alien beasts gathered into a larger tide. This time, it's really dangerous. Li Qinggang analyzed the current situation, his face full of solemnity, even despair. Governor, with this scale, we simply don't have the ability to guide them to disperse. Even if they are scattered, they will gather together to attack the next base. I suggest giving up part of the base's defense and transferring as many people as possible to provide some buffer. I hope this can temporarily slow down the beast tide. Zhao Hongchuan frowned and suggested to Suja. He had never encountered such a situation since he became the leader of the guard, so he could only give suggestions that he thought were reasonable based on his experience. As for the final decision, it is still Suja who has to make it. At this time, Suja also felt unprecedented pressure. One wrong decision will cost the lives of tens of millions of residents. A more wrong decision could be a disaster. Abandon the western base and concentrate on defending the east side. Hurry! Act now. Time is running out. After thinking for a moment, Suja made a difficult decision. The west side is mostly factories, with a small population and few shelters. Now we have to race against time to transfer the people on the west side. Of course, Suja still hopes to defend them all. The only chance is to find the middle-level leaders among the monsters. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. 34. Lead the vanguard team in person to face the tide of alien beasts. There is still 1 hour before the tide of alien beasts arrives at the city. The transfer to the west of the city is proceeding in a tense and chaotic manner. The warriors from the hunting group and martial arts school cooperated with the guard team to command the crowd. Although everyone had a lot of complaints, they were still very cooperative. Life is important. In this era, ordinary people don't have many choices. The only thing we can do is pray that the beast tide will pass quickly and that the family will be safe. Although they also don't know whether their home will still be there after the monster tide. It is not an easy task to relocate so many people in a short period of time. There will definitely be some people who will stay in their original shelters. They think that the monster tide will not attack anyone, so it might be safer to stay where they are. As for some stubborn elements who resisted fiercely, the guards could only wish them good luck. Everyone is responsible for his own life. All they can do is try their best and leave the rest to fate. Suja stood on a high city building and looked at the mountains in the distance. I looked at the scene in the city again and felt deeply moved. Even if they can survive this wave of beasts, the base will probably be riddled with holes, and the task of rebuilding it will be extremely difficult. The South China Sea base, which is already backward and in a predicament, will regress by at least 10 years. It is almost impossible to expect assistance from the Southern Border Grand Commandery in construction. I am afraid that the losses of other bases will not be less than that of the South China Sea base. Currently, the Southern Border is caught in the middle of a war, and all resources will definitely be invested in the battlefield of all races first. After all, if the battlefield of all races is breached individually, there will be a risk of genocide. What? Suja sighed, withdrew his thoughts, and focused on the matter at hand. After the minefield was laid, Suja proposed another tactic. After the first wave of alien beasts are destroyed by landmines, we can lead a group of elite warriors to kill them again. Then use the corpses of those strange beasts as fuel to build the first line of defense. What do you think? This tactic has certain risks, but if executed well, it can buy a lot of time for the transfer within the base. Moreover, this time the monster tide is unusually large-scale. According to the previous defense on the city walls with technology and martial arts, the monster tide can also concentrate its strength to break through, which may not be the best option. If the first line of defense is breached, a second round of resistance can be launched with long-range missiles. When the monster tide reaches the city wall, we will use anti-aircraft guns to launch a third round of resistance. As a last resort, they detonated the bomb buried on the west side to completely segment the monster tide. Suja felt that in extraordinary times, one had to take risky moves and adopt some unconventional means. I agree with the governor's strategy. If we don't take the initiative, we might fail. Li Chenggang was the first to agree. Everyone else knew that this was a dangerous decision, especially those who rush forward, who might end up dead. But it may indeed have miraculous effects, especially if the first batch of beasts happen to be afraid of fire. The effect will be even better. I agree. After thinking for a moment, everyone expressed their opinions. On the one hand, it was a well-considered and necessary consideration, and on the other hand, Suja's personal prestige had reached its peak. At such times, obeying the orders of the strong is often subconscious. In fact, even if everyone disagrees, Suja will force the order. It's time now. Democracy can't save our lives. Finally, the only thing left was to decide who to send. Okay, don't worry about it. I'll lead the team myself. Select some warriors at the peak of the first rank and above, and join the team. Just over 100 people will be enough. Suja made arrangements immediately in a tough tone. Then we started to choose the sniping position, which should not be too far from the city wall, nor too close. Finally, a ravine location 5 or 6 kilometers away from the city wall was selected, and a steep slope was used to build a defense line. Soon, a vanguard team of more than 100 people was assembled. Suja personally selected the more than 30 guards who had been specially trained by him to join the team. When the other warriors heard that they would lead the charge with the governor, they all feared no death and wanted to go along with him. But Suja only selected some of those who were mainly engaged in melee combat, and others who had important defensive responsibilities were not selected. Generally speaking, this team is made up of half and half second grade and first grade peak warriors. As for why there are no third rank officials, it is because there are too few of them and each of them has important responsibilities. Moreover, facing a tide of beasts, unless there is absolute suppression power, the difference between the third and second grades will not be too great. Listen carefully, everyone. We will all advance and retreat together with me. The second-rank ones are responsible for killing and building defenses, and the first-rank ones are responsible for cleaning up the remnants and burning the bodies. Suja issued the combat orders in a concise and clear manner. In a word, just follow me. Understood, everyone shouted in unison. Then, Suja divided the more than 100 warriors into several teams. The strongest second-grade ones serve as team leaders to prevent them from being dispersed by the tide of strange beasts at the critical moment. A low-ranking warrior of the first or second rank would basically be in danger of death if he were left alone. Soon, all preparations were completed. Suja said a few words to Li Chenggang and Zhao Hanchuan, then led the team of warriors to the ambush point outside the base. The speed of warriors is far beyond that of ordinary people. A distance of 5 or 6 kilometers can be covered in just a few minutes if they run at full speed. Everyone got into position, ready for battle. Suja raised his head and looked to the north. With his super eyesight of the middle stage of the 5th rank, he could already see a huge tide of beasts rushing towards the base at a rapid speed. "Everyone get ready. The beast tide will arrive in 10 minutes. Suja shouted, his eyes full of fighting spirit. At this time, everyone in the base was watching the live broadcast on TV. At the moment of life and death, everyone's heart is tense. This time, Luing served as the host and reported to everyone in person. This crisis at the South China Sea base is unprecedented. Everyone at our South China Sea base has also demonstrated unprecedented unity and bravery. Therefore, we have reason to believe that under the leadership of Governor Su, we will be able to overcome the difficulties together." Television broadcasts are not only for the purpose of reassuring people, but can also be used to convey command work well. This is not the first time that the South China Sea base has experienced a beast tide, but this time it is 100 times more dangerous than before. When they heard that Governor Su was personally leading the team to take the initiative to snipe the alien beast tide, the residents in the base were all worried for Suja. Since Suja took office as governor, he has turned the tide, given too many benefits, and done too many good things. Everyone has already recognized him in their hearts, and even admired him. At the critical moment, the governor was the first to rush forward regardless of his own safety. "Governor Su, please don't get hurt. God bless you." Many people even began to pray for Suja. Mother Su and Su Xiaojin were staring at the TV screen the whole time, afraid of missing a shot. The last scene on the screen was Suja's back as he led the team out of the base. With the accompaniment of music, there is a special kind of tragic heroism of facing death with indifference. However, Suja, who was at the ambush point, did not feel the slightest bit of tragedy. He had only one belief in his mind: stop them. Boom, 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 dash. Suja stared at the front, and the huge roar had already reached his ears. As the sun grew brighter, everyone in the assault team saw a dark mass ahead. It swept over with billowing smoke and dust. Without the protection of the city walls, it takes great courage to face this scene. Suja clearly felt that everyone's breathing was a little disordered, and he panicked. "Everyone, pay attention. Maintain formation." At this moment, Suja's high-spirited and excited voice suddenly rang out, reaching everyone's heart. Everyone calmed down instantly. "It's coming, it's coming, it's coming." 35. Killing on a spree. Killing gods on the battlefield. The governor is awesome. More than 100 people, facing the overwhelming tide of strange beasts. They are as insignificant as a few ants. Looking at this scene on the drone live broadcast, everyone couldn't help but gasp. How can I resist this? How can it be stopped? However, in the world of high-level martial arts, strength is never measured by numbers. The vast majority of these strange beasts have strength below that of warriors, and only a few small leaders can reach the strength of the first or second rank. One-on-one, human warriors can completely defeat them. And the purpose of Su Zhe and his men is not to completely wipe out such a terrifying number of strange beasts. Su Zhe held the long sword in his hand, took a deep breath, his blood boiling, and was filled with fighting spirit. Since you are not in the base, you don't have to worry about accidentally hurting others. There is no need to worry about not being able to defeat a monster that does not have mid-level strength. Then he would have no scruples and could let go and kill everyone in his path. Boom. In an instant, Suja's aura of mid-5th level continued to spread. With an 80% increase in combat power, this terrifying aura is close to the peak of the 5th level. The first ones to feel the suppressive aura were the strange beasts in the front row. Their heads were buzzing, and the strong man's aura made them slow down their pace. Some of the frightened beasts even stopped and dared not charge forward. The sudden slowdown and pause caused the strange beasts behind to rush forward. The one behind hit the one in front, and the one behind continued to hit it, and suddenly a large area was overturned. This is the materialization of Su Zhe's midterm mental power attack. Large groups of strange beasts were knocked down by the mental power, rolling on the ground in pain, and some even fainted. Unfortunately, Su Zhe's mental power cannot be released indefinitely, and after lasting for a short period of time, it became a little sluggish. But the tide of strange beasts behind kept coming up again. This is a mental attack, it's too strong. Li Chungang and Zhao Hongchuan on the city wall couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this scene. Although the more than 100 warriors behind Su, he didn't know what was going on, they also showed ecstasy on their faces. Governor Su is awesome. So awesome. Everyone then realized that Governor Su might not be an ordinary fourth-grade warrior. They completely underestimated Su's strength. A mental attack of the scope and lethality is generally impossible for a fifth-grade cultivator to carry out. Governor Su hid his abilities too well. He actually has the strength of a fifth-grade strongman. Any fifth-rank person is a superior being no matter where he is. Even if he were to serve as a tutor at some of the top 5 universities in the capital, it would be more than enough. However, this is the governor of their South China Sea base. In an instant, great confidence arose in everyone's hearts. With Governor Su here, we can do it. Kill him. At this moment, Suja burst out with a strong murderous aura and shook his arms and shouted. The powerful murderous aura made the strange beasts that pounced on it again stunned. The next moment, a blood-red blade light flashed. Countless heads of strange beasts fell to the ground, and blood spurted out continuously. With one strike of the Mad God Sword technique, a hole hundreds of meters long was torn open, blocking a wave of attacking monsters. Suja's knife did not stop, but kept flashing around the defense line, wantonly reaping the lives of the strange beasts. In a short while, the corpses of the strange beasts in front of them had piled up into a small hill. Kill. Follow the governor closely, kill. At this time, the warriors in the assault team who were responsible for blocking the enemy reacted one after another. Holding weapons, they faced the tide of strange beasts. With Suja leading the way, it was much easier for them to kill the frightened beasts. Soon, the assault team led by a second-grade warrior worked together to block a tide of strange beasts. And those first-rank warriors also acted quickly, piling up the corpses of the strange beasts on the ravine. Then pour fuel on it and set it on fire. In an instant, the raging fire formed a line of fire defense, blocking the huge tide of alien beasts. Before the main wave of alien beasts arrived, the extremely dazzling flames instantly ignited everyone's hope. Some of the strange beasts that escaped the net instinctively felt fear when faced with the blazing flames. They subconsciously fled towards the fire, which caused a new round of chaos and trampling. And Suja's figure was still at the forefront, harvesting the heads of strange beasts wave after wave. At this time, from the high-altitude perspective of the drone, it can be clearly seen that Suja, leading the more than 100 assault teams, has blocked the front part of the monster tide. These more than 100 figures, like a sharp knife, pierced into the heart of the monster tide against the wind. Although only 10 minutes had passed, a larger tide of alien beasts finally crossed the fire defense line from both wings because of their large numbers and continued to advance towards the city wall. But Suja and his team have successfully bought some time and also made the tide of strange beasts become a mess. It will greatly reduce the defensive pressure behind. As long as Suja's assault team does not retreat, they can continue to divide the tide of alien beasts and continue to reduce the pressure on the city defense. Soon, a part of the alien beast tide triggered the minefield. Boom, boom. Behind Suja, there were continuous loud explosions. A wave of strange beasts was sent away by the minefield. Immediately afterwards, the missile troops launched a general offensive. Hit me hard. On the city wall, Zhao Hongchuan ordered the third line of defense to attack with all their might. Boom, boom. Under the city wall, amidst the dark tide of strange beasts, shrapnel and blood and flesh were flying everywhere. Tens of thousands of strange beasts fell in the first round of attack. But it only paused for a moment, and a new round of beast tide surged up again. Soon they rushed to the city wall. At this point, after being weakened by the previous lines of defense, the tide of alien beasts was no longer so terrifying. The defenders were barely able to cope with it, and it would not be easy to break through the city wall in a short period of time. Everyone knows very well that the person who contributed the most to this situation is Governor Suja. Without Suja leading the charge, the first step of the blockage caused a chain reaction in the subsequent defense. Things won't be so optimistic. In fact, many warriors are not very clear about Suja's strength. They just think he is powerful. They thought that the fourth rank was so powerful. Only a few people like Li Qinggang and Zhao Hongchuan, who were above the third rank, could tell that it was the power of the fifth rank. The battle at the South China Sea base to resist the tide of alien beasts has already begun. And outside the base, Suja was still slashing the long sword in his hand tirelessly. The individual strength of these strange beasts is not strong, and they cannot pose any threat to Suja at all. Suja has also been observing carefully, trying to find the mid-level leader hiding in the tide of strange beasts. Generally speaking, the stronger the monster is, the larger its size will be. So far, he has only encountered one third-grade exotic beast. However, a third-grade rank cultivator is only a piece of cloth in front of Suja, which is not impressive enough. Although a strong mid-level warrior cannot dominate such a large battlefield, he can still influence the local battle situation. Besides, this is not a battlefield of all races. It is just a tide of strange beasts. The only thing to be wary of the tide of strange beasts is their huge numbers, which can kill even a mid-level warrior. Mad God Sword Technique. Every time Suja swung his sword, he would take the life of a strange beast, just like cutting straw. The strength that is unrivaled among all the heroes, plus the 80% combat power increase of the system, makes Suja like a killing god on the battlefield. The people in the base stared at the screen until they became numb. They had no idea how many strange beasts this fierce governor had killed. At this time, the gully defense fire line is gradually becoming weak due to the depletion of fuel, and the effectiveness of the defense will become smaller and smaller. However, the stormtroopers' mission was accomplished. You retreat first. In view of this, Suja shouted to the assault team, "There is no point in staying here any longer, so it is better to go back to the city wall and join the defending army." 36. Resist alone and discover the leader of the strange beasts. Yes, Governor. The members of the assault team responded in unison. The fierce battle lasted for more than half an hour, and their energy and blood were exhausted to the limit. If you continue to insist on it, it will be dangerous. It is a miracle that we can achieve such a great result without losing a single team member. Of course, they also knew very well who created this miracle. After the assault team retreated for a distance under Suja's cover, they found that Suja himself had no plans to retreat. Instead, he continued to resist on the line of fire with his own strength. Any strange beast that tried to cross the line of fire would be killed by Suja's ruthless blade. So far in the battle, Suja's consumption is not as great as imagined. He also carried with him a lot of good pills to replenish chi and blood. In addition, as a mid-level 5th-grade cultivator, his blood and energy recover quickly, so Suja has always been able to handle these weak monsters with ease. It's just that it lacks large-scale attack means and cannot stop too many strange beasts. As long as I can hold on a little longer, the defense of the city wall will be easier. Moreover, in the continuous high-intensity fighting, Suja also gained some new insights into martial arts. Through fighting, his cultivation level actually increased. Since his life was not in danger, Suja naturally wanted to resist longer. The most important thing is that he also wants to find the leader of the monsters and put an end to this tide of monsters. Although the probability is a bit low, why doesn't Governor Su retreat with us? This is too dangerous. The governor worked so hard for the base that he completely disregarded his own safety. On the city wall, many warriors looked worried. On the contrary, Li Chungang and Zhao Hongchuan were not that worried, because they knew Suja's true strength. As long as Suja wanted to retreat, the tide of alien beasts would be absolutely unable to do anything to him. Suja would choose to stay alone in the wild of the base. He must have his own considerations. Just choose to trust him. When the people in the base saw this, they started talking about it and became extremely anxious. Especially Mother Su and Shin Qingyan. Their hearts were in their throats. But they also believed that Suja was not a reckless man and prayed that nothing unexpected would happen to Suja. In this way, Suja fought alone in the wild for nearly an hour. He single-handedly blocked a large wave of alien beasts. Governor, retreat now. At this time, Li Chungang and others were defending fiercely, but they felt a little uneasy in their hearts and called Suja to come back on the communication. Could it be that the governor is so obsessed with killing that he doesn't want to retreat? This is too fierce. However, when your blood and energy are exhausted, the longer you stay, the more dangerous it will be. Today, Suja has become the pillar of the entire South China Sea base, and no one wants anything to happen to him. Fortunately, after a while, Suja's figure finally retreated. It's not that Suja can't hold on. Apart from consuming some energy and blood, he has not yet exerted half of his strength. It's just that the mental energy has been severely depleted. You know, it's not easy to recover mental energy. In addition, it has been a long time since he last saw the leader of the strange beasts, and Suja couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that the leader of the strange beasts was deliberately avoiding him and not showing up? Instead of wasting time in the wild, it is better to retreat and lure out the leader of the strange beasts. The governor has retreated. Great. Governor, please don't get into any trouble. Please return to the city immediately. Seeing this, Li Qinggang led the assault team down the city to meet Suja. After a short period of recovery, the assault team is now full of energy and vigor again. They felt it was their duty to allow the governor to retreat in peace, to rest and regroup. The governor has done enough and done a good job for the South China Sea base. I'm fine. Get back to your defensive position. However, Suja shouted sternly into the communicator. He was naturally happy that so many people were worried about him and stood up for his safety. But you can't act rashly on the battlefield, as the slightest mistake can lead to big mistakes. Yes, Governor. Li Qinggang and others who were scolded did not feel unhappy at all. On the contrary, they felt extremely relieved because they found that Suja was rushing to the city wall at an extremely fast speed. There is no need for them to go down and support. Their worries were totally unnecessary. Suja returned to the city wall and glanced at the entire battlefield. So far, the tide of alien beasts has not been able to break through the defense, and the people in the base have been completely relocated. It can be said that this defensive battle achieved a phased victory. But the battle is far from over, and the tide of strange beasts is still surging forward tirelessly. And without the blocking of the previous lines of defense, the subsequent battle will only be more brutal. Boom! Boom! Bang, bang, bang! Da-da-da! At this time, the equipment on the city wall opened fire at full power, pouring down on the dense group of strange beasts as if they were free. 500 years after the revival of spiritual energy, humans have developed many new weapons that consume spiritual energy. These are the greatest weapons humans have against alien races and beasts. These weapons can not only suppress low-quality ones, but also have considerable lethality against medium-quality ones. Unfortunately, it is completely ineffective against high-quality items, because with the high speed, it is impossible to hit. Even if it hits, with high-level defense, it's just like a tickle. After a short rest, Suja picked up a large sniper rifle and joined the defense team. Firstly, the sniper rifle is equipped with a telescope so that he can observe the situation on the entire battlefield. Secondly, he also specifically targeted some exotic beasts of the 3rd rank or above to attack. Suja is in the middle stage of the 5th rank, and the lethality of his sniper rifle is completely different from that of a low-rank warrior. With the support of his mental strength, Suja's accuracy is totally unmatched by ordinary warriors. At this time, Suja transformed from the god of killing into the god of sniping. Keep shooting at the powerful beast headshots, headshots, headshots. Report, report. We found a powerful beast. It's probably above the 4th rank. The direction is... At this time, the scout's urgent voice came from the communicator. Suja immediately turned the aiming camera and looked in that direction. I saw a strange beast that was completely black in body. Not only was its body not big, but it was also much smaller than ordinary strange beasts. It kept shuttling back and forth among the tide of strange beasts at an extremely fast speed. The strange beast completely ignored the attacks from guns and used its hard fur to deflect countless bullets and cannons. From its movements and roars, it can be vaguely seen that it seems to be commanding the tide of strange beasts. Above the 4th rank, you can't run away. A gleam of light flashed in Suja's eyes. No wonder we couldn't find a leader of this strange beast before. Who would have thought that its size would be smaller than that of ordinary strange beasts? With such a small body and such a fast speed, it would be impossible to find him if he was hiding and commanding among the tide of strange beasts. Now the main force of the alien beast tide has arrived at the city, and the leader of the alien beast has finally appeared to command the battle. Hold on, I'll take care of it. Suja threw down the sniper rifle, picked up his long knife, and jumped down from the high city wall. The moment he landed, a powerful burst of energy and blood erupted, directly blasting open a large open space among the group of strange beasts. Then Suja swung his long sword, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, and opened a bloody path leading to the leader of the strange beast. Anyone who stands in the way will be killed with one blow, and blood will flow for meters. 37. Kill 4 types of people in succession and win the battle. At this time, Suja's mental strength had recovered a lot. Chi and blood are maintained at their peak state. That fierce momentum of killing gods and Buddhas. Many warriors on the city wall saw it up close for the first time, and it was simply soul-stirring. They knew that Suja was very strong. He had been able to resist the tide of alien beasts in the wild for so long and remained unharmed. They thought that Suja was stronger than they had imagined. I just didn't expect it to be so strong. This is no different from taking the enemy's head among thousands of soldiers, just like taking something from a bag. This is indeed the case. After Suja quickly locked onto the leader of the strange beast, he immediately activated all his blood and mental strength. The most powerful sword strike broke out. Melko Soul Technique, Cool Destroying Style. With a snap, the head of the fourth-grade exotic beast fell to the ground and died tragically on the spot. The head fell to the ground with eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on its face. It imagined that since this human dared to rush over, he must be very powerful. The governors of the bases in the entire southern region, whose cultivation levels are the highest, are all no stronger than the 5th rank. No matter how strong the opponent is, I am also a peak 4th-grade alien beast. Relying on the alien beast's powerful defense, and the fact that it took so long to defeat this human, even if his speed is slightly faster than mine. It's impossible that I can't take his sword. However, it only took one cut to separate its head and body. Oh! The warriors on the city wall suddenly burst into cheers. Their jaws dropped. Cut it off with one stroke. The governor is mighty. The governor is awesome. But their governor simply returned to the city wall quickly with a nonchalant attitude. It's just a 4th-grade peak monster, so it's really not difficult to chop it up. Even if an alien race is at the peak of the 4th rank, they will have racial talents after practicing martial arts. In front of Suja, who had the 5th-grade peak combat power, it was just a matter of one sword strike. If one cut doesn't work, cut again. With the death of their leader, the current wave of strange beasts was obviously affected. But the entire tide of alien beasts did not retreat. Instead, because there were stronger alien beasts behind them, they launched a new round of fierce attacks. Suja immediately reacted. There is more than one leader. There should be others. Soon, several unusually tall beasts appeared in the tide of strange beasts, all of which were above the 4th level in strength. Suja did not hesitate. He followed his instructions and killed them one by one. Among them, there was actually a leader in the early 5th rank, and it took Suja 2 swords to kill him. Suja was very glad that these strange beast leaders did not gather together. Otherwise, there would be some trouble. What's even more fortunate is that all the alien beast leaders don't think that they are in the midst of a tide of alien beasts and can be killed by a single human being. Even more fortunately, these alien beast leaders belong to different races, and there is no communication between them. If they took it seriously, Suja would never succeed. By the end of the fighting, even the people on the city walls and in the base had become a little numb. The governor has killed another 4th-grade exotic beast. This one is even bigger than that one. Of course, everyone knows this. If Suja was just an ordinary 4th-rank governor, the entire South China Sea base would probably have been breached long ago. Everyone's eyes were filled with relief and excitement. Fortunately, the governor is ridiculously strong. If this continues, the tide of monsters may not even be able to break through the city walls. Led by Suja, everyone burst out with extraordinary fighting power. Finally, after a fierce battle that lasted for 8 hours, the alien beasts showed signs of a large-scale retreat. Gradually, the strange beasts surrounding the city wall all fled away. Is it going to end? Have we managed to hold on? Everyone's face showed incredible excitement. This long, fierce, and arduous defensive battle finally came to an end. Seeing this, Suja also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this time the powerful alien beasts were blocked by the army, otherwise it would have been impossible to hold on. Even so, there were several dangerous situations in the defense on the city wall, and a large number of strange beasts rushed up the city wall. If the overall strength of the guard had not improved during this period, it would be hard to say. In short, this is the result of the hard work of all the military and civilians in the South China Sea base. Although the price was terrible, the result was good. Half an hour later, all the strange beasts within sight retreated completely. An hour later, the satellite images also clearly showed that the tide of strange beasts had dispersed and disappeared towards the Strange Beast Mountains. The war is over. On the radio, as the news was announced, everyone cheered excitedly. We won, we won. It wasn't easy, but we managed to hold on. We managed to hold on. Long live the South China Sea base. Long live the governor. This wave of alien beasts was the largest in scale, with the strongest alien beasts and the longest duration in the history of the South China Sea base. It is also the most torturous and the most life-threatening. The entire base's stockpile of ammunition was almost exhausted, and many defensive equipment and tools were basically scrapped. Countless casualties. However, this was also the greatest defensive achievement of the South China Sea base. The gates of the base were defended, no strange beasts rushed into the base, and no ordinary residents were injured or killed. The most important thing is that the South China Sea base completely crushed this tide of alien beasts. Not to weaken or slow them down, but to crush and disband them so that they can no longer cause harm to the bases behind them. The war is over, but it will take a long time to clean up the battlefield. Fortunately, there are some things that ordinary people can do. The guards and those involved in the defense can take a good rest. There were heavy losses in this war, but there were also some substantial gains. For example, a large amount of exotic beast meat was obtained, and even the exotic beast corpses that were burned before had a certain value. Leave the good quality exotic beast meat as subsidies to the fallen soldiers and keep it for the base's own use. The rest can be sold to other bases. Because of this wave of exotic beasts, it will probably be difficult to capture exotic beasts in the wild for a long time. These exotic beast resources are the capital for the reconstruction and rise of the South China Sea base. Of course, this is not something that the South China Sea base can decide, and it still needs to be mediated by the metropolitan government. Suja stood on the city wall, looking at the devastation, and actually began to think about post-war reconstruction. Just as my thoughts were racing, Deputy Governor Li Qinggang came over and reported, "Governor, the approximate casualties have been counted. 1 third-grade warrior was sacrificed, 12 second-grade warriors, and more than 120 first-grade warriors. More than 3,000 non-warrior combatants died. There were no casualties among ordinary civilians. This loss is actually very low compared to previous waves of alien beasts. In the Gao era, people died every day. Many times, people can accept casualties, but they just cannot accept unnecessary casualties." Got it. Putting compensation for the casualties first, there must be no mistakes. Suja nodded and gave the order. Once upon a time, his father was also an ordinary person and died in the battlefield of all races. In general, the casualty rate on the battlefield of all races is much more tragic than this. Sometimes a battle could last for several months and could wipe out an entire army. Even middle-level warriors died in large numbers, let alone ordinary soldiers. This world is so cruel. There is no way. 38. Tragedy in the South. South China Sea base performs outstandingly. The number of warriors killed and wounded at the South China Sea base this time was not as high as expected. It's always a good thing. Yes, Grand Commander. Li Qinggang accepted the order with a serious face. Although everyone has long become indifferent to life and death, no one can remain indifferent in the face of so many sacrifices. This was also the time that Li Qinggang experienced 2 major casualties in a short period of time. The last time was when the former Grand Commander brought a large number of warriors to support the battlefield of the 10,000 races in the South China Sea, and more than 3/4 of them were killed or wounded. In comparison, more people died this time, but the mood was not as heavy as last time. I just feel it's a bit of a pity. Any battlefield is full of surprises and the possibility of falling. But those who are strong can always live longer. Li Qinggang also had a plan in mind for the compensation for the casualties. Moreover, the entire daxia has always been very strict about the compensation for casualties. No matter how high a position you hold, you dare not commit fraud, because the consequences will be very serious. It is said that 200 years ago, there was a 9th-rank strong man in daxia who participated in the withholding of pensions for his own selfish interests. It caused very serious consequences. Finally, the higher authorities reluctantly made an example of him to set the record straight. The 9th-rank strongmen were the top group of people in daxia, and they were all treated like this in the end. Since then, few people dared to take action on it. As long as any clue is found, we will show no mercy. After the battle at the South China Sea base came to an end, other bases in the southern border had been impacted before that. But other bases are not as lucky as the South China Sea base. Many base options involve giving up part of the base to reduce defensive pressure. This also resulted in many bases suffering heavy losses. Because the beast tide broke out rather suddenly, many supplies were not moved away. The Southern Border Governor's Office. Several warriors who hold great powers in the southern region gathered together. Among them, Su Shoshuan, a ninth-rank commander-in-chief, sat in the first seat. This great commander-in-chief had just suppressed a ninth-grade strange beast in the mountains. After returning to the Grand Marshal's mansion, the first thing he asked was about the situation in the southern border. How much damage did each base suffer this time? There is no other way. This time, each base has basically no support and has to rely on itself. The battlefield of all races has absorbed a lot of energy from the southern territory. In addition, this time it was sudden, so it would not be easy to seek help from other areas. Although Daxia is united, there is a lot of competition between different regions. It started as a competition for resources, but later the competition escalated to the entire region. It is normal to delay asking for help for a while. So even though I asked for help just in case, I didn't really count on it too much. Asking for help is more about preventing unexpected situations. Fortunately, after the beast tied, no accidents occurred in many bases. The only thing is that I don't know how much the loss is. Many people below began to report the data of each base. Exan base lost 4,000 warriors and 30,000 guards, but the base was not breached. The Furong base lost 1,000 warriors and 20,000 guards, and abandoned part of the base. As reports came down from bases one by one, even Su Shoshuan's face looked even uglier, because every base can be described as suffering heavy losses. Xianan base is the most central base in the southern border. Including the Grand Marshal's office was established in the Xianan base. At the same time, Xianan also has a battlefield of all races to deal with. Xianan University is located in the base. In addition, every time there is a beast tide, one base is the first to be hit. But at the same time, the Xianan base also gathers many powerful people from the entire southern region. However, under the dual pressure of the 10,000 races battlefield and the beast tide, so many warriors and people were lost this time. It's also a bit unacceptable. You have to know that these are 4,000 warriors, which even accounts for half of the warriors in many bases. It can be said that it is a bit unacceptable. The losses at other bases were within Su Shoshuan's expectations. If you want to stop the beast tide, you will definitely have to go through a bloody battle. The Xianan base lost 800 warriors and 18,000 guards, and abandoned part of the base. The South China Sea base lost 133 warriors and 3,000 guards, but never abandoned the base. After arriving here, Su Shoshuan's face was filled with astonishment, and then a voice rang out. Etc. What's going on at the South China Sea base? Did the beast tide not pass through the South China Sea base? It's really not Su Shoshuan's fault for his reaction. After all, so many bases suffered heavy losses. As it turned out, there wasn't much damage at the South China Sea base, and it could only be considered minor injuries. Then there are some that stand out, especially the entire southern border, except for the Xianan base. Only the South China Sea base was defended, and no other part was given up. He was barely injured, but he managed to hold on to the entire base. This is how it is done. It's no wonder Su Shoshuan was surprised, because the South China Sea base has always been at the bottom of the southern border. The details are still unclear. I need to ask more details. The person reporting below spoke out. Contact the people at the South China Sea base directly. Just ask, and you'll find out. Su Shoshuan gave the order directly. He was quite curious and wanted to see if there was anything he could learn from the defense strategy of the South China Sea base. Fortunately, as the Grand Commander, it is very easy to understand the situation of the South China Sea base. The person in charge of communications at the South China Sea base was quickly contacted. This person from the South China Sea base hurriedly explained the situation of the beast tide at the South China Sea base. I didn't expect this Suja to be so bold. You actually dared to lead more than 100 warriors to attack first. But this one is also very confident in himself. Su Shoshuan commented out loud. However, there is still some effect. It can be seen that the South China Sea base suffered the least losses among all the bases. If you remember correctly, this governor of Nanhai seemed to be from Nanhai Martial Arts University. The strength of the 5th level of martial arts is not weak. Soon Su Shoshuan found the information of this Suja. I graduated from Nanhai Martial Arts University, but my skills only started to develop last year. In a short period of time, he even broke through several major realms. Even Su Shoshuan's face showed a lot of interest. Breaking through to the 3rd level is normal, and breaking through to the 4th level is also acceptable. Having accumulated chi and blood for so many years, it must be smoother at the 3rd level. It was unexpected that he could reach the 5th level in such a short period of time. This Su Zhe must have had many adventures. Finally, Su Shoshuan made his judgment. But Daxia doesn't care about these adventures. Many warriors who are able to grow up have experienced some adventures. If we had investigated it more, things would have been in chaos long ago. As long as you have this ability, you will be given adequate treatment. So for Su Zhe, the newly rising strongman, then Su Shoshuan would undoubtedly be happy to see it. At present, it seems that this Su Zhe has at least a high chance of becoming a high-level warrior. He can also be considered a genius. It was inevitable that Su Shoshuan developed a strong love for talented people. However, he finally shook his head because this person graduated from Nanhai Martial University. Moreover, there are almost no geniuses and prodigies applying to Nanhai Martial Arts University. Now that Su Zhe has appeared, he will definitely be extremely cared for. Even if Su Zhe could reach a high level in martial arts, it might be possible for him to become the next president of Nanhai Martial Arts University. But this time the performance of the South China Sea base was indeed quite dazzling. It's time to reward some. At least it can set an example for other bases. When dealing with a tide of beasts, you need to be more flexible in your thinking. And Su Shoshuan directly asked the Grand Marshal's office to issue a commendation. As the award came out, the entire southern border was shaken. 39. Reward according to merit. 20 million Lingshire reward. The South China Sea base suffered so little loss in this beast wave. Even the Grand Admiral personally rewarded the entire South China Sea base. How is this possible? Many people in the southern border did not believe this news at first. After all, the South China Sea base is well known as a poor student in the entire southern region. Suddenly I got a very good grade in the exam. That's definitely questionable. However, after the video of the South China Sea base's defense was released, people at other bases in the southern border fell silent. The Nanhai base really managed to hold the base at the cost of minor injuries. There is no doubt that the entire southern border was shaken. You have to know that in the past, the South China Sea base was relatively unknown in the southern border. As a result, this time he was able to hold his head high and made many people feel unfamiliar. Fortunately, after the shock, many people quickly analyzed why the South China Sea base was able to resist the beast tide so successfully. More credit actually goes to the owner of the South China Sea base. And the scale of the beast tide facing the South China Sea base is obviously much smaller. That can't be said. The South China Sea base itself is not very strong. The entire southern border was buzzing with discussions regarding the South China Sea base. Some people's tone is undoubtedly a bit sour. Who doesn't eat dumplings during Chinese New Year? The people at the South China Sea base suddenly found themselves the subject of discussion throughout the southern border. This is the first time, but it makes many people in the South China Sea base very excited. Not to mention the reward from the Grand Commander of the Southern Territory. I didn't expect it to attract the attention of the Grand Commander. Even Su Zhe murmured with some surprise. He didn't think so much when defending the South China Sea base. The purpose is more to defend the entire South China Sea base. Just have a clear conscience. After all, he was born in the South China Sea, so how could he tolerate the disaster in the South China Sea? I have never thought about other bases in the southern region. This time it is a bit lame. The South China Sea base is highlighted. However, the South China Sea base performed outstandingly this time. But it still cannot change the problem of its own weak strength. No matter what happens, at most you will be looked up to in the future. Even if a poor student is looked up to, he probably won't be that high-minded. The only thing that surprised Su Zhe was the reward bestowed by the great commander-in-chief. 20 million spirit stones. For the X-Island base, this amount of spirit stones is really not much. However, for the backward governor of the South China Sea base, that is a huge amount of resources. Let's take a look at what Su Zhe did before, with the 50 million spirit stones. Now there are 20 million spirit stones, plus the harvest of exotic beast meat this time. The South China Sea base has accumulated a large amount of resources. At least this year will be better. As for next year, I hope that the strength of the warriors in the base will be improved and become more powerful. In terms of taxation in all aspects, the finances of the South China Sea base will be better. In addition, Su Zhe also noticed something else. It seems that the Grand Commander is very dissatisfied with the losses of other bases this time. But it is understandable, and other bases can do better this time. Su Zhe didn't dwell on this issue too much, because a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Xiaozhe, congratulations on your South China Sea base, making a big splash this time. Words of congratulations from Su Xingyan were heard. The dean of the School of Alchemy at Nanhai Martial Arts University had never expected that Suzhi would do such a thing, able to lead the South China Sea base to come to the fore. And the most important thing is that his own cultivation has reached the 5th level of martial arts. In just less than a year, this person went directly from the peak of the 2nd level to the 5th level. Even Su Xingyan couldn't help but gasp, because the speed of progress is too terrifying. Su Xingyan wondered whether this Su had awakened some hidden special talent. In Daxia, there are also examples of late bloomers. In fact, there are quite a few. Some research has been done. That is because some of the hidden special talents and physical qualities in oneself slowly awaken during the practice process. It is said that Daxia has stepped up its research on some instruments for detecting hidden special talents and physical qualities. Because if one's hidden special talents and physique are awakened, he can basically be regarded as a genius. Of course, it's hard to say for sure, because no matter how to detect hidden special talents and physical conditions, Daxia has not yet figured it out. It will only take 500 years for the spiritual energy to revive. The concept of hidden talents has only been proposed for a few decades. The main reason is that there are relatively few examples of late bloomers. In addition, the talents and physiques of many geniuses are directly manifested. At the beginning, I didn't think about it in this direction. The more Su Xingyan thought about it, the more he felt that Suzhi might be like this. He couldn't help but want to transfer Suzhi back to Nanhai Martial Arts University. In fact, Su Xingyan was not the only one who thought so. All the strong men in Nanhai Martial Arts University think the same way. Because Suzhi is young, there are more possibilities. Today, Nankai Budo University is already considering the issue of the next generation. Although the admission score line of Nankai Budo University in the college entrance examination has been increasing year by year in recent years. However, many students' qualifications are only above average. There is still a long way to go before becoming a genius, let alone a prodigy. The students who have graduated from Nankai Budo University in the past 20 years, the highest level of cultivation is only at the 6th level, and there is only one of them, and he just broke through not long ago. This person who chose to join the Daxia military after graduating from university is destined to never return to Nanhai Martial Arts University. Although there are quite a few 5th grade people, most of them are close to 40 years old. Although there is still a lot of potential, the final level of cultivation is foreseeable. Originally, Nankai Budo University was considering whether to spend a lot of resources next year. We need to recruit at least 1 or 2 geniuses. After all, we have to consider the future. The group of people who established Nanhai Martial Arts University are all quite old. Although after becoming a high-level warrior, one can extend his lifespan. It will be no problem to hold out for a few more decades. But we should always think about the future in order to plan ahead. If you don't think about the future, you will have immediate worries. Unexpectedly, Suzhi suddenly appeared and caught the attention of many powerful people in Nanhai Martial Arts University. This person graduated from Nankai Budo University and stayed there for several years after graduation. It can definitely be considered as a legitimate family. In response to the call from the dean, Suzhi did not show any surprise. After his 5th level martial arts cultivation was exposed, then it is impossible for Nanhai Martial Arts University to have no reaction at all. Although he was exiled to the Nanhai base, Nanhai Martial Arts University did not give up on him. After all, if I gave up on myself, the previous batch of resources would not be approved. What's more, leaving aside Nanhai Martial Arts University, the dean has helped me a lot. Dean, I'm a little uncomfortable after not hearing your voice for a long time. Suzhi couldn't help but speak with a hint of sarcasm. 40. Generous Dean Su. Suzhi's decision. Facing this dean whom he had known for many years, he became more and more relaxed, which of course was also related to the improvement of his own cultivation. Strength brings more confidence. You're a brat. Okay, when are you going back to school? Su Xingyan really didn't care about the teasing. Instead, he got to the point and asked, now that Suzhi has reached the 5th level, he also has to respect Suzhi's opinion. After all, the purpose of Nanhai Martial Arts University is to train this person, not restrict Suzhi's development. Faced with the dean's question, even Suzhi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He had indeed considered when to return to school before. After reaching the 5th level, the governor's office of the South China Sea base began to feel unsatisfied with its own cultivation. If you want to satisfy your own cultivation, then school is the only option. However, Suzhi still felt reluctant to leave the South China Sea base. I will wait until the college entrance examination is over in June. Then I will step down. Suja finally answered out loud. Now, there are only a few months left before the New Year's martial arts college entrance examination. He also planned to organize a joint special training for all high schools in the base. Each school selects some top students to attend the joint special training camp, although this is a bit unfair to ordinary students. But in the era of spiritual revival, there is no fairness. If you want to become a martial artist and want to be admitted to a top martial arts university, you have to fight for everything on your own. Because these things were not completed, Suja had no plans to return to Nanhai Martial Arts University. But the school will send you a batch of resources. And you kid, have you ever considered taking a position in the school? After thinking about it, Su Xingyin agreed. It is obvious that Suja has his own persistence. If it were someone else, they would have already abandoned the South China Sea base and returned to the South China Sea Martial Arts University. He was more relieved, because this person is not someone who would do anything to achieve martial arts. But it has its own set of principles. School resources, please send more to the dean. As for what position you hold, is there any leisurely position? The kind where you can get welfare without having to work. Suja thought for a while and then spoke. He probably knows some of the school's goals and ideas. He doesn't have much opinion on this. He is actually tied to Nanhai Martial Arts University. It is basically impossible to escape. Of course, he had never thought about leaving Nanhai Martial Arts University. So now, when faced with this resource, I feel at ease taking it. Where do all these easy jobs come from? It depends on the school's arrangements. This is not just our college's business. But it shouldn't be too busy. But there is one thing, that is, you don't have to be restricted by the rules for mentors to accept apprentices. By the way, the school has written off your previous loan. Just consider it as a reward for you, Su Xingyin said unhappily. The school will definitely consider giving him as much time as possible to practice. It depends on the school's specific arrangements. I also want to say that this school is very generous. So this spoke slowly. Millions of spirit stones were given just like that. This was not the Nanhai Martial Arts University he knew. In a sense, Nankai Budo University is actually quite stingy. I didn't expect that he would be so generous this time, although it tastes like investing in the future. But it is undoubtedly a good thing for Suja. Even after becoming a 5th-grade warrior, 1,000,000 spirit stones are still a considerable fortune. In addition to the written-off loan, there was also a resource given to him. He feels like he is being treated as the Nanhai Martial Arts University's own son. There is no way Nanhai Martial Arts University has started investing in more than just Suja. He also invested in other 5th-grade warriors who graduated from the Nanhai Martial Arts University. It's just that at present Suja is the one with the greatest investment value, and is also the most promising one. After finishing the call from the dean, Suja continued to deal with matters concerning the South China Sea base. Although he plans to return to Nanhai Martial Arts University after the Martial Arts College entrance examination this year. However, before that, we still need to arrange the South China Sea base. Moreover, he was in no hurry to talk about this matter. 10 days later, the South China Sea base finally eliminated all the impact of this battle. The compensation has been paid, and the calculated merits have been entered into the Daxia system. In addition, the rewards have been given. Many guards and warriors who participated received a fairly generous amount of resources. Suja also did not hold back any of the rewards that the Grand Commander gave to the entire South China Sea base. The main goal is fairness and justice. This move also convinced many people. In the past, the governors of the South China Sea might not have dared to covet some resources. But we can also use these resources to do some things, such as allocating more to people close to us. This still led to a lot of complaints. It is a pity how to define these merits. It's not that clear, so there's nothing you can do even if you complain. As for Suja, he rewarded people according to their contributions. In fact, the one who contributed the most in this battle should be Suja. However, Suja asked for some 4th-grade exotic beast meat and nothing else. You should know that all these 4th-grade exotic beasts were killed by Suja. After this incident spread, it also attracted the attention of the entire South China Sea base. General Su is still too kind. He really loves the South China Sea base. I have the most merits, but I only got a little bit. And it's probably for Teacher Shin. It's no longer useful to me. Many people in the South China Sea base were talking about Suja. There is admiration and worship in his words. It only took Suja half a year to go from being a stranger to being admired. Suja actually felt that he didn't do much. But for the South China Sea base, Suja did too much. Now, with a tide of strange beasts, the value of what Suja has done is further proven. Without the guards' increased strength and coordination, it would be difficult to defend the city. Husband, why did you give up so many resources? According to your merits, you should be worth at least 5 million spirit stones. Shen Qingyan also looked at Suja with confusion and asked, even though she knew that she had no shortage of spirit stones now. But their family has only been rich for a few days, and this is 5 million spirit stones. Even if they took it, the entire South China Sea base would not say anything. After all, her husband's performance in this tide of strange beasts was impeccable. No need. There are some things that are more important than resources. Suja just shook his head and spoke out. 5 million spirit stones were really nothing to him, especially since the school had sent him resources worth 30 million spirit stones just 2 days ago. And this is just the first batch. There may be more to come. In the absence of a shortage of resources, the resources that belong to him can be used to specially train high school students. At least starting from him, the weak situation of the South China Sea base in the martial arts college entrance examination began to change. This is more meaningful than him accepting this batch of resources. 41. Suja's gift is a blessing to the South China Sea base. Shen Qingyan's inquiry was just a small episode. Although she felt a little distressed, she supported Suja's decision. I once regretted the martial arts college entrance examination, and now I am a teacher. I am obsessed with the martial arts college entrance examination. If possible, she also wants more children from the South China Sea to leave the base. Suja quickly started the special training for senior high school students before the college entrance examination. This is a good thing for the South China Sea base. Undoubtedly, the strength of many senior high school students will be improved. Perhaps our Nanhai base will be able to make a splash in this year's martial arts college entrance examination. Li Qinggang and others echoed the words. Originally, Suja was wondering whether there would be some opposing voices. It turned out that I was overthinking. Now, these people in the South China Sea base obviously support me 100%. It even has a bit of blind worship. But it is understandable that this time he led the South China Sea base to become famous in the southern border. This is the first time for many people in the South China Sea base. At least in recent decades, the South China Sea base has been declining year by year. Not to mention that he was personally commended by the Grand Commander. This is a 9th grade warrior. It is difficult to find many middle-level warriors in many South China Sea bases. Not to mention high-level warriors. As for the existence of the 9th grade Grandmaster level, it is even more like a legend. So it's no wonder that the people at the South China Sea base are so excited. For Suja, this matter may not be a big deal. At least high-level warriors are not out of reach for him. Even if he is a 9th rank warrior, so what? However, it is completely different for ordinary people. Suja did not dwell too much on this matter, but instead encouraged many people to take action. The base will organize special training for high school seniors. We will give priority to each school for initial special training and select some places for further special training. As soon as this news came out, it caused discussions on education in many South China Sea bases, and it was also a focus of many people's attention. Especially for ordinary people, if they cannot become warriors themselves, they will have to put their hopes on the next generation. If Governor Su had taken office a year earlier, maybe my kid would have had a chance. It is said that last year, Governor Su helped some students with special training. After the special training, those students were able to directly enter the scoreline of the Martial Arts University. Since Governor Su took office, I don't know how much he has done for the South China Sea base. Many people in the South China Sea base had no conditions to support Suja and didn't even look at the content of the special training. However, there were also some people whose faces showed regret. These people were the students in the class taught by Shen Qingyan last year. For these former students, this was a great opportunity that they had missed. Even the students who participated in the special training and persevered to the end. It's like they have become people from 2 different worlds. Of course, the most excited ones are undoubtedly the senior high school students. How lucky! Not only did our class catch up with the high school league, but we also had special training before the college entrance examination. It can be said that every senior high school student has a happy look on his face. Especially some students who have ideas about Budo University. They won't let go of this opportunity. There is no need to say more about those top students. We gained a lot of resources from the high school league before, and now the base is providing resources for special training again. Originally, they just wanted to get into a top martial arts university. Now I feel like I can consider choosing a better martial arts university. You have to know that there is a huge gap between different martial arts universities, especially in terms of background. It may not be obvious in the early stage, but it will be obvious after your cultivation level is high. For some mid-quality and high-quality resources, the gap between different martial arts universities is very large. Taking Nanhai Martial Arts University as an example, there are restrictions on mid-quality and high-quality resources. It can only be provided to dozens of people, while some top martial arts universities can provide hundreds of times more. There is no need to say more about the difference. However, Nanhai Martial Arts University currently does not have many mid-quality and high-quality students. The resources are also sufficient. What's more, many medium and high-quality resources have been used. You can't use it a second time. For example, this time, Nanhai Martial Arts University brought Su Zhe a kind of Shiyuan fruit. Its function is to bring about growth and cultivation. Each person can only eat it once in his life. The second one has some resistance and is basically useless. And it is best used when it is at the 4th or 5th grade. Many people use it when they are about to step into the 5th level from the 4th level, used to help break through a major realm. However, the problem is that Suja had already reached the 5th level, so he had no worries when using it. In the past, Suja did not use too many external objects. Therefore, in terms of absorption, it is still very good. It's not far from the peak of the middle 5th stage. The special training for high school students soon got into full swing. At the same time, Suja also began to draw new talents. Although he planned to wait until the martial arts college entrance examination before returning to Nanhai Martial Arts University. But it doesn't mean that he will stop cultivating. If a new ability can be developed, even if it is at a higher level, it is not impossible to look forward to it. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving an interval practice gain experience card. You will definitely gain something if you practice every 2 days. Limited to 1 month. When you see this ability, even Suja couldn't help but frown slightly. If I practice every 2 days, will there be gains? This kind of cultivation should not only focus on the cultivation of qi and blood, but also on mental strength and martial arts. At this moment, Suja couldn't help but hesitate, wondering which aspect he should improve first. Spiritual power comes first. As for qi and blood and martial arts, forget about it for now. Suja had an idea the first time, that is to improve your cultivation first. If you want to improve your cultivation, you must start with your qi, blood, and mental strength. Among them, mental strength may be more important than qi and blood, because qi and blood can be cultivated and also with the help of some external objects. For example, the many resources provided by the school. But these resources do not directly improve mental strength. Suja plans to try to train his mental strength to see the effect of hard work first. 2 days later, Suja, who specialized in training his mental strength, could feel the changes in himself. That is, the mental power is indeed a little stronger. There is indeed an effect, but you have to know that mental strength itself is very difficult to train. For many warriors, training their mental strength is also the most difficult. Even some geniuses are no exception. This is also the reason why the training speed of many people slows down after they become mid-level warriors. There is no need to explain how critical mental strength is. Without hesitation, Suja planned to spend more time in seclusion during this period of time. Make every effort to improve your mental strength. It is not easy to extract a talent that can help improve mental strength. Although this God rewards hard work is not mainly aimed at mental strength, it can indeed help mental strength. Although he planned to go into seclusion, Suja could not do it alone. We also need to arrange matters concerning the South China Sea base. The vast majority of affairs were handed over to the Deputy Governor Li Qinggang. After more than half a year of contact, he could still see that the Deputy Governor was actually a good person, a more stable type. Unfortunately, given his talent, he basically needs a heaven-defying opportunity to reach the 4th level. He felt very relieved to leave it to this person. 42. Forge talents. Cultivate the next generation. Although Su Zhe was relieved, Li Qinggang was a little worried, because he felt that his own strength was insufficient. If something unexpected happens again, it will be hard to cope with. Especially in recent times, there have been a lot of things happening in the southern border. Old Li, you have to believe in your own strength. Before I took office, I also served as a part-time employee for a period of time. And if anything unexpected happens, you can inform me immediately. After Su Zhi spoke, the deputy governor had no choice but to accept it. After all, we can't delay the governor's training. He still has great potential. It is still unknown how high it will grow in the future. At least Li Chungang vaguely felt that this person would not stay in the South China Sea base for too long. Whether it is the Southern Territory or the Nanhai Martial Arts University behind the governor, we won't let a young fifth-rank martial artist waste his time in the South China Sea base. While Su Zhi was immersed in cultivation, the South China Sea base also began preliminary special training for high school students. He even mobilized a group of experienced warriors from the Guard Army. The purpose is to provide the best special training instructors for these students, even if there is no hope for some qi and blood. Under the supervision of the instructor, he also worked very hard. Because cultivation is not for anyone else, it is more for yourself. Even moving bricks now requires qi and blood. Just like that, a month had passed without even noticing. During this month, Su Zhi immersed himself in training his mental strength. Talent experience card that rewards hard work. There are some gains every 2 days, but not all efforts will bring gains. The difference is still a bit big, but you can't ask for too much from the low-end version. But even so, it can bring a lot of help to Su Zhi. Although Su Zhi is talented in mental strength, at least it is definitely better than the qi and blood cultivation talent. But there are also limitations on talent. Those who are truly good at mental power should be the martial arts stars. These people are indeed unique, at least in terms of mental training. It's also because his own talents are quite special and powerful. Of course, although mental power is strong, it does not mean that cultivation is strong. Mental strength is only a part of the growth of cultivation. At least in the 500 years since the revival of spiritual energy, all martial arts stars have only reached the 9th level at most. Su Zhi guessed that there should be some disadvantages, but he had never been exposed to how these martial arts stars train their mental power and develop their talents. So I don't know the details. After a month, Su Zhi officially came out of seclusion. Changes in mental strength, including school resources. His cultivation finally had a small breakthrough. Late 5th level of martial arts. However, he had already used up the Xiao Yuan fruit, which only allowed 1 per person. As for resources, only those that are used are good resources. Unfortunately, I had a bit of bad luck. Su Zhi murmured with some regret on his face. Before coming out of seclusion, he had already drawn new talents. However, the new talent is unique to the craftsman. Congratulations on getting the unique craftsman experience. You have an extraordinary talent in forging. Limited to 1 month. This talent actually looks pretty good. There are still many casting masters in Daxia. These people are able to forge magical weapons. What is a magic weapon? It is a weapon that reaches the 7th grade and can be called that. Although technology has developed, it is impossible to forge a magical weapon of this strength. Instead, the ancient forging has regained its vitality. But the problem is that Su Zhi has never learned forging. If this talent had always existed, he wouldn't mind learning another skill. But it was only for a month. It can be said that this talent is basically useless. Su Zhi was not going to try it at all. There was no need to waste a month. Wouldn't it be better to continue practicing with this time? At least it helps if I can improve my cultivation a little bit. This is the first time I've drawn a completely useless ability. Su Zhi couldn't help but think silently. Fortunately, he didn't care too much about it. Everyone has bad luck sometimes. This is not a normal thing. Fortunately, this time I invested 500,000 spirit stones. After all, his cultivation had just broken through, so Su Zhi decided to play it safe. After coming out of seclusion, Su Zhi quickly began to busy himself with the affairs of the South China Sea base. Delayed for a month. Although Li Chungang has handled everything this month. But that doesn't mean Su Zhi doesn't need to take a look. In addition, I'm also paying attention to the special training for high school seniors. Special training is still very effective. Compared to the normal training speed of these students, it is 2 to 3 times faster. Besides that, my strength has improved. Zhao Hongchuan reported aloud with great joy. The governor mainly entrusted him with the task of special training. As a commander and a 3rd-rank warrior, he has some experience in special training. It has a lot of effects on these high school students. Catch some exotic beasts and let these students see some blood. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many senior high school students, he wanted to take people out of the base for some training. But the risk is quite high in that case. It will require an investment of manpower and material resources, but I don't know how much. In the end, he could only settle for the next best thing. At least let many students see blood. Otherwise, they will really be flowers in a greenhouse. Yes, Governor. Zhao Hongchuan hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. The reason for my hesitation is mainly because it was not like this before. If some accidents happen, it will be troublesome. But if you think about it carefully and tell the warriors in charge of teaching to watch over it, there is no need to worry about any accidents. He could even send more people at that time. There was no intention of rejecting the governor. According to the special training plan, all senior high school students will undergo special training for 2 months. After that, some top students will be selected and receive 2 months of intensive special training. Then it's almost time for the martial arts college entrance examination. When it comes to high-intensity special training, Suja will also spare some time to assist. He has high hopes for this year's senior high school students. Time goes on, and another month has passed. Special training has entered the next stage. Many students who had the potential to be admitted to the Budo University were selected. These senior high school students will all go to the guard camp. Many high school students are very excited, because not everyone can get close to the guard camp. Is this the guard's camp? Are all these devices used to train chi and blood? Afterwards, these senior high school students began more intensive special training under the guidance of the instructors. Suja and the governor's mansion used technological means. Check out these high school seniors. Write down the characteristics and weaknesses of each student. It is definitely impossible for Suja to pay attention to these students every day. Then use technological means to observe. Then I passed on some opinions to these instructors. The instructors will turn these insights into adjustments to the training plans. Different senior high school students also began to divide into several groups. Start special training for different weaknesses. I hope these students can transform themselves through this special training. Suja's eyes inevitably flashed with a trace of nostalgia, and he murmured softly. When he was a senior in high school, he wished he could split one day into two. 43. Rapidly developing South China Sea base. Governor Su is about to step down? Many high school students did not know that Suja had participated in special training, but they can feel their own progress and changes. Yang Lei is one of the senior high school students this year. During his freshman and sophomore years of high school, he basically gave up hope on entering a martial arts university. But it was not like last year when the new governor of the South China Sea took office. In the high school league, Yang Lei successfully entered the main competition. He also defeated several people whose chi and blood were higher than his own, with low chi and blood. Eventually, he made it into the top 128 of the finals and received a lot of resource rewards. With the help of these resources, I have improved my chi and blood a lot. It gave him a lot of hope of getting into the martial arts university. Especially before, the South China Sea base announced special training for all senior high school students. It made Yang Lei very excited, because he knew that his chance had come again. In fact, he was right. During special training, the base often provided exotic animal meat meals. In particular, some spiritual fruits are occasionally provided. For many high school students, this is most likely their first time to come into contact with spiritual fruit. Suja gained a lot of merit in this tide of alien beasts. There are still a lot of resources below the level of warrior. There are not many problems in providing special training. I have to say that this class of senior high school students is indeed lucky. Suja intends to make this session a benchmark. If the martial arts college entrance examination results are better, the South China Sea base will be allocated more resources from the southern border. If we have more resources, we will continue to invest in high school students. This will create a virtuous cycle. The South China Sea base will naturally be better in the future. Let more students from the martial arts university come out and wait for these students to grow up. Who knows, there may be a reward for the South China Sea base someday. Secondly, strengthening the strength of senior high school students will also facilitate improving the strength of the South China Sea base. After all, a large number of students who failed the entrance exam will still live in the South China Sea base in the future. Whether it is joining the guard, the hunting group, the martial arts gym, etc. In the end, all the meat will rot in the pot of the South China Sea base. Before we knew it, the martial arts college entrance examination was approaching. The Daxia military is responsible for the martial arts college entrance examination to ensure the authenticity of the results. Many senior high school students had completed their special training half a month ago. The rest depends on personal performance. Because of the martial arts college entrance examination, the South China Sea base also held a special meeting. Governor, after your actions this year's martial arts college entrance examination results should not be bad. Among them, the education director of the South China Sea base was even more delighted and complimented him out loud. as the education director of the South China Sea base. In previous years, when the martial arts college entrance examination came, the pressure was enormous. Even this position is replaced by a new candidate every year. However, this year, I can be proud of myself and keep my position. However, he knew that all these achievements had nothing to do with him, but were the credit of the governor. Yes, we can definitely look forward to it at our South China Sea base this year. In previous years, there would be no expectations. Many people, including the entire South China Sea base, are waiting for the results of this martial arts college entrance examination. During the special training before, the entire South China Sea base knew about it. After the first person started speaking, many others followed suit. Naturally, Suja was also looking forward to it. He could only roughly judge that the senior high school students at the South China Sea base should not do too badly this time. It depends on how these students perform. The martial arts college entrance examination also depends a lot on one's own condition, especially for those students with similar chi and blood. Just when many people present were discussing which high school or which genius might become the top student in the South China Sea base, Suja's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone be quiet for a moment. Now Suja was still very majestic, and the whole conference room fell silent in an instant. Now there is something that should be considered more important. After this martial arts college entrance examination, I will step down as the governor of the South Sea. Suja spoke slowly. Now it is time to say goodbye. After all, there are limitations to practicing on your own in the South China Sea base. In terms of spiritual energy alone, the environment of Nanhai Martial Arts University is at least twice as good as that of the Nanhai governor's office. Especially after he reached the 5th level, the school was even prepared to grant him a small villa. The environment is better than the previous apartment. A warrior's strength determines the treatment he receives. After the words fell, the people at the South China Sea base were stunned and panicked. Governor, the base cannot do without you. Yes, the development of the South China Sea base is all due to your existence. Most people began to speak out. Those present were all high-ranking officials of the South China Sea base, but they all knew the importance of the governor. Although they all knew that the governor was quite strong when it came to some things. But the final results proved the governor's vision. Only a few people, including Li Qinggang, remained silent. These people should have anticipated leaving early on. The South China Sea base is too small to accommodate the governor. It was unexpected that the governor could stay until this time. This matter has already been decided. Suja spoke with his voice slightly raised. It was like pouring a bucket of cold water on many people. Many people present fell silent. I'm just telling you a little bit about this in advance, so you can make some preparations. But the successor should still be someone from Nanhai Martial Arts University. There's nothing to worry about. Suja continued to speak out loud. This is a slightly comforting news for many people, because they both graduated from Nankai Budo University. No matter who comes, it is impossible to ignore Suja's existence. The special person who came was most likely a 4th-grade warrior. However, Suja is of the 5th rank, and the key is that he still has great potential. As long as the person who comes is not a fool, he will definitely not offend Suja. After all, Nanhai Martial Arts University now treats Suja as its own son. The words have come to this point. Then many people can only accept this fact. At least they knew this was the best outcome. Suja did not forget to ask these people to keep the secret and announce the results after the martial arts college entrance examination. After this meeting, Suja basically gave up all power in the base. Take advantage of this time to spend more time with your family. Both Su's mother and Shin Qingyan knew that Suja was about to leave the South China Sea base. But it is understandable. With Suja's current level of cultivation, it is indeed inappropriate for him to stay in the South China Sea base. 5th level of martial arts. Especially Shin Qingyan thought with emotion. Before, who could have thought that her husband seemed to have suddenly become enlightened and was singing at a high level? During this period of time, Suja did not practice and just took care of his daughter. On the one hand, he is about to leave, and on the other hand, the talents extracted are a bit disappointing. Ever since that craftsman's unique talent began. Next, he drew talents that had nothing to do with cultivation. What is the stealing hand, and what is the quick recovery? One that increases stealth by 50%. An injury recovery speed increases by 30%. The problem is that Suja is not a thief, and he is not injured at the moment. Basically, it can be said that it has nothing to do with the improvement of cultivation. Even Suja couldn't help but sigh that he was extremely unlucky, especially in the last 2 months. Sometimes you still have to believe in metaphysics. Suja couldn't help but think silently. But think about it, it's normal that some of these abilities are useless. In the past, you could draw abilities that could help yourself. I'm really lucky. While Suja was accompanying his family, the South China Sea-based martial arts college entrance examination had ended. Within a few days, the results of the martial arts college entrance examination came out. The number of people admitted to the martial arts university from the South Sea base is 3 times that of previous years. Governor, this time the South China Sea base is finally not the end. Li Qinggang couldn't hide his excitement. Even though the South China Sea base has been upgraded 3 times, it is still not much compared to some top bases. But at least we can get out of the last place last year. He even reached the middle of all the base cities in the southern border in one breath. Of course, the quality of the South China Sea base may not be comparable, but it's exciting enough. This achievement also attracted the attention of the entire southern region. So many people in the South China Sea base have reached the passing score for the college entrance examination this year. Many people in the southern base were very shocked, especially the 2 or 3 bases that were originally at the end. The South China Sea base was originally in the same group as them, but it took off secretly? At this moment, even the people in other bases were silent. The South China Sea base had already become famous once during the previous battle of the alien beast tide. At that time, people in many bases in the southern border still believed that the South China Sea base was just luck. However, the South China Sea base is now once again shocking. This time, it is impossible to ignore. Even many people couldn't help but investigate what happened in the South China Sea base. Such changes have taken place in just 1 year. 44. Return to Nanhai Martial Arts University. Discuss with the dean. Hold a high school league and conduct intensive special training before the martial arts college entrance examination. We have also developed a special training plan for these senior high school students. Seeing these measures taken by the South China Sea base, even many bases were speechless. Because the operation of the South China Sea base is not so easy to replicate. Among the top bases, many strong people have come out of each high school. The interests behind it are very complicated. When the high school league comes, will the places be distributed equally or unevenly among the many high schools? This is the first question. The second issue is resources. Every time resources are approved, competition among various units in the base is fierce. It is not easy to organize special training for the high school league. In particular, the quality of the student base in many bases is much better than that of the South China Sea base. Including many student conditions, it is also better than the South China Sea base. The rewards given must not be so stingy, unless there is special approval from the South Territory. It's a pity that the southern border is currently in chaos because of the battlefield of all races. As for the martial arts college entrance examination, although we pay attention to it, it is not so easy to change it. Although Governor Su knew about the South China Sea base, but he still wants to take a look at the situation next year. Because he knew that the governor of the South China Sea, Suja, was about to leave. If by next year, the South China Sea base can still maintain the number of people who meet the martial arts college entrance examination admission line, only then would he consider making some changes to the entire Southland High School. South China Sea base. This time, our South China Sea base has once again made a lot of headlines. Who would have thought that the number of people who pass the martial arts college entrance exam has tripled? All these changes were brought about by Governor Su. Even many ordinary people are very excited. In terms of a sense of honor, ordinary people still have it. Unfortunately, judging from the performance of the South China Sea base in previous years, some people really cannot think of the word sense of honor. This year, there was a big turnaround. It still makes many ordinary people very excited, especially those students who have reached the admission score line for the martial arts college entrance examination. I am even more grateful to Suja. If it weren't for the new governor, it would not be so easy for their children to achieve or go further. However, at this time a piece of news came out. That is about Suja's resignation as governor of the South China Sea. What Grand Admiral Su is stepping down? This made many people in the South China Sea base uneasy. The South China Sea base was able to change like this, but it was all thanks to this person. If this person left, then maybe it would go back to the way it was before. No, Grand Admiral Su cannot resign. For a time, the appeals on the South China Sea base forum and the governor's office hotline were almost overwhelmed. This is the first time that the head of the South China Sea base has been retained after stepping down. And the most crucial thing is that Suja has only been in office for less than a year. Convene a TV broadcast. Explain it yourself. and I won't show up. Suja called Li Qinggang directly on his cell phone and spoke. He also noticed the people from the South China Sea base trying to keep him. Although some of these people are truly sincere, some do it for profit. But on the other hand, it also recognizes Suja's contribution to the South China Sea base. This alone is enough. However, Suja will not limit himself to the South China Sea base. In the special channel of the South China Sea base, Li Qinggang and others promised to continue the policies formulated by Governor Suja. Another thing to explain is that the person who will serve as the governor of Nanhai this time will also be a person from Nanhai Martial Arts University. In addition, it also shows that our South China Sea base cannot repay kindness with enmity. Obstruct the future of Governor Suja. After hearing this statement, many public opinions finally subsided. After public opinion subsided, Suja also prepared to return to Nanhai Martial Arts University. He left quietly, without notifying anyone except his family. As for other people, no one was notified. Otherwise, Li Qinggang and others would definitely come to see you off. Although Suja has stepped down, Nanhai Martial Arts University has not yet decided who will take over. The fourth-rank warriors at Nanhai Martial Arts University are not ordinary people. Many fourth-grade warriors did not have the same idea as Suja did before. For many fourth-rank warriors, going to the South China Sea base is no different from exile. Even Suja has no way to deal with this aspect. We can only wait for Nanhai Martial Arts University to finally come up with a candidate. The next time I come back, I will have to wait until the Chinese New Year at least. Suja murmured softly after taking a look at the South China Sea base, then boarded the plane. With Suja's current authority, there would be no problem boarding the plane half an hour in advance. The distance between Nanhai Martial Arts University and Nanhai base was not far. It didn't take long to get there. Nanhai Budo University. Su Xingyin stood in front of the school gate like a statue. This really surprised the students passing by. Is Dean Su waiting for someone? But is there anyone who can make Dean Su wait here? What kind of powerful person is this? These students inevitably started discussing in low voices. You have to know that no matter what, the dean of this alchemy academy is also a high-level warrior. The person who makes him wait must be no simple person. Su Xingyin actually heard what these students said. As a high-level warrior, his perception is sharper than imagined. Now what he is waiting for is this kid Suja. Originally, he urged the boy to return to Nanhai Martial Arts University early. As a result, it was delayed until the results of the Martial Arts College entrance examination came out. However, even Su Xingyin had to admit that this kid was able to manage a base quite well. He had also heard about the results of the Martial Arts College entrance examination at the South China Sea base this year. At least compared to previous years, it is really good. This made many people at Nanhai Martial Arts University believe that Suja was the second-generation heir to the school. Being able to manage a base well proves that one has the ability to manage a school well. Of course, the most important thing is undoubtedly strength. This time, Su Xingyin was waiting at the door, and undoubtedly his first intention was to test Suja's strength. Although I knew before that Suja had reached the 5th level of martial arts. But the problem is that Suja's specific strength is still unknown. You can't tell much from the video. After all, it is quite normal for a 5th-grade monster to crush a 4th-grade monster. If it were any 5th-grade statue, it would be normal to easily become a 4th-grade statue. Naturally, Su Xingyin also needed to confirm Suja's situation. Of course, the main purpose is to help Suja with his next step of cultivation. Soon Suja appeared in front of the school gate. "Dean, long time no see." Suja looked at the dean who was waiting for him and couldn't help but smile and spoke out loud. After all, from a certain perspective, this also shows how much the school values itself. What's more, after returning to Nanhai Martial Arts University, he felt a greater sense of familiarity. Regardless of whether Nanhai Martial Arts University will be like many top martial arts universities in the future. But at least for now, Nanhai Martial Arts University still makes him very satisfied. "You kid, you finally decided to come back." Su Xingyin couldn't help but puff his beard and glare as he spoke, with a lot of complaints in his words. "I am here to guard the Nanhai base for Nanhai Martial Arts University." It's a pity that Suja could still speak out when he needed to be thick-skinned. Su Xingyin couldn't help but roll his eyes. I knew earlier that Suja's cultivation would progress so quickly. He would not choose Suja if he sent anyone else out, especially considering that the candidate for the leader of the South China Sea base has not yet been chosen. I felt even more upset. After thinking about this, Su Xingyin looked at Suja with a somewhat unfriendly expression. I couldn't help but make up my mind to train this kid well. Soon Su Xingyin pulled Suja towards the school's martial arts field. Suja naturally knew where the dean was going to take him. When I was a counselor before, he has been there quite a lot. However, they are all ordinary-level training grounds suitable for students. There are also training grounds built for mid-level and above martial arts arenas. But Suja had never come in before. Before Suja could observe further, Su Xingyin took action directly. Of course, the strength is still controlled at the 5th level. Facing the old man's sneak attack, Suja's face showed evidence of anticipation. He simply dodged sideways and picked up a wooden sword from the weapon rack next to him. After all, his strength lies more in his swordsmanship. Since the dean wanted to test his strength, Suja naturally wouldn't be polite. The stronger your strength is, the more attention you will receive. Since he couldn't hide it, Suja naturally used Dean Su Xingyin as his sparring partner. Give yourself some moves. During these 2 months, I didn't draw any good talents. But that doesn't mean Suja gave up his practice. Now he has integrated the strength of the late 5th rank and can bring it into full play. The blade shines. Even though it was just a wooden sword, it had an extraordinary sharpness in Suja's hand. Good boy. Even Su Xingyin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Suja's proficiency in swordsmanship surprised him a lot. 45. The dean is shocked. Special talent? It was the proficiency in swordsmanship that surprised Su Xingyin. Then when Suja showed his sword intention, Su Xingyin's eyes showed a hint of shock. Because this sword intent has very high requirements for talent. You have to be at least a genius to have a chance to comprehend it. As a result, Suja is using it now. This made Su Xingyin believe even more that Suja must have awakened his invisible talent or physique. Otherwise, how could Suja understand the meaning of the sword? He was quite familiar with Suja and knew that Suja's aptitude and comprehension were mediocre before. Now that he even knows the sword intent, it must be true. In addition to the sword intent, Su Xingyin also discovered that Suja's cultivation had reached the late 5th level. At the beginning, he only used the cultivation level of the initial 5th rank. Fortunately, Suja did not use his full strength at the beginning. Otherwise, Su Xingyin might really have the possibility of failure. Fortunately, now that this kid's talent has awakened, he's really terrifying. Su Xingyin couldn't help but think silently in his heart. The battle between the two continued. Although Su Xingyin controlled his own strength, the strength from high-level warriors was still not comparable to that of Suja. But Suja didn't care. He himself had no hope of defeating the dean in front of him. It's more about testing out some of the moves and ideas that I've learned. It's rare to have such a refreshing battle. Suja couldn't help but fall into a strange state. Epiphany? Even Su Xingyin was a little shocked. Even though he thought this in his heart, his hands did not stop moving, because he knew that such an opportunity was very rare. Unfortunately, the enlightenment lasts only 1 minute. Suja quickly came out of this special state. After coming out of this state, he stopped fighting, closed his eyes, and experienced the feeling he had just had. Su Xingyin is not in a hurry either. He even helped Suja to protect the law. Before, he had doubted whether Suja had the talent to go further, although this person has made great progress in this year. However, there are some people like this, and they are stuck on the threshold of stepping into the 7th rank from the 6th rank. There's been no breakthrough since then. Fortunately, Su Xingyin believed that Suja would never stop at this threshold. After about half an hour, Suja slowly opened his eyes. The joy in his eyes still lingers. I didn't expect to enter such a state of ecstasy during this battle. It triggers some residual insights from the past, and briefly enters into enlightenment. And now my body, whether it's my mental strength or my chi and blood, has become more unified. My cultivation has unknowingly reached the edge of a breakthrough. If you are to reach the peak of the 5th rank, then you are only 1 step away. Suja thought silently. He didn't expect that he would gain so much from this battle. All I can say is that they just happened to break out. Su boy, have you awakened a hidden talent or physique? At this time, Su Xingyin finally couldn't wait to ask. There were many expectations in his eyes. Even Suja was stunned by the dean's words. But on second thought, awakening my superpowers and refreshing my system is also a special talent. This hidden talent can also be said to be correct. Yes, Suja answered directly out loud. Anyway, he doesn't need to answer any ability. Secondly, he couldn't always find some opportunities as an excuse to improve his strength. So this hidden talent is a good excuse. Although his cultivation has gradually caught up with some geniuses. But Suja had no intention of being high profile. After all, being high profile means danger. While many people focus their attention on those geniuses, it is also good for you to develop quietly. Although Suja still attracted a lot of attention in the Southern Territory because of his previous battle with the tide of alien beasts. However, except for the South China Sea base, no other bases have ever seen Suja. Although there are some videos, no one would deliberately look for them. Even many people in the southern border, except those in the South China Sea base, had the impression that Suja was a middle-aged man with accomplished cultivation. There is no way, since Suja has never been very famous before. After he suddenly appeared, he became the master of a base. Generally, the starting age is 40 years old. At present, Suja is still a long way from the age of 40. As for outside the southern border, Suja will not receive any attention. Before, the entire southern border was facing a tide of strange beasts. Although it attracted some attention, the crisis of the alien beast tide was later resolved. I didn't care about all the eyes. After all, due to the long distance, many people regarded the tide of strange beasts in the south as news. Even if Suja performed brilliantly, it had nothing to do with them. Not to mention that many people had never even heard of the South China Sea base. Naturally, he would not care about Suja anymore. At the same time, with Suja's affirmative answer, Su Xingyan's face was filled with joy. Normally, the dean of the Alchemy College rarely loses his composure like this. Suja could still understand the dean's joy. After all, the current strength of Nanhai Martial Arts University is indeed a bit weak. In addition, Su Xingyan also affirmed himself. The more recognition he gets, the more benefits Suja will get. Dean, where is the new residence? Suja did not speak politely to the dean at this moment. He couldn't help but want to take advantage of this brief moment of enlightenment to break through his cultivation. Originally, Suja was planning to wait and draw an ability. But it is not needed for now. As soon as I returned to Nankai Budo University, I received such a surprise. After your cultivation level has broken through, you can then invest more spirit stones. The school has already made arrangements. Su Xingyan also realized that Suja should retreat for a while, so he spoke out directly. Soon he brought Suja to a villa area. Those who can live here are all important figures in Nankai Martial Arts University. The location of the villa assigned to Suja is quite good. You need to know that the location of the villa is very particular. The closer to the center, the higher the status. Moreover, Suja could feel that the entire villa area seemed to be shrouded in a spirit-gathering formation. The concentration of spiritual energy is 3 times that of the governor's office in the South China Sea base. If you live here for many years, you can get a lot of benefits. Suja did not talk much with Su Xingyan and went straight into seclusion. On the other hand, Su Xingyan was also preparing to discuss matters with other senior figures at Nanhai Martial Arts University. This time he was testing his strength, not just for himself, but it represents Nankai Budo University. It is mainly used to specifically judge Suja's potential. Now that Su Xingyan has obtained a result that satisfies him, he naturally wants to strive for more benefits for Suja. 46. Peak of the 5th rank. Song Qing stays. Half a month later, Suja officially came out of seclusion and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level. Originally, he expected that the breakthrough would not be so quick. But who could blame the previous battle between the two of them for being so exciting? This caused Suja to briefly enter a state of enlightenment. Of course, Suja felt that luck might also play a role here. After all, if you don't have good luck, it's not that easy to enter a short period of enlightenment. When you think about it, all the abilities I have acquired are temporary. Only luck exists forever. Even if the bonus is gone, it doesn't mean that the luck has disappeared. Now, I'm only 1 step away from the 6th rank. After coming out of seclusion, Suja couldn't help but sigh. Next is the issue of the integration of spirit and chi and blood. This step is also not easy. There is a huge gap between almost every grade. After coming out of seclusion, Suja's first thing was to look for Su Xingyan. Mainly, there are a few things I want to ask. When he arrived at the dean's office, Suja was not polite at all. Along the way, he also met many of his former mentors. Director Su, you're back. Long time no see, Director Wang. Suja felt that he had a bit of the taste of becoming famous overnight. There is no one in the school who doesn't know me. Many teachers were surprised when I reached the 4th level before. But it is unreasonable for Suja to step into the 5th level. Many of them are stuck between the 4th and 5th grades. Although Suja was indeed a little unreasonable. But the strength has also arrived. In the entire Nanhai Martial Arts University, there are not many people who can reach the 5th level. So it is natural to gain respect. You've made a breakthrough, kid? Su Xingyin was a little surprised when he saw Suja coming up to him and said out loud. Because Suja had just broken through not long ago, his breath control was not that good. He noticed it the first time he arrived. Before, Suja showed his late 5th grade cultivation. He was a little shocked. And now there is another breakthrough? A small gain, Suja said calmly. I have to say that after returning to Nankai Budo University, he felt relaxed or free of pressure. There is no need to carry the South China Sea base on your own shoulders. So it is inevitable that the dean is feeling a little embarrassed now. If it were at the South China Sea base, Suja would not do this. Is this pretend? Su Xingyin rolled his eyes at Suja and spoke. You know, it is not easy for a 5th grade person to break through a small realm. Even many school mentors will treat you if you can make a small breakthrough. Share the joy of your breakthrough with great fanfare, because there are not many warriors of a slightly higher level in the school. So the school even encourages this kind of behavior. Suja did not dwell on this matter too much and started asking about the main business. I wonder what happened to the freshman class that was eliminated last year? But he did not forget that he had a goddaughter, Song Qing. Before coming to Nanhai Martial Arts University, Shin Qingyin gave some special instructions. Let him take care of it a little more. Although Song Qing did not return to the South China Sea base this year. But I communicated with Shan Qingyin a lot. Including the Chinese New Year, we talked on the phone for a full 3 hours. Suja happened to be next to Shin Qingyin at that time. So it was still good for Song Qing's sense. You want to ask about that Song Qing? Su Xingyin seemed to think of the special recruit from a year ago and spoke out loud. Faced with this statement, Suja remained silent. The results just came out in the past 2 days. This person is really desperate when practicing. But I almost got eliminated. Su Xingyin's voice continued to sound. The reason why he still had some impression of a student. The main thing is that Song Qingchen is quite famous among the freshmen. Since the day I entered school, I've been working very hard. Whether it is cultivation or doing any task or actual combat, etc. Who would have thought that Song Qing, who looked cute on the outside, was so violent? Naturally, he gained a lot of fame. Even though Song Qing's cultivation level was a little lower, he made up for it a lot in actual combat. The overall score is always higher than the elimination line. The school has assessments every month. The results are naturally ranked. All of this is in full view of everyone and is intended to add pressure to the many freshmen. In fact, this method is indeed very effective. Some of the freshmen were already able to challenge students in the previous grade. Unfortunately, this is the first year of elimination. So those who should be eliminated should still be eliminated. However, the school also arranged a retreat for these eliminated students. After returning to your own base, you can also join the guard army and become a team leader. If he joins the Daxiao army, he can also be trained as a seed officer. These eliminated people are indeed a bit helpless. However, the potential is still there. At least many warriors who have set foot in it have no problem. In fact, joining the Daxiao army is undoubtedly a good choice. Because the Daxiao army is very welcome to these potential beings. There is no way, because Daxia has a large number of troops and many of them are forced to make the choice. There is nothing we can do about our qualifications being not as good as expected. You really stay? Suja spoke out with some surprise. Today, Nanhai Martial Arts University has been established for 20 years. Recruiting new students is above the vitality, but the score is much higher than the passing line. Song Qing is still a long way behind. Naturally, he was not very optimistic about Song Qing. In fact, it was not just Suja. Shin Qingyin also thought that it would be nice to go to a martial arts university for a year. Unexpectedly, Song Qing actually did it. Song Qing has motivated many freshmen to work hard. Su Xingyin had a very good impression of this kind of hardworking student. It has nothing to do with talent, but more about a person's attitude towards martial arts practice. This was also the reason why he liked Suja at the beginning. Suja also fought very hard at that time. That's good. Suja nodded and spoke out loud. In fact, I was quite surprised by Su Xingyin's admiration for me, because there are not many people that this dean can remember. It was only after he became a counselor that he gradually came into more contact with the dean. But I think this class of freshmen is quite special. So it's normal to pay more attention. And it's not just Su Xingyin who is paying attention to it. The entire top leadership of Nanhai Martial Arts University is also paying attention to it. Since Song Qing is determined to stay, Suja will not do anything bad. Shin Xingyin actually also hopes that her daughter will have a better future, even if she is not my biological daughter. By the way, are you planning on accepting some students? Su Xingyin suddenly asked aloud. Under normal circumstances, Suja would need to select a few students from these freshmen. Unfortunately, this is not a normal situation for Suja now. Never mind. Suja hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Because the extraction of superpowers is uncertain, he is also uncertain about his own strength. It wastes energy in teaching students and also delays their development. Even if it was Song Qing, he didn't plan to teach him himself. Not to mention other students. Su Xingyin didn't care about this matter. Now he also hopes that Suja can focus on his cultivation. It would undoubtedly be best if you could reach the 6th level. But according to Su Xingyin, it is not that easy. The 6th rank is different from the 5th rank, and the mental strength required is extremely huge. Nowadays, there are not many things that can increase spiritual power. Even high-level warriors need it themselves. Although Nanhai Martial Arts University has the idea of training Suja, but there is not much help that can be provided in this regard. It's just a spiritual resource every year. The rest depends on Suja's own efforts and opportunities. What is the school going to do with me? At this time, Suja's voice continued to sound and began to ask about another matter. But he did not forget that the school had assigned him a position. 47. Become stronger by reading. What a talent. The deputy director of logistics is Lao Zhang's assistant. Su Xingyin said that this was the result of a discussion among the top leaders of Nanhai Martial Arts University. On the one hand, we can't assign Suja too many complicated tasks. Secondly, Suja can also learn more about the situation of Nanhai Martial Arts University. So for a martial arts university, in addition to the strength of the strong, the most important thing is undoubtedly resources. The strength of the strong only determines the present, but resources can determine the future. Resources at Nanhai Martial Arts University have always been extremely tight. Even though it is located in a cave, the income of Nanhai Martial Arts University is still limited. This is also the reason why Nankai Budo University started to change from the elimination system. The rest depends on whether Daxia can come up with a new system to change the original resource allocation method, so that Nanhai Martial Arts University can obtain more resources. Good. Suja's eyes couldn't help but move, and he felt that this position was quite suitable for him. Besides, Lao Zhang's knife skills are actually pretty good. Su Xingyin's voice continued to sound, as if hinting at something. Suja was naturally not a fool, and naturally understood what Su Xingyin was hinting at. Suja is very familiar with Lao Zhang. As expected, Lao Zhang is not an ordinary person in logistics management. He is definitely a strong man. After asking all the questions, Suja went to report to Lao Zhang in the logistics department first. Old Zhang, I was assigned to help you. Even though Suja knew that this person might be a master, his attitude remained unchanged. Because Suja and this old Zhang are quite familiar with each other. To be honest, Suja doesn't have many friends of the same age, but he has something in common with the older generation. It may have something to do with the combined experiences of 2 lifetimes. It certainly cannot be regarded as a normal age. Su boy, you should just go and do your own thing. I don't have much to do here. Come and have a look when you are free. Unfortunately, the logistics officer Lao Zhang directly drove Suja away. Even Suja couldn't help but look confused. Then I'm really leaving, Lao Zhang. Suja did not refute anything, although he guessed the intention of Nanhai Martial Arts University. But he didn't care because he cared more about strength. Strength is the key to everything. Go! Old Zhang glared and spoke out loud. This time Suja was not going to be polite and just left. Although I have the title of deputy director, I don't have to do anything. It can be said that this is definitely a good thing. Back in his villa, Suja prepared to start drawing new abilities. Before, it was dark for several months in a row. So Suja hopes that there will be some changes when he returns to Nanhai Martial Arts University. Extract. A colorful light keeps shining. Even Suja's eyes were unusually bright. Because this proves that the ability of this extraction is definitely not bad. But it also depends on what the specific ability is. If some useless abilities appear, there is nothing we can do about it. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving a reading to become a saint experience card, which increases your reading comprehension by 100% and allows you to concentrate on reading. Limited to 1 month. Even Suja looked surprised after seeing this talent. Because although there is only one ability this time, it brings 2 effects. Especially after learning about it, Suja's face was full of surprise. The first is that reading comprehension ability is doubled. It means that he can better understand the martial arts insights left by his predecessors. As for concentrating the mind while reading, reading can help improve mental strength. The ability to help improve mental strength is undoubtedly of great importance. If only this talent brought better results, then maybe after this month he will be able to reach the 6th level. Among all the abilities that Suja has come into contact with so far, this ability can definitely be considered God level. Moreover, he believed that this talent would still be of great use even if he stepped above the 9th rank. Too bad it's only for 1 month. There is no doubt that Suja cannot give up during this month. This power is gained by buying tens of millions of spirit stones. Even Suja couldn't help but sigh. After expressing his feelings, he immediately took action. Nanhai Budo University has quite a collection of books, especially now that he has basically opened up most of his permissions. His goal is to gain some insights and experiences at the 6th level and above. There are quite a few Nanhai Martial Arts Universities. In addition, when the school was first established, the principal asked for a lot of book reviews from Daxia. Even Suja couldn't help but sigh at the principal's cleverness. But he hadn't seen the principal for a long time. I vaguely remember that the last time we met was 5 years ago. It just so happened that the principal called together many teachers and students in the school to give a speech. But according to Suja's guess, the principal should make further efforts to reach a certain level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not shown up for 5 years. Fortunately, this has nothing to do with Suja, because only when your strength improves, you will be able to know more. The 9th floor of the Nanhai Budo University Library. The corresponding level is the 9th level of martial arts. Normally, all martial artists can reach the corresponding level of strength. But there are also some special cases where one can cross floors beyond one's own strength. Now Suja is still more on the 6th level. As for the 7th floor, there is no need to rush. What he watched more were some insights and experiences on cultivation. 1 month is not too much, but not too little either. In the library, there are not many warriors on the 6th floor. Suja was able to find some peace and quiet. With the ability to become a saint through reading, Suja seems to have a kind of tranquility. When watching these martial arts experiences, Suja felt that he was in a clear and lucid state. Mental strength is also growing silently. It is very difficult to know how to increase your mental strength. If other people saw this scene, then it must be a shock, because many people improve their mental strength by exercising to the point of exhaustion, then resting to recover or using some supplements. But there are many things related to mental power, even if it is just to replenish mental strength. They are undoubtedly strategic materials in Daxia. Several days passed like this. On this day, Suja did not go to the library, but came to the martial arts square of Nanhai Martial Arts University with a book. The reason is simple. This day will be the time when many instructors at Nanhai Martial Arts University will recruit students. It was also a very exciting day for many students, because not all students here are likely to be selected. There is no doubt that if you can be selected, then your future will be bright. If I could be chosen by a mentor, there is so much help that can be provided. Suja was reading a book on the rooftop of a building near the martial arts square. At the same time, his eyes fell on the martial arts square. He still easily saw Song Qing's figure. Compared to last year, it looks much more powerful. It is obvious that this year has not been wasted. However, whether Song Qing can be selected is still an unknown. 48. Song Qing is selected. The university elimination system is implemented. Suja was not selected that year and had to attend classes with the main group. Come to think of it, life was indeed a bit difficult at the beginning. Even though I became a counselor later, it was still not that good. Fortunately, he persisted. There is no way. The income sources for first and second rank warriors are indeed a bit limited. If you want to earn more, you have to take risks. At the beginning, Suja chose to hide most of the time. This was one of the reasons why it was so difficult at first. But some radical ones are now gone. Suja, on the other hand, has moved forward step by step, and now he has initially gained the qualifications to look down on these students. Just when Suja's thoughts were in confusion, on the martial arts square, many students began to be selected by their instructors. Ding Shuiyo was selected by the 5th grade instructor Lu Ningyan. Wang Maoyan was selected by the 4th grade mentor Li Cheng. For many tutors, they have actually seen the performance of many students early on. They even compete for some students with better talents. He also offered some conditions to get other tutors to make concessions. So, although many students look so nervous, they have actually already made their plans. Undoubtedly, what many students most want is to become a disciple of a mentor with higher level of accomplishment. After all, these mentors have relatively high levels of cultivation. Therefore, any resources that are available are enough to fill the students' stomachs. Before, Suja was considered the best mentor choice by many students. Young, promising, and very powerful. Maybe after a few years, they will be able to become students of high-level warriors. Secondly, his experience is somewhat legendary. Once awakened, rapid progress began. Unfortunately, Nanhai Martial Arts University has already issued an announcement. That means Suja will not accept any disciples, unless Suja himself is willing or if Suja still remains at his current level of cultivation when he is 40 years old. Then Nanhai Martial Arts University will consider letting Suja accept him as a disciple. However, Suja is now only one step away from the 6th rank. This is very regrettable for many freshmen. A long time ago, many people were looking forward to recruiting a student. Of course, although it is regrettable, many students understand. Suja currently has more possibilities in terms of age, talent, and cultivation. How could it be neglected for other things? Every time students talk about Suja, Songqing should be the proudest. It was only after she had been in school for some time that she realized Suja's strength and status. Until later, the news that Suja had reached the 5th level came out. Even Songqing was shocked. Suja was so powerful. In a short period of time, he broke through several major realms. Although news of some hidden talents awakening began to spread from Nanhai Martial Arts University, yet it was still shocking. Songqing actually had a normal attitude towards whether he could be a mentor this time, because she has a clear understanding of her own strength. She was almost eliminated, so normally no mentor would be interested in her. But she didn't care much, because even if there was no tutor, but the school will still send some teachers to teach. He was at least a 2nd-rank warrior, so he was worried about his training and asked some questions. After all, students like Songqing are not even warriors yet. What's more, even if there is no dedicated tutor, isn't it possible to do it at this time? Songqing was selected by the 4th-grade instructor, Hu Qinyan. Even Songqing had a look of surprise on his face. Her first reaction was whether teacher Su had helped her. I found a teacher for myself. However, in reality, Suja was a little confused at the moment. I was really chosen. Suja couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She really didn't get involved in this matter concerning Songqing. Even Suja asked Dean Su Xingyan to help him keep his relationship with Songqing secret. Of course, this confidentiality is more for Songqing's own good. Using a backdoor doesn't bring you a good reputation, and it can easily make you isolated. In the world of warriors, it all comes down to personal strength. So this means that Cui Qinyan made her choice based on her own opinion. Even Suja was a little surprised, but neither Songqing nor Suja knew. What Cui Qinyan valued was Songqing's desperate efforts. There are no other factors, and Songqing is actually not as bad as imagined. When I first entered Nanhai Martial Arts University, my chi and blood were at the bottom. As a result, 1 year later, he was able to stay in Nanhai Martial Arts University without being eliminated. It still has considerable potential. And for this 4th-grade instructor Cui Qinyan, Songqing is not the only student accepted. Giving Songqing a chance is not a big deal. A 4th-grade warrior has much more financial resources than a 3rd-grade warrior. As for accepting students, I can do it as I please. After the tutor finished selecting his students, Suja continued with his daily life. These experiences and insights in martial arts were of great help to him, not to mention the improvement in mental strength. At the same time, the news about the freshman reform at Nanhai Martial Arts University also spread in Daxia. Freshman elimination system. Now, even if you are admitted to a martial arts university, you are at risk of being expelled. This is a good thing, to be able to pick out some elites. After all, every martial arts university has limited resources. But this is a bit too cruel. People in bases in various regions throughout Daxia are talking about it. Some are for, and some are against. After all, many candidates have finally become students of Budo University. As a result, they will be expelled from school. Some people also agree. After all, Budo University focuses on quality. Most of the time, it is to cultivate strong people. It is a good thing to eliminate some people who have potential but lack in all aspects as soon as possible. It can save a lot of resources and provide them to people with higher potential. It can be said that during this period of time, the people of Daxia were divided into two factions on the internet. Even the conservatives have the upper hand. There is no way, because the system of martial arts university has lasted for 500 years. Many people have already gotten used to this and are certainly unwilling to change. Nanhai Martial Arts University is at the center of the storm. Fortunately, Nanhai Martial Arts University has allied itself with many less developed martial arts universities. So even though it caused quite a stir, there were also many martial arts universities that shared the pressure. Besides, Nanhai Martial Arts University is not without the support of powerful people. It is said that there are many beings above the 9th rank who support the changes in some newly established martial arts universities. Compared to the turbulent outside world, the Nanhai Martial Arts University was under tremendous pressure. Suja had a very leisurely time this month. Most of the time is spent in the library. There wasn't even much time left for myself to rest. There is no way this ability is time-limited. If I don't hurry up to improve my perception and mental strength, I don't know how much effort it will take in the future. 49. Good luck and talent? Go to the battlefield of all races in the South China Sea again. Even Suja didn't pay attention to the time, and a month passed by unknowingly. This month has passed faster than I expected. I was originally planning to take a look at some martial arts, but I only read half of it and gained some insights. Suja discovered that the collection of books at Nanhai Martial Arts University was more than he had imagined. However, after reading more of these 6th-grade insights, he also vaguely felt some thresholds. The fusion of spirit and chi and blood requires a certain level of mental strength. But at the moment, after several cheating style increases, my mental strength has indeed reached the initial level. At least the spiritual power can barely stimulate the chi and blood. However, in order to achieve integration, an opportunity is needed. The best place to find this opportunity is undoubtedly the battlefield of all races. According to many experiences, many people broke through to the 6th level during battle. During the battle, spirit and chi and blood work together to attack the outside world. It helps a lot with integration. Unfortunately, Suja was not in a hurry either. Although his cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th rank, there was still room for further growth, including his overall strength and scope for improvement. Even if you want to go to the battlefield to find an opportunity for a breakthrough, you have to wait until your own strength is well developed. Besides that, let's first see what talents we can draw in the new month. Extraction successful. Congratulations on getting a Everything Goes Smoothly experience card. Everything you do will go smoothly. Limited to 1 month. When this new ability came out, even Suja was surprised. Everything goes well? This is undoubtedly somewhat similar to the previous luck bonus talents. They all have something to do with luck. This talent seems to be quite suitable for the battlefield of all races. Suja couldn't help but murmured. After all, the most feared thing on the battlefield is the unexpected situation. For example, a high-level powerful person suddenly appears. There's also this kind of force majeure factor. Anything unexpected could happen on the battlefield. But if you have this ability, everything will go smoothly. Then there is no problem. In addition, your own breakthrough may also be smoother because of this ability. Originally, Suja planned to wait 2 or 3 months before preparing for a breakthrough. However, once this ability is released, it is naturally not to be missed. It will take half a month to hone my strength. There is still half a month before entering the 10,000 races battlefield. Suja made a decision quickly. For him, plans cannot keep up with changes. He has already prepared himself for his abilities to be less than what others expected. Unexpectedly, the ability that emerged seemed to be quite good, although Suja hasn't felt any changes yet. Once you have made a decision, it's time to take action. Half a month was enough time for him to raise his strength to a new level. Although there is still room for improvement, Suja can no longer wait. I called the dean directly on his cell phone and informed him. Su Xingyan did not stop Suja from entering the battlefield of all races, because a warrior cannot achieve a breakthrough just by practicing hard. Moreover, Su Xingyan was not aware that Suja's attempt this time was to break through and enter the battlefield of all races. Most people thought that Suja just entered to hunt some of the wasteland tribes to gain merit. The most important thing is that Su Xingyan knows that Suja is not a reckless person. In the beginning, low-level warriors relied on hiding their lives to the extreme. There is no reason to become radical now that your strength has increased. Under such circumstances, this made Suja feel a little weird. It seems that the dean trusts me very much. Even he had this special feeling. Fortunately, Suja entered the battlefield of all races in the South China Sea without thinking too much. Although many major battles have broken out on the battlefield of all races in the past year, the South China Sea battlefield is naturally no exception. But recently, it has apparently calmed down again. Whether it is the Daxia military or a race from another world, it is obvious that they all suffered heavy losses. Because of Suja's improved status and position, he is still aware of many inside stories. After entering the South China Sea battlefield, Suja began to feel a little troubled. Where should I go? There is no place specifically provided for a 5th-level battle in the entire South China Sea battlefield. The previous Yuzhuan Mountains were more targeted at low-level warriors. As for the middle level, you may encounter the station in no matter which direction you go. But because of the war that broke out between the two sides before, perhaps some of the original small-scale battlefield sites were destroyed. Follow your feeling. In the end, this was Suja's choice. The main reason is that he has great confidence in the abilities that he has obtained in exchange for tens of millions of spirit stones. In this case, he might as well just follow his feelings. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Because half a month is plenty of time, so Suja was not in a hurry. This is in stark contrast to other hunting teams. At least for now, Suja looks like a tourist. But it is this situation that is surprising. This person is either a fool or a master. After all, who would not be cautious when entering the battlefield of all races? No one is as leisurely as Suja. On the battlefield of all races, a 5th-grade expert can indeed be considered a master. After all, those who have set foot in high-quality existences are basically the stabilizing force. Plus, Gao Pin's move made too much noise. Generally, when a high-level battle breaks out, both sides start a major war. Below the high level is the stage for the 5th and 6th levels. Many hunting teams that travel further are basically led by 5th and 6th-grade hunters. If Suja wants to fight with the 5th-grade master, he also needs to get closer to the center of the battlefield. Generally, the 5th and 6th level members of the Wasteland clan did not dare to get too close to the South China Sea stronghold. Of course, the reason why Suja could stroll leisurely was that he was relatively close to the South China Sea stronghold. Plus, I'm quite familiar with this area. Also, his current strength and mentality are obviously different from when he was at the 1st or 2nd level. Saw many low-level hunting teams rushing around. He seemed to see himself just like that back then. However, this time Suja followed his feeling and chose the path, and soon reaped the rewards. Hey, is this purple spiritual grass? This is the first time that Suja encounters an opportunity in the battlefield of all races. Even though this purple spirit grass can only be considered the main medicinal ingredient for refining 3rd-grade elixirs, it is really not easy to encounter opportunities on the battlefield in the South China Sea. If the South China Sea battlefield had just opened, there would have been plenty of opportunities. But now, the opportunity has long been gone. Is this the beginning of everything going smoothly? Suja couldn't help but think that he had extracted this ability. It seems to be much stronger than imagined. Although this time, he did not come here deliberately looking for an opportunity. After that, he had several opportunities in succession. They are all medicinal herbs, fruits, and the like, none of which are more than the 3rd grade. For Suja now, it's actually nothing. However, if it were the previous Suja, it would definitely be a great opportunity. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, not to mention that these herbs in the wild are extremely rare. Nowadays, many medicinal herbs and elixirs in Daxia are artificially grown. The medicinal effect is much less than this wild one. Many alchemists, including those who practice alchemy, prefer wild materials to improve the quality of their pills. 50. Officially stepping into the 6th level. Before I knew it, several days had passed. These few days have been a lot of small opportunities for Suja. But there is no great opportunity. Occasionally, I would meet people from the Wasteland clan, but they were all of the 4th rank. I had never even seen a 4th rank one, let alone a 5th rank. Could it be that with the help of this ability to make everything go smoothly, he really wants to travel around the battlefield of all races? This was Suja's thought at the moment. Fortunately, Suja quickly regained his composure. The reason is simple. He had not originally planned to enter the battlefield of all races so soon. So if you really can't find an opportunity for a breakthrough, He would not choose to stay in the battlefield of all races for too long. After all, if you don't have the ability to make everything go smoothly. So it is not easy to have such a leisurely atmosphere in the battlefield of all races. However, although we are relaxed, we still need to be vigilant. Including Suja choosing a rest time, he inspected many positions. They chose a semi-hidden cave. As night fell, fire lit up in the cave. After eating a simple meal, Suja couldn't help but feel confused. 10 days have passed since I entered the battlefield of all races without realizing it. Because he was relying entirely on his sense of feeling. For a moment, he didn't know where he was. Fortunately, before Desya, a compass for finding positions in the battlefield of all races had already been developed. After taking out the compass from the space bag, I roughly confirmed the location and took out a tablet to calculate the location. This direction? Suja also frowned slightly and murmured softly. According to calculations, he had entered the range of the savage beast forest. Here are the unique beasts of the South China Sea battlefield. These are the wild beasts that came into the world of the Wasteland tribe after this battlefield of all races was opened up. It is said that the savage beasts and the Wasteland people do not get along. It is probably similar to the relationship between Daxia and the mutated beasts. The wild beasts can only occupy a corner on the battlefield in the South China Sea. Basically, it is the kind that lives in a remote corner. The reason is very simple, whether it is the Wasteland clan or the people of Daxia. They all treated the wild beasts as hunting targets. Of course, while hunting, you will also become the target of the other party. This is relative. Savage beasts are more valuable than mutant beasts. And because the wild beasts all come from the battlefield of all races in the South China Sea. This has led to the value of wild beasts rising continuously. It is 3 to 4 times as many as that of similarly mutated beasts. Especially as the level of the beast increases, its value will continue to increase. Due to their scarcity, they can sometimes be sold at 10 times the price of similarly mutated beasts. Before, Suja had been close to this direction, but he did not enter this forest of wild beasts. Because the Wasteland clan and Daxia were hunting the Wasteland clan. Often they appear in groups. This makes hunting extremely difficult. This is also the reason why the value of wild beasts remains high. Take advantage of this natural gift that everything goes smoothly. Even if there is no breakthrough, it would be nice to kill a few more wild beasts. At least I can earn back the spiritual stones I use for this ability. Suja soon had a new idea. The next day, Suja continued to move towards the wild beast forest according to his feeling. Even he didn't dare to be careless at this moment. This is because the wild beasts are not weak, and there are also many wasteland tribes who often appear in this area. So you can never be too cautious. Russell. Just at this moment, Suja seemed to feel some movement not far away. Follow the direction of the sound. In an instant, Suja saw a ferocious beast that was 3 meters tall. The aura emanating from his body was even higher than the 5th grade. It is obvious that this is a 6th grade beast. But the key point is that this 6th grade beast was seriously injured. There are still many scars on the body left by weapons. It is obvious that it has been attacked a lot before. Suja finally understood why he had stayed in the savage beast forest for so long. I didn't even see a single wild beast. It turned out that it was all because of this 6th grade beast. A seriously injured 6th grade beast. This is an opportunity. Suja's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he spoke. Although there is a huge gap between the 5th and 6th grades. But the beast in front of him was seriously injured, and his strength was almost gone. Plus, the intelligence of wild beasts is not that high. Even less intelligent than the mutated beasts. This might not be a suitable opponent. Once you have an idea, it would be unreasonable not to take action. Even if you can't win, at least you should try. Suja's enormous mental power locked onto this 6th grade beast. At the same time, the blood in the body began to boil. If you want to kill this seriously injured 6th grade beast, you have to use all your strength. Roar! This 6th grade beast also sensed the threat from the human in front of it and roared. It seemed as if he wanted to scare Suja away with his voice. Unfortunately, Suja is not someone who can be frightened, and he will not show mercy when it comes to being decisive. The Mad God sword technique's sword intent is extremely hot. The surrounding trees seem to lose their vitality in an instant. Boom! It was as if a flaming blade enveloped the entire 6th grade beast, and then a violent sound erupted. A lot of smoke and dust rose up along with this attack. When the smoke and dust cleared, The wounds on this sixth-grade beast began to bleed uncontrollably. But the blood also angered the beast. As a sixth-grade beast, if it were at its peak, the human in front of him can be considered a larger ant at best. How could I be as unbridled as I am now? Natural beasts also have their own dignity and will not tolerate provocation from ants. He rushed over immediately and wanted to kill Suja. But facing this situation, Suja had reacted early and used the trees in the savage beast forest as a springboard. With his agile skills, he kept pulling the sixth-grade beast. This sixth-rank beast doesn't have much strength left. But even so, it still put a lot of pressure on Suja. Especially if he was hit, Suja would lose at least half his life. Because this wild beast didn't even use up its energy and blood. The strength alone is beyond the reach of the fifth rank. Especially wild beasts are different from humans. As he continued to deal with it, Suja could feel his spirit and chi and blood constantly working together. There seemed to be a trend of fusion, and the aura also began to change constantly. His previous ability to become a saint through reading had given him countless breakthrough experiences. Now, as we continue to fight, all these experiences have begun to transform into motivation. Although different people break through in different ways and under different circumstances. But there is one thing that is similar, that is the changes in mental energy and blood. It can be said that Suja has already stepped half a foot into the sixth rank. Also, because of the change in his aura, Suja became more energetic as the battle went on. However, this sixth-grade beast was bleeding continuously. The aura in his body began to weaken. But there is no way around it. The beast itself is very clumsy. In addition, he was seriously injured and his movements were even slower. Suja estimated that the beast must have exploded with energy and blood when it was besieged before. This also resulted in the beast now looking extremely weak. So in terms of flexibility and speed, he is not as good as Suja. This resulted in Suja being able to maintain a certain distance from this sixth-grade beast. Before I knew it, half a day had passed. Under normal circumstances, such a large battle noise should be able to attract some living creatures. But with Suja's ability, everything goes smoothly. There were no unexpected creatures intruding on the battlefield where the two men were fighting. Suja's aura also reached a peak. Boom! As the sword shone out, Suja's spiritual power finally began to merge with his chi and blood. The breath surged again. During the battle, Suja finally achieved his breakthrough, successfully reached the sixth level. At this level, it can be said to be the most powerful existence below the high level. When he was at the fifth level, he was able to contend with his sixth-level beast. Not to mention that Suja has now reached the sixth level. With a full-strength attack, this sixth-grade beast was soon dead. This beast is worth at least tens of millions of spirit stones. Suja naturally would not let go of the wild beast that he had basically got. Moreover, the flesh and blood of this wild beast was also of great help to him, who had already reached the sixth level. Fortunately, before this trip, he changed to a larger space bag. Otherwise, it would be difficult to accommodate this wild beast. There are still a few days before I can achieve the ability to have everything go smoothly. Suja was not in a hurry. He calculated the time and explored more. After what happened before, he now realized the power of this ability. Although it is not to say that it is easy to walk on the battlefield of all races. As long as you don't try to commit suicide on purpose, such as going directly to the inner city of the Wasteland tribe, then you can still travel safely. This ability may not be as good as some talents beyond cultivation, but if you use it to find some opportunities, it's really good. 51. Sixth rank. Su Xinyan's distress. Before the end of this talent limit, Suja returned to the South China Sea stronghold. Even everything goes well with the talent in the last few days. He also gained a lot of small opportunities. It can be considered as earning hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, which is not a small amount. This time the battlefield of all races lasted for half a month. But when you think about it, Suja really hasn't encountered many members of the Wasteland tribe. Not to mention the Wasteland tribe, even the people in the South China Sea stronghold are few. Although some of the Wasteland people were killed, the gains were not much. Later on, these harvests were directly cleared by Suja to make room for the sixth-grade barbarian beast. There is no way this sixth-grade beast is quite large. Needless to say, the value. Compared with the parts of those Wasteland tribes, this sixth-grade beast is much more valuable, so will naturally be traded to the school. Even in the South China Sea battlefield, The number of 6th grade beasts produced each year is not large. After all, the high-level tacit understanding does not take action, and the 6th level is usually the dominant one. In addition, wild beasts often travel in groups. Even the 6th grade ones are no exception. Of course, hunting is not easy. Even if they were hunted, most of them were taken away by the dacia military. After returning to Nanhai Martial Arts University, Suja had already become a 6th rank warrior. This level of cultivation can occupy a place even in the entire dacia. After all, this is the most powerful existence below the high grade. It can also be considered a high-quality reserve force. Once upon a time, Suja felt that his life should be almost frozen. Perhaps it is possible to reach the 5th level in one's lifetime. However, the 6th rank is a luxury. But I didn't expect to reach this level in such a short time. Half a month later, Suja came to the dean's office again. During this period, Dean Su Xinyan did not go into seclusion. Su Xinyan was not surprised at all when he saw Suja's words. He didn't even raise his head and continued to busy himself with his own things. But on the other hand, it also proves the purity of their relationship. Dean, I wonder if the Savage Beast Meat Academy wants it? Suja spoke first. Wild beast meat, this is good stuff. It seems like this trip was quite fruitful. Su Xinyan couldn't help but become interested and spoke out. Savage beast meat has more uses than just that. It can also be used to refine wild beast pills. This was the result of several years of research by the School of Alchemy at Nanhai Martial Arts University. It can be considered a specialty of Nanhai Budo University. Unfortunately, due to the difficulty in obtaining wild beast meat, the production volume is also limited. Savage beast pills also became a scarce resource. There is no need to say much about the price. These are purchased by people with considerable wealth. Basically, it is used by martial arts geniuses or the second generation of martial arts. Even Suja, a direct descendant of Nanhai Martial Arts University, has never used it. As the dean spoke, Suja also took out a piece of 6th grade wild beast meat. In the past, in order to be able to collect more, he naturally chose to cut this 6th grade beast directly, because it had only been a few days since the killing. So, when this piece of flesh and blood was taken out, there was still a lot of aura emanating from it. 6th rank? At this moment, even Su Xinyan was a little surprised and uneasy, because the 6th grade wild beast meat is extremely rare. Even if he entered, it would not be easy to bring out a 6th grade wild beast as a trophy. After all, there are also high-quality beasts in the savage beast forest. Where are you from? Su Xinyan's voice continued to sound. Obviously, no one thought at first that this wild beast was killed by Suja. There was no way, since Suja still gave him the impression of being a 5th grade person. How to kill the 6th grade beast? It can't be me who killed him. Suja spoke in a faint voice, revealing a hint of the 6th grade aura. After the initial fusion of mental power and chi and blood, that's not just a little bit powerful. This time Su Xinyan was really not calm, even a little shocked. That's the 6th level. You have to know that according to Su Xinyan's original idea, it is not so easy for Suja to reach the 6th level. No matter how good one's aptitude is, it will take at least 2 to 3 years to hone one's mental strength. Many geniuses have spent a lot of time to reach this threshold. As a result, Suja broke through. It can be said that there is a bit of shock, as this is not a problem that happened 2 or 3 years in advance. Could it be that the Suja in front of him has the potential to reach above the 9th rank? I just thought of the ordinary Suja in the past. Is this really possible? It is indeed the 6th rank. At this time, Suja also gave Su Xinyan a positive answer. He found it very interesting to see the shock on the dean's face. After all, it is really not easy to see shock in the dean. Even if you have reached the 6th level, it is not easy to kill a 6th level beast. Fortunately, Su Xinyan came back to his senses at this time and spoke. Among the 6th grade beasts, their defense is quite good. It's mainly due to good luck. I just happened to run into a severely injured 6th rank beast. Suja did not hide anything and spoke directly. He explained all the causes and consequences, including some of his own inferences. Even Su Xinyan couldn't help but have a lot of emotions, because this time Suja was not only lucky but also very brave. Generally, those at the peak of the 5th rank would never dare to find a 6th rank. Even this 6th grade statue was seriously injured. Although Suja said it calmly, he knew that the battle was definitely not that simple. Apart from this, the battle between the two did not attract any other wild beasts or strong men. This is also a miracle. In comparison, reaching the 6th level does not seem unacceptable. But Su Xingyin soon became distressed again. Because after he entered the 6th level, the original school training plan would have to be changed. Originally, they wanted to wait until Suja reached the 6th level in 2 years before making the arrangements. The main reason is that a 6th grade cultivator wants to reach the 7th grade. It is not easy to cross the gap between the middle grade and high grade. Unexpectedly, Suja had already made a breakthrough one step ahead. The most important thing is how long it has been. Su Xingyin felt that he needed to think about it carefully. It seems that Suja's potential has been underestimated. But who knows? Nanhai Martial Arts University had no experience in cultivating geniuses before. There is no doubt that Suja can now be considered a genius. The geniuses of the same age as Suja are basically at the 6th level. It can be said that Suja has finally caught up with these people. For wild beast meat, just go find Lao Zhang directly. Soon Su Xingyin's voice continued to sound. Suja did not stay for long, as he planned to exchange the things for resources. Then go into seclusion for a while to stabilize your own cultivation. After reaching the 6th level, it will not be so easy to break through to the 7th level. 52. The Battle of Martial Arts University. In the logistics department, Suja felt a little embarrassed, because he is the deputy director of the logistics department. Although this position is a fictitious one, but come to think of it, I haven't been here since the first time. Although the dean had previously reminded the logistics department that Lao Zhang was very good at knife skills. However, the problem is that Suja has no time at all. First, I lost the ability to study and spend all my time in the library. The only time he had was to watch the ceremony of Song Qing being selected by his mentor. At that moment, he did not forget that he still had a copy of his martial arts experience in his hand. Then comes the ability to make everything go smoothly. He was busy with the issue of matching his own cultivation with his own strength. Later, he hurriedly entered the South China Sea battlefield. There is no time to come to the logistics department to learn knife skills from Lao Zhang. In addition, Suja also knows that his talent and understanding actually depend entirely on his ability to extract. If you have some talent that improves swordsmanship, it is normal to learn it. However, without this ability, learning new sword techniques is not easy. Old Zhang, I'll deliver the resources. Please estimate how much the spiritual stone is worth. When Suja arrived, he didn't say anything polite, and most of the meat of the beast was taken out. Keep a small portion for yourself. In fact, if he put it up for auction outside, he would definitely get more value. But now Suja's way of thinking has also changed a lot. That is, Nanhai Martial Arts University has sponsored him with more than hundreds of millions of resources. He is also not someone who doesn't know how to give back. The corpse of this 6th grade wild beast is a rare sight. If it is given to the school, the benefit it brings is more than just spirit stones. 6th rank savage beast. Old Zhang was surprised at the quality of the wild beast meat when he saw it. Besides that, it was the first time he saw someone selling good stuff to a school. The school's purchase price is lower than that outside. Generally speaking, many people would not choose to sell to schools. Not to mention the wild beast meat. It is not a problem for the price sold outside to be 2 or 3 times higher than the purchase price of the school. Who makes it rare? So when seeing Suja's actions, even Lao Zhang didn't know how to comment on it for a moment. He could only look at Suja with strange eyes. This stuff is more useful for schools than selling it outside. Suja naturally also felt this look, and since warriors still need eyesight, he could only explain. Even though he was chosen to be the biological son of Nankai Budo University. But that doesn't mean you can just sit back and enjoy this treatment. Even though Nanhai Martial Arts University didn't require anything, old Zhang's face couldn't help but become a little serious, and his eyes changed a lot when he looked at Suja, where there are some special emotions. In this era, Nankai Martial Arts University has a sense of honor. But there are really not many students who can spontaneously do something for the school. Suja is undoubtedly one of them. This is a 6th grade wild beast meat. If it works well, then it is possible that the value is hundreds of millions of spirit stones. After all, the meat of a wild beast alone is worth hundreds of millions of spirit stones. If it is turned into a wild beast pill, the price will be even higher. Suja was in a good mood as he earned hundreds of millions of spirit stones. He transferred 1 million spirit stones to Xin Qingyan on the spot. It's not that I don't want to transfer more, but there is no point in transferring too many spirit stones to Xin Qingyan. The resources in the South China Sea base are limited, and there are not many things that can be purchased with spirit stones. What's more, I also send some things from time to time. Apart from that, Shen Xinyan is only of the first rank now. I haven't reached the second level yet. So many things are useless. However, when resources are sufficient, the speed of cultivation is indeed much faster. At least compared to before, Shen Xinyan is very satisfied with the present. At the same time, Lao Zhang also thought of a problem. That is how this 6th grade beast came to be. If you have any questions, just ask. Even Suja felt a little helpless. His strength was not trustworthy. So Suja could only repeat what he had said in the dean's office before. You kid, your luck is really good. Even Lao Zhang couldn't help but sigh out loud. After all, a 5th grade cultivator encountered a seriously injured 6th grade monster. Not only did he break through in cultivation, he also killed the beast and brought it out. Even he couldn't help but feel a little envious of such luck. However, during the 500 years of Daxia, there has never been a shortage of people with great luck. Those who can reach above the 9th grade, or even higher grades. Who doesn't have a chance? Even if you pick up some inheritance above the 9th rank, it is not impossible. Compared to all this, Suja's doing is nothing. Lao Zhang, I'm going to retreat first. Suja didn't stay for long. He said hello and left. You definitely cannot retreat into seclusion when you are on the battlefield in the South China Sea. He can only wait until he returns, then he can retreat in peace. Take advantage of the short time since the breakthrough to stabilize your cultivation level. This made old Zhang, who originally wanted to say more, feel a little helpless. Originally, the school asked him to teach swordsmanship to this kid. However, the school is very optimistic about this kid. But Lao Zhang wanted to test him a little more. As a result, this kid was busy with his own things and was not seen for 10 days or half a month. This time, because of the wild beast meat, he gained his approval. It is inevitable that he will not continue the test. I didn't expect that this kid was a bit tactless. Forget it. Let's wait until next time. Old Zhang sighed and didn't pay any attention to the matter. He couldn't help but sigh that Suja's cultivation level was improving really quickly. Now he is considered a genius. Although Suja lagged behind the geniuses of his generation at the beginning, he still had a lot of achievements. It is true that once you awaken one day, you can reach the peak of your career. Suja had no idea what Lao Zhang was thinking, and didn't know that he had missed out on a new sword technique. Compared with some moves, he still pays more attention to his own cultivation. Even if some geniuses have cultivated their combat power to the extreme and can barely fight across levels. But that also requires a big cost. While Suja was in seclusion, a sensational event happened in the entire Daxia. It also concerns the big things of Nanhai Martial Arts University. That is about the allocation of resources at Budo University. Daxia finally made changes to the original resource allocation system. First, there is a martial arts university. If you count the number of people who have set foot in high-quality martial arts, you will get some resources. In other words, the martial arts university has the most high-quality martial arts. The more resources you allocate, the better. Although this is more advantageous for older universities. But it also gives other schools a lot of hope. After all, it is conceivable that the martial arts university will frantically train high-quality warriors in the future. This can be considered as a measure taken by Daxia to increase its strength and combine its resources. Of course, in addition to the number of strong people, the second thing to consider is the number and quality of geniuses. Daxia will create a list of geniuses, used to record the geniuses of each level below the high level. Each list has strict age limits. The geniuses within this range can all fight for resources for their own schools. Every list has 1,000 places on it. The higher you rank on the list, the more resources you can get for your martial arts university. It is obvious that Daxia also wants the martial arts university to take the route of elite training. Take Nankai Budo University as an example. If we put all our efforts into training a few students, there is still a good chance that they can get into the top 1,000. For example, if some top schools want to occupy more places, they must disperse their resources. In addition, there are some top students in the martial arts college entrance examination. If it is an ordinary martial arts university, the conditions offered are more generous. You might also consider an ordinary martial arts university. After all, those top martial arts universities may not have enough resources to share because the competition is too fierce. Of course, the advantages of those old martial arts universities still exist. They also have the largest number of talented students. It is obviously impossible to change the situation of the martial arts university in a short period of time. However, if time goes by, there is still a chance. It all depends on what the ordinary martial arts university does next. Nanhai Martial Arts University has already taken the lead in taking action. We had implemented an elimination system before, aiming to create some elite students. And it seems that they also use generous conditions to attract some talented people to join. Although these geniuses do not reach the level of geniuses. But at least there is a chance to be on the list. The change in resource allocation also attracted a lot of discussion among people throughout Dacia. This is to make many martial arts universities change. Some martial arts universities want to get some resources, but they can't do that. This change in the way resources are allocated is indeed a good thing. The birth of a strong person is much better than a group of weaklings. And this list of geniuses is very interesting. I wonder which genius will make the list. Many people in Dacia still support it, because anyone with foresight can see it. With many martial arts universities competing with each other, more powerful people may eventually emerge. However, not everyone thinks this way, and not everyone is willing to change. Unfortunately, this was the decision made by the highest meeting of Dacia. Even if there is some dissatisfaction, I dare not say it out. 53. The list of geniuses. Sweeping the list. Half a month later, Suja stabilized the state and officially came out of seclusion. Changes in resource allocation? The list of geniuses? In just half a month, Suja felt like he had missed a lot. It is understandable that the way resources are allocated has changed. Judging from the current distribution method, it cannot be said to be completely public, as there are many loopholes. But it is also an opportunity for an ordinary martial arts university. Even the number of strong men is not fixed. Factors such as war, exhaustion of life, etc. will also limit the number of strong people. It is impossible for those top martial arts universities to maintain a very high number of strong people. As for the list of geniuses, although the majority are established universities, other martial arts universities are not without opportunities. After all, there are thousands of places between each level. Of course, there are disadvantages too. For example, some schools may not contribute to the 10,000 races battlefield in order to maintain the number of high-quality warriors. But I guess those beings above the 9th rank can also think of it. At that time, his eyes will definitely fall on the battlefield. If some strong people dare not help, then they might be killed as an example to scare the monkeys. At least Suja felt that perhaps the top powerful people in Dacia might have planned this way. And on the other hand, Suja felt that Dacia would also stimulate the birth of more powerful people. It seems that the pressure on the battlefield of all races is extremely great. But it is understandable that as time goes by, there are more and more space channels. This means that battlefields of all races appear one after another. If Dacia does not have sufficient strength, it will sooner or later be dragged down by the battlefield of all races. Compared with the number of strong people, Suja thinks this list of geniuses is quite good. There are a total of 6 lists in the Tianjiao list, corresponding to the 1st to 6th grades of martial arts. Taking the 6th rank list as an example, only those under the age of 40 can be on the list. In other words, Suja also has a chance. In addition to the geniuses from the Wushu University, there are also some geniuses from outside the university. This is something that I have never studied in any martial arts university. Basically, they are inherited from families and martial arts schools. There are also some people like this. Dacia did not exclude these people from being on the list. Of course, this is different from the people on the list from the martial arts university. These people all received part of the reward individually. As for the people at the martial arts university, they're divided into 3 categories. One category is still on the list of students studying at a martial arts university. This category belongs to martial arts. The university's side is beyond doubt. The second category is those who have graduated from Budo University but are still working at Budo University. Suja belongs to this category, and this party also belongs to the martial arts university. The third category is those who have graduated from the Budo University but are not currently employed by the school. This category is a free choice. You can choose to give more resources to the martial arts university or choose personal rewards. In short, the Tianjiao list has detailed rules. Because Dacia has just been launched, it is time to add one more item. That means there may be changes later. Now we have to see how effective it is, which may last for a few years. Dacia will initially draw up a preliminary list. If you want to be on the list, you just need to defeat the people on the list. Thereafter, resource settlement will take place in July of every year. All martial arts universities are going to go crazy from now on. Suja couldn't help but sigh out loud. Whether it is to cultivate high-quality warriors or to compete for a position on the list of geniuses. If there's a martial arts university that can have enough geniuses on the genius list, the resources that can be allocated are not a small number. In fact, it was just as Suja thought. The list just happened to be released when he came out of quarantine. As expected, his name was not listed above. It should be Nanhai Martial Arts University, but no information about him was reported. Generally speaking, when a list is compiled, it is first sorted based on the information reported by many martial arts universities. Anyway, the subsequent sorting will change, so it's not a big deal even if there are some problems with the data. What's more, many martial arts universities also have to maintain their reputation. If you exaggerate the strength of a certain genius, if you lose the challenge later, it would be a slap in the face. Suja took a quick look at these lists. Nanhai Budo University is still on the list. Some of them are still in school, and some have already graduated, but are from Nanhai Budo University. In particular, the number of people on the list of 4th and 5th ranks is the largest, but it does not exceed double digits. There are fewer people of the 6th rank, with only 3 in the entire Nanhai Martial Arts University. It's not that Nanhai Martial Arts University doesn't have other 6th grade masters. The main limitation is age. I do know some instructors, but I didn't expect they are already at the 6th rank. Suja also saw quite a few familiar people. Some of them are directors of certain departments or college tutors, etc. But I didn't expect that their cultivation levels were all 5th or 6th level. It is obvious that the school had hidden a lot of its strength before. Apart from his own school, he doesn't know any other schools. But looking at so many names, even Suja couldn't help but sigh. There are really many geniuses in Xia. In addition to this list, Suja also discovered a lot of news. The first piece of news on the related list is very interesting. Shindu Martial Arts University's martial arts prodigy, Pei Qingyu, declares war on all 6th rank prodigies. I plan to sweep all martial arts universities and climb to the top of the 6th grade list. Suja muttered softly that he seemed to have heard of this Pei Qingyu before the Tinjiao list came out. He is even known as the number 1 person under the Grandmaster. Of course, I don't know how much water there is in it. After all, being born in Shindu Martial Arts University is the best background. However, since he has gained such a reputation, he must have quite a high level of ability. But such a declaration is equivalent to not taking other martial arts universities seriously. Although Shindu Martial Arts University is indeed powerful, there are also several universities that can rival it. There are also geniuses in other first-class martial arts universities. It is really questionable whether Pei Qingyu can sweep the field. Of course, this has nothing to do with Nanhai Martial Arts University and Suja, because Nanhai Martial Arts University is not taken seriously at all. The only person who could be considered as an opponent in the entire southern region was the genius of Exine Martial Arts University. If you want to sweep all martial arts universities, he will definitely come to Nanhai Martial Arts University to lie down by then. Wouldn't the school be embarrassed for nothing then? Suja couldn't help but reveal a strange look on his face and murmured. There was nothing he could do when he thought of this, because even he was not the opponent at the moment. Fortunately, Suja didn't hesitate for long, and he prepared to go to the dean's office. I'd like to ask if Nanhai Martial Arts University has any ideas on how to deal with the change in resource allocation this time. Suja still has a lot of feelings for Nanhai Martial Arts University. First of all, if it weren't for Nanhai Martial Arts University, he would not have been able to attend the Martial Arts University, including now that he is tied to Nanhai Martial Arts University. The better Nanhai Martial Arts University is, the better he will be. I can't help but want to know about Nanhai Budo University's next plans. It is also because my own strength has now reached the 6th level, which makes me qualified. Although he has no idea about managing the school, it does not mean that he does not care about the school. 54? Talent for alchemy? This is great. When I arrived at the dean's office, I was surprised that the dean was not there. Suja was a little surprised, but he thought that a lot of things must have happened during this period of time. Sent a message directly to the dean. He originally thought that there might not be a reply so quickly, but soon I saw the reply message. Come to the medicine refining room area. Suja went there without hesitation. The Alchemy Academy naturally also has a special place for refining elixirs. Whether it is a mentor or a student, if they want to refine pills, they will choose this place. Because here there are alchemy equipment specially made by the school. It is much more reliable than some alchemy furnaces purchased by individuals. There are also instruments specifically used to test the ingredients in a pill, and so on. It can also prevent problems in alchemy. Before, when Suja was at the first and second levels, he often ran to this area. By taking on some alchemy tasks, you can still earn some spirit stones. Although the reward of spirit stones is not high, those above the second rank look down on it. After all, you can earn tens of thousands or even more spirit stones just by going to the battlefield. Wasting time just to refine pills using hundreds of spirit stones. For alchemists above the second rank, the loss outweighs the gain. In other words, Suja originally thought that any money he could earn would be a good deal. Is the dean refining pills? Suja couldn't help but wonder what the dean was doing in the medicine refining room. Soon he arrived at the innermost area of the medicine refining room. The alchemy shop here is also divided into different levels. The level of the medicine refining room at the innermost part is naturally the best. It is even suitable for use by high-level alchemists. A high-quality alchemist must be a high-quality warrior, but a high-quality warrior must be a high-quality alchemist. In the entire Daxia, there are only more than 200 registered high-level alchemists. Don't be fooled by the fact that this number seems like a lot, but when scattered across various regions of Daxia, there aren't that many. Not to mention that most of the high-level alchemists are in the Daxia military. There aren't many high-quality alchemists in the Martial Arts University. Unfortunately, their dean happens to be a high-level alchemist. Suja only knew this after his cultivation level improved and he gained some authority. Even he didn't expect that the dean was hiding so deeply. It's not just a martial arts university, but there is also such a high-level alchemist in charge. Suja soon spotted the dean. In addition to the dean, there are several other mentors. Dean, hello, senor. Suja was the first to greet and speak. Many mentors were also very polite to Suja. The school did not announce the news that Suja had reached the 6th level. The main reason is that Suja's breakthrough was too fast. In order to avoid being targeted by cults, it is better to be safe. You have to know that Daxia had no idea how many geniuses had fallen at the hands of evil cult warriors. Many died before they even grew up, although Daxia has also strengthened the protection of these geniuses. However, the problem is still hard to prevent. Nanhai Martial Arts University finally has a genius like Suja. Of course, it can't be exposed so quickly. At least it can be delayed for a while longer. Maybe by then Suja will have cultivated to a higher level. After all, this is the future of Nanhai Martial Arts University, but that doesn't mean these instructors don't know it. Today, Nanhai Martial Arts University is either run by the old people who followed the first batch of its founders, or they could be students who were born and raised at Nanhai Budo University. It can be said that there are no outsiders, so there is no need to worry about these people leaking anything. Knowing Suja's current cultivation level, the attitudes of many mentors are understandable. Even some 6th-rank mentors did not dare to be arrogant in front of Suja, because anyone with a discerning eye can see that Suja's potential is obviously more than that. Su boy, come here first. Su Xingyan directly called Suja over. Dean, what are you going to do? At this time, Suja also asked his own doubts. I'm teaching. These people are too stupid. Is it so difficult to become a mid-level alchemist? Su Xingyan's angry words could not help but be heard. Then he explained what he is doing now. It turned out that he was teaching several 3rd-grade alchemists in the school how to break through to become 4th-grade alchemists. This matter is still related to the issue of resource allocation. It turns out that there are other notifications besides those on the surface. Daxia had other announcements behind the scenes. That is, every mid-level alchemist can obtain some resources for the school. As for high-level alchemists, they can get 10 times the resources of mid-level alchemists, because the profession of alchemist is also a key target of cult attacks. Therefore, Daxia did not make this matter public, but notified everyone secretly. After all, if the alchemist rankings were made public, by then, the pressure of attacks from cult warriors will be great. But not every alchemist has the combat power of a genius-level warrior. Suja could understand it. Being an alchemist also requires talent. When one reaches the 1st or 2nd grade, he is considered to be a beginner in alchemy. It took Suja several years to get started. Moreover, even among the 2nd-grade elixirs, there are still many elixirs that he doesn't know how to refine. Not to mention the mid-level alchemist. However, the several mentors who were taught a lesson by Su Xingyan did not dare to say a word. Among them there are 4th-rank warriors and 5th-rank warriors. However, he couldn't raise his head in front of the dean. When it comes to alchemy, they're indeed a bit lax. Since I became a mid-level warrior, I have reduced the time I spend on refining pills. Dean, is the school prepared to do anything about this change? Fortunately, Ningbai's voice sounded again, which changed the topic. Currently, the school has increased the rewards for top students. There are also some rewards for mentors. All that's left is to wait for the principal to come out before making a decision. Although the school has treasured some resources, it does not have that authority. But it shouldn't be too long. Su Xingyin didn't mind revealing a little bit. Everyone present is familiar and close to us. After all, those who could be taught personally by Su Xingyin had not been examined. Suja immediately understood what the dean meant. That means the president is about to come out of isolation, and by then, Nanhai Martial Arts University will definitely make big moves. After asking, Suja prepared to go back. Even he couldn't help but sigh that the dean's senior alchemist was truly amazing. While answering his words, he did not forget to teach the people next to him. But he wasn't going to bother her anymore. After all, the instructors next to him looked at him with some resentment in their eyes. Plus, Suja is not very interested in alchemy now. Su Xingyin did not force Suja to make the elixir or anything like that. His cultivation is more important than alchemy. Although there are also many 6th grade people in Nanhai Martial Arts University. However, senior members of Nanhai Martial Arts University, such as Su Xingyin, are optimistic that Suja will be the next to become a 7th rank official. After Suja reached the 6th level, many people's expectations of him became higher. After returning to his villa, Suja began to draw new abilities. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving an Alchemy Rewards Diligence Experience card. You can gain proficiency by refining the elixir, limited to 1 month. Even Suja did not expect that this talent was actually related to alchemy. Could it be that he was influenced by President Su Xingyin? To be fair, this talent is not bad. Theoretically, as long as Suja refines more pills, he will be able to improve his proficiency. This is even more powerful than teaching by hand. Even Suja was considering whether he should pick up the skill of alchemy again. 55. The arrogant Suja. Precious ingredients cooked in 1 pot. How about going back to the medicine refining room area and taking a look? Suja couldn't help but think that it was just right that he had just stepped into the 6th level. When you reach the 6th level, you cannot rush your cultivation. It takes a long process to integrate spirit and chi and blood. Even the geniuses are no exception. There can't be any mistakes in this process. Otherwise, it is easy to cause confusion between the spirit and chi and blood. It is not impossible that this will lead to a sharp drop in cultivation. Even many 6th grade masters cannot step into the high-grade realm in their entire life. It was precisely because of this factor that he set his sights on alchemy. Of course, a talent for alchemy just happened to appear. Otherwise, Suja might not have spent time on refining this medicine. After all, if he were to follow his previous talent, he wouldn't have made any progress after refining pills for a month. That is the ability now. Not to mention becoming a mid-level alchemist. It would be enough for him to reach the 3rd level in alchemy. But in the end, Suja decided to wait until the next day before going to the medicine refining area. Since he returned not long after leaving, this behavior was indeed a bit strange. Besides, Suja didn't care that much about the ability to refine pills. After all, he is no longer a low-level warrior. The secondary profession of alchemist is not as important as one might imagine. The identity of an alchemist serves as the icing on the cake in most cases. The next day, Suja practiced for a few cycles and practiced some basic swordsmanship as usual. At present, he actually knows relatively few martial arts. It's not that he doesn't want to practice more martial arts. After all, some martial arts can help a person increase his strength the fastest. Just practicing martial arts takes too much time. Without the bonus of his abilities, his natural comprehension would be even more ordinary than imagined. After finishing all this, Suja took a lot of materials to the medicine refining area. Come to think of it, he hasn't made pills for a long time. Su Xingyin and others are still here, and this time there are a lot more people. It is obvious that the dean is determined to train several mid-level alchemists. After all, this concerns the school's resources for next year. Including the School of Alchemy, it must have been greatly affected. Among the several colleges in the school, the College of Alchemy has always been at the bottom. There is no way. If one can join a combat academy, no one will choose the Alchemy Academy. Every year, the Alchemy College can only recruit students from other colleges whose qualifications are slightly inferior. Even Suja had to choose the Alchemy College out of necessity. Nowadays, mid-level alchemists can also add resources to the academy. This is a good opportunity for the Alchemy College to be proud of itself. It is equivalent to a warrior from the Alchemy Academy who is able to make the list and is a mid-level alchemist. This will allow us to obtain double resources for the school. Old man Su is really angry. Suja couldn't help but sigh. He did not disturb Su Xingyan's teaching ideas, because it would be a good thing if the Alchemy Academy could have a few more mid-level alchemists. A war is not just about the number of warriors. There are also reserves of elixirs and so on. Especially mid-grade elixirs have always been very scarce. The Daxia military has even set a long-term acquisition mission, and the progress is displayed in real time. But every acquisition mission was not completed. It is conceivable that there are not as many mid-level alchemists as imagined. It's no wonder that Daxia will give an extra set of school resources to the mid-level alchemist this time. As a high-level warrior, Su Xingyan naturally noticed Suja. However, sensing that the boy had no intention of coming over, he didn't care. As for Suja's alchemy, he didn't care at all. Suja himself is also an alchemist, although his rank is only 2nd grade. Therefore, it is very normal to refine some pills. Maybe it was sent back home. Although Suja certainly would not use low-level elixirs now, it does not mean that his family cannot use them. Suja didn't know what the dean was thinking. Instead, he started to busy himself with the elixir he was going to make. 3rd grade elixir, strengthening elixir. This kind of elixir can be used even by a 1st grade warrior. Good stuff that can increase the strength of the body. However, the price is extremely expensive. The main material required is not ordinary. At least when Suja was at the 1st and 2nd rank, he couldn't afford it. And after he reached the 3rd level, this thing was no longer of much use to him. But it is just right for Xinyan. In addition to the expensive materials, the refining process is also very complicated. 9 out of 10 3rd-grade alchemists cannot make alchemy. A 4th-grade alchemist could refine it, but the problem was that refining the strengthening pill was not as good as refining other 4th-grade pills. Due to various factors, the price of this strengthening pill has remained high. If Suja did not have the ability to reward his hard work through alchemy, he wouldn't choose the strengthening pill either. In this way, Suja began his first attempt to refine a 3rd-grade elixir. The steps were all learned by watching the refining video last night and forming my own method based on my experience. But not unexpected. The first batch of strengthening pills exploded directly, although Suja used his mental power to absorb the power at the first moment. But the sound still got out. Su Xingyan and the instructors who were studying next to him couldn't help but look at Suja several times. Especially on the face, one could not help laughing. You should know that as Suja's cultivation level improved, he became a legend in Nanhai Martial Arts University. As a result, his furnace exploded after a while of refining the elixir. In front of so many people, this contrast naturally made many instructors unable to control themselves. Of course, they also knew that Suja's strength was not simple now, so I wouldn't laugh out loud in front of him. As for Su Xingyan, his face was extremely dark, because this kid is a complete disgrace to the Alchemy Academy. Ahem, sorry. There was a little accident, you guys continue. Dean, I'll pay for this furnace. Suja was a little embarrassed to speak out loud at this moment, but soon he changed the location of the alchemy furnace. This area for refining medicine is an open-air area. There are still quite a few alchemy furnaces. However, various unexpected situations occurred afterwards. Instead of being halfway through refining, the pill turns directly into ashes. After the refining is completed, it finally becomes a mess of paste. I'm afraid this thing is poison. At the beginning, many instructors who were receiving instruction really didn't want to pay attention to Suja. But there was no way. Suja failed again and wanted to avoid attracting attention. Besides, each material for refining pills was not cheap. This is something that many instructors envy. Especially many 4th-grade instructors. They cannot do whatever they want so easily. What on earth is this kid doing? Su Xingyan was also puzzled by Suja's behavior, because Suja didn't seem to be refining 1st or 2nd-grade elixirs. Instead, he was refining a strengthening pill. This is one of the more difficult elixirs to refine among the 3 grades. He couldn't remember when Suja had become a 3rd-grade alchemist. So Suja is forcibly refining the elixir? Even Su Xingyan couldn't help but want to curse Suja as a prodigal son at this moment. The materials for a strengthening pill are not cheap. This guy lost nearly 10 sets of materials in one go. Especially as an alchemist, he couldn't bear to see others wasting materials in front of him. 56. Alchemy genius? So shocking. However, before Su Xingyan could take action, he suddenly discovered that the batch of pills Suja had refined was actually successful. Although it doesn't look very good, as a warrior, my perception is not wrong. This is indeed a strengthening pill. Even Su Xingyin was somewhat doubting his life at this moment. Could it be possible that Suja really managed to refine it by chance? Fortunately, Suja continued to open another furnace. This time, Su Xingyin's attention was all on Suja. Even the teaching speed was a beat slower. In fact, Su Xingyin didn't know that every time Suja failed, he felt that he had new insights. In the midst of constant failures, he gradually mastered some key points. In fact, Suja was more thinking about giving it a try. Because the ability of the alchemy method to reward hard work simply states that proficiency in alchemy will increase. It does not specify that you must succeed in refining the elixir in order to increase your proficiency. The difference is huge. Therefore, refining the strengthening pill was not just a whim on Suja's part. I also wanted to try out this ability. The result was just as Suja had expected. That is to say, now I can directly refine the 6th grade elixir. Especially with each increase in his understanding, Suja couldn't help but come up with a new idea. Generally speaking, the basic requirement for refining 6th grade elixirs is to be a 6th grade warrior. Because only 6th grade warriors have enough mental strength to support medicine refining. The higher the grade of a pill, the more complicated the steps are, and it requires mental control. However, Suja was not in a hurry because he should first refine the strengthening pill in front of him. This talent has more potential than you might imagine. The second batch of strengthening pills was better than expected in terms of quality alone. And the finished product is not just 1, but 2. This is already a big improvement. Su Xingyin, who had been paying attention to this side, was completely dumbfounded. Because Suja actually refined it. Could it be that the talent that Suja has chosen also has a bonus for alchemy? Even Su Xingyin couldn't help but guess. The main reason was the previous scene, which was really shocking. This means that Suja is now a 3rd grade alchemist. Although Suja has only refined a 3rd grade elixir so far. But that's the verdict. After all, it has only been 500 years since the spiritual energy was revived. The rise of elixirs has only been around for 200 years. The number of alchemists is far from enough, which is also one of the reasons why the price of elixirs remains high. That's why the judgment was so hasty. This time, Su Xingyin really couldn't help it. Su Kid, your alchemy level has already reached the 3rd level? There was no way. None of the instructors present could refine a strengthening pill. As a result, Suja managed to refine it. How to stop your mind from wandering. Dean, is it possible that I just happen to have a unique talent for strengthening pills? Suja spoke slowly. He had no intention of pretending to be an alchemy genius. After all, his ability to benefit from his hard work only lasted for a month. After a month, the truth will be revealed. So there is no need to do this. Afterwards, Su Xingyin tested Suja on the common 3rd grade alchemy techniques, but he knew nothing about any of them. For a moment, even Su Xingyin didn't know what Suja's current situation was. Although he is a 3rd grade alchemist, Suja doesn't even know the basic techniques. But he can refine many strengthening pills that 3rd grade alchemists cannot refine. All in all, Su Xingyin was not just ignorant at this moment. Alchemy genius? In the end, Su Xingyin couldn't help but think so. There are so many wonders in martial arts practice, so it's nothing to produce one wonder in alchemy. After hesitating for a while, he ignored Suja. Currently, the main task is to teach those incompetent mentors to become mid-level alchemists. As for Suja, just let him be. Anyway, Suja did not waste any materials. As for the strengthening pill, it was indeed successfully refined. As Su Xingyin continued to be busy with his teaching, Suja continued to make a few more batches of strengthening pills. When the time comes, send it directly to Xingyin. However, Suja was considering whether to make use of this month. Then try to refine the 6th grade elixir. Unlike 3rd grade elixirs, refining 6th grade elixirs is not easy. Each furnace takes at least half a day, plus the time it takes for your mental strength to recover. At most, he could refine 1 furnace a day. That is to say, if the refining is not successful before the ability ends, then he would be embarrassed. It is equivalent to investing 1 month's worth of material and human resources, but with no results. Especially the cost of 1 furnace of materials is at least millions of spirit stones. This is not cheap. The current price of 6th grade elixirs is really not low. One can easily be sold for several million spirit stones. After some consideration, Suja finally decided to give it a try. After all, because of this ability, he can now cross so many levels of alchemy. Generally speaking, if you want to refine pills, you need to thoroughly understand the knowledge points of each level of alchemy. He is nothing like Suja, who directly skipped the level and refined the 6th grade elixir. Which 6th grade elixir is better to choose? Suja quickly started thinking about which kind of 6th grade elixir he should refine. There are quite a few recipes for 6th grade elixirs, including teaching videos. After all, it's a good thing that we have Su Xingyan, a high-level alchemist. Moreover, compared with the inheritance of martial arts, the inheritance of alchemy is not so confidential. Alchemists themselves have limitations in their cultivation, otherwise they would not be able to refine certain pills at all. Therefore, I don't attach much importance to some teaching inheritance. Because his cultivation level was not up to the standard and he had no talent for alchemy, he couldn't learn it at all. It's more just a waste of time. 6th grade elixir. Purple spirit pill. In the end, Suja chose a pill. Purple spirit pill, this kind of pill, is mainly used for restoring status. Because of the fusion of spirit and chi and blood. Ordinary recovery pills are no longer of much use. Some special pills are needed to recover. The purple spirit pill is such a pill. It not only restores chi and blood, but also has a certain effect in restoring the spirit. Of course, the materials for such pills are not cheap. It takes at least 1.5 million spirit stones to get the materials for one furnace. Especially those related to restoring spirit. You might have to buy them at a premium. Although the final cost may be beyond imagination. But at present, Suja is also very wealthy. Secondly, he mastered the method of refining the purple spirit pill, and he could also replenish spirit stones by refining pills. After making the decision, Suja quickly began to purchase the materials for the purple spirit pill through the Nanhai Martial Arts University network. Fortunately, the purple spirit pill mainly restores chi and blood, and it has a bit of mental recovery. Otherwise, it is really not that easy to collect materials. 57. Purple spirit pill. Slap everyone in the face. Just buying the materials for 30 purple spirit pills cost Su Jin nearly 70 million spirit stones. It was purchased at a premium, and Su Jin needed it urgently. Moreover, some of them require to go to other regions, which requires a lot of shipping costs. Basically, Suja spent most of the spirit stones he got from the wild beast meat on this. This is not a small amount of money. Even for a high-level warrior, it is not a small amount. After purchasing the materials, Suja started to refine a furnace of purple spirit pills every day. At the beginning, of course, it was just like the previous strengthening pills. Basically, the furnaces were all blown up. It's really that the steps to make the purple spirit pill are too complicated. Even though there was nothing wrong with Suja's memory and other aspects, there was a problem with his control. If you are not careful, the furnace will explode. This is why Su Xingyan has been very displeased with Suja recently. Because every furnace explodes with materials worth more than 2 million spirit stones. This made several instructors who studied under the dean very sad. After all, if this spirit stone is given to them, it can be used for a long time. As a result, the furnace exploded and was destroyed, and I even had to pay for another furnace. What on earth does he want to do? Many mentors could not understand Suja's actions. What is being refined? It's like this. Moreover, several furnaces exploded in a row, but he still continued. They couldn't help but secretly call Suja a prodigal. Fortunately, Suja earned all his spiritual stones by himself. Although many people felt sad, they didn't say anything. It was Su Xingyan who wanted to dissuade Suja. The success of the strengthening pill is nothing, so don't think too highly of yourself. Su Xingyan could still see that Suja was probably refining the purple spirit pill. This elixir can only be made by high-level alchemists in the entire daxia. There are only a handful of people who can refine it. At least he didn't think Suja's unorthodox method of alchemy would succeed. Although Suja obeyed the dean's advice, he still had to do what he had to do. In fact, with each successive furnace explosion, he understood more about the refining of the purple spirit pill. Although it is limited to this kind of elixir. But for Suja, he was also very satisfied. Moreover, after the refining process, he could feel that his control over power was constantly increasing. And mental strength has also been greatly improved. After all, the mental energy is exhausted, and then it is used again in a reciprocating cycle. This is also a way to exercise your mental strength. This was undoubtedly a surprise for Suja. Originally, during this period of time, Suja had no time to practice. After more than half a month has passed, Suja has been able to persevere to the last step of refining the purple spirit pill. although the finished product has not yet been produced. To outsiders, this is a failure. Many people at Nanhai Martial Arts University couldn't understand it. He won't be too persistent. Even some mentors spoke out privately. If it were someone else, many instructors would have criticized him long ago. But Suja's status and position in Nanhai Martial Arts University is different after all. In addition, the 6th grade wild beast meat was not hidden from many instructors. Many mentors have benefited to varying degrees. Forget it. Just wait until he uses up all the materials. In the end, it was Su Xingyan who spoke directly. He was very clear about how many copies of the materials Suja purchased. After all, he bought it through Nanhai Martial Arts University. Many people even asked him if he wanted to refine a batch of purple spirit pills. In a sense, Su Xingyan took the blame for Suja. The reason why the materials can be collected so quickly. Su Xingyan also has a lot of factors involved here. But Su Xingyan couldn't do anything to Suja. After all, this was the future of the Alchemy College. But it's not just the future of Nankai Budo University. So even though Suja's behavior was a bit willful, we could only indulge him. In this way, more than 20 days passed in a flash. Suja also gradually found the feeling of refining the purple spirit pill. He didn't care about the opinions of the outside world and was still immersed in the world of alchemy. It should be in this furnace. Suja murmured softly that there were no mistakes in the entire process of refining the elixir this time. When the pill is finally formed, it is not very regular. But after testing, the machine also gave an evaluation. Inferior quality, purple spirit pill. Even Suja couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what the quality is, he finally refined it. Although the inferior effect is only half of that of the normal purple spirit pill, it is still acceptable. Take advantage of the last few days. Unfortunately, this ability also ended. If you come for another 10 days, or half a month, maybe I can refine a top-grade purple spirit pill. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Pills are divided into different quality categories. The better the quality, the stronger the effect. But you should be content. It would take several years to know many existences and master the purple spirit pill. You even need to have a solid foundation in alchemy. And they're all 4th grade and 5th grade elixirs, which are refined all the way up. Only then can he control the purple spirit pill. As a result, Suja is the type who takes shortcuts. There is no such intermediate process at all. Now that the refining has been successful, the ability to reward hard work is no longer available. But Suja was still able to refine ordinary-level purple spirit pills. This pill is still very useful to Suja now, whether it is encountering special circumstances or during normal practice. So even if the materials and capabilities are limited, it doesn't prevent Suja from ordering more materials. Su Xingyan couldn't sit still anymore and immediately went to look for Suja. Before, the furnace kept exploding. Suja also found a private alchemy room. He did not continue to make elixirs in the open air. So Su Xingyan didn't know that Suja had successfully refined the purple spirit pill. At this moment, Su Xingyan still believed that Suja was not giving up and would continue to try. Su boy, stop being obsessed with alchemy. This was the first sentence uttered by Su Xingyan when he arrived in a hurry. Even Suja couldn't help but show a strange look on his face, because these words don't sound like something Su Xingyan would say. Not only is he the dean of the Alchemy Academy, he is also a high-level alchemist. It actually tells people not to be addicted to alchemy. If this were to be exposed, the dean would be in big trouble. Suja changed his mind and understood Su Xingyan's thoughts. It was obvious that the dean didn't trust him that much. "Dean, please take a look first." Suja did not hesitate and directly handed the refined purple spirit pill to Su Xingyan. "Hey, what is this? Purple spirit pill? You have refined it?" Su Xingyan's expression changed 3 times in an instant, and at least Suja felt that this expression was still very interested. It seems that the dean has been slapped in the face. 58. The feedback from the 8th level should not be underestimated. "Dean, you know it. I do have a special talent for some special elixirs. I felt at first sight that this purple spirit pill was meant for me." Suja spoke seriously to Su Xingyan. At this moment, even Su Xingyan was speechless. Because before, the strengthening pill was nothing. Then how should I describe the purple spirit pill in front of me? Su Xingyan couldn't help but hesitate to speak. "Dean, I should be considered a mid-level alchemist now." Suja continued to speak. Although he doesn't know how to refine 4th grade and 5th grade elixirs, it doesn't matter. At least he can refine the 6th grade elixir, the purple spirit pill. Sure enough, after the words fell, Su Xinyan's eyes lit up. Because Suja can indeed be considered one. At least help Nanhai Martial Arts University to regain some resources. I didn't expect that after teaching so many people, I still haven't become a mid-level alchemist. But you succeeded by some unorthodox means you don't know. Su Xinyan did not forget to speak out with emotion at the end. He had no intention of exploring Suja's secret. After all, from a certain perspective, the more secrets Suja has, the better. In this world, it's not bad to take shortcuts occasionally, Suja said nonchalantly. Next, he went to buy the materials for the purple spirit pill, but was not stopped by Su Xinyan. Su Xinyan even bought some for him through personal channels. The price is a lot cheaper. A few days later, looking at the bottle of about 10 purple spirit pills, even Suja couldn't help but sigh. A total of 80 million spirit stones were spent. Most of them ended in failure. Although this ability is good, it is a bit expensive. Suja couldn't help but sigh out loud. You should know that a 6th grade elixir would cost so many spirit stones. He couldn't imagine how much it would cost to refine a 7th grade pill. I'm afraid the materials alone would require hundreds of millions of spirit stones. He is not yet that wealthy. Suja now has very few spirit stones left in his savings. It's similar to the windfall from wild beast meat before, but it's unlikely to happen again. Even if everything goes smoothly again, there is no guarantee that you will be able to find a 6th grade beast. It's time to extract the next ability. At this time, Suja did not forget that he should draw new abilities in the new month. Now, he can accept any ability no matter what he faces. Maybe there will be some bright spots of unknown discoveries. Not every talent is useless. Soon a 3-color light continued to shine. The more colors emitted, the higher the level of ability. Although the 3-color is not as high as the 5-color, it is still very good. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving a friend-binding experience card. You can bind a close person and gain a month's worth of their cultivation experience bonus. Limited to 1 month. Even Suja did not expect that the ability that appeared this time would be so special. It is actually bound to one person's cultivation level. Theoretically, if he could bind to someone above the 9th rank, then you will gain 1 month's understanding from the other party. Of course, theory is just theory, and there are still friend restrictions. Suja couldn't help but think of Su Xinyan first. There is no way. Among the people he knew, only the dean was the closest to him and had the highest level of cultivation. Although the dean is not in seclusion now, but it is definitely necessary to maintain daily practice. So he is the best candidate. Su Xinyan, an early 8th grade warrior. Would you like to bind me? Soon after Suja made his choice, a prompt appeared. Even Suja did not expect that the dean had secretly reached the 8th level of cultivation. You should know that in the eyes of many people, he is only a 7th grade one. But afterwards, Suja was more happy. Because he was bound to an 8th grade warrior for a month, he could get feedback on his cultivation and perception. Fine. There was no hesitation at all, or any further hesitation would be disrespectful to the dean. At this moment, Su Xinyan felt a chill on his back. I always feel like someone is thinking about me. The first person I thought of was Suja, but I quickly shook my head. Because Suja had never caused him any trouble. Even the matter of refining the elixir made him a little sad. But the final result is good. On the other side, Suja had bound Su Xinyan. He could clearly feel that there was a force driving his own cultivation to grow. The cultivation level at the initial stage of the 6th rank began to grow continuously. Sure enough, the feedback from the 8th rank should not be underestimated. Suja couldn't help but sigh out loud. Taking advantage of this feedback, maybe I can enter the middle stage of the 6th level in a month. And this was the feedback given by Su Xinyan before he went into seclusion. If I were to go into seclusion, the feedback would definitely be even more shocking. However, Su Xinyan's will was not something he could decide, so he did not force anything. Suja then took this opportunity to enter seclusion. Although Suja left quietly at the beginning, it became a regret for many people in the South China Sea. But many people in the South China Sea will never forget this governor of the South China Sea. The successor was an ordinary 4th-rank instructor from Nanhai Martial Arts University named Yan Jingxing. After a considerable amount of time, Nanhai Martial Arts University finally selected such a candidate. The successor did not intend to be too involved in the development of the South China Sea base. Still following the orders Suja had before, but not every successor thinks the same way as Suja. Yin Jingxing, the fourth-rank instructor from Nanhai Martial Arts University, wants to return to Nanhai. So his idea is very simple. That is to make friends with Suja. He had heard of his current status in Nanhai Martial Arts University. The second is the rumor that Suja has already reached the 6th level. Suja's experience is truly legendary. Yin Jingxing couldn't help but sigh silently. He is almost 50 years old this year. This age is quite awkward, so I was chosen to come here. South China Sea Base. He had actually heard of Suja's name a long time ago, but I didn't care too much about it at that time. When I heard the name Suja again later, it was found that he had already reached the 3rd level. At that time, he still regarded the other party as an equal. Because he is old, and although Suja is only a 3rd-grade cultivator, he still has great potential. However, there were news about Suja one after another. But it made him a little numb, because Suja had walked very far away without realizing it, to the point where he could only look up. Now Yin Jingxing still has to rely on others for help. He didn't believe that Suja didn't pay attention to the affairs of the South China Sea Base. In addition, he also let his wife have more contact with Teacher Shin. Because of the identity of Nanhai Martial Arts University, it is very easy to contact them. In addition, Yin Jingxing asked his wife not to hide her identity. There is nothing to hide. If the other party wants to investigate, they can find out easily. After Shin Qingyan followed Suja as the governor of the South China Sea. Of course, the identity cannot be hidden. As a result, I made a lot of friends without realizing it. They are all wives of some powerful people in the South China Sea Base. Of course, given Shin Qingyan's identity, these ladies are more centered around her. For Shin Qingyan, this was a novel experience. She also asked Suja for his opinion. You can touch it. Suja replied to Sheninga. 59. Shin Qingyan is a 2nd-grade person. She doesn't take Tianjiao seriously. The main reason is that Shin Qingyan really doesn't have many friends. With his current strength and status, it should be no problem for him to suppress a South China Sea base. Moreover, when he was serving as the Governor General of the South China Sea, these people were considered pretty good. There are also Shin Qingyan and others in the South China Sea base. Some relationships are just too convenient. For example, if Shin Qingyan wants to buy some pills, she can get a cheaper price through these people. In fact, the price and other things are not bad for Shin Qingyan now. It's more about resource exchange. Don't be fooled by the fact that many warriors in many South China Sea bases are of low level. However, many of the admitted students in the Nanhai Base College entrance examination have many connections with these people. Over the years, these warriors have a lot of good things in their hands. For example, the body-strengthening pills that Suja asked someone to bring this time. This is a 3rd-grade elixir, a popular elixir in Daxia. There is almost no such elixir in the South China Sea base. She is nothing like Shin Qingyan, who owns several bottles at once. If you can't use it all yourself, you can use it to do some favors. Finally reached the 2nd rank. With the help of many resources, Shin Qingyan's breakthrough was faster than expected. Of course, this was also due to the martial arts experience that Suja had left behind. After reaching the 2nd level, Shin Qingyan's goal could not help but be set on the 3rd level. Suja's change led to changes in the whole family. Shin Qingyan is also changing, and the change is significant. At least the desire for martial arts has been rekindled. Suja was actually aware of some changes in Shin Qingyan. After all, he talked to Su's mother and daughter many times. More still agree. To be honest, the South China Sea base is still too small. In the entire Daxia, it is actually an insignificant existence. No matter what Shin Qingyan did, she couldn't make any noise. Suja didn't pay much attention to the South China Sea base. As for the successor, Yin Jingxing, he had also inquired about him. I even added her as a friend because of my wife. However, Suja doesn't plan to contact her much at the moment. Take a look first. Right now, Yin Jingxing needs his help. He wanted to intervene in the replacement of personnel at the South China Sea base, but it was actually very simple given his current status. But we can't change people easily. Suja didn't worry too much about the matters at the South China Sea base. Taking advantage of this period of time, he decided to practice hard. Originally, because of the alchemy last month, his mental strength had been trained a lot. Combined with this time's cultivation and comprehension binding, there is still a great chance of breaking through to the middle stage of the 6th level. In fact, it was just as Suja thought. In just 20 days, he successfully broke through. Thank you for the short retreat, Dean. Even Suja couldn't help but express his gratitude. The Dean might be relatively free this month. After all, I gave a lecture last month, so I must set aside some time for these people to digest it. Classes will resume after that, as the principal has not yet been released from quarantine. I understand that you need to take a short break from the world. It was precisely because of this short retreat that Suja received more feedback. In one fell swoop, he reached the middle stage of the 6th rank. It's a pity that the dean will only be in seclusion for a few days this time. Suja couldn't help but say softly again. The comprehension of the 8th grade cultivation would be of great help to him, who is currently only at the 6th grade, especially the friend-binding ability, able to directly instill feedback on cultivation insights, etc. into oneself. Basically, there is a lot of understanding behind the indoctrination. Suja's achievement is not just a breakthrough. At least it also has many benefits for embarking on the road of high-quality products in the future. After the breakthrough, the feedback was a little less, but it didn't end. However, Suja doesn't need to continue his retreat. It is inevitable to pay attention to what happened in Daxia recently. The main reason is that Daxia has been very lively recently. After all, once the list of geniuses is released, the whole Daxia will pay close attention to it, especially those geniuses who are ranked high. Su Zhili from Jiangnan Martial Arts University tops the list of 3 products. Liu Xiaodian from Northern Frontier Martial Arts University ranks in the top 10 of the 4-grade list. Chengdu Martial Arts University, Pei Qingyu swept all the martial arts universities in the Central Plains. Suja just wanted to join in the fun. By the way, let's take a look at the fighting styles of these geniuses. See if you can learn some experience. As for Nanhai Martial Arts University, it has not been affected by the list of geniuses at present. There is no way. Who knows why Nanhai Martial Arts University is relatively unknown among all martial arts universities. Including many people in Daxia, their eyes are all on the top genius. Although Nanhai Martial Arts University has students on the list, their rankings are very low. Now that he is not in the top 100 of the Tianjiao list, he has received no attention at all. Only after the ranking list becomes more stable will it be possible to pay attention to the geniuses behind. All in all, the ranking of the Tianjiao list is still 80% accurate. At least the strength of many geniuses is real. The strength of the remaining geniuses is a bit off, and their rankings are not as high as imagined. However, it still maintains its position in the top 100 of the Tianjiao list. This Pei Qingyu is worth paying attention to. Suja was more concerned about this genius from Chengdu Martial Arts University, because, in fact, the two are from the same era. Of course, the other party is famous throughout Daxia. As for him, he was relatively unknown in the entire Daxia. It does have a bit of fame in the southern border. But before, Suja was only at the 5th level in strength. Looking at the entire southern region, there are really not many warriors who have reached the 5th level, so there is nothing much to say. Suja didn't have any comparative thoughts in his mind. Because he had reached the 6th level in such a short time, maybe in the future he will be able to reach a higher level faster than this genius. In fact, he did not take this genius seriously. Now he is pursuing something above the 9th rank. Especially as time goes by, Suja's confidence becomes more and more sufficient. Just when Suja's thoughts were in confusion, an urgent message suddenly popped up from the Nanhai Martial Arts University app. Sophomores are trapped in the battlefield of all races. All instructors who are not in seclusion will enter the 10,000 races battlefield to cover the students' retreat. Even Suja couldn't help but frown slightly. And if he remembered correctly, then Songqing was also a grade. This matter is mainly because Nanhai Budo University is usually in the sophomore year. Only then will students be allowed to have a preliminary exposure to the battlefield of all races. Of course, it was just a brief contact. After all, the students were not even warriors. Nanhai Martial Arts University trains so many students not to send them to die. Under normal circumstances, the instructors in the Daxiao army would help the students walk around the outer areas of the South China Sea stronghold. Suja also had such an experience back then. At that time, I was actually very nervous because I had just entered the battlefield of all races. Later, I gradually got used to the 10,000 races battlefield. After becoming a warrior, I also had the qualifications to enter the 10,000 races battlefield. This approach continued at Nanhai Martial Arts University for 20 years. Before this, there had never been a single unexpected situation. However, an unexpected situation has now occurred. Even Suja was a little puzzled as to how the sophomore student was trapped this time. No matter what, he took action immediately. High-quality products are difficult to sell, so more products below high quality are sold. As a 6th grade warrior, he should be considered one of the top fighters now. Besides, because of Song Qing, he couldn't remain indifferent. 60. Suja has arrived. He did not disappoint. South China Sea battlefield. Many students of Nanhai Martial Arts University couldn't help but show horror on their faces. They never imagined that such a simple school event could be so thrilling. It turned out that many instructors and a team of daxia soldiers had just led their students out of the South China Sea stronghold not long ago. They encountered an attack from the Wasteland tribe, and this attack seemed more like a premeditated one, because this place is relatively close to the South China Sea stronghold. A large number of the manhwa people are obviously abnormal, but it just happened. Although every class of students has their first experience of the South China Sea battlefield with meticulous arrangements. There are many experts in both Nanhai Martial Arts University and daxia military. However, this time, the number of mid-level warriors dispatched by the Wasteland clan was more than expected. Besides this, it is because of the large number of students. We also need to allocate some of our strength to prevent ourselves from being affected by the aftermath. The power of a mid-level warrior is enough to affect the battlefield. Many of the students are not even warriors, so it would be dangerous if they were slightly affected. It was under such circumstances that the instructors of Nanhai Martial Arts University and the daxia military team felt very uncomfortable. We're going to be okay, right? This place is relatively close to the South China Sea stronghold. If I just hold on for a little longer, I think everything will be fine. Some students were also talking, but one could hear the fear in their words. He also stutters a little when he speaks. But this is also normal. Many students have never seen such a scene. Although I have seen some major battles in videos, the videos are completely different from experiencing them in person. There were probably not many students present who could remain calm. Song Qing is one of the calmer ones. Because he has been shouldering the burden of the family since he was young, he has a relatively strong character. But his clenched fists also prove that he was not at peace. Although many students knew before that the battlefield was very cruel. However, I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Not good. At this moment, a student exclaimed. It turned out that there was a loophole in the line of defense. A mid-level warrior from the Wasteland clan rushed over, even though there was a mentor from Nanhai Martial Arts University who stopped him. But the problem is that they are very close. Even this distance is enough for middle-level warriors to threaten them. This also caused the instructor of Nanhai Martial Arts University to be restricted in his actions. Although he was obviously stronger than his opponent, he still felt very frustrated when he fought. At the same time, many students felt their hearts were in their throats. There are at least 1,000 sophomore students at Nanhai Martial Arts University. This only eliminates a part of the people, otherwise there would be more. For Nanhai Budo University, although it wants to train a number of elites, it cannot accept too few of them. However, following this bad news, more bad news came one after another. They were the strong men of the Wasteland clan, who constantly broke through the defense lines temporarily built by many mentors. Even just 10 minutes later, a warrior from the Wasteland clan ignored his own injuries. He rushed directly in front of many students and launched a bloody attack. The first thing they did was to target these students. These warriors of the Wasteland clan obviously also know this. The goal of this trip is more focused on the future potential stocks such as Nanhai Martial Arts University. The many instructors of the South Sea Martial Arts University and the strong men of the daxia army who saw this scene couldn't help but look crazy. Fortunately, at this time, the first batch of support from the South China Sea stronghold arrived. Several 6th-rank warriors took action and blocked the attack. The Nanhai stronghold was dispatched immediately after receiving the news about the incident at Nanhai Martial Arts University, even earlier than Suja and others. Theoretically, high-quality products can indeed be produced. However, Gaopin in the South China Sea stronghold did not dare to act rashly, because no one knows whether the Wasteland clan has some other tricks up their sleeves this time. So it is definitely impossible to mobilize all the forces. Although the students of Nanhai Martial Arts University are important, their importance cannot exceed that of the Nanhai stronghold. Even these students combined are not as good as a 7th grade warrior. There is no way. Thousands of students seem like a lot. In reality, we still don't know how long it will take for it to grow. And it is still a question how many strong people can emerge from these students. According to the experiences of some students at Nanhai Budo University in previous years, I really have to put a question mark. However, the daxia military in many South China Sea outposts were unaware of this. Nanhai Martial Arts University spent a lot of effort to prepare this group of students. not to mention recruiting some talented people, but also investing several times more resources than before. If this group of students were lost, it would definitely be a huge loss for Nanhai Martial Arts University. Moreover, there were no students for an entire school year. This incident was bound to cause a huge shock in Xia. At least, such a thing has not happened in any martial arts university so far. Suja himself is in the middle stage of the 6th rank, and he reacted immediately. In addition, a lot of purple spirit pills had been refined before, so recovery came in handy at this time. While trying to get on the road as fast as possible, it was just one step later than the support sent from the South China Sea stronghold. After all, for the support of the South China Sea stronghold, at least 50% of our strength must be reserved for fighting. It is impossible to devote all your energy to the journey and affect your own combat state. After all, not every middle-grade warrior is as wealthy as Suja. Even when traveling, he used the purple spirit pill, which cost millions of spirit stones. Suja's arrival instantly attracted a lot of attention. The reason is simple. That is, the aura emanating from Suja is extremely powerful. With the cultivation level of the middle stage of the 6th rank and his combat power, Suja is not weak. It is possible that it is comparable to some ordinary late 6th grade beings. Even if it is a peak 6th grade being, it may not be impossible to fight. In other words, as long as high-quality items do not appear, Suja will now be the strongest force on the battlefield. In addition, he is now bound to Su Xingyan's cultivation and insights feedback. With the help of this feedback, he is able to maintain his extraordinary performance. People from Nanhai Martial Arts University were still able to recognize Suja's identity. After all, the previous Suja was quite legendary. However, although people have heard of Suja's reputation, few have actually seen him in action, including Song Qing, although he had seen Suja take action before. But the problem is that the strength back then and the strength now are two different things. The difference is huge. Even though it is a critical time, many students still have expectations for Suja. Mad God, sword technique. Suja's performance also did not disappoint many students. When in full condition, each blade light can take away a bunch of 4th and 5th grade beings. Even if it was an ordinary 6th grade warrior, he would be seriously injured if Suja attacked with all his strength. This time the Wasteland clan attacked with obvious killing intent. Therefore, there were some 6th grade warriors sent out, but they were all ordinary 6th grade warriors. It is obvious that even the Wasteland clan cannot send out a 6th grade genius. But it is understandable. This location is too close to the South China Sea stronghold, and the aura of these 6th grade members of the Wasteland clan is somewhat declining. Or it could be said that there is not much time left in life. For the Wasteland clan, being able to take away some students and mid-level warriors would be a huge profit. From a certain perspective, these warriors from the Wasteland clan, who came to attack, can all be described as death warriors. Low-key Song Qing. It seemed that it was because he could see that Suja was a genius warrior. Many 6th grade members of the Wasteland clan surrounded and killed them, and even abandoned many students. It is obvious that he saw Suja's value. If Suja could be killed, he would be much more useful than a student. Want to kill me? Suja murmured softly with a cold expression, but there was a lot of sarcasm in his words. These 6th grade people think too highly of themselves. Now he is no longer an ordinary 6th grade person. If these Wasteland people are at the peak of their energy and blood, there is still a chance. But now that the backyard is exhausted, there is no possibility at all. Boom! The entire area seemed to be engulfed in flames. Countless sword beams transformed into the prototype of the field of swordsmanship. All the 6th grade members of the Wasteland clan who were besieging Suja were covered in it. This is the sword intent cage that Suja used to extend and control the sword intent after his mental power surged. Of course, this is also inseparable from the insights and help from President Su Xingyan. Although he is not proficient in swordsmanship, he is also proficient in other weapons. In just a short moment, several 6th grade figures who were surrounding and killing them fell one after another. There isn't even a chance for the chi and blood to explode. Many people who watched this scene also showed shocked expressions. This teacher Su is so scary. Killing the 6th rank is so easy. He doesn't even appear on the list of geniuses. Then how powerful are the geniuses on the genius list? Many students were stunned. Some were so frightened that they forgot to talk about it. However, with Suja joining the battlefield, it was obvious that the situation had changed. Although there were some reinforcements before, the situation was still at a stalemate. As time went on, more support arrived from Nanhai Martial Arts University. They all joined the battle. Of course, these mentors also saw Suge's exaggerated fighting power. Has Suge's strength reached this point now? Naturally, it is hard not to feel some emotion in your heart. In just less than 2 years, it is now so easy to kill an ordinary 6th grade cultivator. Even some mentors couldn't help but doubt themselves. In addition, many people are also curious about what kind of innate ability Suge has awakened. The school announced Suge's hidden awakening before, but what exactly is awakened is unknown. Many of them are just guesses, without much thought. Generally speaking, there is a period of explosive strength after awakening. Although Suge's improvement in strength is quite exaggerated, it is still acceptable. However, now I feel that it is a little bit unacceptable. The main reason is that Suge's strength is so unexpected. As the situation reversed, these middle-level strong men of the Wasteland clan began to self-destruct their chi and blood. These people are already death warriors. The purpose is to consume the manpower of the South China Sea stronghold. Now that I'm at a dead end, I naturally won't be polite. Boom! The sound of explosions rang out one after another. Although some warriors had anticipated this before, they still couldn't avoid getting injured. In particular, many warriors also have to help students block the aftermath. Including some of Suge's clothes were torn. Although he could dodge this attack, the students behind him and the warriors below the 6th rank could not. The only way is to fight hard. Of course, it is impossible for Suge to self-destruct. It can only block some of the power of the 6th grade self-destruction. This also led to the death of many warriors. Fortunately, after these self-explosions, this incident has come to an end. For many students, this was undoubtedly a thrilling experience. I felt the danger of the battlefield and the decisiveness of the people of the Wasteland tribe. If you say you will self-destruct, then self-destruct. You have to know that even they don't have the courage. No matter what, at least this time, many sophomore students of Nanhai Martial Arts University will never forget this scene. After the battle is over, it is time to clean up the battlefield. All of this has been handed over to the people in the school. Anyway, he will definitely not be treated unfairly based on his merits. In the battlefield of all races, embezzling other people's battle achievements is also a taboo. At least now, no warrior dares to touch it. At the same time, Songqing also hurriedly approached Suge. Teacher Su, are you okay? Although the address was the same as before, it was obviously more concerned. All in all, Songqing's fate has been changed by Suge countless times. No problem. Are you frightened? Suge didn't care and waved his hand and spoke. Although there are some minor injuries, they are not serious. Even with the help of the purple spirit pill, it would only take a day or two to recover. And after the battle, his condition is even better, although it didn't allow him to enter into enlightenment like he did before with Su Xingyan. But in all aspects of the body, it is more coordinated. The conversation between the two was not hidden from anyone around them, as Songqing stayed in Nanhai Martial Arts University with his own abilities. No need to worry about the back door. Suge didn't mind exposing their familiar relationship. This might make Songqing more popular. Not everyone is a fool. In fact, many of Songqing's classmates were a little surprised at this moment. That is, Songqing seems to be very familiar with his teacher Su. Before, Songqing had never been exposed. Because many instructors from the Nanhai Martial Arts University soon came to look for Suge. Naturally, Songqing didn't want to stay with Suge for too long, so he returned to the student group. Songqing, are you related to Teacher Su? Teacher Su is one of my elders. Of course, Songqing also received a lot of questions from his classmates. After answering, he attracted many surprised looks. Songqing is really too low-key. Nowadays, even many students have heard of the status of Teacher Su in the school. But it's very unusual. Even some students who have mentors know some inside information. If nothing unexpected happens, Suge is likely to enter the school's upper echelons. This can be seen from the fact that many instructors on the battlefield now regard Instructor Su as the leader. In fact, Suge doesn't really want to be a leader. But there is no way. The strength shown before is too impressive. In the world of high martial arts, strength is respected. Suge could only communicate with the Daxiao army in the South China Sea stronghold. Simply tidy up the battlefield and wait until all the students are sent back to the South China Sea base. Most people present breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the warriors who had led many students out before, these people were under the greatest pressure. And quite a few warriors died this time. What these people want most now is undoubtedly to return safely. Suja did not stay in the battlefield of all races for long. He returned to Nanhai Martial Arts University with many students. 62. Killing is the way. Go to the battlefield for revenge. Compared with the Dachau army, the instructors of the Martial Arts University obviously have much more freedom. At least traveling to the battlefield of all races mostly depends on personal time. Especially as your cultivation level increases, you will be freer in traveling between the two sides. Although Suja also knew that there were still many doubts about this attack. For example, how can the warriors of the Wasteland clan accurately find the students of the South China Sea Martial Arts University? However, there will be specialists to investigate these. He will know the result later when he goes to ask. Now we are bringing back the students and the fallen teacher of Nanhai Martial Arts University. In front of the gate of Nanhai Martial Arts University, the ones who died this time were at least third-rank instructors. Director Ma, who was in charge of funeral and pension compensation for fallen soldiers, had been waiting in front of the school gate. So I'll go back. With great passion and determination, I will protect the eternal prosperity of the human race with my own body. Director Ma kept chanting. Although the sound was not loud, it was accurately transmitted to everyone's ears. Suja had actually heard it many times in the past, but this time I have a different feeling. In fact, he has long since become indifferent to matters of life and death. Even some of the most powerful people in this era are not without the risk of falling. Some battlefields are large enough to accommodate beings above the 9th rank, and this requires a being above the 9th rank to be in charge of the passage. As his cultivation level improved, Suja also learned more about some secrets of the world. Otherwise, if he was still an ordinary person, then the battlefield of all races would be more of a concept to him. However, the specific situation of the 10,000 races battlefield is completely unclear. Compared to Suja, who was watching the scene calmly, many of the blood-stained eyes began to turn red. Many of these tutors are familiar with the students. He had even blocked critical damage for many students on the battlefield before. Including Song Qing, everyone's face was already in tears at this moment. Suja didn't say anything about this scene, because there is no need. The main reason is that these students have too little experience. However, this experience is still a great training for one's character. At least it is obvious that these students have a different aura. Although many students begin to engage in some tasks against cults in their freshman year. Of course, there are technological weapons to help. However, hunting down evil cult warriors and the battlefield of all races are two different things. 3 days later, the matter calmed down. But some things will never pass. Based on the feedback from Dean Su Xingyan, Suja also went to see him because there were still many doubts about the previous matter. Unfortunately, the school did not issue any announcement. Just let many instructors comfort the students. Su Xingyan was not surprised by Suja's arrival. After all, Suja had shown his might in the previous incident. Even Su Xingyan did not expect that Suja had made such progress in such a short period of time. It's not that he didn't want to take action, but when he went to the South China Sea stronghold, it was obvious that a strong man's eyes were set on the South China Sea stronghold. If a high-level person steps out of the South China Sea stronghold, a major war will inevitably break out on the South China Sea battlefield. Now, we have to take into account the situation on the battlefields of all races in the southern region. Therefore, the southern border also tried its best to avoid major wars in the South China Sea stronghold during this period. This is also the reason why Su Xingyan endured it. Of course, he didn't expect that the middle-grade Wasteland clan would be so crazy this time. This led to the death of many instructors at Nanhai Martial Arts University. Dean, what is going on this time? Suja asked bluntly. This time, the Wasteland clan sent some mid-level warriors who were about to reach the end of their lifespan to attack the warriors near the South Sea stronghold. There were also a lot of problems in the South China Sea stronghold, which led to the whereabouts of many teams being leaked. And with so many mid-level Wastelanders approaching, the South China Sea stronghold's alarm system did not respond immediately, which also had a lot of problems. Su Xingyan spoke without hesitation. Basically, I have talked about everything that happened this time, even though it appeared to be an accident. But in reality, there are more problems exposed than imagined. Before, the Southern Territory had already speculated that evil cult warriors had infiltrated the battlefield of all races. Now it's confirmed, because this time it is obvious that it was the work of evil cult warriors. In addition to the attack on students from Nanhai Budo University, many warriors also suffered from it. Especially the warriors of these teams are not as powerful as the instructors of Nanhai Martial Arts University. The result was that 2,000 to 3,000 warriors died this time. There are both low-quality and high-quality goods, which is not a small loss for the South China Sea stronghold. Even with the Daxia army and the warriors from the South China Sea Martial Arts University, the number of warriors in the entire South China Sea stronghold is only a few 100,000. In the previous battles, many warriors were lost. This time we were ambushed again. Even the South China Sea outpost could not withstand such a loss. Even as Su Xingyin was speaking, he couldn't help but become angry. Suja also frowned slightly. The situation on the battlefield in the South China Sea is indeed not optimistic recently. However, this is also related to the entire situation in the southern border, and a single move can affect the entire body. Of course, it won't continue like this. It depends on the subsequent actions. For him, the most important thing at the moment is to improve his strength. It's a pity that the dean is unable to practice in seclusion for the time being. With such a big thing happening in the South China Sea, the next period of time will definitely be very busy. It all depends on how the Southern Territory reacts. After this battle, Suja became a little famous in the entire South China Sea battlefield. At least many people in the South China Sea stronghold knew that there was a 6th grade warrior in the South China Sea Martial Arts University who was very capable in fighting. Although his fame is still far behind those 6th grade geniuses. But Suja didn't care because fame can't make a living. Cultivation is the root of everything. Suja did not delay the dean for too long. After all, it might not be easy for him. A few days later, the time for this friend binding ability has also passed. A new month has arrived. I want an ability that can help with mental strength or cultivation. Suja couldn't help but murmur softly, with a lot of desire in his words. Originally, he wasn't that anxious. After all, cultivation must be achieved step by step. But what happened this time? Although Suja had long since become indifferent to life and death, he still felt a sense of urgency. The strength of the 6th rank might be considered quite good in the whole of the Xia. It's a pity that it's not even high quality, so it's far from enough to dominate the battlefield. Under such circumstances, even Suja couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He felt that if one had good talent and ability, it was possible to make rapid progress. Suja's eyes couldn't help but fall on the ability dial. The turntable continued to spin, and finally stopped on a beam of 6-colored light. After seeing this, Suja's eyes couldn't help but brighten up, because this light is the best one that has ever been produced. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving a Killing to Achieve Enlightenment Experience card. By killing living beings, you can gain insights into cultivation, limited to 1 month. When Suja saw this ability, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To know the ability is not necessarily. Even some abilities that are not helpful for cultivation are available. There is actually a great risk that 30 million spirit stones will be wasted. However, I didn't expect that this time there would be a god-level ability. Kill to become stronger. It can be said that this ability is very powerful. Theoretically, in the past month, Suja would be able to become stronger as long as he killed enough people. How much it is enhanced depends on the enhancement brought by killing. And it is obvious that the enhancement is all-round. Among all the abilities Suja has drawn so far, this is the one that can most directly improve his cultivation. After drawing this ability, Suja naturally didn't want to waste any more time, which would delay his becoming stronger. What he wants to do most now is undoubtedly to appear on the battlefield in the South China Sea. Send a message directly to Su Xingyin. Suja then headed towards the battlefield of all races. 63. Slaughtering thousands of aliens. The 6th stage midterm. Dean's office. I guess Su won't be able to swallow this. When Su Xingyin saw the message sent by Suja, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. He didn't know that Suja was doing this to become stronger. Instead, they thought that Suja was planning to avenge the deceased mentors of Nanhai Martial Arts University. After all, if the higher grade ones don't go out, then only the 6th grade ones can attack. As soon as he entered the South China Sea battlefield, Suja was already familiar with the route. There are also many people who know Suja. Now Suja has become a 6th grade existence, which is not a small matter and has of course caused a lot of discussion. Why is he on the battlefield again? Could it be that he came here to seek revenge for what happened at Nanhai Martial Arts University? It's very likely. Many people have the same idea as Su Xingyan. Everyone thought that teacher Su chose to vent on the battlefield because he was angry. Because of the sensitive timing, the news spread quickly. In particular, many students at Nanhai Martial Arts University were originally very frustrated. But now Su's attack is eye-opening. Unknowingly, Suja has gained the support of many students from the South China Martial Arts University. Of course, Suja also has a good reputation in the South China Sea stronghold. After leaving the South China Sea stronghold, he had no idea what kind of trouble his going to the battlefield at this time would cause. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. Suja himself doesn't care much about what others think. When Go Dao first came out, he was often criticized by other warriors, who made the warriors always promote the idea of being passionate and courageous. It's not that the previous propaganda was wrong, it's just that every warrior's path is different. When it's time for Suja to kill, he will not show any mercy. For example, now, because the South China Sea stronghold had been attacked before, many warriors in the South China Sea stronghold have been resting in recent days. Basically, not many teams leave the area near the South China Sea stronghold. Most of the battlefield was occupied by the Wasteland clan. The people of the Wasteland tribe are not fools either. They will take advantage of the shrinking number of warriors in the South China Sea stronghold to plunder more resources. So not long after leaving the South China Sea stronghold, Suja encountered a group of warriors from the Wasteland tribe. The Wasteland clan leading the team is only of the second rank. Second rank? Suja couldn't help but frown slightly. This location is not far from the South China Sea stronghold. As a result, the two-rank existence of the Wasteland clan dared to get so close. It was as if they didn't take the South China Sea seriously. Without hesitation, Suja killed the team of Wasteland clan warriors with a single strike of his sword. After dealing with this team of warriors, he clearly felt a warm current flowing through his body. Even his cultivation level increased slightly. Although it was just a little, it was enough for Suja. And it is obvious that there are many differences in the enhancements brought between the first grade and the second grade. It can be confirmed that the effects of strengthening brought about by people of different levels of the Wasteland clan are different. The higher the level, the stronger the effect. Next, Suja began to clear out these Wasteland tribes, taking advantage of the fact that these low-level warriors of the Wasteland clan have not reacted. In just one day, more than 200 people from the Wasteland tribe fell at the hands of Suja. The enhancement brought about by this also greatly enhanced Suja's cultivation. There will definitely be no problem with the late 6th rank. Even if it's the peak of the 6th rank, there is still a chance. Suja couldn't help but murmur softly, with a lot of eagerness in his words. Before this, he had already planned to spend more time on the 6th level. But an ultimate ability can change all this. Unfortunately, after only one day, the people of the Wasteland tribe had clearly become alert. While killing, Suja also did not forget to pick up some spoils. Because these people of the Wasteland tribe are close to the South China Sea stronghold. So Suja simply returned to the South China Sea stronghold to rest and cleaned out his space bag instantly. This time, Suja even specially bought a few more space bags. There will be a lot of killing this time. As for spirit stones, they can naturally be replenished. Because of the recent attacks by the Wasteland tribe, many people in the South China Sea stronghold did not leave the city. Many warriors choose to practice in the South China Sea stronghold. It's not that I don't want to return to Blue Star, but the spiritual energy on the battlefield is quite strong. Many warriors are accustomed to the environment of the battlefield of all races. What's more, most of the warriors on the South China Sea battlefield are from the Daxiao Army. In terms of high-quality strongmen, the Daxiao Army and the Nanhai Martial Arts University are on par with each other. The remaining small part is the free warriors. These warriors come from hunting groups, martial arts schools, etc. They all come to the battlefield to gain some resources. After all, some relatively younger free warriors also have some progressive ideas. Of course, these free warriors can survive on the battlefield. Naturally, there is also a way to find your own place. However, not all free warriors dare to choose to come to the battlefield. For example, for Suja's father-in-law, dealing with a mutant beast is already at its limit. This is understandable, as not everyone has the courage to step onto the battlefield of all races. For low-level warriors, the battlefield of all races can be described as a meat grinder. Especially if they encounter some major battles, low-level warriors will really be in danger of death. Of course, different warriors have different choices, and everyone has his own fate. At this moment, many warriors watch Suja take out things in exchange for merit, and there was a lot of discussion. How many wasteland tribes were killed? This guy is really amazing, even though he is only a 6th grade cultivation. At least nowadays, those who dare to walk outside the South China Sea stronghold are not ordinary courageous. Isn't there a rumor that Suzhou was a warrior who survived in hiding? If I didn't keep it that way, how could I have achieved my current level of cultivation? Many warriors were discussing in low voices, of course, after Suzhou left. They didn't dare to discuss it in person as if he were a 6th rank warrior. We still have to have respect. Of course, the discussion was mostly about admiration for Suzhou, including some previous remarks have also been reversed. It can only be said that people's impressions change in just a moment. When Suzhou was still relatively weak, many people who knew him thought that Suzhou was a bit cowardly. However, Suzhou's proactive attack has changed many people's views. In fact, they don't know. Although he has the ability to achieve enlightenment through killing, Suzhou does not attack without thinking. Something has indeed happened in the South China Sea stronghold during this period. However, it is unlikely that the Wasteland tribe really wants to attack at this time. Suzhou also knew that the Wasteland tribe might have established connections with other battlefields. However, the Wasteland clan also has selfish motives and certainly does not want their own race to suffer too much loss. Instead, he wanted to wait and see the reactions of other battlefield races. In addition, the South China Sea battlefield is currently unable to accommodate anyone above the 9th rank to take action. The real war has not yet begun. At present, it is still in a state of consumption on both sides. The high-level members of the Wasteland clan would not easily break the tacit understanding and attack the middle-level members. What's more, Gao Pin from the South China Sea base will also pay attention to him. Nanhai Martial Arts University has many high-quality people stationed in its Nanhai base. As Suzhou's cultivation level improved, naturally many people paid attention to him. It is precisely because of this factor that Suzhou is fearless. What's more, the beings he hunted were all below the 6th rank. It is basically impossible for the Wasteland clan to send out high-quality people to hunt him down. Of course, if it really came to that, Suzhou would have no choice but to escape. Even though he was some distance away from Gao Pin, he couldn't just surrender. At present, his location is very close to the South China Sea stronghold. Once a high-level Wasteland clan invades, the South China Sea stronghold will be the first to know about it. The detection function brought by scientific and technological power is still worthy of trust. Suzhou has only done 2 things since entering the South China Sea battlefield. One thing is to kill the people of the Wasteland tribe, and the other thing is to return to the South China Sea stronghold to clean up the space bags. It goes on and on like this. Even some warriors in the South China Sea stronghold had become somewhat numb. Suzhou has killed at least 1,000 Wasteland tribe members. Among them, the number of mid-quality ones exceeds 200. It has only been 10 days since Suzhou entered the South China Sea battlefield. Some warriors were even shocked after counting the number of kills Suzhou had won so far. 64. Rapid improvement. The strong are back. Suzhou didn't know what other people were thinking. After 10 days of killing, his cultivation finally reached the peak of the middle 6th stage, just a little bit away from the late 6th level. However, he could feel that there were obviously fewer warriors from the Wasteland clan. It was obvious that these warriors also knew that there was a 6th rank warrior killing people. It seems that it is unlikely to reach the peak of the 6th rank. Even Suzhou couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Because once we are too far away from the South China Sea stronghold, we can no longer act without any scruples. Fortunately, with the passage of these few days, warriors from many teams in the South China Sea stronghold also began to leave the South China Sea stronghold in search of resources. It is not necessary to kill the people of the Wasteland tribe, as there are some resources hidden on the battlefield. We need to search carefully. The entire battlefield is larger than we imagined. Also, because of the deployment of so many warriors, it provided Suzhou with a lot of cover. Suzhou was not pursuing the quantity of killings, but their quality. And just like that, another 10 days passed. With the strengthening force, Suzhou's cultivation level reached the late 6th level. It's a step slower than I expected, but there's nothing we can do about it. You should know that some of the 6th grade members of the Wasteland clan even formed a team to hunt him down. There is no way, because Suzhou's strength is not something that an ordinary 6th grade person can stop. In the South China Sea stronghold, many warriors have also become accustomed to the presence of Suzhou, a 6th grade instructor from the South China Sea Martial Arts University. Many warriors even bet on how many Wasteland tribe members Suja had killed this time. Before, Suja came and went in a hurry on the battlefield in the South China Sea. Naturally, not many people noticed. However, things are different now. We have to go back and forth to the South China Sea stronghold quite a few times. Adding every harvest, it's always a lot. It's hard not to attract the attention of many warriors. Even if they are both of the 6th rank, their gains may be less than 1/3 of Suja's. Since his luck has improved, Suja feels that he is quite lucky. Plus, his strength is not weak either. He can be considered a genius. It is normal to have such a harvest. Before he knew it, Suja suddenly gained the title of Battlefield Killing God. Because before, unless a major war broke out, otherwise, there would be no one hunting as crazily as Suja. The people who were most moved by this incident were undoubtedly the many people at Nanhai Martial Arts University. No matter if they are high-level warriors or students who have never set foot on the martial arts stage, they all have a lot of respect for Suja, who made Nanhai Martial Arts University think that Suja was seeking revenge for his previous mentor. Before I knew it, more than 20 days had passed. For Suja, there is basically no chance of reaching the peak of the 6th level, unless there are rows of 5th grade and 6th grade people standing in front of him for him to kill, and he has to surrender without a fight. But unfortunately, this is simply impossible. If a major war were to break out, this ability would definitely be used to its full potential. Suja occasionally has some dangerous thoughts. Fortunately, I managed to control myself. After all, it is not up to him to decide when a war will break out on the battlefield. And a war cannot be started easily. At least Suja can't take responsibility. He would not start a war in the South China Sea just for the sake of cultivation. Although the Wasteland tribe increased their vigilance, including sending a special team to hunt him down. But Suja was not a pushover either, and he led people directly to the wild beast forest. Anyway, the targets of killing are not only the Wasteland people but also wild beasts. Although the wild beasts will form teams as their strength increases, Suja is still quite confident. Even if facing a team of 6th grade wild beasts, we can still fight. On the contrary, within the savage beast forest, the hunting team of the Wasteland clan would be in trouble. If there is a conflict with wild beasts, it will not be easy for even a 6th-ranked team to escape unscathed. On the contrary, personal mobility is much more convenient. Before, Suja relied on this ability to make everything go smoothly. I am also familiar with many areas of the savage beast forest. Compared with these Wasteland tribes, the advantage is even greater. But Suja was not too arrogant. Anyway, if you encounter a wild beast above the 6th level, just stay away from it or lead it to the Wasteland clan team. Encounter wild beasts or Wasteland tribesmen below the 6th level. He acted decisively. In this way, Suja also gained a lot in the last few days of his killing spree. Perhaps the number is not as large as when we set foot on the battlefield, but the quality is still good. The peak of the late 6th rank almost reaching the peak of the 6th rank. Suja murmured softly, with a lot of joy in his words. Come to think of it, he had never killed so many people on the battlefield in the South China Sea. After the time of killing was over, he naturally had no intention of staying on the battlefield. At least return to the South China Sea stronghold first. Outside the South China Sea stronghold, he didn't feel much safe. Even high-quality mental power has its limits. You can't always focus on yourself. South China Sea base. Suja's return still caused quite a stir. After all, it took a whole month, and information flowed very quickly, including on the battlefield. That is, the Wasteland clan is hunting down Master Suja. Even more than 106 grade warriors were sent out. This news made many warriors sweat. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Suja has returned safely. I thought something unexpected happened to Suja. Many warriors couldn't help but speak out. Suja, just like before, exchanged all his resources for merits. Although these people from the Wasteland tribe also carried a lot of things on them. But there are many things that he can't use at all now. There is nothing precious. This is also normal, as many precious things are basically used by oneself. How could he possibly bring it to the battlefield of all races? At worst, keep it to prevent any unexpected situations. After exchanging many merits for spirit stones, Suja returned to Nanhai Martial Arts University as soon as possible. It feels good to become stronger through killing, but he still felt a little empty. But it's normal. After all, it was with the help of some external forces that he gained his cultivation. If Suja wants to erase all this vanity, he needs to put in some effort. The easiest way is to find a few sparring partners to hone your fighting skills. This matter is also very simple. Just look for Su Xingyin. Teacher Su is back. Just before Suja walked to the school gate, he heard a student exclaim. Even he had many surprises. Because when did his reputation in school become so high? Even if the strength has improved, it's not an exaggeration. There are quite a few 6th grade instructors in the school, but none of them have ever seen a student behave like this. He didn't think much about it, because he would know the answer by simply asking Dean Su Xingyin. Because he thought so, he did so. It just so happened that Dean Su Xingyin was not in seclusion or anything. Su Xingyin was not surprised to see Suja. Or rather, he knew it when Suja stepped into the South China Sea stronghold. After all, Suja is now the focus of Nanhai Martial Arts University. In fact, Su Xingyin did not expect that Suja would be so crazy and kill people. The number of warriors who fell at Suja's hands exceeded 3,000. This is somewhat inconsistent with Suja's previous image. In Su Xingyin's eyes, Suja had never been so concerned about the South China Sea battlefield. It's not that he is afraid of the battlefield, nor is he irresponsible. Instead, Suja cared more about his cultivation. This cannot be said to be wrong, as many powerful people in Xia are also pursuing higher levels of cultivation. But it does not prevent these people from shouldering their responsibilities when it is time to defend the battlefield. Xia even hopes that warriors graduating from martial arts universities will pursue better strength. The original intention of establishing the martial arts university was to hope that more powerful people would be born in Daxia. 65. Invincible 6th rank? The first prodigy. Finally, you're willing to return from the battlefield of all races? Su Xingyin spoke to Suja without any politeness. Dean, why do I feel like there is too much enthusiasm among the returning students this time? Suja did not pay attention to the sarcasm in the dean's words, and instead asked. After the words fell, even Su Xingyin showed a strange look on his face. Take a look at the school forum first. Su Xingyin spoke slow. Later he thought that Suja didn't seem to be such an impulsive person. But I didn't think much about it, and at this moment I felt that this matter was a bit strange. Suja took out his mobile phone and started reading the forum. Teacher Suja returns from the battle. In order to avenge his deceased mentor, Mentor Suja enters the South China Sea battlefield in anger. Front battle report. Instructor Suja is killing people in the South China Sea battlefield. It was the first time that Suja saw that he had so many posts on the forum, because he knew that Nanhai Martial Arts University rarely discussed such a person. Later, Suja finally understood why he had such a great influence among the students. It turned out that he went to the South China Sea battlefield because of his ability to achieve enlightenment through killing. It became a revenge for the deceased mentor of the Martial Arts University. As a result, in the eyes of many students, I have become a very high-ranking image. Even Suja couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, because he knows that above the original intention, he should pursue the improvement of strength. But he won't say it this time. After all, people still have some vanity, and Suja is no exception. Fortunately, Suja did not dwell too much on this matter. Dean, I would like to ask for your help. It just so happens that there is a breakthrough in my cultivation. Suja quickly got down to business. After the words fell, even Su Xingyin was a little surprised. A breakthrough so soon? He remembered that it would not take long for Suja to reach the 6th level. The result was a breakthrough so quickly. This was too amazing. Normally, even a genius would need several years to reach the 6th level. It takes at least 1 year to break through each small realm. At this moment, Su Xingyin merely thought that Suja had stepped into the middle stage from the early stage of the 6th rank. He didn't even know that Suja had reached the middle stage of the 6th level. Although Suja had rescued students from Nanhai Martial Arts University and others before, the strength displayed is quite amazing. But Suja himself can be considered a genius. Su Xingyin didn't find it strange. After all, he was not on the front line of the battlefield. Naturally, I don't know the specific level of cultivation Suja has demonstrated. Good. Although Su Xingyin was surprised, he soon spoke out with joy. If Suja's strength could become stronger, it would undoubtedly be more beneficial to him. He also understood what Suja meant. It was just a trick. Among the 6th grade warriors nowadays, there are indeed not many who can fight with Suja, and the lead in strength is probably not too much. If a big war breaks out, it will be difficult to stop. If Suja wants a sparring partner, he He can only look for some high-quality ones. So I can only look for myself? Soon the two of them went to the martial arts arena, and Suja did not hesitate to attack the dean directly. His peak cultivation level at the late 6th stage was fully revealed, almost reaching the peak of the 6th rank. How do you practice this? Su Xingyin was undoubtedly shocked again. It has only been a short time, but Suja is about to complete the path to the 6th level. On top of talent, there are many bonuses for cultivation. Suja rarely explained at this time. After all, the refresh of one's own superpowers is indeed an awakening of alternative talents. There's nothing wrong with saying that. At this moment, even Su Xingyin's face showed a lot of envy. Among them are talents or physiques that are helpful for cultivation. Then it is undoubtedly the most enviable. He should have thought that Suja should be one of this type. After all, Suja's current strength improvement speed is indeed astonishing. But if there is a talent bonus, everything becomes reasonable. As the battle began, Suja could clearly feel that his cultivation was gradually becoming more solid. After that, Suja looked for Su Xingyin every 2 days. Consolidated the rapid progress of cultivation. Su Xingyin became more and more frightened as the fight went on. The strength displayed by Suja was quite impressive. I'm afraid there is no one among the 6th grade people in the whole school who can rival Suja. At least for now, there is no doubt that Suja will be in the top 100 of the 6th rank Prodigy list. Su Kid, why don't you go to the Tianjiao list and fight for a ranking? It's like trying to gain some resources for the school. And I can also obtain the status of a mid-level alchemist, by the way. Su Xingyin spoke directly. He suddenly remembered that Suja had 2 resources. There is no need to say more about the strength. As for the middle-grade alchemist, Suja only knows how to make the purple spirit pill. But the others didn't know, and the test only required refining one kind of elixir. Therefore, there is no problem in striving for the identity of a mid-level alchemist. After thinking of this, Su Xingyin looked at Suja with a lot of golden light in his eyes. 2 resources are quite a lot. In particular, Xia is likely to provide resources based on the ranking on the Tianjiao list and the level of the alchemist. Ranked in the top 100 of the Tianjiao list and a 6th grade alchemist. The total amount of resources might be more than that of a high-quality statue. At least for Nanhai Martial Arts University, it is definitely a lot. Dean, there's no rush for this matter. There are still a few months left. Seeing the dean's eyes, Suja couldn't help but speak softly. Another year is almost over. After all, he returned to Nanhai Martial Arts University after completing the martial arts college entrance examination. Before I knew it, half a year had passed. There is no rush for identity authentication. After all, there is still such a long time. By the way, the genius Pei Qingyu from Shindu Martial Arts University is about to arrive in the southern region. Su Xingyin remembered something because of the matter of the Tianjiao list and spoke out loud. Before, Suja Tianjiao swept all the 6th grade geniuses of the Northern Martial Arts University. Among them are some geniuses from the Daxia Military Academy. It can be said that the momentum has reached a peak. The number 1 genius of the 6th rank. The first person under high quality, and so on. This genius has many titles. It can be said that there are countless people in the entire Daxia who support Pei Qingyu. Of course, not everyone is like this. For example, many martial arts universities have become stepping stones for Pei Qingyu. This is unacceptable to many martial arts universities. No martial arts university is willing to become a stepping stone. Pei Qingyu? Suja whispered softly. This time, our Nanhai Martial Arts University is going to be embarrassed. But it's not bad to have so many martial arts colleges around. Su Xingyin's voice continued to sound. There was actually a lot of helplessness in his words. But we are indeed inferior to others in terms of strength, and there is nothing we can do about it. Even though Suja has made rapid progress in this period of time, he is still not as good as him. Fortunately, Su Xingyin didn't care that much, and he believes that, over time, Suja's strength will definitely surpass Pei Qingyu's. At least he still has great confidence in Suja. 66. Sweeping across the southern border. The arrogant genius. Pei Qingyu, the prodigy of Shindu Martial Arts University, is extremely confident. Set the itinerary early. The meaning is actually very clear. That is, you will not fail. No genius from any martial arts university has the power to stop his journey. The previous sweep across all the martial arts universities in the north has already proved the strength of Pei Qingyu, a genius. Long before, Dai Qing, the 6th-ranked genius of Xian Martial Arts University, was not afraid of Pei Qingyu. Dai Qing is also not simple, ranking 5th on the list of 6th grade geniuses. Although before, there was no record of sweeping across the north like Pei Qingyu. But he also relied on his iron fist to defeat one 6th grade warrior after another. It is quite famous in the entire southern region. After the Tianjiao list was opened, it also welcomed many challengers. However, no one could get a position on the list of geniuses. Therefore, Dai Qing is also quite famous in the whole daxia. After all, among the 6 lists of geniuses, the 6th rank undoubtedly receives the most attention. If the 6th grade can be improved further, it will become a high grade. Basically, those who can make it onto the Tianjiao list are those who have great potential to reach the high level. Every high-quality being is able to rule a region. Perhaps those who are on the list of geniuses will become powerful figures who are famous in Xia in the future. This is a battle of geniuses. It also attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, Dai Qing is currently the most likely person in the southern region to stop Pei Qingyu. Chengdu Martial Arts University is building momentum for Pei Qingyu. A live broadcast room was also set up on its official website. Many people from daxia can enter the live broadcast room to watch Pei Qingyu's performance, including some previous Tianjiao battle videos. You can also go back and watch them. It has to be said that this move is a scourge to many martial arts universities. Before we knew it, it had been half a month since Suzha left the South China Sea battlefield. During this period of time, he was able to consolidate his own cultivation. You can now consider reaching the peak of the 6th level. After all, it was just a little bit away, and Suzha would have completed the path to the 6th level. There is no reason to stand still. Now the 7th rank is his current goal. If one could reach the 7th rank, it would mean entering the ranks of high-level warriors. Once one's martial arts reaches the 7th level, not even the sky can limit his steps. Of course, it is also very difficult to cross the threshold between the 6th and 7th grades. Many geniuses are stuck at this step. Although the existence of the 6th rank Tianjiao list is very likely to reach the high-ranking level, it is not absolute. Suzha only knew that in order to reach the 7th level, he needed to use his mental power to continue to change and communicate with heaven and earth. Use the power of heaven and earth for your own benefit. The importance of mental strength undoubtedly exceeds that of qi and blood. Unfortunately, it is really not easy to improve mental strength. However, Suzha did not think much about it because he was now mainly stepping into the peak of the 6th level. Only after you reach the peak of the 6th level, you can consider breaking through. It's time to draw a new ability. Suzha was also ready to start drawing new abilities. Now he doesn't even rely on this ability. Rely on the previous 8th grade feedback and the foundation left over from studying to become a saint. It would take at most 3 months to reach the peak of the 6th level. Therefore, Suzha was not that eager to extract abilities next time. Of course, if you can extract something that will help your strength, then nature is best. Unfortunately, he has already drawn 2 abilities related to improving his cultivation. Even Suzha was not very confident about what to draw next. Naturally, he chose to be cautious. After all, if you want to make a breakthrough, you definitely need good abilities. Because Suzha didn't have such high expectations for the extraction ability this time, so I can keep a normal mind. As expected by Suzha, this time the ability was not used for cultivation, and the only ability drawn was Diamond Light. Obviously, the ability level is not that high. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving a full attribute improvement experience card. It can double the host's natural attributes in all aspects for a period of 1 month. Even Suzha didn't expect that it would actually increase his own strength. Although it is also limited in time, it is completely different from the previous increase in combat power. This directly increases physical strength and mental power. The strength suddenly doubled, so the combat effectiveness is not just a simple increase of 2 times. It's like a collision between 500 kilograms and 1,500 kilograms. It's basically like throwing an egg against a rock. It can be said that in terms of combat power, Suzha has at least increased 5 times. However, Suzha knew that this was only limited in time, but it can still help Suzha control more strength and bring about physical changes, which can be considered a barely obtainable gain. Because before, Suzha had already prepared for the extraction ability. There is nothing to be disappointed about. Just practice step by step, even if there is no ability bonus. It is not far for him to break through to the peak of the 6th level. Afterwards, Suzha began to practice normally and did not go looking for Dean Su Xingyan to practice with him. But soon a piece of news reached his ears. The prodigy of Exine Martial Arts University, Dai Qing, was defeated. Pei Qingyu swept all the 6th-ranked geniuses of Exine Martial Arts University. Next is Nanhai Martial Arts University. And Pei Qingyu vowed to let all the 6th-grade students from Nanhai Martial Arts University attend the exam together. It can be said that Pei Qingyu is not just arrogant. Of course, even the best Exine Martial Arts University in the southern region was swept away, which was nothing compared to a small Nanhai Martial Arts University. So it's normal to be a little arrogant. Pei Qingyu does have this ability. However, the faces of many senior executives of Nanhai Martial Arts University are very ugly. Because if Pei Qingyu did as before, just challenge them one by one, when it comes to them, it would be a bit disrespectful to want to sweep them all away. Because of Pei Qingyu's attitude problem, the school also held a special meeting. Among them, 6th-grade warriors from many schools were summoned. The meeting was chaired by a vice president of the school named Tang Guangtu. He is an 8th-rank warrior stationed at Nanhai Martial Arts University. Of course, it was because Dean Su Xingyan hid his cultivation level. Therefore, he was not sure whether the vice principal also had a lot of hidden skills. In addition to the vice president, there are also several deans and vice deans of colleges, etc. This does not include the high-level warriors stationed in the South China Sea stronghold. Do the math. There are indeed many high-quality warriors in Nanhai Martial Arts University. However, these high-level warriors were the first batch to follow the establishment of Nanhai Martial Arts University. But there is not a single one that we have trained ourselves. The one with the most hope at the moment is undoubtedly Suja. So even before, Suja was not familiar with many of his seniors in the school. But he still smiled at Suja. Although Suja was not familiar with these people, the school's top management was very familiar with him. After all, he is Su Xingyan's favorite. However, the strength and potential shown by Suja are also worth looking forward to. 67. Suja. I am here to suppress the genius of the divine capital. Hidden Dragon. This is the evaluation of Suja by many Nanhai Martial Arts University. Because at present Suja's cultivation has not yet stagnated. After his hidden innate physique awakened, Suja made rapid progress. Although there have been some examples in the past, none of them was like Suja. The cultivation has never stopped. Suja went straight to the seat behind Su Xingyan and sat down, waiting quietly for this meeting to begin. After a short while, almost everyone was there. Even if you didn't come, you can still participate via video conference. This time, Shindu Martial Arts University has really gone too far. Pei Qingyu actually chose to sweep all the 6 grades of Nanhai Martial Arts University by himself. Tang Guangtu spoke first. There was a lot of anger in his words. Now, because the principal is in seclusion, he is in charge of the entire Nanhai Martial Arts University. If the 6th grade students of Nanhai Martial Arts University were swept away by Pei Qingyu alone, that would be a huge loss of face, and you might even be nailed to the wall of shame. Shindu Martial Arts University is really going too far. We cannot bring shame to the name of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Many high-ranking warriors also spoke out in anger. It is obvious that this time Pei Qingyu has accurately stepped on the reverse scale of Nanhai Martial Arts University. But it is understandable. 4 high-level warriors such as Tang Guangtu and Su Xingyan. Nanhai Martial Arts University was established by them. This is completely different from the school sentiment that has been passed down for generations. After all, some martial arts universities that have been passed down for hundreds of years are somewhat corrupt. It is inevitable that very powerful people have some selfish desires. On the contrary, there is no such strong person from Nanhai Martial Arts University. They all want Nanhai Martial Arts University to be better. If Pei Qingyu stepped on my face directly this time, so it can be expected that there will be big problems with enrollment this year. Some geniuses may not even accept generous support from Nanhai Martial Arts University. After all, reputation is still very important. It can be said that this matter is not just a matter of bringing shame to Nanhai Martial Arts University. It also relates to the future development of Nanhai Budo University. This is why the school specially convened a meeting. Otherwise, there would be so many high-ranking warriors who would have nothing to do and wouldn't bother paying attention to a 6th-ranked genius. Although Pei Qingyu has potential, there is a great possibility that he will reach a high level. But as long as you don't set foot there for one day, you will only be a middle-level warrior. Besides, Pei Qingyu has nothing to do with Nanhai Martial Arts University. Of course I won't pay attention. Of course, although many high-level warriors were angry, they also knew one thing. That is, the key to this matter lies in the school's 6th grade warrior. There are currently more than 26 grade warriors in Nanhai Martial Arts University. Even Suja found for the first time that there were so many 6th grade warriors in the school. But it is understandable. For many 6th rank warriors, the school actually no longer requires anything. Basically, it's a sinecure. In fact, many 6th grade warriors are more focused on achieving the unity of spirit and blood as quickly as possible, and then try to reach a higher level. Many beings basically spend years in seclusion. But not everyone is like Suja, who has made a huge breakthrough in such a short period of time. Nanhai Martial Arts University naturally would not stop it, because the importance of a high-grade statue far exceeds that of dozens of 6th grade statues. At this moment, many high-level warriors of Nanhai Martial Arts University focus their attention on the many 6th grade warriors. Most of the focus is on several veteran 6th grade masters. The cultivation of these people has reached the peak of the 6th level, and they were originally in the process of breaking through to the 6th level. However, because of this incident, he was released. That Pei Qingyu is indeed very powerful. It has almost reached the pinnacle among the 6th rank. It's not that easy to deal with. However, these peak 6th grade masters did not have much confidence, and instead spoke out. After all, Pei Qingyu's performance can be seen from the video. It's definitely a monster. It is also said that he has awakened a special fighting physique. At present, there is not even any genius who can force out Suja's physique. One can imagine how powerful Suja is. Even if it is a siege, there is no guarantee of success. Faced with these words from the veteran 6th grade masters, many high-grade masters do feel a little helpless. After all, these peak 6th grade ones are just ordinary levels. He can't even be considered a genius. Suja remained calm in the face of this scene, but he had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Now I am considered a 6th grade genius. In terms of cultivation, there is not much difference between him and Pei Qingyu. Maybe he could reach the peak of the 6th rank, but the gap was not that big. But he was above in combat power. He might be a little far from this one. However, don't forget that he now has a limited time ability. With the blessing of all attributes, he is definitely better than Pei Qingyu in terms of strength, blood, and spirit. After all, no matter how powerful he is, it is impossible for him to have twice as much spirit and blood as himself. But now I have double the bonus. As for combat power, there is no need to say more. Suja himself still has an accurate judgment. Under this limited time ability that improves all attributes, it should be no problem to easily suppress Pei Qingyu. It's just that it doesn't belong to my own strength. Suja was actually unwilling to fight because it would be an unfair victory. But now this situation, even Suja had to take action. But what is certain is that if he takes action, it will definitely shake the entire daxia. After all, Pei Qingyu is currently in the limelight. Suja actually doesn't have much interest in the list of geniuses. Before, he had never even thought about fighting with Pei Qingyu. But I didn't expect it to be so excessive this time. I have to take action. Suja also cares a lot about Nanhai Martial Arts University. After I make my move, I will retreat for a while. This storm is over. Suja soon had an idea. After making up his mind, he didn't intend to cause trouble to so many people. I'm here to suppress the genius of Shindu Martial Arts University, Suja said slowly. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Suja had always been an invisible figure in previous meetings. So many people didn't pay attention to the idea of posting, including Suja's strength. The only one who really knows it is Su Xingyan. As for other senior officials of Nanhai Martial Arts University, no detailed information was obtained. I just know that Suja is quite powerful. But based on preconceived ideas, I still believe that the old 6th grade ones are more powerful. Naturally, he would not ask for Suja's opinion. As for Su Xingyan, he was not sure what Suja was thinking, because before, Suja showed that he had no interest in the battle of geniuses. I didn't speak up the first time. The whole conference room was suddenly awkward and a little stiff. However, it is obvious that these powerful people present do not trust Suja very much. Even Su Xingyan understood Suja's strength, but he also didn't think Suja was a match for Pei Qingyu. Faced with this sudden silence, Suja did not have any doubts at all. After all, it's normal to be suspicious. Suja also released all his power. After the mental power was doubled, it far exceeded the upper limit of the 6th level. All the 6th rank cultivators present felt a sense of oppression. even some 7th grade beings can feel a lot of threats. At this moment, even many people present in the school were dumbfounded. 68. The attention of all. Making history? So powerful. Let alone the 6th rank. I'm afraid one of my feet has already stepped into the 7th rank. There was at least a 6th grade being present, and he had an estimate of Su's current condition. Su Xingyin was also dumbfounded. He also didn't expect that Suja was hiding so deeply. When Suja was practicing with me before, he wasn't so strong. In such a short period of time, his strength must be hidden. He couldn't help but feel a lot of resentment towards Suja in his heart. I didn't expect that this kid even hid a trick from himself. But I was more happy about Suja's strength. Ahem. Then let teacher Su take on the challenge. Let Shindu Martial Arts University see the elegance of our Nanhai Martial Arts University. Tang Guangtu, who was sitting among the crowd, also spoke up at this time. There was obviously a lot of joy in his words. There is nothing more joyful than seeing the younger generation of our school grow up. Before, Su Xingyin told him how powerful Suja was and how fast his cultivation speed was. However, Tang Guangtu didn't understand because he had never seen it with his own eyes. Until now. As for the 6th grade masters present, they dared not say a word under the pressure of this aura. There is no doubt that Suja has clearly transcended the 6th rank. Many of the old-fashioned 6th grade masters still have a lot of complicated thoughts in their hearts. After all, it has been a long time since they reached the 6th level. He has yet to reach the 7th level. On the contrary, it has only been a short time since he reached the 6th level. It is now obvious that he is about to enter the 7th level. His talent is really terrifying. Who would have thought that after the hidden innate physique awakened, it would be so amazing? This is what many 6th grade masters are thinking at this moment. Even unconsciously, he placed Suja in a higher position than himself. There is no way, in the world of high martial arts, the strong are respected. If you are strong, you will gain more recognition. 2 days later, Pei Qingyu brought people from Shindu Martial Arts University to the South China Sea. Even though the war hasn't started yet. However, many viewers from Daxia had already gathered in the live broadcast room. Can he sweep across the entire Nanhai Martial Arts University? Now that the words have been released, they must be certain. If he can sweep Nanhai Martial Arts University, he will make history. I don't know how many people were discussing this matter in the live broadcast room. After all, many people are expecting Pei Qingyu to make history. The main reason is that Pei Qingyu swept all the Northern Martial Arts universities and accumulated a lot of fans. Many people in Daxia have a strong sense of immersion. It does feel like what everyone expected. But this time, Nanhai Martial Arts University did not say that. Although it was confirmed that only Suja would fight. Even after the meeting, Tang Guangtu and others tested Suja's strength. With the improvement of his restriction ability, Suja possesses strength far beyond the 6th rank. Although it cannot be compared with the 7th rank, it can at least suppress any 6th rank. At least that's what Tang Guangtu and others judged. So I still have great confidence in Suja. But Tang Guangtu still decided to give Pei Qingyu and others a warning. All the warriors and students of Nanhai Martial Arts University went out. They were all waiting at the school gate, obviously just to give Pei Qingyu and others a warning. Although many strong people have come out of Shindu Martial Arts University, there are even quite a few beings above the 9th rank. However, there is nothing to be afraid of at Nankai Budo University, because Shindu Martial Arts University has offended many martial arts universities. There are many more powerful people who graduated from other martial arts universities. What's more, those who have set foot above the 9th rank are not limited to the martial arts university. Let's look at the development of the entire Daxia. The reason why Nanhai Martial Arts University is not afraid of offending Shindu Martial Arts University. There is one more. That is, the distance between the two schools is extremely far. Even if Shindu Martial Arts University wanted to cause trouble, it would be impossible. What's more, competition is allowed in martial arts universities, but tripping others up is not allowed. Because every martial arts university has a battlefield to suppress all races. If Shindu Martial Arts University dares to trip up Nanhai Martial Arts University, then after it is exposed, Shindu Martial Arts University will definitely be punished by Daxia. Come to think of it, this is also the reason why so many martial arts universities were so angry before. Because it's frustrating, Suja stood with the others with a calm expression. Actually, he didn't have any bad feelings towards Pei Qingyu before. He didn't have any good feelings towards him either. But now, the two should not be so harmonious. especially after today. At the same time, Pei Qingyu didn't know what was waiting for him. At this moment, in front of the live camera, he still maintained a lot of demeanor. As for Nanhai Martial Arts University, he really didn't take it seriously. This is not just a martial arts university that has only been established for 20 years. What kind of sixth grade is there? Sweep across Nanhai Martial Arts University. This was the slogan shouted before. But Pei Qingyu is also very confident about this. Next, I will go to the Yunxi area. The method adopted is still to challenge the 6 grades of the whole school. Pei Qingyu even did not forget to talk about his next plan. It's not been long since the Yunxi Regional Martial Arts University was established. I had asked about it before. Basically, there is no such thing as a 6th grade genius. There's no problem with sweeping or anything like that. Revealing it now one step ahead can be considered as building momentum. Because Nanhai Martial Arts University is the last martial arts university he wants to challenge in the southern region. Of course, it is also the martial arts university with the least pressure. Soon Pei Qingyu and his group arrived at the gate of Nanhai Martial Arts University. At first glance, you can see all the teachers and students of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Led by Vice Principal Tang Guangtu, a powerful mental pressure was directed at Pei Qingyu and his group. The person escorting Pei Qingyu on this trip is an 8th-rank warrior from Chengdu Martial Arts University. After all, Pei Qingyu is indeed the #1 prodigy in Chengdu Martial Arts University. Plus, the whole thing was broadcast live. The delegate itinerary is public. Naturally, it needs a strong escort. Although the 6th rank was good, it was not impossible for a cult warrior to launch a high-rank attack. After all, the evil cult warriors love to hunt down these geniuses the most. Although Pei Qingyu has a 6th grade cultivation base, the problem is that he cannot be considered fully grown. The 8th rank warrior who followed directly blocked most of the pressure. In fact, this 8th rank warrior was not surprised by this scene. After all, the slogan of sweeping across Nanhai Martial Arts University was shouted out before. If Nanhai Martial Arts University could still treat us with courtesy, then there is a problem. The camera in the live broadcast room also kept an eye on the people from Nanhai Martial Arts University. I'm afraid Nanhai Martial Arts University has made a lot of preparations for this event. It's obvious that the 6th rank of Nanhai Martial Arts University definitely doesn't want to be suppressed by one person. But I still think highly of Pei Qingyu, the genius in this matter. This genius has swept through many beings before, and he didn't even use his full strength. Nanhai Martial Arts University, there is not even a single person ranked in the top 500 on the 6th rank Prodigy ranking. Many people talked about it. Even the 6th grade Nanhai Martial Arts University may have a numerical advantage. But facing this existence whose fame has reached its peak, still no advantage at all? Pei Qingyu is still quite capable when facing the pressure from the Nanhai Martial Arts University. I can still bear it. Of course, this was mainly due to the help of the 8th grade master next to him. Otherwise, this would definitely not be the result. But even so, it proves Pei Qingyu's extraordinariness. 69. The fight begins. Yelinga is shocked. Chengdu Martial Arts University, Pei Qingyu. Come and challenge all the 6th rank warriors of Nanhai Martial Arts University. No matter if he is a genius or not. Pei Qingyu took a step forward and spoke slowly, his voice spreading throughout the campus. The words are extremely domineering. At least in the eyes of many viewers before the live broadcast, the momentum was high. Because of this battle, Pei Qingyu chose to challenge all the 6th grade beings in the Martial Arts University. Attracted a lot of attention. There is no need to say more about the entire southern region, because this means that you are not taking the Southern Region Martial Arts University seriously. So they naturally chose to support Nanhai Martial Arts University. At this time, Suja naturally would not remain silent. Before, he stood behind the high-level warriors. Nanhai Martial Arts University, Suja. I want to challenge all the 6th rank warriors at Nanhai Martial Arts University. Then you have to get through me first. Suja's cold voice rang out. Now that he's been kicked to the door, he naturally won't be polite. After Suja stepped forward, the live broadcast room also attracted a lot of discussion. Who is Suja? You've never even heard of it, yet you dare to be the first to come forward. Even before, I had never been on the Tianjiao ranking. Isn't that someone who overestimates his own capabilities? Many people in Daxia are very unfamiliar with Suja. Even in the Southern Territory, there are some people who know Suja and want to explain in the barrage. But the number is still too small compared to the many people in Daxia. After all, This live broadcast attracted at least tens of millions of people, and most of them are warriors. Ordinary people are more busy with their own affairs. Anyway, they don't care about martial arts geniuses or anything like that. They are too far away to be anxious to know the results. Warriors, on the other hand, have more time and are naturally more curious. South China Sea Base. Shen Qingyan also knew about this genius from Chengdu Martial Arts University. After all, Chengdu Martial Arts University is known as the #1 martial arts university in Daxia. She had watched this genius fight before. In addition, this time it is a battle with the 6th grade master of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Then it is impossible to miss it. After all, she is a family member of Nanhai Martial Arts University. The only thing Shen Qingyan didn't expect was something. It was her husband Suja who appeared in front of the camera. It's obvious that this is a fight. Even Shen Qingyan was stunned, because her understanding of her husband's strength remained the same as before. 5th level of cultivation. It's not that Suja didn't tell Shen Qingyan about the changes in his strength. But there is no need, because my strength changes a lot every 2 or 3 months. Plus, Suja didn't want to put that much pressure on Shen Qingyan. In fact, as his strength and status improved, Shen Qingyan is under a lot of pressure, which can be seen from how hard she is practicing. Before, Shen Qingyan had never been so anxious. As a result, Shen Qingyan was extremely shocked when she saw Suja. 6th rank? This was Shen Qingyan's first reaction. But she soon became worried, because even her husband was a 6th rank official. However, facing the genius Pei Qingyu from Chengdu Martial Arts University, he still had no advantage. In the entire South China Sea base, there are quite a few people who know Suja. Many people, like Shen Qingyan, were shocked. This is not the previous governor. I almost forgot that this governor-general graduated from Nanhai Martial Arts University. It's just that the governor can defeat Pei Qingyu. Many people in the South China Sea base were as pessimistic as Shen Qingyan. After all, this governor was only a 5th rank official before. I'm afraid there won't be much time left to reach the 6th level. Pei Qingyu has defeated countless 6th rank geniuses along the way, so they didn't think the governor could resist. Except there are some people in the entire Southern Territory who know Suja. There is also someone in the capital of gods who is watching a battle between geniuses. This person is Yi Linga, the martial arts star who had previously come to the South Territory for a tour. Because we have acquired a lot of resources in the southern region before, Yi Linga has been in seclusion during this period of time. Occasionally pay attention to the changes in the Tianjiao list, although she has not yet made it onto the Tianjiao list. But I still have a lot of confidence in myself. She was not too unfamiliar with Pei Qingyu. After all, they were in the same city of Chengdu, and her school had had exchanges with Chengdu Martial Arts University before. Naturally, he also knew the importance of this #1 genius in the divine capital. After Pei Qingyu swept across the entire north, Yi Linger felt that he would become the #1 genius under the high-ranking officials of the Xia. Nanhai Martial Arts University is no match at all. But she also didn't expect that someone from Nanhai Martial Arts University would come out to confront her. It turns out that he is someone I barely know. When touring the southern region before, Yi Linger was still somewhat interested in Suja. But after returning to the capital, I didn't think much about it. After all, in her opinion, the South China Sea base is too small. That Suja might be ahead of himself in cultivation now, but he will soon be surpassed by himself. However, no one expected that Suja would appear here. This is totally unexpected. He has reached the 6th level? Yi Linger also murmured with some surprise. She remembered that before, the strength he showed was probably only at the 4th level. Reaching the 6th level so quickly, she felt that she had made a lot of progress in this year. However, compared to Suja, there seems to be a big gap. At the same time, Suja had no idea that so many people were paying attention to him. He and Pei Qingyu stepped onto the stage that had been prepared by Nanhai Martial Arts University. The arena was placed at the school gate. It is obvious that Nanhai Martial Arts University also has a temper. They didn't even let Pei Qingyu and others in through the door. But it is understandable. After all, many high-level warriors of Nanhai Martial Arts University are very angry. Although I don't know what your strength is, but I still fully appreciate your courage. Pei Qingyu also stepped onto the stage and spoke. Before this, he had never heard of Suja. Naturally, I don't care about its strength. Although before, he did think about sweeping across Nanhai Martial Arts University. But since Nanhai Martial Arts University only sent out one person, then we will get rid of this person, And then Nanhai Martial Arts University will naturally send more 6th grade people. Everyone present, including those watching in the live broadcast room, could sense the contempt in his words. Soon, Pei Qingyu also stepped onto the stage that had been prepared long ago. Suja was not going to waste any more time talking to this genius. Especially with the help of the limited-time upgrade, I am now half a step beyond the 6th level. The huge pressure of warriors descended upon the entire place. After Suja's strength was initially exposed, Pei Qingyu's expression was no longer as calm as before. This pressure, even Pei Qingyu himself, could not withstand this pressure. As for the 8th grade warrior who originally protected Pei Qingyu, his expression changed even more. He felt that Nanhai Martial Arts University seemed extraordinary. Moreover, the person in front of him was obviously a 6th grade genius. The most important thing is that he felt that Pei Qingyu seemed inferior to the other party in terms of pressure. It won't flip over. Even this 8th rank warrior had a bad feeling in his heart. You should know that this time, Shindu Martial Arts University spent a lot of effort to help Pei Qingyu build momentum. He even planned to use this opportunity to sweep away all the geniuses from the martial arts university. Establish the position of the first martial arts university. In the past, Shindu Martial Arts University was known as the #1 martial arts university. However, many martial arts universities are very dissatisfied. There have been many discussions on this topic on the internet. Now Pei Qingyu has walked most of the distance with 100 steps. Even many famous martial arts universities were easily suppressed, so we can't fail at Nanhai Martial Arts University. Before, this 8th rank warrior had never even heard of the Nanhai Martial Arts University. This 8th rank warrior couldn't help but feel extremely panicked. Of course, Pei Qingyu, who was the one facing the main pressure and majesty, was also a little confused at this moment. Obviously, he didn't expect that there was such a person hidden in Nanhai Martial Arts University. 70. Beat up the Tianjiao, crushing the enemy. If it is different from what you originally imagined, then it is natural to be panicked. Suja's own momentum is still rising. Because he had improved so much within the time limit during this period of time, his control over his own strength was significantly reduced. It was during this period of time that my control gradually improved. Now it is slowly breaking out. The result of this was that Pei Qingyu Tianjiao did not dare to move. Why can his aura be improved? At this moment, Pei Qingyu couldn't help but think in a panic. At the same time, I naturally didn't dare to take action at this time. This caused many people in the live broadcast room to feel a little strange when seeing this scene. Why don't you do it? Before, Pei Tianjiao showed no favoritism to any martial arts university. It's different here at Nanhai Martial Arts University. Many people use the barrage to express their doubts. The main reason is that Pei Qingyu is somewhat obviously different now than before. It's just that they're not there themselves. And I can't feel the change in the atmosphere on the scene. So he didn't know that Pei Qingyu was at a disadvantage in the aura confrontation at this moment. Although aura cannot fully represent strength. But if the gap is too big, then it basically means that the gap between the two people is not ordinary. To be honest, Pei Qingyu's mentality was a little broken at the moment. The reason is simple. He thought that he had cultivated his 6th grade combat power to a very high level. But now we discover that there is an even more perverted existence. So it was a bit hard to accept for a while. Unfortunately, Pei Qingyu didn't know that Suja was a special type. If Pei Qingyu hadn't caught up with Suja's limited time ability to improve all his attributes, then Suja actually has no confidence when facing Pei Qingyu. Of course, we have the ability to fight, but it is basically impossible to win. He has a lot of judgments about the strength of this #1 genius from the divine capital. It is still much better than before his strength was increased. Fortunately, Suja did not get angry. After all, it had only been a short time since he entered the 6th level. What's more, he pursues realm rather than ultimate combat power. I had a lot of talents before, and in fact, it would be possible to use them to increase my combat power. But he would rather grow above his cultivation. Past experiences still made Suja desire cultivation more than combat power. As time went by, the confrontation reached a climax. Pei Qingyu finally couldn't help but take the first step. The weapon he used was an exquisite sword. It is obvious that this sword is not simple. Pei Qingyu also had no trouble with sword skills. This genius from Divine Capital is not without strength above him. Unfortunately, he met Suja, whose all attributes were enhanced. Mad God, sword technique. Suja had no intention of testing his opponent. He just wanted to crush him with his strength. After all, whether it is chi in blood or mental strength, he is at an absolute advantage. Then naturally, there is no need to compete with skills. Besides, he also wanted to see what would happen if the genius fell. Boom! The sound of a violent collision spread throughout the surrounding area. A storm of spiritual energy swept across the entire place. A high-ranking master from Nanhai Martial Arts University even took action to control the range of the aftermath to the arena. After all, there are many people below the 6th rank at the scene. These people can't withstand the aftermath, especially since the combat power of both of them is obviously not the normal 6th rank. After the initial collision, Suja's figure remained unchanged. On the contrary, Pei Qingyu obviously took a few steps back, and the figure was obviously much more embarrassed. Gao Pin was fine in this scene, as could be seen from his previous aura. Suja is not simple, so some of it is acceptable. Especially the many high-level scholars at Nanhai Martial Arts University, they felt relieved. Although they knew before that Suja had reached the end of his 6th grade path. But I still can't help but feel a little worried. Because Pei Qingyu, this genius, has earned his reputation through hard work, and it is not just a reputation. Now they have made their judgment, and the winner is immediately decided through this strike. Compared to the calmness of these high-class people, others were a little shocked. Students from Nanhai Budo University. Before, they were not very optimistic about this battle. But for the honor of Nanhai Martial Arts University, he will not back down. Especially when he saw that the one competing was his mentor Suja, he lost confidence even more. After all, it seems that this mentor has only been at the 6th level for a short time. The only thing he didn't expect was that he could actually defeat Pei Qingyu. Many students have also watched Pei Qingyu's battle videos. This genius from the capital of gods has never retreated. Before the live broadcast, many people were also a little dumbfounded because they also found something wrong. After all, most of the people watching the battle are warriors. Still have some vision. It is obvious that Pei Qingyu is at a disadvantage. How is this possible? There are still some things that many people cannot accept. After all, before, Pei Qingyu had always been in the impression of many people as being in a strong position. As a result, facing the unknown Suja was so difficult. Maybe Pei Qingyu hasn't exerted his strength yet. Many people can only think so. At present, many people still cannot believe that a previously unknown person can defeat this genius. Pei Qingyu's reputation as a genius began even before he set foot as a warrior. After that, he worked his way up to the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and so on grades. But I don't know how many people witnessed it. However, the following battlefield shocked many people again. Suja's sword light burst out, covering the entire battlefield. The main point is to overwhelm others with force. Boom! Boom! The collisions again and again brought great pressure to Pei Qingyu. At this moment, Pei Qingyu had managed to calm down. That means accepting the fact that you are inferior to others. It is not uncommon for the weak to defeat the strong. However, the other party did not give him this opportunity at all. In this way, Suja far surpasses Pei Qingyu in terms of speed, mental strength, blood, etc. Naturally, there would be no room for Pei Qingyu to exploit. Although Suja does not attach importance to his own strength, it does not mean that he does not have this strength. It can be considered as one of the general geniuses with the bonus of all attributes. Then this scene appears. Pei Qingyu was suppressed from beginning to end and had no power to fight back. It took only half a minute from shock to silence. At least many people don't know how to describe it at this moment. The super genius who had dominated most of Daxia was beaten up by an unknown person who suddenly appeared, including high-level warriors from Nanhai Martial Arts University. They obviously didn't expect Suja to be so powerful. This time, Nanhai Martial Arts University is going to become famous. Then, these people became excited, because Shindu Martial Arts University has been building up momentum for several months. In the end, the benefit went to Nanhai Martial Arts University. Perhaps before this, Nanhai Martial Arts University was unknown in the entire Daxia. But after this battle, many people must know about it. For many high-level people, they have already thought out the publicity plan for the next enrollment of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Anyway, we will definitely recruit some talented people this year. Compared with the people from Nanhai Martial Arts University, the face of the 8th grade warrior who escorted Pei Qingyu was not good looking. He was not a fool, so he naturally thought about the consequences. Unfortunately, he didn't know what to do. Even if he wanted to secretly help Pei Qingyu, the other party's high-ranking personnel were also there. Even if he is not weaker than him, he can't do anything. I couldn't help but feel anxious, but there was nothing I could do. As for the warriors watching the live broadcast, there is no need to say more. Before, many people thought that Pei Qingyu would sweep away the Nanhai Martial Arts University. I also thought that we might get into a tough fight due to the numbers. However, he never expected that Pei Qingyu would crush him in a one-on-one battle. Many people find it difficult to accept this result. Of course, many people also became interested in Suja. 71 victory. Reactions from all parties. Suja, who is this person? I've never heard of it before. Now that he has appeared out of nowhere, he has directly suppressed this genius. After all, there is such an invincible 6th grade being. Before, I had no reputation at all. He didn't even make it onto the list of 6th-ranked geniuses. This makes many people curious. However, it is not easy to find Suja's experience at the first time. We can only wait for this war to end. On the stage, Pei Qingyu couldn't help himself after being suppressed for a long time. I want to fight back. He used some secret techniques secretly to enhance his own aura. Suja was not surprised by this, because now he has also begun to come into contact with some secret techniques that can temporarily improve his strength. Nanhai Martial Arts University still has a lot of heritage. There are even some more extreme secret techniques that burn one's life in exchange for strength. Pei Qingyu was fortunate enough to be born in Shindu Martial Arts University, which has been passed down for 500 years and cannot be underestimated. Unfortunately, although Pei Qingyu's strength has skyrocketed, his controllability is much worse. After all, the secret technique is not a limited-time ability like Suja's, the kind that can keep Suja at his peak level without any side effects. So even though Pei Qingyu used the secret technique, in reality, he was just struggling to survive. Even Suja didn't give Pei Qingyu any chance to get close. Boom! 10 minutes later, following the sound of an explosion, Pei Qingyu spat out a mouthful of blood, obviously no longer able to suppress the injuries caused by the previous collision. After arriving here, no matter whether they are present or in the live broadcast room, they no longer have any hope for Pei Qingyu. Compared to Pei Qingyu, Suja is much more calm and composed. Under the limited time ability, his physical strength is also greatly improved. The ability to naturally resist attacks is also extremely strong. The pressure caused by the collision was nothing to Suja. Suja did not take advantage of your illness to kill you, because Pei Qingyu could no longer hold on. He has already used some secret methods, and his injuries have worsened. If the fight continues, there is a high chance that the foundation will be damaged. Even though Pei Qingyu was defeated in this battle, it did not prevent him from being a top genius. It is basically a done deal to enter Gaopin. Even above the 9th rank, there is still a chance. This is just a normal battle. Although many people are paying attention to it, it is not a life-and-death battle. It depends on whether Pei Qingyu is rational enough. The main reason is that Suja couldn't judge Pei Qingyu's condition at the moment. He seemed to have gone a little crazy because of his failure. Obviously, there has been no setbacks. Suja couldn't help but say secretly in his heart. But he had a little understanding of his experience before. It was indeed smooth sailing. He is the template of a demon, the kind that makes people jealous. At least if it were before, Suja would definitely be jealous, because his previous experiences were extremely difficult. Fortunately, Pei Qingyu is better than expected. Still maintain a trace of rationality in the midst of madness. After some struggle, Pei Qingyu finally made his choice. I lost. Pei Qingyu lowered his originally arrogant head and spoke in a hoarse voice. He was still a little dazed at the moment. I don't know why it swept across the entire north, but why it crashed in the unknown place of the South China Sea. But he also knew that if he continued, he would only bring humiliation upon himself. Suja's strength is simply too powerful. At least among the 6th rank, Suja has truly reached the pinnacle. After the defeat, Pei Qingyu naturally didn't want to stay in this sad place any longer. He turned around and left in a hurry, even enduring the injuries on his body. Even many people did not expect that the war would end like this. But after looking at the battle situation, even many people had to admit that Suja, who suddenly appeared, was too powerful. And accompanied by this admission of failure, the entire Nanhai Martial Arts University cheered. We stopped the attack of the genius from Shindu Martial Arts University. Teacher Suji is so amazing. Very good. For the students of Nanhai Martial Arts University, they naturally don't want to lose face. Before, they just expected these 6th-ranked seniors in the school to perform better. Now that the results are out, this is not a good performance at all. It can be said that it was a slap in the face of Chengdu Martial Arts University. There were also many smiles on the faces of high-quality people like Tang Guangtu. It was obvious that even Gao Pin couldn't remain calm on this matter. The live broadcast room was shut down without anyone noticing when. After all, the staff from Chengdu Martial Arts University who followed them didn't want to continue the embarrassing live broadcast. The genius Pei Qingyu has really been defeated. Many viewers in the live broadcast room fell into silence at this moment, although this battle lasted only about 10 minutes. From arrogance at the beginning to defeat in the end, this scene still did not bring many people back to their senses. Obviously, many people still cannot accept Pei Qingyu's facts. Pei Qingyu has accumulated a lot of fans along the way, especially some people who knew Suja found it unbelievable. South China Sea base. Many people in the South China Sea support Suja. On the one hand, Suja came from the South China Sea base, and on the other hand, it was Suja's previous help to the base. Even though the governor of the South China Sea was replaced, many people in the South China Sea have not forgotten Suja. Victory! There were also many cheers throughout the South China Sea base. Many people in the South China Sea did not expect that this person could have such powerful strength. Especially Li Qinggang, Zhao Hanchuan, and others who had had contact with Suja before. The speed of improvement in strength is too fast. They couldn't help but sigh out loud. Just before, General Su was definitely not so terrifying. Now we have gone further and further. The kind that they couldn't even see his back. But they were more determined about one thing in their hearts. That is to hold on to the thigh of General Su. After all, General Su's mother, wife, daughter, and others are still in the South China Sea base. But seize this opportunity. It might be possible for this family to move someday. Unfortunately, they are still overthinking it at the moment. Even though Su's cultivation level had improved, he had no intention of having his family move away. At least not now. On the one hand, the danger level in the South China Sea is still relatively high. The other aspect is the issue of my daughter. Perhaps if I come to the South China Sea, my cultivation will progress faster. But Suja doesn't want his daughter to have an easy life. A warrior who grew up in this way still lacks a little in terms of his state of mind. It doesn't matter if it's a little slow in the early stages, as long as you lay a solid foundation. At this moment, Shin Xinyin didn't know that a large wave of goodwill was about to come to her, because she was also immersed in this battle. Even she didn't expect that the battle would be such a one-sided crushing victory. Her own husband actually suppressed this rising genius from beginning to end. If someone had told her before that her husband was stronger than this genius, then she definitely won't believe it. My husband, who I was originally quite familiar with, started to appear mysterious in my impression. God's capital. I really won. Yi Linger couldn't help but look very surprised. This was the first time she saw Pei Qingyu in such a miserable state. For a moment, I didn't know how to feel. But Suja's already vague memory continued to deepen. At the same time, the result of this battle was also transmitted at a very fast speed. Many people who saw the news of this battle showed shocked expressions. 72. I can't hide it anymore. My name is known all over the world. Chengdu Budo University. Tao Wei is a third-year martial arts student. Although during the martial arts college entrance examination, he was admitted to Chengdu Martial Arts University as the top scorer in the general base. But only after coming to Chengdu Martial Arts University will you know, I might be considered a genius, but I am still far behind many evildoers. After all, after coming to Chengdu Martial Arts University, he felt a sense of gap. Many people are no worse than me. He had to practice hard to keep up with others. Undoubtedly, the person he admires most is his former senior Pei Qingyu. Because as soon as the senior entered Chengdu Martial Arts University, he still had a crushing attitude. All the geniuses in the same class were suppressed and overshadowed. He also knew that his senior was challenging all the 6th-ranked geniuses from the Martial Arts University. However, Tao Wei has his own things to do and cannot watch the live broadcast all the time. But he still has great confidence in his senior. What? Senior lost? How is this possible? So when the news came, he was obviously a little bit unbelieving. Because this is an April Fool's Day. There are many people who have the same reaction as Tao Wei in Chengdu Martial Arts University. After all, the entire Chengdu Martial Arts University supports this senior. However, Who could have thought that senior Pei Qingyu would fail? In addition to Chengdu Martial Arts University, many other martial arts universities were the first to receive the news. After all, no matter it is a martial arts university that has been swept away or a martial arts university that has not been challenged yet, everyone is paying attention to this matter. Pei Qingyu actually lost. I just don't know if he still has the nerve to continue his journey. Who would have thought that this person would fail at Nanhai Martial Arts University? Where did Suja come from? Nanhai Martial Arts University is too hidden. In contrast, other martial arts universities were more gloating in their words. After all, Chengdu Martial Arts University was so high-profile before. Pei Qingyu even swept across all the martial arts universities in the north. However, it has pushed Chengdu Martial Arts University to the opposite side of many martial arts universities. At least many people in the martial arts university don't like Pei Qingyu. Of course, it was a bit unexpected. Pei Qingyu's strength is obvious to all in the martial arts university. Even if there was a failure, no one expected it to be above Nanhai Martial Arts University. But I guess it is at most above some top martial arts universities. After many martial arts universities received the news quickly spread throughout Daxia. That genius Pei Qingyu from Chengdu Martial Arts University was defeated, and he was defeated by an unknown martial arts university. It was a one-on-one situation, but he was suppressed. Many people in Daxia also did not expect that this man who swept the martial arts university would die prematurely. Before, many people were optimistic about his success. As this matter fermented, a problem soon arose. Who is Suja? This is the question many people in Daxia are asking right now. Before, there was no news about this person. It feels like something that came out of nowhere. At least the people of Daxia are very unfamiliar with this name. Not to mention ordinary warriors. Even some high-level warriors are very interested. The reason is simple. Even many high-level warriors acknowledged Pei Qingyu's personal potential, but then Suja emerged and was even more powerful than Pei Qingyu. Therefore, there is no need to say more about this person's potential. In short, many people are looking for information about Suja's experience. Suja's previous experiences were very common, and many people could find out about them. As long as there is some connection, you can still get information about Suja. Especially for many martial arts universities, there are not such big secrets. Of course, Nanhai Martial Arts University had never thought that Suja's cultivation would improve so quickly. Didn't take it too seriously. After all, whether it is the third or fourth rank, there are still many people at Suja's age. Naturally, it won't be kept secret. By the time Suja reaches the 6th level, it will be too late to keep it secret. When I was 28, I was only a 2nd rank warrior. However, after his talent awakened, he broke through all the way to the 6th rank. Now he has suppressed Pei Qingyu with his 6th grade cultivation. When many people saw Suja's experience, some of them fell silent. There are many levels from the 2nd grade to the 6th grade. Many people may not be able to make a breakthrough in their entire lifetime. As a result, Suja made a series of breakthroughs in less than 2 years. The most important thing is that his fighting power has not declined. This can be seen from the fact that he crushed Pei Qingyu. What kind of heaven-defying talent did Suja awaken? It's not easy to become a genius after a hidden awakening. It seems that Gao Pin can't stop Suja. Even many people couldn't help but sigh. However, many people themselves do not know much about implicit awakening. It is more about comparison through some past examples. Although Suja's behavior was a bit against the will of heaven, it was not unacceptable. And this is not even setting foot in high-end products. You should know that high-quality products are not so easy to come by. Suja was able to break through so quickly at the middle level, but it would be a different story at the high level. So although many people felt emotional, they didn't think too much about it. Of course, Suja's experience is still very legendary. At least many people did not expect that Suja was not a genius like Pei Qingyu. He rose step by step from a humble beginning. Even some Taoist practices have been used to the extreme. Many people saw themselves in Suja. The only difference was that when Suja was 28 years old, his hidden talent awakened. Breakthrough all the way. He reached the 6th level of cultivation and even suppressed Pei Qingyu, the prodigy from Chengdu Martial Arts University. Famous in Daxia. It can be said that this is the case for Suja. Who could have thought that before Suja came into the world, everyone in Daxia would know about it? Of course, at least half of the credit for his fame should go to Pei Qingyu. If Pei Qingyu hadn't been so famous before, in the end, it is impossible for Suja to succeed. In addition to Suju's fame, Nanhai Martial Arts University naturally also attracted a lot of attention. At least many people have never heard of it before. But this time, with Suju's fame, Nanhai Martial Arts University also attracted many people's attention. Maybe it's a good idea to enroll in this martial arts university. After all, there are at least a lot of strong people, and even a genius. Even if it's not as good as some of the top universities, it's still quite famous. For many students whose qualifications are not so outstanding, Nankai Budo University might be a good choice. Compared to the turmoil in the outside world, Suju, who defeated Pei Qingyu, was fishing leisurely. Of course, it's not as simple as fishing. Instead, use the energy, blood, and spiritual power to continuously control the fishing rod. This is more of a way to train your own state of mind and control ability. Because of the limited time ability, Suju's control ability has been significantly reduced. In the previous battle with Pei Qingyu, it was actually very easy for Suju to crush Pei Qingyu with his absolute strength. There's no need to delay for so long. While thinking back to the previous battle, he was also exercising his own control ability. Su Kid, you really can keep your composure. That Pei Qingyu was almost defeated by you and went straight back to the capital. At some point, Su Xingyin came to Suju's side and spoke. After all, the outside world is in an uproar because of Suju. As a result, Suju remained calm and didn't even care. This state of mind alone is beyond many people. Even some high-quality ones may not be as good as Suju in terms of state of mind. Su Xingyin had no doubt about Suju's future. Even some people outside think that Suju may slow down after stepping into Gaopin. But even if it is slower, it is still not worse than ordinary high quality. Pei Qingyu's mentality is indeed a little bad. But if we can survive this disaster, we may be able to make further progress. Suju spoke slowly. He still has a very high opinion of this former opponent. After all, if I don't have the bonus of limited time ability, it's really hard to say. Pei Qingyu is actually not bad. Indeed, it is said that Pei Qingyu went into seclusion right after returning. If I can perfect my state of mind, I might be able to reach a high level within a few years. Su Xingyin couldn't help but speak out. As a high-ranking person, he still has an accurate judgment of Pei Qingyu. If you can step into high quality, it is equivalent to stepping into it before the age of 40. Basically, if you set foot in this age, you still have a chance to reach the 9th rank or above. He first stepped into Gaopin when he was 40 years old. But whether it is Pei Qingyu or Suju, it is very likely that they will take the step earlier and faster. Currently, the fastest person in Daxia to reach high quality is 25 years old. Now he has become one of the top few in Daxia, looking down on the whole world. As for breaking records or something, there is basically no chance. But the closer you are, the greater your potential undoubtedly is. Although Suju's breakthrough in a short period of time attracted a lot of attention. But there was no disturbance. It's because there are simply too many evildoers compared to Suju. Suju, this is really nothing. Dean, this time I have to thank the school for hiding some information. Suju spoke slowly and talked about another matter. The main reason was that he knew before that he would definitely not be able to hide it. So the school hid his family. Of course, this is not an easy task. After all, many people knew about the South China Sea base before. Fortunately, Nanhai Martial Arts University still put in some effort, including creating some false information and misleading some people on the internet. There is no way. For the safety of his family, Suju had no choice but to do this. 73. Peak of the 6th rank. Xinqingyin's happy troubles. Suju is either at the Nanhai Martial Arts University or on the South China Sea battlefield. I am not afraid of some evil cult warriors, but not my family members. In order to prevent being taken advantage of by evil cult warriors, we have to take action first. In fact, he was prescient. It can be seen from the internet that a lot of things have been exposed about him. If it weren't for the help of Nanhai Martial Arts University, it is very likely that Mother Su would be in trouble. This is something the school should do. Su Xingyin spoke without caring at all. Protecting some talented warriors, including the families of high-ranking ones, is also what a martial arts university should do. After all, if one cannot even protect one's family, how can one expect these warriors to practice wholeheartedly? Especially after Su just showed his terrifying strength. Nanhai Martial Arts University takes it even more seriously. Naturally, it was impossible for Suju to have any problems in this matter. Next, Su Xingyin talked to Suju about some future plans of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Taking advantage of this wave of fame, recruit more talents. After all, before we knew it, another year's martial arts college entrance examination is approaching, especially under the impact of this list of geniuses. Many martial arts universities have stepped up their efforts to recruit talented students. Whether it is the list of the strong or the list of geniuses, there are always geniuses. As for the genius level, Nanhai Martial Arts University dare not even think about it. After all, Nanhai Martial Arts University lacks in foundation, and no genius would choose it. Unless Nanhai Martial Arts University can find someone who has awakened in a hidden way like Suja, maybe there is still a chance to come back. Unfortunately, this is more difficult than directly looking for a genius. It is impossible to tell which one has hidden talent just by using the naked eye. Dean, I will also go into seclusion for a period of time. Suja also talked about his next plans. Under normal circumstances, many geniuses would take advantage of this period to continue to make their names famous. However, he didn't have this idea. Su Xingyan naturally would not object to this. Being high profile is not necessarily a good thing, especially since Nanhai Martial Arts University is not like Shindu Martial Arts University. It has been passed down for 500 years and has enough confidence. It's time for Shindu Martial Arts University to make some efforts. At least keep this matter under control. Suja now very much hopes that Shindu Martial Arts University can help him keep a low profile. According to common sense, Shindu Martial Arts University should not want this matter to escalate too much. Want to attract the attention of a big event? Then the best way is undoubtedly to create another big thing. Just as Suju expected, Shindu Martial Arts University did take action. About a week after this battle of geniuses ended, a piece of news swept across Daxia. A warrior at the peak of the 9th rank stood up and openly attempted to reach a realm above the 9th rank. It instantly attracted a lot of attention. The geniuses never grew up after all. The strong ones are still more interesting, especially a warrior who has reached the 9th level. Interestingly, this 9th rank warrior graduated from Shindu Martial Arts University. When to actually attack is still up to this 9th rank warrior. Suja couldn't help but sigh and said, because Shindu Martial Arts University really has a good plan. But this was also within his expectations. Now is not the time for him to become famous. Sometimes fame brings nothing more danger. And as time goes by, my ability to improve all my attributes will also end. After it was over, he was just an ordinary 6th rank genius warrior. If someone comes to challenge my position as the number 1 on the Tianjiao list, then it's a muggle. So after Suja's limited time ability ended, he went into seclusion. But before going into seclusion, Suja did not forget to extract new abilities. Unfortunately, this time only golden light was emitted. It can be said that this time the ability lottery was a bit cold. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving a Skillful Hands experience card. Greatly increase the dexterity of the mind and hands, limited to 1 month. This ability is more similar to that of a craftsman. It is still somewhat helpful for practicing martial arts, but it's not as big as imagined. It seems like I've had some bad luck lately. Suja whispered softly, because he is getting closer and closer to the peak of the 6th level. We can accept any ability that is drawn out. Sometimes the more you want to extract a good ability, the less it has to do with your cultivation. After Suja entered seclusion, there are still quite a few people coming to the door. Of course, some people don't just want to challenge Suja. Some are just for communication. For example, Dai Qing from Exinen University. This genius had previously lost to Pei Qingyu. He is the one who knows Pei Qingyu's strength best. So he was even more shocked that Suja was able to defeat Pei Qingyu. It's a pity that Dai Qing wanted to communicate with Suja. However, the response from Nanhai Martial Arts University was that Suja had gone into seclusion. Whether it's Pei Qingyu or the new 6th-ranked genius number 1. They have all entered into seclusion, and perhaps they are not far from the 7th rank. Even Dai Qing couldn't help but think this way. Because of the terrifying combat power of the two, he had a preconceived notion that they were both at the peak of the 6th rank. Of course, Dai Qing is not the only one who thinks this way. Many people throughout Daxia think so. Perhaps only Suja himself knew that he was still a little short of reaching the peak of the 6th rank. As time goes by, under the various suppressions from Shindu Martial Arts University, the impact of the previous battle between Tianjiao has finally been reduced to a minimum. However, many people in Daxia will not forget that there is a genius in Nanhai Martial Arts University. Who would have thought that the little-known martial arts university actually hid such a person? During the following period of time, the entire daxia was relatively peaceful. The only thing that might be considered not so peaceful is the South China Sea base. Shen Qingyan received a lot of flattery. Teacher Shen, I wonder how my child is doing after transferring to your class. Also, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope teacher Shen won't refuse it. Shen Qingyan should be considered to be immersed in the troubles of happiness. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. It was only a matter of time before Suge set foot in Gaopin. There are only a few middle-quality ones in the entire South China Sea base. Not to mention high quality. If you can make a connection, then you can say that the benefits are endless. So there are many people who want to enter Shen Qingyan's class. Nanhai No. 3 Middle School has become a popular school unknowingly. Nanhai Martial Arts University has not yet enjoyed the benefits brought by Suja. However, Nanhai No. 3 Middle School has already reaped a lot of rewards. Of course, Shen Qingyan doesn't accept all students. But we need to assess it first. It can be predicted that this year's Martial Arts College entrance examination results of Nanhai No. 3 Middle School will definitely not be too bad. 74. The 7th rank is too difficult. The new year is here in a blink of an eye. At the same time, as time went by, Suja finally reached the peak of the 6th level. Compared with the originally estimated 3 months, it was completed 1 month earlier. Suja guessed that it was the effect of luck. Because of this fame in Xia, his luck skyrocketed. After his luck skyrocketed, his cultivation naturally became smoother. Although his cultivation had already reached a breakthrough, Suja had no intention of coming out. Before, the control over my own strength had already reached a certain level. The strength at the peak of the 6th rank is far inferior to the previous improvement in all attributes. So Suja easily controlled the strength after the breakthrough. There is no need to even stabilize the realm. Now is the time to really consider the issue of the 7th rank. Suja thought silently. Before, he had also thought about how to break through to the 7th level. But because his cultivation was still a little lacking, he ultimately did not take any action. It's more about watching some high-quality breakthrough experiences. If you want to reach the 7th level, you need spiritual power to communicate with heaven and earth. According to the descriptions of many high-level people, it is the harmony between spiritual power and heaven and earth. The realization may come in an instant, or it may be difficult to achieve. It depends on one's fate. In addition to his own accumulation, Suja also received a lot of support from the school. It just happened to be a reward for helping the school gain fame. Of course, there are also many high-level people from the South China Martial Arts University who have witnessed Suja's strength. He increased his investment in Suja and was no longer as stingy as before. Thanks to the school's sponsorship, Suja's family became even richer. The accumulated spirit stones and some resources together are worth more than 200 million spirit stones. 2 years ago, his family assets were only 100,000 spirit stones. Even have to save money, because cultivation requires spirit stones, including any emergencies that also require spirit stones. So I don't want to use it at all. It's not like now, when he was considered a wealthy man among warriors. At least among the 6th rank warriors, few were wealthier than him. However, no matter how many spirit stones you have, it is not enough. Begin extracting power. The ability dial keeps turning. Even Suja couldn't help but look forward to it. No matter what the result is, I can accept it. Finally, the turntable stopped and a 4-color light emanated. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving a Heart of Flame experience card. Possessing a powerful affinity with fire, limited to 1 month. Even Suja didn't expect that it would be a talent-based ability. It will directly allow him to possess genius-level talent within this month. Generally speaking, many people who practice cultivation have some inclination towards the 5 elements. For example, if the elemental attributes tend to be in a certain direction, then practicing the techniques in that area will have a bonus. Of course, not everyone has some bias. There are also many people who do not stand out in any aspect and are just mediocre. You can practice different techniques, but the problem is that there is no bonus. Before, Suja belonged to this category. There is no biased attribute. In fact, most people in Daxia are similar to Suja. Even if they have some deviations, they're actually not much faster than Suja and others in their cultivation. Only those with more tendencies will have advantages. For Suja, this ability is considered good, because he was practicing fire-based techniques. The The reason why I chose the fire element in the first place was mainly because of its greater destructive power. Including the Mad God Sword technique, it is also closely related to the fire element. With the blessing of this talent, at this moment, Suja's talent can be considered among the top geniuses, even though his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level. But it doesn't mean that you can't continue practicing. Whether it is martial arts or cultivation, you can still improve. Next, Suja continued to practice with the help of his fire talent. The only pity is, it is not so easy to break through to the 7th level with this talent. All in all, Suja's foundation is still too shallow. Going from the 6th rank to the 7th rank is actually like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, which is not that easy. But it's not just talent that can lead to a breakthrough. There are so many geniuses of the same generation as the Xia and Suja. Their talents and abilities are also quite good, and some of them are even monstrous. However, it is still stuck at the boundary between the 6th and 7th grades. Just like the Pei Qing you mentioned before, I've been at the peak of the 6th level for nearly 2 years. There are no signs of a breakthrough yet. Originally, in addition to Pei Qingyu helping Shindu Martial Arts University to become famous, there is another purpose, which is to gather the luck of the 6th grade genius. And with the invincible path of the 6th level, he forcefully impacted the 7th level. Even if it fails, at least I can get a glimpse of the path to the 7th level. Provide some help for the next breakthrough. However, I didn't expect to fail at Nanhai Martial Arts University. As a result, Pei Qingyu failed at the last hurdle. It can be said that the grudge between Suja and Pei Qingyu is not ordinary. Although it didn't reach the level of life and death, it had suddenly risen to a level of considerable grudge. As you can imagine, the difficulty of the 7th rank. Many peak 6th rank warriors have to try to break through several times before they can set foot on it. Of course, there are risks in forceful breakthroughs, and problems may arise if you are not careful. Suja is not in a hurry this month. Instead, he continued to practice, improve his martial arts and skills. By the way, let's take a look at some of Gaopin's experiences. He did not forcefully try to break through to the 7th rank because he felt he was still a long way off. If a forced breakthrough fails, it will take several months to recover from the injury at best. There is an ability turntable. There is no need for Suja to do this. It would be better for him to find an opportunity. With enough accumulation, you can achieve a breakthrough in one go. If the forced breakthrough fails, it will delay several months. As for him, he still doesn't know how much he will lose. After all, superpowers are refreshed every month. As time went by, the month passed by unknowingly. Suja had no idea of any breakthrough. Still continue to improve your own cultivation. It's a pity because his cultivation has already reached the peak of the 6th level. The effect is obviously greatly reduced. It's a pity for the talent of this flame heart. Fortunately, Suja did not worry too much. If this talent and ability were put before, he should be able to improve his cultivation a lot. But unfortunately, he is just at the peak of the 6th level. It can be said that it came at the wrong time. This innate ability is ultimately unable to allow Suja to reach a high level. While Suja was busy trying to figure out a breakthrough, the New Year's Martial Arts College entrance examination was about to begin. The South China Sea base just happened to continue the special training before the college entrance examination last year. Yan Jingxing, the current governor of the South China Sea, dared not change anything. Especially since not long ago, Suja became famous throughout Daxia. Then Yan Jingxing was even more in awe of this person, because the next person is likely to step into high-end products. Once he sets foot there, he will definitely hold an important position in Nanhai Martial Arts University. He has the right to directly decide whether to stay or leave the South China Sea base. 75. How fast did you grow in your dream? That's awesome. The joint special training before the college entrance examination at the South China Sea base is not just a matter for one base. Both Suja and the Southern Territory have attracted a lot of attention. The main thing is that the South China Sea base is the first to change. Especially after Suja became famous in Daxia, the Southern Territory undoubtedly paid more attention to the changes in the South China Sea base. Maybe this is the celebrity effect. To a certain extent, it can make people look up to you. Suja occasionally learned about the situation of the South China Sea base through Shin Qingyan, even though he's gone. But it does not prevent attention from being paid to the South China Sea base. In fact, Suja wanted to see how the policies he formulated would change in the second year. From the information we have learned so far, it seems to be good. As competition intensifies, some resources including subsidies for the South China Sea bases. It has successfully helped many students to make rapid progress and improvement in their cultivation. There is a high possibility that the number of martial arts college entrance examination admissions can be maintained at the same level as last year. This is sufficient for the current South China Sea base. It is obviously unrealistic to expect the Nanhai base to surpass the extinction base all at once. What's more, being weak also has its advantages. The reason why many base cities are powerful is more due to the influence of the 10,000 Races channel. For example, the extinction base was not much better than the Nanhai base at the beginning. After all, it was 500 years ago. When the spiritual energy revival just started, all bases were standing on almost the same starting line. However, the arrival of the 10,000 Races battlefield has caused many bases to begin to strengthen. In order to defend these passages, Daxiao naturally has to spend some effort. Although the South China Sea base is currently in Rahu, if the time span is extended to 1,000 years, it is possible that it cannot develop. The most important thing at the moment is to allow more students from the Martial Arts University to graduate from the South China Sea base. More warriors will be born, even strong ones. Afterwards, these powerful people or warriors will slowly give back to the South China Sea base. This is the development plan Su Zhe has formulated for the South China Sea base. Currently in the first step stage. Normally speaking, as long as Su Zhe does not die unexpectedly, still no one dared to change the future development plan for the South China Sea that he had formulated. Yin Jingxing. Of course, Su Zhe did not forget to pay attention to his successor. Through some mentors at school, I also know a lot about this person. Zhixiao is a relatively conventional warrior. Such a warrior is indeed suitable for the South China Sea base. He will definitely not transfer this person back for the time being. But you can compensate in other ways, such as resources. The reason why Yin Jingxing wanted to transfer back to Nanhai Martial Arts University. On the one hand, it is the cultivation environment, and on the other hand, it is undoubtedly a question of resources. The proportion of resources is undoubtedly relatively high. After all, as the governor of the South China Sea, he cannot accept missions on the South China Sea battlefield. At the end of the year, there will be a lot fewer resources. However, Su Zhe currently does not lack a fourth-grade resource. Even if you just provide a little subsidy yourself, it's fine. After all, Yin Jingxing has already expressed his intention to get closer to him. Then Su Zhe would naturally not be stingy with anything. Although Nanhai Martial Arts University is still relatively united, factions are still mostly divided according to colleges. But sometimes Su Zhe also has some things that he can ask Yin Jingxing to step in. You could say he's a spokesperson. The fourth level of cultivation is considered acceptable. Of course, at the moment, we should ask Yin Jingxing to take care of Su's mother and others. In a sense, Su Zhe wants to control the South China Sea base. But this matter is nothing. The South China Sea base itself consists of only a few small shrimps. No strong person has ever been born. Therefore, if Su Zhe wants to take control, perhaps many warriors in the South China Sea base would be very welcome. Because a powerful man represents the South China Sea base. Whether it is competing for resources or encountering some crises, you can get a lot of help. There is nothing worth remembering about the South China Sea base now. Ordinary is undoubtedly the most appropriate word to describe the South China Sea. Su Zhe did not spend much time on the South China Sea base. He was ready to draw on the power of the new moon. I hope to have a good ability. It helps a lot in making a breakthrough. Su Zhe couldn't help but think silently. The ability will soon froze in a ray of colorful light. Even Su Zhe's eyes lit up, because this was the most brilliant light he had ever seen. At least it has to be somewhat related to cultivation. Extraction successful. Congratulations on receiving a Dream of Spring and Autumn experience card. Practice in dreams for a year, and your cultivation will be synchronized with reality. Limitation. Once, use within 1 month. At this moment, Su Zhe's eyes became brighter, because this is the most special ability Su Zhe has ever seen. A dream of spring and autumn is equivalent to a year of hard practice. For Su Zhe today, this is exactly what he needs most. After having this ability, it is possible that I cannot reach the 7th level. Su Zhe whispered softly. You have to know that even if Pei Qingyu wants to break through to the 7th level, it will take at least 2 or 3 years. And if he breaks through, Pei Qingyu will definitely not be able to catch up with him. Because by the time Pei Qingyu breaks through, maybe he has reached a higher level. In order to ensure that I can break through to the 7th level this time, Suja did not use this ability immediately. Instead, he spent a full 20 days reading in detail about the experience of breaking through to the 7th level, including many high-level insights into the power of heaven and earth. In addition, the school was asked to collect a lot of items to assist in breakthroughs. Su Xingyin and others helped collect without hesitation. They also knew that Suja wanted to strive for a high level and did not expect Suja to succeed in one go. Even for many geniuses, it is normal to fail in their attempts several times. 3 failures are usually allowed, with a maximum of 5 failures. Because once there are more than 5 failures, the hope of breaking through will be greatly reduced. It is very common for a genius to fail once or twice. Success at once is rare. In addition, Suja has not been in the 6th level for a long time. Su Xingyin and many other senior officials of Nanhai Martial Arts University believed that Suja just wanted to give it a try. Almost no one thought that Suja could succeed directly in one go. High-quality warriors are the ones who know best how rare high-quality items are. Taking Su Xingyin as an example, he successfully set foot on it on his 4th try. The young Su Xingyin is also a genius that attracts much attention. As you can imagine, high-quality products are really difficult. However, because it was the first time, Nanhai Martial Arts University allowed Suja to go. Generally speaking, personal insights are the best. If they had an influence, it might have confused Suja's original understanding of martial arts. This is why many high-level people don't teach Suja directly, because it is no longer necessary. They have already reached the 6th level, and it is long past the time for others to teach them. Nankai Budo University does have some capabilities. With the help of many high-level connections, he managed to gather the resources for a 7th grade breakthrough in just 1 week. In fact, the main reason is that no one has set foot in the 7th rank of Nanhai Martial Arts University for many years. Naturally, the school will not specially prepare relevant resources. Fortunately, many resources of the 7th rank can be exchanged. In addition, Daxia has refined quite a few elixirs that are helpful for breakthroughs. Soon Suja got these resources.